I'm sorry, the show starts at 6.
No.
You
this
were
is
here
not
at
late.
6:00, like 12.
No. I was not. Hold on 1 second. No, I was not here at 6:00:12. I was
were.
here. Hold on. I'm plugging in my headphones. I was here at 5:55. I'd already set my bag down, did everything else. I happened to, in fact, I think I just,
So you were in here.
Yeah, I left my wallet in here and I went to pee. And then I got stuck outside and I had to call Peyton to come let me back in because I was locked outside the door.
Oh, just pull the door.
I did. I tried. It wouldn't go.
Oh, I pulled it. I never use my card to get in here.
But that's because it's usually left open, I think, a little bit or something like that. And then I think it slammed shut. But yeah, I did. I didn't get a chance to adjust my microphone. I look kind of silly right now.
Yeah, you do.
Kind of sitting up like this.
Yeah.
But
it's very strange.
Yeah, no, it was basically I had to run to pee when I got here.
Okay.
And I don't know. Next break may not be as good either because I got the bubble guts already. I can feel them.
Have you? Did you not pee this morning when you wake up? Is that not the first thing you do?
No, not this morning. I didn't have to. I didn't have to pee till I got here.
You didn't have to pee when you woke up? Mm-mm. Did you wake up in the middle of the night?
That's a red flag.
Yeah, that's a big red flag.
I don't think it is because I went to bed at like 2.
Why?
Because it's President's Day. Tune in later today. We're going to give our list of our favorite presidents and our favorite legislation for presidents over the years.
That is true.
And then the 5 worst pieces of legislation we think were pushed by U.S. presidents over our time. So tune in for that a little bit later.
Franklin Pierce always struck me as an odd one.
So we were watching a movie last night. You ever heard Operation Dumbo Drop?
I've heard of the movie. Yeah, I got a movie. We might as well just do it now. I don't know.
It's a Ray Liotta movie, Operation Dumbo Drop.
Big fan.
Ray Liotta and Danny Glover, and it's a Vietnam War movie but it's like a family comedy. It's about they accidentally killed an elephant or something, and we got to go give the local folks a new one, or else they're not going to help us. So we got to go find a new elephant for them, or something like that. I don't know. I wasn't paying total attention, but Kristen loves the movie from when she was a kid, and she was having Addison watch it, and so I went, "This isn't a good movie. You want to see a good movie, Addison?" And I don't know why I had to take it to 10, but I was like, let's watch a real good movie that centers around the war. So we watched Saving Private Ryan last night with Addison.
All right.
Until 2 in. Man.
How old is Addison?
12. It was a lot. It's an aggressive jump to go Operation Dumbo Drop to Omaha Beach. It is. It's a lot. But, God, it's such a good movie, dude.
Saving Private Ryan? It's fantastic.
Yes. Oh, my gosh. It's good. And there was so much. I don't think Addison's ever seen me cry that much. I hadn't seen the movie in about 10 or 11 years.
Cried?
Hell yeah. Gosh, that opening scene when he's walking back to Normandy for the first time, and you see them like pan out and you see all those crosses out there. Oh God. Yeah. Dude, there are a couple different points of that movie that get me. And so she hadn't, I recognize.
Is that the scene where he turns old?
No, that's the scene when he starts out old. Then they do the flashback, and then the very end is the transition into him.
Oh.
It's like him back on the beach.
It's a good movie. It's a great movie.
No, it's a fantastic movie. It did feel like a bit of an aggressive jump to say, nah, Mom's movie about replacing an elephant is silly. Let's watch Saving Private Ryan, and lot of guts in that movie that she had never seen before.
Parts of human bodies.
She liked it. She was. I think I was kind of disturbed by how she reacted to it, because at one point she said
one scene, right? In the beginning.
No, there's a few. There's a few.
Yeah.
There's a few different battles, but she.
I'm not a fan.
She ended up going. She saw it. I'm concerned now that I might be raising a psychopath, because she said, I felt like crying a few times, but no tears came out. I was like, okay, well, it's a little odd to me. Does that mean you're just not capable of sharing in human emotion?
I'm learning with my child, my youngest, that just kids are just weird. No, they're just weird. You know, they all have their quirks. They all do. Every single one of them.
But once I started the movie, Kristen's movie was over at 11 o'clock. So then it was like, I threw that on, and I just thought I'd We'd watch the first 15 minutes, and then we just sat there and watched the whole thing. So I went to bed at like 2. So I peed before I went to bed. So I don't think going without peeing for 3 hours is that crazy.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy at all. I was 0 for 2. Since we're on the movie thing, I was 0 for 2 in movies this weekend. On Saturday night, after the Olympics were over, after All-Star Saturday was over, we're like, all right, let's watch a movie. We had the kids over. The kids were, they were in bed, or at least one of them was in bed. The other one was playing video games. I was like, sure. But the rule is, it's got to be a movie that neither one of us have seen.
Okay, you're that kind then.
No, she's more that kind. I hate that because I love to rewatch movies.
I was going to say, I love rewatching movies. Generally, I think most of the movies we're watching, one of us hasn't seen, but the other one has.
And the problem is that it's very hard to get a movie that I haven't seen that's any good.
You still haven't seen Remember the Titans, so...
Again, I've spoken. I've spoken. So, we're like, all right, let's find a movie. She goes, let's find a rom-com or a romantic movie. It's Valentine's Day night. Mm-hmm. Deal. So we're going through Netflix or whatever it is, and I come across As Good as It Gets.
It's a good movie.
I've never seen it. She's never seen it. I know he won an Academy Award. I know she won an Academy Award. I was like, this has got to be a good movie. We made it 20 minutes. She goes, change it. This thing's terrible. And I was like, well, I want to finish it now. I'm locked in. I mean, the guy got beat up. Spoiler alert. The dog is, who knows what happens with the dog? I'm locked in. Let's find something else. So we go to, it's a movie with Reese Witherspoon and Ashton Kutcher. It came out like last year or 2 years ago. Where they switched places in New York and LA. I can't remember.
I don't remember the name. I know the one you're talking about.
We made it about 20 minutes of that movie, and she goes, this movie sucks. Let's stop. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess we're going to bed.
So she goes to the buffet. She's the one who goes to the buffet, takes a bite of one thing off the plate, and then goes, I'm not wasting calories on this.
Yeah, basically.
So I'm not going to. So since I've got the option to get more food without any additional cost, this is out. I'm done with this.
So I had no issue. I mean, it was not my cup of tea in the movie, so whatever. We turn on, we go to scroll through the channel. Seinfeld's on. We watch like 4 Seinfelds. It was great, but the movie thing has got to change for me because if it's a good movie, I've probably seen it, and I love rewatching movies.
So did you enjoy the little bit you got of As Good as It Gets?
I enjoyed Jack's performance.
Jack is so good in it.
The movie is like, whatever. It doesn't do it for me. There's the plot lines. I was like, all right, I don't know where this thing is going, but Jack is fantastic in it.
My favorite, my all-time, it's one of my favorite quotes ever. Comes in that movie where he's an author in the movie As Good as It Gets, and he writes like novels for women or something. And it's funny because then you see him and he's like a super womanizer and kind of a jackass. Like that's his character.
Oh, kind of?
Yeah. And so he's in a coffee shop at one point and this woman like sees him and she's like, oh my gosh, I love your books. And she says, how do you write women so well? And he stops and he turns around and he goes, I think of a man and I take away reason and accountability. And then he walks out.
It's good. That's a good line. That's a good line. Yeah, so that's where I was. It was just a bad movie weekend. So you had a good movie weekend, a good movie night. Very late night, Theo.
Well,
very late night.
The first movie was so-so. But
why did you start so late?
Because Operation Dumbo Drop was supposed to be over at 11, and then I recklessly was like, let's see a better movie, and I was just going to start it, and then I got hooked on it. That's one of my favorite movies. I haven't seen Saving Private Ryan in 12 years, so it's been a while. And so once I got into it, I was like, I'm in.
Hey, did you guys get into movies? Did you movie it up this weekend?
Yeah, I was given the honors to try and pick a movie. Mackenzie's like, all right, Friday night, you pick the movie. We'll just watch it, whatever. And I saw Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio, Jennifer Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
They got a whole bunch, Ariana Grande. They got a whole bunch of people in there.
Is it new?
It's a climate change, the world is ending thing.
4 or 5 years ago. It was kind of like, dramatic, and then it was kind of like a joke. And Jonah Hill's in as well. It was kind of odd. We didn't like it. We got through maybe almost 2 hours of it, which is about how long it was. And then we were just like,
Wait, you made it 2 hours and you didn't finish the movie?
No, we skipped ahead a little bit because I was like, I just want to see, the climax of it, the world end,
I
and
love
so
seeing the
I did
climax.
that.
I skip
and-
ahead to the climax
I do
too.
Yeah.
all the time.
So
Yeah,
not a good movie.
I was gonna say if Mackenzie let Peyton pick the movie, I wonder how quickly he was like, "All right, but I got to use my driver's license before we can get access to those websites."
Oh wow.
You know what's fun? If you go do this test next time you watch a movie, go to skip ahead in a movie to the 1 hour mark. Have you seen this? Do you know this theory? Mm-mm. Like every movie at the 1 hour mark is like the most crucial part and plot line of the entire movie in almost every movie. Because when they're teaching you how to write a screenplay, they teach you to make sure that the movie's biggest moment happens on page 60. That's just how they teach you how to write a movie or write a script. And it's about a page a minute. And it's wild. Like
It makes
every
sense.
movie, you're like, it's like a minute, 1 hour and 1 minute, or not 59 minutes and 30. Like every movie, like the most important plot twist, plot line, moment of the movie is exactly 1 hour in.
I think it makes a lot of sense because of, like you said, where they most 2 hour movies, so there's like a central plot point about halfway in, and then that's when it kind of tilts. So that would make sense.
Yeah. So
Not in Saving Private Ryan though, because that's a 3 hour movie.
right. So I would have to go back and look at the 1 hour mark of that and see what what was going on in that. But I don't know.
There's just a lot of shooting.
There's a lot of shooting. Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. We're gonna,
We're in for a bad show today, Chop.
why?
The bubble gut's like I'm shifting in this seat.
Oh no!
It's on the precipice. I feel it skirting to the edge. It's just it's. I know I'm gonna have a 6-minute break coming up. I don't know if that's enough time.
Bobby, that should be
We'll
plenty.
play a highlight or two coming
In
back. We'll buy
theory,
you
it
some time.
should be. It should be enough time. You're right. I don't know.
You got to machine gun this thing out of there.
Oh, it's gonna machine gun out of there.
I've got baby wipes for you.
It's gonna machine gun out of there.
We'll get him on the Zoom. Live
Could
in
you
the
imagine just all this in the bathroom?
Okay, so we did that one time when you and Sean were out. Nosebleeds were filling in, and it was a morning.
Why does that not surprise me that it was them?
Stunning. It was a morning I woke up late, and so because of that, I was not here at 5:30. I ended up getting here at like 5:52, but because I was late, they thought I was screwed with them at first. They're like, "No, you're not. You're downstairs getting breakfast." I was like, "Ryan, give me the Zoom," and so I on my cell phone was zooming me going about 100 down 35 to get here.
That's not good.
No, but
That's
I got
not
here.
good.
I got
That's
here
not- you
before
don't do it.
6.
I had
That's what
to
matters.
leave extra early this morning to get my backpack, my son's backpack to him because he left at the house and he's got tutoring at 10:30 this morning. It's always the kids always leave something. It's always something.
214, we watched The Rip, and when the movie ended, my wife was like, this is a 1-episode show. What is this called? I let it sit for a while and ignored her. Okay. I get what you're doing here.
Okay, so was The Rip any good? Because that's on our list. That's on our list of things to watch, The Rip.
214, I haven't seen it yet. Took the wife to see the 40th anniversary of Pretty in Pink on the big screen. I didn't know that was back on the big screen. They're throwing
hang
Pretty
on.
in Pink with Ducky and Molly Ringwald.
That's 40 years old?
Yeah, 1986, dude. 1985, 1986.
Whoa.
Annie Potts. Very good looking in that movie.
Annie Potts, huh? All right, very nice. Sean and RJ here, 105 to the fan. Sean's out.
I'll be back.
Paternity leave. Bobby's coming back. Bobby's going to come back, and he's going to talk about Jason Garrett on Dak Prescott and the latest on the George Pickens return, hopefully, maybe. That's all coming up next. Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton alongside. Aiden will be here eventually at some point on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to base power. Let's save you and you can start the process right now online, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3. The fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh, boy, we survived, but barely, Chubb.
Hey, he's back.
Yep. We're standing, though. We're not going to sit down this segment.
That is disgusting.
Just, I think it's all gone. I gotta know for sure. So that's how I'm approaching things right now, is just to be on the safe side. Just covering myself a little, like the Cowboys are trying to do with George Pickens. Let's talk about it here as we take a look at what the Cowboys are doing. We're heading to Indy here. We're heading to Indy in about a week.
Yeah,
we'll be in Indianapolis. All four of us.
Faith doesn't get to go.
Yeah, no,
we got a reservation.
We do. We wait. Did you get a reservation for the steakhouse?
So it's Harry and Izzy's, which is next door to Prime.
Oh yeah.
Not next door to St. Elmo's. It's the same owner, same menu.
I was gonna say it's like the same kitchen. I think.
It is the same kitchen. They share a kitchen.
So Harry and Izzy's is where McCarthy would always do his lunch with the writers every year.
But I like it. It's Peyton owns it.
So what are we going to be doing? Have you thought of some bits to crash McCarthy's press conference with?
I haven't, but I like Ike. We just got to get a pin, but I don't want to ruin a pin. I mean, that thing's expensive.
No. You can get some fake ones.
Okay.
You can get some fake ones.
A real one.
Well, yeah, you can get some fake ones. Throw Mike's name on it. I like Mike. I just think if you were to walk up there and in the middle of his press conference, just go, RJ Choppy, Dallas, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Just curious, do you think you're going to find a radio host in Pittsburgh that you liked as much as the guys that interviewed you every week, specifically RJ? Do you think you're going to find somebody who you like as much? And we'll see if he praises you and takes a side swipe of me. It'd be pretty good.
Are you going to find a Bobby Belt in Pittsburgh?
Ooh, probably not. Philly, you might. Pittsburgh, you're not going to find one. I wouldn't think so. All right. This is below. This is actually not below the belt. This is Inside the Star here on 105.3 The Fan. I know. Getting there. All right.
That far into the show.
Huh?
We're not that far into the show.
No, we're not. Matt Mayoko. Familiar with him?
Yeah.
San Francisco. We've interviewed him before. He's 49ers insider. Really, really good. He had gotten the report that Juwan Jennings is likely out in San Francisco. This is 3 straight receivers that the 49ers have said goodbye to.
Go Balls.
And so the question was, okay, well, what about George Pickens? How are they going to replace him? How will he be involved potentially? Matt Mayoko said, I think the Cowboys are going to franchise Pickens, but even if they didn't, I don't think George Pickens is the kind of player that the 49ers would go after. His price is going to be very high. And also remember the controversy with Pittsburgh where he just wasn't a willing blocker. And that's something I can't imagine Kyle Shanahan would put on the film. Watch Pickens' effort during blocking and say, that's a guy I want. So there's no doubt that Pickens is super talented, but they say San Francisco, no, they would be out on him. This is also on the heels of Nick Harris reporting that he had asked around somebody, I believe he identified as being the AFC, and said, hey, what would Pickens' value be? And they said 2. You probably max out at a 2. And so there's still some sort of reservation across the NFL with George Pickens, one that you would hope, I think right now Cowboys fans hope, that the Cowboys don't share, because there is a lot of excitement surrounding Pickens and what he was able to do within this offense, and specifically some excitement from Clayton Adams in terms of, he had said that this offseason what he was most excited to get to was figuring out how to maximize those two and what they're able to do. But Calvin Watkins had an offseason primer. It's primer, right?
Primer.
Not primer.
I think it's a primer.
Is it a primer?
I think it's primer in England.
I think it's primer.
They call it the Premier League. Instead of the Premier League, right? They call it the Premier League.
Yeah, but this is spelled different. It's Primer.
That's primer.
I think it's primer.
Has anybody put on the wall a primer on the wall? No, you put a primer coat of paint.
Right. That's what that is. I think this specific thing.
It's literally the same spelling.
Okay, but like there's the same spelling of other things that we would pronounce.
Like read and red?
Yeah.
Red is R-E-D.
Well, R-E-A-D. I read a book.
That's read and read.
You've never read a book. Let's be fair.
You're right.
Come on.
All right, so offseason primer, however you want to say it, he talks about George Pickens. He says the biggest name on the pending free agent market is Pickens, and that's something we've seen on a lot of these lists so far, Chop. Mm-hmm. Number one free agent available across the NFL is considered to be George Pickens. So if you're not thrilled with Pickens and you need to kind of restock your team through free agency, just know that you're not going to find better than Pickens out there, regardless of what position it is. But he says the biggest name on the pending free agent market is Pickens, the talented wide receiver who can drive you crazy on and off the field. The Cowboys have not held any talks with Pickens about a contract extension and won't do so until the Combine. Here's what to expect. The Cowboys can franchise him. The deadline to tag Pickens is 3 p.m. Dallas time on March 3rd. Once he's franchised, Pickens has until July 15th to sign a contract extension, or all hell will break loose. The Cowboys can trade his rights to another team, or he can choose to avoid reporting to any offseason workouts or to training camp until he signs the tag or gets a multi-year extension. If he misses offseason workouts and training camp, he has until week 10 of the 2026 season to sign the tag. The Cowboys and Pickens expressed a desire to be joined at the hip. The same thing was said during the Micah Parsons negotiations, and you know how that ended. And I believe tomorrow is the first day you can tag, so I would expect him to get tagged sometime this week, if not tomorrow. But this is Calvin Watkins, it sounds like, at least cracking the door open, just like Todd Archer was last week. Like, hey, this could end a certain way, but know that it's also possible that this ends with a divorce of some sort. Not that direct, but making sure to remind people that Parsons was in a similar spot, and also they have the ability to trade his rights if this goes sideways.
And there's no number on the rights that has to be. So, like, I thought it used to be like 2 1s for a tagged player.
So it's the setup is that you can, if they've gotten the non-exclusive tag, that's 2 firsts or whatever it is. But what you can do is you can have their rights, and if somebody doesn't want to give up 2 first-round picks, you as a team can go, all right, well, if this still isn't going to go the way we want, we can negotiate a price.
Gotcha.
And so you're entitled to 2 firsts, but you can negotiate a price to get to it, which is what would happen with Pickens.
All right, so your number, your percent chance that he is here on a long-term deal by week 1. And long-term, obviously, is more than just this year.
I will have a better idea of it next week sometime, I think. At the moment, I would say... we'll say 40%.
40% is here on a long-term deal.
Let's go 30.
30, okay. And then the other 70% is...
60% he's on the tag, 10% something happens.
Oh, so you think the chances that he is not on the team next year is 10%?
Sure.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, and I think
that's really all I wanted to know.
And I think that number could shift dramatically either way. So last year it was at the Combine that things really started to privately. It didn't get out much until the summer. But last year at the Combine is when it really privately started to pick up that there was a problem between the Cowboys and Micah. And I think similarly, if we get through this next upcoming week and they're on the Jerry bus and we hear that the meeting went sideways or there was no meeting at all or whatever it may be, I think that will be telling for everybody. I think we will get back here in early March, and when we come back on the air in early March after getting back here from Indy, we're going to have a good idea of where that stands and what direction that's going to be heading for 2026.
It's Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Nathaniel Newton.
Our guy.
Love Nate.
Big Nate.
Nate is so fantastic. He was really great on the air when we had him in studio last year. Has got such a passion for trying to explain the game to people and help people understand the game of football. Not just the game of football, but also what it takes to win. But Nate Newton, we talked about last week, he was pardoned. So his record is now cleared up, expunged, all that good stuff. He ended up tweeting, "I would like to thank President Trump and all those that work under him who put this pardon into effect. Thank you, sir, for taking time out of your busy day in running this country. Thank you sincerely, and may God bless you, Nathaniel Newton Jr." And of course...
And I'm sure that was met with ration and...
For the most part, It was. It was not met with great reception from a small block of fans, though, who wanted to hit him with the, you should have rejected the pardon. How can you thank him? How can you do this or that? Guys, you got to understand. No matter who is giving you your pardon, I imagine you're going to say, thanks for the pardon if they give it to you.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so. You know, I would love to see, this is one of those fake, not protests, but you know, where you stand on your conviction. Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, you can stand on your conviction when you have nothing to gain or lose.
Right.
I would love to find the person in jail who would say, nah, not interested.
Right. And look, Nate's already the where people were coming down where, well, you've already served. So what's the problem? You're already back. You're doing this. Why do you need this?
Guess what? He could vote now.
Clean up the record.
Now.
Just clean the record up.
Right, but also as a felon, you can't.
It's
own a gun. You can't vote.
I just think, and that's a totally. But this is the wild age we live in.
Yeah.
Is that I don't care if it's. Go down the list. I don't care if it's.
Go down the list. Oh, here we go.
I don't care if it's on President's Day here. I don't care if it is Trump, Biden, Obama, W, Clinton,
Lincoln Riley,
HW, Lincoln Riley.
Why? Why, Peyton? Why?
Reagan.
Yeah, I don't care.
Go down the list.
Pardon me. Knock yourself out.
I don't care which one of them does it.
Yeah, I don't care.
That's all the presidents of my lifetime going back to Reagan.
That's it.
I don't care which one. If you give me the pardon, I'm going to say, thanks, Mr. President.
Thanks, sir.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
And that's where we've just gotten to this.
Can we go have lunch? Can we? Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll send you.
This is not. And even if he did, whatever, it's his choice. But this is not going out and doing a stump speech for somebody. This is on Twitter just saying, appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's wild to me the way that we can't even talk rationally about anything relating to.
I'm surprised this had pushback. Then again,
it's not much.
I'm not surprised.
There were a few people on there that were chirping about it. All right, some audio out of Super Bowl last week or week and a half ago now. Jason Garrett, this was up on DLLS. I saw this. Jason Garrett, and it got some clickbait headlines. Admits he was wrong in his evaluation of Dak Prescott. Let's listen.
Well, I mean, Dak was picked 100 and what?
He was 135.
So 134 were wrong.
Yeah,
well, 3. Golf was good.
So, anyway, this is what Jason Garrett had to say about Dak Prescott and his evaluation.
I've often said this, that I felt like I got the evaluation on Dak Prescott wrong because I felt like he was a quarterback who could be the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys for 15 years. My biggest thing was I thought his transition was going to take longer because he was a gun quarterback in college. We were going to play under center, and he was going to have to be able to do that as well as do the stuff that we're asking him to do in the gun. And I had seen other quarterbacks struggle with that transition. Well, you know the story. He loses his first game and then rattles off 11 straight wins. I don't know that I ever saw him being able to do that.
And then there he was, and Garrett's told the story before. It's a cool story when you hear him talk about the first day there in rookie minicamp and teaching him to take snaps under center. And it looked awful the first time. And Garrett was all frustrated, and Garrett goes, no, like this, and tells him how to do it. And he goes, next time he did it, it was a little bit better. And it was a little bit better. It was a little bit, and every single snap after that was a little bit better. And it was like, oh, like he might be one of these guys who just takes to teaching really well. And they had that experience with Tyler Smith, where Tyler Smith had a bunch of technique issues coming out of school, took to teaching really fast, was a good student, and was able to end up being the kind of player that he is. And it was a guy that Tyler Smith, a lot of people didn't want to take in the first round because they looked at him as, oh, right. you got too many flaws, whatever else. It highlights again the point as we're entering draft season here. A big part of this evaluation process is finding out how good these players are as students.
Well, also you got to find out, like, just because you're not asked to do something a lot in college doesn't mean you can't do it.
You just got to find out.
You got to find
your
out.
Projection needs to be right.
But, like, most college quarterbacks are not under center. But they all the good ones go to that Elite 11 Academy or they go to the Manning Academy. And I know those two camps really do a big focus on under center.
Yeah.
So, like, they've done it. They've been taught it. They just don't necessarily do it in the context of an actual game because they're not asked to. Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Sean is out today. It is not paternity leave. It's President's Day. Happy President's Day. NBA All-Star Weekend. Did you watch? How was it? Did NBA tell us? Did NBC tell us where the NBA stands? All that coming up next year on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. But let's get you, as Bobby runs out the door, over to Zerez to get that carpet professional.
to you by East Dallas Diesel. Don't let us know where the best draft coverage is. It's right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Got the screen from LeBron. Switch with Towns. This is the matchup they want. 5 to shoot. Leonard. Cross. Step back 3. He's got it! Straight cash for Kawhi. This dude is unreal.
Man, NBC with the call. They had All-Star game, All-Star weekend for the NBA. Did you check it out? How much did you consume of this? And did NBC tell us all we need to know about where the NBA stands or where the Olympics stand, because they put the All-Star Saturday night on and Saturday afternoon? I mean, that thing started at 1 o'clock Pacific time, where the game was, where the All-Star Saturday night was.
Yeah, I watched precious little of this.
Yeah,
I watched basically none of the All-Star weekend festivities. I popped in on the game. I watched the game for a little bit. Looked slightly more competitive, maybe than I had seen in the past. But
it was a lot of competitive reviews.
But at the end of the day, I'm still watching it and going this doesn't pull me in at all. And it sucks because it used to be NBA All-Star Weekend used to be the top one for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I loved it because you got the dunk contest. That was great. You got the three-point contest. Awesome, fun. You'd get to see all sorts of, even though it was an exhibition, you got to see players do things. I will always remember the Tracy McGrady dunk off the backboard to himself in traffic. Do you remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Where he's coming up to the three-point line and he just very casually underhands it off the bottom of the backboard, comes and dunks. You saw guys doing things that were it was fun. It was a fun experience. It was a fun game, and it sapped all of it. All the All-Star games have done it. I don't really have an interest in the MLB All-Star game anymore, and part of it I wonder is just if it's age. The older I'm getting, the more it's just this was cool to me when I was younger.
All-Star games are for kids. They always have been for kids. Kids like them, and that's what they're geared towards. I think these leagues seem to accept that. The leagues don't want to accept it. The reason the baseball All-Star game is to the test of time is because you can't fake it. You can't fake baseball. It's just like you're throwing 90. Okay, I mean, you're not going to go out there and throw 82. You're not going to do that. In basketball, you can just not play defense. In football, not play defense. Hockey, same thing. You get out there and just not play any form of competitive defense. Baseball, you can't really do that. Players want to hit and pitch. That's it. You're not going to look at scouting reports. You're not going to maybe dive for some balls, but
you're no longer going to get Pete Rose running into Ray Fosse to
no, and that was stupid anyway.
Yeah, it was, but you're not getting that sort of intensity in All-Star games. It's just It doesn't happen. You can't make them this means more. You can't do it, and that's just the reality of where it's at.
Look, I'll be honest. I watched a lot more of Saturday than Sunday. Sunday we were at baseball, and then we were driving the kids around to various things, so we didn't get to see much of the All-Star game yesterday. But I did tune into Saturday night or Saturday afternoon because it was raining, and that'll be one of my worst of the weekends was the weather on Saturday.
It was awesome. It was great. I love those sleepy, steady rain weekends.
I like those sleepy, steady Wednesdays. I don't like it. I don't like it on weekends. We have a finite number of free days left in our life. I want to be able to maximize. I need sunshine on the weekend, but more on that at 7:40. The dunk contest may have been the worst thing I've ever seen. I've never thought I would say this. We needed Mac McClung.
Oh, come on. It had E40 in it. Hip-hop legend. Yeah. Captain Save-A-Ho.
It had nothing. You had a guy did a dunk from the circle and a regular dunk, like a regular old LeBron in-game dunk from the circle, and that was all he put up there. It wasn't from the free throw line. It was from the circle. Inside the circle. It was one of the weakest dunk contests. I still like the 3-point. You can't fake the 3-point, right? You're shooting the basket. Nobody's trying to miss. Nobody's trying to miss. It's still pretty good. And a guy who's not even playing wins it in Dame. But so I enjoyed the 3-point. That I've always liked it. I've never thought the 3-point contest was bad. The skills contest, nobody cares about. The dunk contest, they just can't get anybody to do it. That was bad.
That's the biggest
bad.
problem. They can't find anybody to do it. I did like the fact that the guy who won it, Kashad Johnson,
Who he play for?
Miami. He looked.
Did you know that going in?
He plays for Miami. He looked thrilled to be there.
Yeah.
He looked thrilled to present. I like the energy, at least. I like the positivity. I like the fact that he's an Oakland kid, he's a Bay Area kid, and he brought E40 out. I think that's cool. He's showed respect to his roots or whatever. I think I enjoy that aspect of it. There was a cool video of him on social I saw afterwards where he's on FaceTime and his parents after he won. He's getting really emotional about it, and they're getting emotional, and that's cool. I like seeing those sort of stories. That's great. But yeah, the days of the Aaron Gordon sort of back and forth dunk contest, we're not getting as much of that anymore.
No, we're just not.
This is what happens to the dunk contest too, though. It goes through a lull and then somebody revives it. Someone always comes along and makes it rejuvenated.
But for them to do the All-Star Saturday night and Saturday mid-afternoon just so they can get back to Tarico as fast as possible, told me all I needed to know about where the ratings were going to be. Plus, I think you had there's some figure skating on. That's always the big draw in the Olympics.
Sure.
It really is. That's their ratings maker. But I'm not for men generally. It's the women tune in like crazy to that, myself included. I watched last night little pairs figure skating. Watch it. We can do more of that here coming up at 7:00. But Adam Silver addressed the tanking issues. That's one of the issues, hitting the NBA the hardest.
Issue.
It is the issue. It is what is getting Adam killed by even the basketball people. Even the people who stand for the league as much as they can, like the Nick Wrights and the Bill Simmons. They're turning on Adam Silver. Over
Dan Patrick torched him last week. That was really bad for them. But, yeah, this is an instance of I always – what's my nickname for him, Chop?
Adam Silver?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know.
Man, how have you missed this? Peyton, you remember it?
Dr. Evil.
No. Sean's the only one. Look at you two. Checked out all the time.
He's
Commissioner 2.5. That's what he is. He's never going to count to 3 on you. 1, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4. He's that parent.
Yeah.
That's what he is with the players.
That's the kind of parent I am.
And he is, so you should love him. But this is if he is talking about something, if he's addressing something, it's reached a critical juncture. If he's addressing it, not only if he's addressing it, if he's willing to talk about it. Think about how long it took for him to talk about the Kawhi Leonard, Pablo Torre stuff. That took a long time for him to even address it. And then when he did, he tried to just go, never mind, it's nothing. He's addressing it, and he's addressing it as an actual problem. So the Jazz and the Pacers have both been fined 6 figures for, quote, overt tanking. NBA Commissioner, this is from ESPN, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver told reporters 2 days later during All-Star Weekend in Inglewood that the league's observed worse tanking behavior this season than it's seen in recent memory. So he's saying it's worse than it has been in a long time. He says there's talk about every possible remedy now to stop this behavior. He said, we're going to be looking more closely at the totality of all the circumstances this season in terms of the team's behavior and very intentionally wanted teams to be on notice. Talking about the reasons not to do it or the penalties that they've got out there, he said the incentives are not necessarily matched here. I think the tradition in sports where the worst performing team receives the first pick from their partners, when any economist comes and looks at our system, they always point out you have the incentives backwards there. That's something that I've heard suggested before. You want to flip tanking,
incentivize winning.
The number 1 pick goes to the title winner. That's how you do it. You start the champions rich get richer. The teams that make the playoffs get the top picks in the draft.
No, I thought we don't want the rich to get richer.
No, but this is the question about the incentive. I don't. Clearly, they've tried to tweak stuff with the draft. They've tried to change things there to change the incentives, whatever else you have there. That's clearly not done enough. They've got to figure out there's something else here that they've got to be able to figure out that will resonate with teams somehow. It's just most teams go, yeah, sure, I'll take the penalty. We've got to get our resources in order, and this is how we do it. Dallas is in that position right now.
Yeah, so there's a there's a way that you could do it. Baseball does this. Tell me what you think of this one. So there's a rule if you don't finish in the top or outside the bottom 10 for X amount of years in a row. So like if you let's say you're in the lottery in the NBA for 3 straight years. Mm-hmm. If you're in the lottery for 3 straight years in the NBA, the new rule could be, all right, that 3rd year, or I guess that 4th year, you can't pick inside the top 14.
Baseball-like.
So baseball does that. We're like, so the White Sox, the Pirates, San Fran this year can't pick inside the top 10. Right? That's just the rule. They finished in the bottom 10 too many times, or they haven't spent money X amount of years, or their market size indicates they should be better than they are, like in the case of Chicago, like in the case of San Francisco. All right, I like that. You're not incentivizing them to tank. But the reality is that, analytics have done a lot of good, but also a lot of bad, because now they have a lot of guys in there who are like, well, we're not, the macho athlete's like, I want to win. And the analytic nerd is like, no. It's not necessarily about winning. It's about building your franchise, right? So it's win now versus.
Well, for a lot of the players too, it's I don't give a damn what you want. I'm playing this,
right? Yeah,
because for them, it's like I'm the one who has to go out here and lose.
It's their stats. It's their legacy. Right.
Well, it's just as competitors, too. I imagine they go out there and they go like, I don't like losing in the name of an organization that's trying to probably replace me with these younger, cheaper players. So why would I do that for you?
Yeah, so why would they want to? So it's a tug of war, and that's a problem. It's a problem. And part of the problem is that the people who are in charge of the lineups are just saying, all right, no, just sit them. And you can't play if your coach tells you no. If the coach makes you inactive, you can't go out there and play.
I mean, look at the Max Crosby situation.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
He wanted to play. They told him no.
At the end of the day, they're in charge. They're the team, and that's part of the problem.
Well, and that's why the league's trying to address this as best they can. It feels like with financial penalties now and everything. It's just a lot of teams are showing you, I don't care. Okay, cool. Do it. The only way that you're probably going to be able to get this to, and this is probably too extreme a measure, but the only way you're likely going to fix this is you have to start taking picks.
Yeah, like kind of what they do in baseball, but I don't know.
You have to start docking picks for tanking.
So you no picks that draft.
Or like write something in that says, all right, teams that start tanking, you are now, if you are tanking in the middle of a year and we deem that you are doing this, you're blocked from getting in the top 6 or whatever. Like those are the kind of solutions they're gonna have to start looking at.
I'm down with that. I also like relegation.
There we go.
Go back down to the G League. Sioux Falls Skyforce, you're up.
Yeah, you want Choppy singing Adele songs over your games?
I know, Stampede, come on down. Texas Legends. You're in the American Airlines Center. Let's go.
There you go.
That's how you got to do it. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. 7 o'clock hour next. We got a Tim McGraw ticket giveaway. We got best and worst of the weekend, and we are going to unleash me.
Oh, yeah.
On the Olympics. Next on The Fan.
But first, affordability is the biggest problem in today's car market. New vehicles
Thing is settled. Nope. RJ Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
Man, we got drama at the Olympic Games, the Winter Olympic Games. It is your Olympic update on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Tippett Garage ticket giveaway coming up during the commercial-free expressway coming up at 7:20.
And it's coming up. Should we be like replacing, like, should we have a Winter Olympics version of the song?
How would it go?
I don't know. I don't know of any. I mean, I guess he's going to tell me about controversies here in a sec. But like, should we workshop maybe a Winter Olympics version and just see if that one sounds better?
I mean, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
We can do that. The slalom is on right now. But we have some drama. We'll get to that in a moment. But we also have legends. We have the Michael Phelps of the Winter Games, Johan Klæbo from Norway.
God, love him.
Best cross-country skier I've ever seen, and I've seen them all. I love cross-country skiing. My wife does not understand why I like cross-country skiing. I recognize it is the dumbest sport ever because you're basically, I saw somebody on social media the other day say, it's basically how you ski when you're trying to get back to the lift after you fall.
Yeah,
like
it does look a little goofy. It looks a little goofy.
It's very, very goofy, but that's what it is, right? But he now has 9 gold medals at the Winter Olympics, most ever by any Winter Olympian in history. He's just dominated basically all on the same hill. He goes up this hill, they all fall back, and he is sprinting up this hill. He's an absolute monster. But I got a question for you. This is a emasculation question for both of you. So, obviously they have teammates. They're not on the. They're competing against each other, but they're all part of right. It's like a big giant race, and you've got 4 guys from Norway, and you got 4 Americans and 4 Swedes, right? Yeah. So he wins. And he beats the guy who is one of his countrymen. And one of his countrymen fell back to like 4th. And he was so far back that Klæbo had already changed. He had put his tracksuit on. And Klæbo walks over to him as this guy collapses after the finish line. And he unhooks his skis for him. The guy's dead. The guy's on the ground. He's in the paint position, where the corner is gonna spray paint around your body.
Yeah, chalk.
He's in the chalk position.
Yeah.
And he sits there and he unclips his skis for him and then pats him on the side of the stomach like, attaboy, you'll be fine. Is that emasculating?
Yes.
Or is that like, this guy's just so cool, it's his teammate?
Yes, it can be both. It can be a little emasculating, and it's a cool move from the team. Like it can be like
hey man,
like, hey,
valiant effort. Everybody knew I was going to win.
Surely you've had your significant other do something before where you're like, I appreciate the thought.
Yeah.
Don't ever do that again. I think we've all experienced that.
Yeah.
So similarly, like, I appreciate that. Yeah, you're coming over here. You're unclipping the things. We're on level, but it feels pretty emasculating. It feels similar to. Trying to think of something that we've seen that's similar in other sports where it's like the hey, good game is almost like don't care, dude, stop.
Yeah, now look, everybody knew Klæbo was going to win. He's the best. He's the best to ever do it. Nobody is like.
I've said that routinely.
Yeah. You know, I'd say you talk about the something that somebody does that really bothers you. I don't know why I get so mad at this, but anytime. Like if I meet somebody or somebody gets introduced to me and I'm sitting down and I, for whatever reason, don't stand up. As a kid, my mom would say, stand up. Oh, I got so mad at that. Don't tell me to. Even if my wife does, don't tell me to do that. Because I'm not trying to do anything. You're just purposely embarrassing me. I was busy. I was talking to somebody else.
Yeah, calling it out very publicly can be that. But I do agree with the sentiment as well that you should stand up.
I totally agree.
Yeah, because it is weird to introduce yourself to somebody who is sitting down.
Right. It is
like, hey, how's it going?
Yeah,
you feel like you're paying respects to the mafia, Don, or something.
100%. He's quite a bit of ways away from Michael Phelps, though. Phelps got 23 freaking gold medals. This guy's going to get to 10.
He did it high, too.
What?
And he did it high.
He did it high, yeah. This guy's going to get to probably about 11 or 12 by the end of the games this year.
So he surpassed Apollo Antonono. That is the new gold medal record holder.
Yes, he did it.
I don't know if Apollo Antonono ever won 1 gold. I think he won silver.
Apollo Ono?
Yeah, well,
I think he won a bunch.
He was I don't think he did it. He was the speed skater. I think he was. I think he only won silver. I'm gonna look it up. You keep going.
Look it up. What a massive disappointment from Ilya Malinin. By far the best figure skater.
2 gold.
By far the best figure skater the men's side has had and arguably the worst free skate I've ever seen from a top-tier skater. He was just completely off. He was doing half jumps. It was a disaster. And after the skate, all right, he is in the kiss and cry room. That's actually what they call it. They call it the kiss and cry room.
Is that where you get the contraceptives?
Yeah. And he said this to his dad. His dad's his coach. Tell me if you like this or not. He said if they had let me skate in Beijing 4 years ago, this never would have happened. Basically saying, I was overcome by the moment. Do you like when an athlete admits that the moment was too big for them, or do you want them to present like it was no big deal and I just messed up? Because this was not public. This was privately to a dad. Like, do you like that an athlete admitted, hey, if they let me skate 4 years ago, I'd have known what to do. I'd have known how to mentally prepare. I was just not ready for this.
Yeah, I don't like it because it sounds like excuse making. But, I mean, also, could just be the reality. You could be, I mean, if the moment's too big for you, but yeah, I would just like you to pretend like it's not, probably. That sounds like excuse making, and I just don't acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Just be ready for the moment. By the way, Broadus texted in. He says, ask Choppy if picking up somebody's coin and handing it to him in golf. Is that emasculating, I guess?
Well, I think you would lose the spot of the ball. Yeah, I think you would. Yeah,
hey, good putt, man.
I gotta make a putt, man. Where do I put the ball?
See, I don't understand that sport, so I don't know that that's doing something wrong.
No, that's not emasculating. I would not be I would no, yeah. If you pick it up, because like your tee, you hit the ball, your tee flies back. Someone picks your tee up, no big deal. Somebody picks up your head cover, no big deal. I don't know. I was just asking about the ski. That's it. If that was emasculating or not.
No, just brought us coming in with some alternate thoughts.
Very nice.
I like it.
Very nice.
The content wheels are turning.
All right, very good. Speed skating. We have a superstar. Femke Koch.
Who?
Femke Koch. She finished off another record.
She finished off another one what?
Another speed skater.
Oh, okay.
Koch edged out Jutta Leerdam, which is Jake Paul's girlfriend. And she didn't really have a great start. Koch didn't explode off the start like you would expect. Now, I don't know if Leerdam's going to offer a ride on the jet on the way home, but Femke Koch, very hard to beat in these Olympics.
Extremely hard.
Yeah, very hard to beat.
Yeah.
Put Otter in net. Swayman sucks. Swayman sucks. He let up one of the softest goals I've ever seen. And by the way, the Milan Olympics. I got news for you. Why would you make the boards in hockey black? Why would you make the boards black? What color is the puck?
Black.
It is, right? It's still, right? Have you ever seen a white batter's eye in baseball? It's generally green or black.
Yeah.
Dark color.
Hard to pick up.
Why would you make the boards black? Swayman let up one of the easiest, softest goals I've ever seen.
Because these are the greatest athletes in the world.
Right.
They're supposed to be
hockey.
Working with those.
It's the NHL.
But those difficulty multipliers, man.
This is absurd. There's no reason that should have been that goal should have been in. Now, look, the red line in this, because they screwed up the ice, really at the blue line in a regular NHL rink. I hate the small sheet they got going on here. But that was a terrible goal. Put Otter in net.
Broadus is clarifying on his question. He says, in match play golf, picking up somebody's coin and giving it to, I assume this is voice to text because it doesn't make sense. He says, giving it to a mini you lost. I think.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. That's
so is that emasculating?
It's conceding the hole. Ooh. Yeah, because it's the other guy saying that's good. Well, it could be him saying that's good that you won the hole, or that you've already completed the hole and then you're no, it's part of it. It's just part of it, I think. We have some drama. At the Olympics. Canada is accused of double tapping and curling. They are cheating. And someone has caught you dead. What?
Nothing. Payne was just saying he has the audio for this if you want it.
You do? Let's go. Let's have it.
Apparently it's okay touching the rock after the hog line. I don't know. Or touching the rock.
Who's doing it?
You don't know it?
Who?
It's a couple.
Who? I haven't done it once. You can off.
You haven't done it once?
I haven't done it once.
Okay. I'll show you a video after the game.
Walking around on my peel on the last day and dancing around the house here. How about that? Come on, Oscar. Just
They showed you a video?
I don't give a shit.
You
They
don't
were
know
standing
that?
here. They didn't call it.
All right, so what happened is Canada's accused of double tapping in before the stone passes what's called the hog line.
It's called a courtesy tap.
Right? Stop it. The hog line is the green line on a curling, whatever they call it, board, course, lane, whatever, right? It's the green line. So what happened is Sweden knew Canada was doing this. So Sweden set up a camera right at the hog line to film this. Well, Canada's excuse is, well, you illegally filmed this.
You Belichicked them.
So they're saying they illegally. It's like you do something wrong. Your wife goes through your phone, and then you say, "Well, you shouldn't have gone through my phone."
Right.
And that's exactly what this is from Canada. Canada's like, "Well, you should have filmed it." Oh no, you should have double tapped, man. And this is rampant. The men's team on Canada did it. The women's team for Canada did it. UK, the Brits did it too.
Boy, that's a good excuse, though. If Belichick got caught with the filming, he should have just all these years said, I was filming them cheating. I was trying to catch them cheating, is why I was filming their practices and things. I was not cheating. I didn't want their signals.
Yeah.
I was trying to capture evidence of them cheating. That's a smart way to claim cheating.
Yeah, it is
to kind of spin it. I like it.
But this is soft from Canada. You'll never be the 51st state if you act like this, man. You got to own it. You got to own it here. That's what we do in America. You can't say I was illegally. You come up with a better lie. We are a great country of liars. You got to come up with a better lie than, well, I mean, you should have filmed it. You should have filmed us. So that's just illegal to film us.
I like that. I like that as a defense. You should appreciate a technicality defense. You should like that.
Look, I appreciate a great technicality defense. I really do. But I do know when I'm cooked.
That's true.
And when I'm cooked, I dig in, just like you. You dig in a little bit.
I don't know that you do. I think when you're cooked, there are several times you go, maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, when I don't feel like fighting.
Or just like I think when you're just totally cooked, you tend to just go, maybe you're right. Yeah, and then just try to let's move on from the fact that I was wrong.
You got to sometimes, right?
It works a lot of times. So.
There's your Olympic. Oh, Lindsey Vonn is back. She's back in the U.S. She had 4 surgeries.
Vonn.
I mean, they were talking about potentially her losing her leg. I saw some disgraceful people online saying
terrible people.
What? Terrible people. Talking about how this is a publicity stunt, her racing out there on a torn ACL. Like, what? Publicity stunt? You be kidding me. It's stupid. The Italian girl, Federica Brignone, you should have seen the scar on her leg. It starts mid-quad, goes all the way down into her mid-calf. It's just she had like a broken leg, and she did that less than a year ago. And she goes and she wins a couple of gold medals here. So good on her. All right, 18 teams missed the postseason in the NFL. Yeah.
And real quick, what was the female skater's name again?
Femke Kok.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just trying to Google her.
Okay.
I was turning up some other things.
It's KOK.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay. Yes, you got to spell it right. 18 teams that missed. Who's most likely to rebound next year? How close are the Cowboys to the top? And a Tim McGraw ticket giveaway in the commercial-free Expressway. It's coming up next on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. It is the commercial-free Expressway. We got best and worst coming up in 20 minutes, and we got a Tim McGraw ticket giveaway. But, Bobby Belt, how close are these Cowboys to going back to the postseason compared to the other teams that missed?
It's a question. It's a question that's out there being asked by The Athletic, specifically by Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. Mike Jones, writing for The Athletic, wrote that 8 of the 18 teams that missed the playoffs will have new head coaches when the 2026 season kicks off. Some of this year's non-playoff teams seem likely to rebound fairly quickly. Others likely will have to endure a lengthy rebuilding process before they can even think about the playoffs. We're taking a look at all of the non-playoff teams and ranking them in terms of most likely to rebound and reach the playoffs in 2026 to least likely. So, let's kick things off here. Peyton, you can join in here as well.
I assume there's 3 above and beyond everybody else.
It's not tiered like that. It's just
Okay.
It's just a breakdown of here's each team in order. So number 1, team most likely to rebound that missed the playoffs is.
I mean, I think my 3 that are easy.
Some of this would have to be, I would imagine, tailored to the division they're in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Rather than just how good that team may be next year.
My assumption, though, is there are 3 that are clear, and that's Baltimore, Kansas City, and Detroit are the clear, most obvious ones.
Let's check it out. Number 1 on this list, the Baltimore Ravens. The John Harbaugh era came to an end, and Ravens brass has anointed former Harbaugh disciple Jesse Minter as the man to lead Baltimore back to Super Bowl glory. Of all the non-playoff teams, Baltimore is the closest to contending, and then they go through a series of different things here. Also, as we get through this list, I'm curious, of the 18 teams, where do you think roughly Dallas is going to fall?
4 or 5.
4 or 5, Peyton?
6, 7, maybe.
Okay, I knew you were going to do that.
There we go.
He had to think about it for a second because he was eating a burrito. Number 2 on the list, the Detroit Lions. It says the Lions fell prey to growing pains after having to replace both offensive coordinator Ben Johnson and defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn, while also dealing with injuries, most notably along the offensive line and in their secondary. Number 3 on the list. It's an AFC team.
I'd say Kansas City.
It is not Kansas City.
Joe Burrow, Cincinnati Bengals.
The Cincinnati Bengals are next on this list. Number 3.
Man,
that's got to be related to Pittsburgh and Cleveland in the North.
Has to be. I will be brutally honest.
Quit looking at the list over my shoulder, Peyton. I see that's what
I'm
you're
playing
doing.
a drop. I can't.
I will be brutally honest with you. If Patrick Mahomes, I'm gonna give him last year. I'll give him last year. If he misses the playoffs for a second year in a row, he will have 0 chance of catching Tom, and he will have 0 chance of catching Peyton. And I don't care how many Super Bowls he wins.
Off an ACL, you need him to make the playoffs again. We don't know how good he's going to be right off the injury.
Off an ACL.
I'm just saying, that's a guy who makes part of his living with how mobile he can be.
Patrick Mahomes misses the playoffs for a second straight year in the middle of his prime.
I said what I said.
He will be what all-time great quarterback has done that? Missing back-to-back years of their prime.
Well, I mean, Burrow just did it.
Again, what all-time great?
It's a good question. I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think...
Brady missed a year here and there early.
Well, he missed his second year as a starter. Mm-hmm. So his first year as a starter was 0-1. They won the Super Bowl.
And then 0-8 they missed, but he was hurt.
He was hurt, right? So it doesn't count. Manning missed in his 4th year as a starter, so 2000, something like that. And then never missed again until he was hurt, the year he didn't play.
So we're going through the Athletics list of the 18 teams that missed the playoffs in the NFL and the teams most likely to make it back next year and find out where the Cowboys fall on this list. We're 3 teams into it. Number 4 on the list, NFC.
NFC? Mm-hmm. Did Dallas Cowboys?
No. Peyton?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You are reading this list over my shoulder, aren't you?
I promise you, I cannot see
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are next
RJ
on the
goes
list.
first, so he gets one wrong. So then
That's true. That's true. The Bucs followed a strong start to the season with an uncharacteristic slide, losing
Aiden's
7 of their final 9
Aiden's
games.
Gonna go in there to check out
and narrowly missing the playoffs. Can he see?
He's looking.
Okay, hold on, Aiden. I initially had the brightness up to here. Can you see the name right here? Can you say no? Okay,
he
all
says
right.
no.
All right,
Okay,
we're good.
wow.
Now the Buccaneers
he's like Team Sweden filming.
The Buccaneers were ravaged by injuries. It was really bad for them.
Yeah,
they couldn't
it was.
keep any running backs healthy. Their receivers all got hurt. It was just not a good run for them in the injury department. Number 5 on the list, Peyton.
Number 5, AFC, NFC.
Just guess since you're reading it.
Oh, what teams have we not guessed?
We've done Bengals, Buccaneers, Ravens, and Lions.
I'll go Falcons next.
Nope. AFC chop.
Oh,
Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs. Boy, they are holding on to them in national circles that, they're going to bounce right back. Dude, there was an article already, early offseason predictions, okay? Mm-hmm. In fact, let me pull this up really quickly. So they were doing the early predictions on ESPN of the 2026 season. So it was like, okay, let's take a look and see who is your predicted MVP for next season, who is your predicted Super Bowl matchup, whatever. There are still already 2 different writers at the ESPN roundtable that picked the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl next year.
Look, it's hard to pick against them, man.
It's not. They just went 6-11, and they've got no cap space. It's very easy to pick against them right now.
None of the teams on this list have any cap space, right? Baltimore. So ESPN did a breakdown. Again, all this cap space is fluid, but Detroit's minus $23 million in cap space. The Chiefs are minus $62 million.
They have the least amount of cap space in the NFL.
Baltimore's got $7 million. The Bengals have $60 million. That's good. Wow. It says the Cowboys are minus $67 million in cap space on the ESPN one.
No, that's not correct.
That's
not at the moment.
But that may just be...
That may be with the hold with Pickens on there that they anticipate.
That probably has, yeah.
All right. We're doing the 18 teams that missed the playoffs. This is from The Athletic, and the likelihood that they will return to the postseason next year. We still have not hit the Dallas Cowboys. We're through 5. Number 6 on the list.
Dallas Cowboys.
No, it is the NFC, though.
It is the NFC?
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota?
No.
The Falcons.
The Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons have been close, finishing 8-9 in each of the last 2 seasons under Raheem Morris, but Arthur Blank had a quick hook and fired Morris and GM Terry Fontenot, and has turned the franchise over to former quarterback and league MVP Matt Ryan. The team's new president of football, Kevin Stefanski, takes over as head coach and will try to help guide this team to a breakthrough. Number 7, we are back in the NFC.
Minnesota?
No. Peyton?
The
No.
Wow.
Whoa.
They are Mike Jones is
on the list.
Mike Jones is they might be off it completely. Mike Jones is a little low on the Cowboys, it seems like.
The Saints?
No. You were right when you said the Cowboys division.
The Giants?
No.
The Commanders.
The Washington Commanders. An injury-plagued sophomore campaign for Jaden Daniels, hiccups caused by Terry McLaurin's contract holdout, limitations at running back, and gaping holes on the defense all added up to a big disappointment for Washington in 2025. Dan Quinn fired both coordinators, gets a reset there, and they expect Adam Peters to have a strong offseason to infuse both units, and they've got them number 7. Number 8 on this list, NFC.
I'm not going to guess the Cowboys.
Minnesota?
The Minnesota Vikings.
God.
The Vikings let 2024 starter Sam Darnold leave town, and he helped the Seahawks win the Super Bowl. Meanwhile, J.J. McCarthy's first season as a starter featured far more struggles than the Vikings anticipated. They obviously made the change at GM after the season, so they're hoping for a little bit of a reset. But we are now 8 teams into this. On the list of 18 teams most likely to head back to the playoffs in 2026, number 9, NFC.
The Dallas Cowboys?
The Dallas Cowboys. This is the full write-up. First-year head coach Brian Schottenheimer proved effective as an offensive architect and play caller, but an atrocious defense cost Dallas a shot at the playoffs. So Schottenheimer fired Matt Eberflus as defensive coordinator and hired former Eagles secondary coach / passing game coordinator Christian Parker, hoping the 34-year-old can ignite the unit. He has to have something to work with, though. Jerry Jones did make moves to upgrade the interior of the defensive line, but the Cowboys still badly need impactful pass rushers and reinforcements at linebacker and cornerback. Is one draft and free agency a window of opportunity enough to get that defense Right. So the Cowboys smack dab in the middle on this list, coming in at number 9, according to The Athletic. The rest of the list here, number 10, the New Orleans Saints. Number 11, the Indianapolis Colts. 12, the Cleveland Browns. 13, the New York Giants. 14, the Tennessee Titans. 15, Las Vegas Raiders. 16, New York Jets. 17, Miami Dolphins. And the team furthest away from making the postseason after missing it in 2025, according to Mike Jones, the Arizona Cardinals.
Arizona makes sense. The Raiders make sense. Miami, the Jets. How could the Jets be closer than anybody?
I don't know how the Jets can be closer than the Dolphins.
I agree.
They're in the same division, so it's not like they've got the benefit of that. The Dolphins went 7-10 last year.
Yeah, the Jets have to be the furthest away. The Jets are Arizona. I guess the Raiders too, but the Raiders are going to have the top pick. So.
Raiders were so bad last year.
Yeah.
That was so much on display. Jumping over to that ESPN list I just referenced where I had mentioned that two folks were already picking the Kansas City Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. Over at ESPN, they were doing a roundtable of their experts. It was Matt Bowen, Jeremy Fowler, Dan Graziano, Eric Moody, Jason Reed, Aaron Schatz, Ben Solak. A bunch of different folks were over there, Mike Tannenbaum. And they were going over their predictions for the 2026 season, getting those out in advance. And these were the questions that they were asked. They were asked, who's your early Super Bowl pick? Who's your MVP pick? And they also want to know, make one big prediction about this offseason or next season for the rest of this article. So they're asked those 3 questions. Number 1 on the list of the Super Bowl pick, there were some interesting selections here. Like I said, Dan Graziano had Chiefs over the Packers in his analysis. You had Aaron Schatz, who said it's going to be an LA Super Bowl, Rams over Chargers. That's your analytics guy right there. Ben Solak picking the Texans over the Rams. So it was interesting. I will give you 10 guesses to guess who Mike Tannenbaum picked to win the Super Bowl next year, and you will not get it, I don't think.
I don't know, Minnesota.
No, but similar kind of team, it feels like.
Similar kind of team.
I mean, they were worse than Minnesota last year.
Detroit?
Nope.
New Orleans?
Peyton, you want to guess?
Worse.
They had a worse record than New Orleans.
They had a worse record than New Orleans. Oh, God. I mean, New Orleans was like 6-11. He says the 5-12 Washington Commanders are going to win the Super Bowl next year. He picks the Commanders over the Bills, saying Jaden Daniels stays healthy next season and bounces back in a big way. He plays in every game and finishes the season by outdueling Allen and the Bills in a 45-42 shootout in L.A. Man, that's the thing. That Super Bowl would be in L.A. if Seth Walder's right, or not Seth Walder, if Aaron Schatz is right, and it's Rams-Chargers in L.A. Oh, man.
Gosh. That might be one to miss. Who's your pick for MVP next season? Matt Bowen, the tape watcher, the ball knower. Says Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott.
Oh, wow.
He said Prescott had more than 4,500 passing yards and threw 30 touchdowns this past season, with the Cowboys expected to retain wide receiver George Pickens, whom they will likely give the franchise tag. Look for Prescott to produce high-level numbers again for a team that could challenge for the NFC East title in 2026 with an improved defense. Now, this was the section that kind of goes sideways again. And again, you talk about MVP picks. Aaron Schatz, Patrick Mahomes. Again, they're just thinking no curve for Patrick Mahomes coming back off the injury. But under the one big prediction about this offseason or next, and Jeremy Fowler and Aaron Schatz both coming in with a ton of Giants love. Fowler says the Giants will make the playoffs. The year one spike due to a top-shelf coach is a proven formula that worked last season for New England with Vrabel, Chicago with Ben Johnson, and Jacksonville with Liam Cohen. Harbaugh hopes to have a similar impact, and New York's roster is on the upswing.
Yeah, the difference is those 3 are like really good coaches, and there's John Harbaugh.
And then there's Aaron Schatz, who, again, analytics guy that you like.
Yeah, I do like
Schatz said the Giants will take a big leap, going from worst to first, thanks to the coaching of John Harbaugh, the return of wide receiver Malik Neighbors, and steps forward from quarterback Jackson Dart and edge rusher Abdul Carter in year 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. The step forward for Jackson Dart would be the one. Like if Jackson Dart plays at a high level, then I mean just look around the league. That's the obvious one.
Yeah,
like
but
Drake May. If Drake May played well, you know, New England was gonna.
Drake May was the second overall pick, though. Jackson Dart, it was a question if he'd go in the first round, and then he was picked in the late 20s.
Yeah, I mean, look, so was Aaron Rodgers.
No, I know, but Aaron Rodgers was
Lamar.
He could be the first pick.
Yeah.
And then when he wasn't, he slid. So I think it's a little bit different. Nobody ever talked about Dart in the same way that we talked about all those other quarterbacks. So to project a leap like that would be pretty significant.
I mean, he played better than any rookie quarterback this year other than what? Maybe Shuck at the end?
That's right.
Yeah, but look where he was picked.
And look who he was playing for.
Yeah, but that's,
Kellen Moore, the genius.
That's my whole point, that these guys don't know what they're doing. You know, like, if Dart's the best quarterback of the class,
he won't be.
Shuck.
He won't be.
Well, then maybe it's Tyler. But either way, they missed. The rest of the league missed.
The point is not that you miss in that range. My whole point about the scouting thing, which we've gone over before, my point about the scouting is that the fact that they narrowed it down to 50 guys, if you're one of the top 50 guys they picked, that's still, in the entire landscape of available college football players, a ridiculous talent to be able to recognize it and winnow that down.
But my point is the order in which they're picked. Like, it's like, everybody wants the higher pick. Yeah, sure you do. But how much penalization are you taking by not getting the higher pick when you just say the next one available?
Right. So
if you all think they're top 50, then they're top 50.
Anyway, there we go. We have that. All right, we're going to have a Tim McGraw ticket giveaway here in just a second. But before we do that, I had mentioned last week how bad I am at texting back. And I thought that it might be a good idea every once in a while to just make people feel heard or like I saw them. And I don't want people to feel like I'm not valuing their time or whatever else. Right. And so I wanted to take just a couple minutes out to reply to some of the text messages I've gotten that have gone unanswered, and we have a song for it too.
Been trying to reach out to you all day.
Hey you, thinking about you, cutie. You still up?
Are we on for tonight?
Do you recognize that number?
IDK, my BFF Michelle.
Hit me back, just to check.
All right, this is where I'm gonna text folks back on the air, live on the air. Not actually send them text back, but I'll give them their reply here into a microphone.
Wow, who approved this one?
This is something that I think we all agreed on. So all right, here's just a couple of them. Brian Broaddus.
When was this one?
This was last Friday. Fresh off the Miss Price stuff. Brian Broaddus texted me, am I the only one who just hated that James Vanderbeek guy and thought he was kind of a jerk?
And you haven't, and he texted you on Friday and you haven't responded?
I just didn't know how to reply to that. So I was like,
she was like incredibly pushy.
Yeah, Brian, I don't know about that one. Eric Chiafalo, he texted me just a couple days ago. Hey, Bob, could you check Paige Sporonic's Twitter for me? I think I'm blocked. No, Eric, she just decided to step away for her mental health.
That. No
he
way.
Did not. He texted me this. I'm looking at it right here.
100%.
He's on all fours right now.
I'm and howling.
Blocked him.
I'm just. He texted me that. I don't know what it is. This is a really old text. This goes back all the way to. This is 6 years ago. This is January 2020.
6 years ago?
Yeah, this is January 2020. It was actually from Chop. It said, "Hey brother, looking to get some like-minded Patriots to the Capitol next week. Let me know if you're in."
Come on.
Man,
First of all,
that was
Bobby,
before COVID.
I just saw that.
Bobby, that was 2021.
2020. That's what I meant. Yeah. That's what I meant. 2021. Yeah. So 5 years ago. See, you know that timeline awfully well. But sorry, I didn't get back to you. That was I apologize.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time. Mike Bassick texted me last Sunday during the halftime show. He said, your wife's Latina.
Week plus?
Yeah, he said, your wife's Latina, right? Could you ask her what this rabbit guy is saying during the halftime show?
Did you say rabbit?
Or rabbit. I don't.
Bad Bunny,
she does not speak Spanish, Mike. She is Latina. She does not speak Spanish. I don't know what to tell you. And then finally, this one, we don't even work with this guy anymore. Carter Freeman texted me 6 months ago.
All right, okay.
He said, so my master plan is to get Aiden fired and then roll his job into mine and get some extra cash so I can travel to see OU play Illinois State. Same BS I tried with Ryan and failed at.
Right.
Whoops, wrong number. Yep, wrong number indeed, Carter. So anyway, those are my texts back to a few of the folks here at the station. I wanted to make sure you guys felt heard.
That's good. He really is the worst. I mean,
Carter?
He was you. Oh. He was God, Bobby. I like Carter. You were telling us
Carter never tried to get you fired like Aiden, so
you were telling us about like you not texting back like actual real important people.
Oh,
from
dude.
like March of last year.
I've got a bad run. So Laurie Haresh from ESPN Australia, who I love dearly, last year's Super Bowl, he and my wife were in the hotel bar, like comparing who had the longer streak of consecutive texts that I had not replied to in our text chain. Like, so it was. He was trying to say, yeah, look, he never replies. Look at this. And then she was like, I'm his wife. Look how infrequently he replies to me. And it's not on purpose, guys. I get lost sometimes. So That's all.
Okay. Very nice. That's good. I like it.
Yeah.
That was fun. All right, let's hook you up, boys and girls.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw on Friday, September 11th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Man, some of the Tolos not happy with Bobby over calling Eric out like that.
I mean, I was trying to show Eric that I cared and reply back to him.
All right, it is time for best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Robert?
It was a good weekend. I did end up actually having Valentine's plans. Like, I actually did some things. Now, the Valentine's plans are both the best and the worst of the weekend. So, we ended up on Friday night going to Lombardi Cucina for Valentine's Day. It was obviously a night early, but Friday night was going to work better. And so it was fantastic. I went there with Sean once, like a couple years back, or Sean was there and texted. He's like, hey, we're at Lombardi Cucina if you're in Frisco. And I was like, sure, I'm not far. I'll drop in. And it was really good. And Kristen, who can't do the whole gluten thing, she'll get just like desperately sick, was she had tried their gluten-free pasta, and she said, this is so good, like it's freaking me out. I'm worried that it's not gluten-free and I'm gonna get sick. And no, it was really well made. And so I remembered that. I tucked that away, Chop.
Man, you gotta go to Italy, man, because none of the pasta there has gluten in it. It's like, it's all fresh.
So what do they put in there, if not gluten?
I have no idea, but you could go with a gluten allergy in Italy and...
Well, this was this was a very good dinner. I enjoyed it quite a bit. It was a little bit on the pricier range, but that's also because we ordered a bottle of wine.
Because Italian food's generally not expensive.
No, it's not bad. Now I did order. I don't know if this is a faux pas. I ordered a steak.
Bro, I mean, it happens. People order steak at Italian restaurants all the time.
It's one of the better steaks I've had. It was really, really great. I mean, it was one of those ones that, like, when you're cutting into it, it's like, I could have cut this with a butter knife. I could have cut off a piece easily. No need for an actual sharp knife. But fantastic dinner. The problem was, I also ordered her flowers to arrive on Saturday.
All right.
Okay? Got the order together. It was supposed to be like, I don't remember. It was like 24 red roses and chocolates or something like that.
24, 2 dozen?
It was some. What are you, Shenandoah, 2 dozen roses. So, given our new apartment, we live on the, third floor, basically. The first couple floors are parking garage, but we're up there on the third floor, and you need a key fob to get up there. So, getting these flowers delivered to our place is proving to be impossible, because I left in the notes. I said on the notes for the delivery, I said, all right, hey, I'll need to get a call when you get there so I can come down and get them. Well, this flower service uses FedEx as the delivery method. Well, FedEx, no matter how many times I put in the notes what was there, and I don't know if they just can't do this or not. I've never gotten a call from FedEx, but the stuff that I put in the delivery notes, could not get a call. They wouldn't call and tell me that they had arrived. When they showed up at the office has a policy of not taking packages or anything else. And they couldn't fob up to the third floor. So there's just no way to deliver it unless I'm standing out there by the office and guessing when they're going to arrive.
Wow.
And so now they just didn't get delivered on Saturday. And they said, we'll try again Monday. And I was trying over the weekend to fix it and get everything straight, and there was nothing I could do about it. And so I hope it truly is the thought that counts, because those flowers didn't arrive. And if they arrive today, they're going to arrive a couple days old, and maybe dead at this point. I have no idea. But it's just an impossibility to get anything like that delivered in our apartment complex, I guess. This is, I'm sure, why the fan text is going to say this is where you're supposed to have a house, Bobby. I agree. But
yeah, that is where you're supposed to have
it's a house. It is what it's never been a challenge before to worry about, do I need to be standing right outside when they get there and timing it up and guessing when they're going to arrive? Because they don't have a live tracker of, hey, your delivery is going to be here at this time. So flowers did not work out. The dinner spot did, though. Oh, also, shout out Thursday night.
I've got flowers for you. You can buy some.
Are they your dad's flowers?
No, I'm selling flowers right there.
Oh, no. So I was going to tell you about that. I'm just going to donate to it. I don't need the flowers back, because aren't they, I told Kristen what they were, and she's like, we'll just donate the money. Those are flowers that you have to plant.
Yeah, they're
So we can't plant them. We're in an apartment.
That's why I should have sent it to the homeowners in the group.
Okay, well, screw it. You're not going to get a donation for your baseball team now. But I did run into some Tolos on Thursday night while we were eating dinner in Louisville. So shout out to Heather and Wade. They were very, very kind, and their whole family was there, so it was nice to see them. That was best and worst.
Pee-pee?
The best, it had to have been Saturday, Valentine's Day. I dedicated the whole day to Mackenzie. I was like, you know what, whatever you want me to do, just tell me, we'll go do it. So she wanted to go shopping, so we went to like Home Goods and TJ Maxx.
Hold on 1 sec. We got to call out somebody for the 407. Can you guys call out the guy at the gym for not being courteous enough to use his headphones while listening to the show? Good show choice, but he should listen as if there's other people around. So whoever you are, if you're out there working out at the gym right now and you have us on and you don't have headphones on, the guy next to you wants you to put headphones on.
Keep it on and turn it up.
Yeah, turn it up.
Leave it up. Louder.
Leave it up.
Tulu.
Everybody else who's not listening can hear it.
All right, go ahead.
But yeah, it was Saturday. Mackenzie went shopping. We went to dinner at Haywire in Plano in the evening. Very nice place. So we did all that Saturday. Saturday was the best. The worst kind of took over my weekend, though. And this was kind of Saturday as well, Friday to Saturday. I texted you guys that I went Karen mode on the city of Rockwall.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
The garbage people. I'll start off by saying this. I noticed Friday afternoon, Friday evening, my recycling bin was still full. No one had picked it up. Friday is the new schedule. In 2026, we got January 1st, we all got a letter saying, all right, here's a new schedule in Rockwall. Depending on where you live is what day you're going to get picked up trash and recycling. And my trash was picked up Friday, so that was great. Recycling was not. My neighbors had theirs gone. Mine was still full. And I'm like, what is going on? They just leave me in the dust, just blow right past me. Mm-hmm. And so I went on Facebook on the Rockwallian page.
Yeah, the Rockwallian.
Home of the Rockwalls, baby.
Where I'm still not allowed.
And you got to live there. You got to show proof of residency, Bobby. So there's like over 70,000 people there, and I posted, and I was like, I don't do this often. I don't go to social media for help like this. But I needed answers, so I posted. I said, hey guys, help me out here. Why is my recycling bin still full? They just not pick me up. Mm-hmm. Apparently, there's new rules out there that your trash bin and recycling bin can't be within 3 feet of each other, or they won't pick it up. They don't have
distancing.
I don't know why.
They're trying to flatten the curve.
Is it a truck that has an arm that lifts it up like that?
I don't know, but you can just move the trash bin a little bit to the left, I guess, or the right. I don't know, but it's like I have a cubby there because it's by the alleyway, like it's supposed to go there. And so they just did not pick it up. They just blow right past. I'm like, yeah, there's no way they did this to me. And a bunch of people were replying on that. I think I got 15, 16 replies saying mine hasn't been picked up in over 2 weeks. One guy said it hasn't been picked up in close to a month. And it's because the trash bins are right next to each other. And they also said if it's overflowing it off, the lid's not completely shut.
I've heard
they won't
that.
pick it up as well. Which I get it if stuff is hanging out the back or whatever, hanging off the sides. You don't want to do that because then it leads to a mess. But it's like, there's no way they just blew right past it or leave a note, leave a sticker. Hey,
yeah,
you got to follow the rules, buddy.
Oh God, I don't know why I coughed.
Are we just getting that lazy out there?
They have the rules for a reason. I don't know what it is.
Man.
But yeah, they want they'll say if the lid is not shut, we're not taking it. I've never found them not to take it. They always take it, and I put mine next. Mine are button up.
Yeah, they're right next to each other.
I put mine between me and my neighbor's driveway, and we all four of us, all four cans are back to back to back to back.
Because I don't have much wiggle room from the cubby they gave me when I moved into the house to the alleyway, the street, and that's when the jackass neighbor, Larry with the G, ran over my trash bin because he yelled at me and said, "Well, your trash bin's hanging out in the middle of the alleyway." So now I got people run over my trash bins and then people not picking it up. So now, and I got boxes overflowing. It's holidays were just here. Mackenzie's birthday. I got boxes all over the house, man, all over the garage. I need a place to put it, and now I'm going to have to go find a recycling bin somewhere.
Like I told you, man, just put it all in the trash. Recycling's fake anyway. I was looking up, I was like, how much actually gets recycled? They're like 5%. That's what the Google said.
That's a good number.
That seems very low. If that's the case, that's shameful. You're making us do all this extra work.
Do you dislike, like I do, basically being instructed on how to throw away your trash, though, when we're in California?
What do you mean?
Like when you've got trash and then they'll have like these big signs up on the trash cans like, stop. These are the things that go in this one. These are the things that go in this one. And these are the things that go in this one. Don't just throw your tray. I just don't like being coached on how to throw my trash away.
I just put, I don't know what compost is. Why can't it just say trash? In California, it says compost. What is that? Compost to me is like grass clippings.
I don't know. Because they got to use different words for some reason.
Just use trash. Trash, and recycling.
They're
And
not
there's a
always
third
very
one,
big
too.
on the meaning of words out there, though.
Yeah, that's true. It is best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. So, a couple of things here. First off, this was part of the worst. Julian goes to bed last night. Lucas spent the night at a friend's house. Julian went to bed. By the way, does anybody else have a 13-year-old who refuses to wash their hair? Because his hair stinks. And the reason he won't wash it is because that stupid alpaca haircut they all have only looks good if it hasn't been washed because it frizzes the right amount.
Don't they make hairspray for that stuff that he can just
they
throw
use
in there?
powder, they use spray, they use everything, right? Sea salt spray. It's constant. I'm like, dude, wash your hair. I had to wash it in the sink yesterday. I was like, dude, I'm done with this. I'm going to wash it. I told him to go back in the shower, wash it. He did. I mean, he just pats the shampoo on. He's got thick hair. God bless him. So I just put it in the sink, and I was like, all right, we're going to wash your hair. And now he said, I have no aura. He's like, you ruined my aura. So he goes to bed, and so just me and Sarah. And she is housing some veggie chips and salsa. Right? She bought these veggie chips. She thinks they're going to be more healthy for her or whatever. So I go over and I just start tapping her on the butt. Right? Do my old, a husband cannot walk past his wife.
You just go over there and tap
smacking her
Sarah.
right there. You can't do that. Nothing too randy.
I've been told
Right?
I'm not allowed to do that anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
she just says no. She's fine with that. She says, I don't know if she likes that. I'm going to say this, but she says, don't smack it. That hurts. She goes, if you're going to just grab.
I do a full grab.
Just do a
Absolutely.
squeeze and walk by.
Yeah,
Show me an
absolutely.
example. How do you do it?
So it's like if this thing is it,
Yeah.
I usually walk by and I go, bam. And she's like, no, she just wants me to go like that. Just like a grip and go.
Respect her.
All right, so, I do that. And then I move my hand to the small of her back, just the lower back area, and I feel a lump in her pants. And I was like, what is that? That's weird. It's in the back, Bobby. It's
I was
in
going
the
to say,
back.
usually you feel one in yours.
Perplexed, I kind of put my hand down the waistband, and there's something there, and it's soft and it's gooey. It was 2 small packets of butter that she had in her waistband because she was trying to melt in her pants to use on the dinner rolls.
Oh, I just thought because she had the veggie sticks and she was trying to eat healthy, this was like an addict trying to get
She was
clean.
hoarding the butter.
She's just trying to get clean, and she's like keystering butter.
I asked her how long those things were in there for, and she shrugged her shoulders. Like, it's possible these things could have been in there all night. I grab it, and I squeeze it, and the butter's all over my hand. Like she put them in her waistband.
It's softened all right.
Oh, it's softened.
It's good to go.
It's softened. I've never seen a human do this before. That was probably the worst because it took a while to get the butter off.
I will
the
put
butter. I had to wash my hands like 3 times to get the butter off.
I will put a cheese stick in my pouch of my hoodie for a little bit.
Okay, I can understand.
Just because
that.
I want when it's too cold, it just doesn't peel very efficiently.
Yeah.
So I want it to room temperature up a little.
The rain on Saturday, nothing bothers me more than losing a weekend of rain. I've said this before. I hate bad weather. You couldn't do anything. My youngest wanted to go to the track and because he's doing hurdles. He wanted to practice. By the way, there were some kids at the track breaking the hurdles. I was like, guys, what are we doing here? It's my tax dollars.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Don't break the hurdles.
Yeah.
So I don't understand what possesses a seemingly normal child to go out there, and a couple of them out there break all the stuff at the middle school. But I saw them. I told them to stop. They skedaddled. They skedaddled in their lime green pickup truck.
You gotta be
Girthquake.
the girthquake. You gotta be careful confronting the youth of today. Chop. If you're outnumbered, they'll G-check you sometimes.
You think so?
Yeah, they'll want to know. I dead serious knew somebody who was getting their on Halloween one year. They were getting their jack-o'-lantern stomped out. Like somebody came up there and just stomped it and was just playing a prank or whatever. But it was like 3 teenagers, and he went out there to confront him, and he got his ass kicked by those 3.
Really?
Yup.
Really?
Yep.
Oh man.
Knocked out on the porch.
Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Why didn't the Rangers get a Marcus Semien replacement? That has been asked by some MLB insiders. We will get into little Diamond Cavs next. And I got to give props, big time props, to a DFW resident or former DFW resident who had a really big comeback story over the weekend, a really good feel-good story. That's next on Sean and RJ on 105 through the...
Broadcasting Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you are not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Man, how can you not be romantic about wondering what your team did or didn't want to do this winter, or didn't actually do this winter? It is Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I got to give a shout-out to a local sports guy here in a little bit.
Thank you.
Want to get, I know, right? Want to get this, get that out of the way. But Jeff Passan asked, why the heck didn't blank about every team in Major League Baseball. And, I want to see what you thought about what he said about the Rangers. By the way, their percentage chance to make the playoffs, right at 36%. Is that higher or lower than you would have guessed? That's what the nerds say. 36%. Oh, by the way, sorry. They had their first baseball game on Friday.
Damn, that's quick. 36% according to who or whom?
Was that a hiccup?
Yeah, it was.
The nerds, Bobby. The nerds.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I guess roughly where I would expect it. Maybe it's a little higher. Baseball
higher than you expected.
Baseball Prospectus put out their what's it called, the PECOTA standings.
Yeah.
So they put that out. Their playoff adjusted percentage of the Rangers is 27%.
Okay. Yeah, this is from ESPN that had this. But
ooh, we got breaking news up there. Look at that. Savannah Guthrie has spoken directly to her mother's kidnapper.
Wow. Okay, that's good news. They know who it is, or they have
some sort of contact. I guess
some
at least according to that
contact.
headline on NBC. Anyway, continue. 27% is what Baseball Prospectus had it at. Probably around where I thought it would be.
Do you think that the sport is too high on them right now?
Yeah, I do. Look, here's the thing, and I'll say this because this has been getting a lot of people worked up. I don't, and feel free to set me straight on the fan text however you want.
And real quick, Rangers' first game is Friday.
Mm-hmm.
We will have the game on Saturday.
Oh,
the 21st, 2:00. Rangers Cubs, baby.
I don't understand. Like it seems like people just think I'm being critical to be critical. I'm really not. I want to know why so many are just content with what the offense is right now. And I know a lot of people said they're going to bounce back, and that's fine. And then they very well could. They could do that. The peripherals on them last year were really tough. They were really bad. There wasn't a whole lot of bounce back margins to be had in their peripherals. And you're talking about 3 out of the last 4 years of the offense having a lot of struggles and a lot of the bounce back that you're counting. Oh, Josh Young's going to bounce back. Evan Carter's going to bounce back. These are guys who also, even if they bounce back, have historically struggled with injuries. I don't know why. And I understand if you want to say they're handcuffed and then we just got to kind of deal with it, fine. Those are all fine. But I'm stunned by the amount of fans that seem to think there's nothing to be worried about with the offense, when I think there's a lot to be worried about with the offense.
There is a lot to be worried about, no doubt.
And I just want you to explain it on the fan text, 877-881-1053. And this is not any sort of like a challenge or a fight thing. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I just genuinely want to know, why do you feel like it's not a problem? Because I thought we were all in agreement at the end of last year. The offense is a problem in the way that the Cowboys defense is a problem.
Yeah, they're a middle of the pack baseball team right now, right? Their pitching is good enough to get them in the top half. Their hitting is good enough to get them in the bottom half. So they're right there in the middle. They'll probably win right around 81 to 84 games. Maybe 78 on the low end. If the pitching stinks or there's injuries, they're going to win a lot less. If the pitching stays healthy like last year, they'll win right around 81 games.
On those PECOTA standings we talked about, the projection for Texas is 84 wins. And that would have them as the last team out in the postseason.
Or the first team out.
First team out. They'd be first team out. And so it's because now the projection is super thin margins because Texas is 84.4 wins because it's obviously like 1,000 simulations. Baltimore, who's the last team in, is 84.7. So they have them as right on the borderline of a wild card team.
So here's what Passan writes. He goes, why the heck did the Rangers get a Marcus Semien replacement? Before Thursday, I might have leaned towards a lesser need, such as the lack of enough off-the-bench righty hitters to pair with 3 lefty swingers, Jock, Josh, and Evan Carter, who lack utility against lefties. Now, the second base picture is further blurred by the news that Sebastian Walcott will have elbow surgery. His season might be over before it began, even though, that still remains to be seen where they even would have played him.
Yeah.
That's... Even before that turn of events, they were probably looking at Josh Smith as the keystone regular, and then Duran and Cody Freeman. Smith, the key utility player for the Rangers the last 2 seasons, but his platoon disparities and defensive profile make him an ill-fitting regular. As a stopgap until Walcott's ready, it's fine. Now, though, the position looks less dynamic for the coming season, as in a last-place projection.
Were we watching the same Marcus Semien last year?
I don't think so, because Marcus Semien was pretty awful.
Okay, so you got Passan saying that. Over at the Ringer, they did grades for everybody's offseason. They gave the Rangers an A-. But the writer over there, who is Anthony DeBundo, or I don't know, he writes, I think the Rangers, the opening line of his article, of his review of the Rangers, giving them an A-. I think the Rangers moved on from Marcus Semien 1 year too early as opposed to 1 year too late. What?
Yeah, Marcus Semien.
I really respect Marcus Semien and what he did for this team on the road to a World Series and everything else, and he's contributed in a big way the last couple of years. He was bad last year, and it looked like, all right, this is it. I don't know why there's this seeming fascination from analysts that this is a big problem that he's gone.
You know what it is? Chuck Cooperstein long called this baseball nowheresville, where...
I thought Josh Hamilton said that.
But, and part of what that means is the national media doesn't have any clue. When they're talking about the Texas Rangers, they don't have a clue. They don't. And I don't care who it is. They don't have a clue. They don't pay attention. It's not they don't view it as, even though they won a World Series a couple years, they don't view it. They don't view the team as one they have to know. If you're a baseball analyst, you have to know about the Dodgers. You have to know about the Yankees. You have to know about the Red Sox. They get the biggest markets. They got the biggest fan base followings. It started to where you had, the Mets, Phillies, Braves, Astros have started in on that, obviously, over the last 10 years. There's a handful of teams. The Rangers aren't one of them. The national baseball media views the Rangers as a throw-in, and that's it. And it's sad, but it's, I guess you could say it's been earned over 60 years of not ever winning until recently.
Some of the stuff from the fan text.
I'll tell you. Josh Smith is the reason why. That's a stupid question about why did they replace Marcus Semien. They did. Josh Smith's a better hitter.
Yeah. Josh Smith last year. So if you look at league qualifying batters that were on the Rangers, so they had whatever it is, 3.1 plate appearances per game for the season. Josh Smith was second on the team in OPS. Now it was 700, which is sad and tells you where their offense is. But Marcus Semien has not been the hitter that Josh Smith has been the last couple of years. And so I'm in 100% agreement there. Now, over on the fan text, some of the replies to my question of what am I missing here? 940 says, because they had a lot of guys having career worst years, it's hard to believe Jock and Berger are going to be that bad again. That's fair. That's 100% fair. 940, people don't understand how good Nimmo is. He is a massive upgrade in the lineup over Semien.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. The idea that Marcus Semien is a big loss right now is just stunning to me. He's not a big loss.
214, if all the guys in the lineup have career average splits, they will be one of the best offenses in baseball. 757 says, I'm more concerned with who's going to close games for this team.
Well, my assumption is the guy who closes, let's just say they make the playoffs. The guy who closes game one of the playoffs isn't on the roster.
Yeah.
Or he's a starting pitcher that will be moved to the bullpen for the playoffs.
How important do you think closers are?
Are you a good team?
This Rangers team. How important do you think they are for this Rangers team?
If you're not going to make the playoffs, they're important because they could keep you from missing the playoffs. They're huge in the postseason.
Do you believe in closers being a mindset or a mentality, or do you think it's just your best reliever should be your closer, whoever that is?
Because
there's some people.
There's definitely a mindset to it. You have to not have a memory. Like, all right, being a field goal kicker, is that a mindset or a talent thing?
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways it is a mindset. So yeah,
I think
and that's probably the kickers and bullpen are two. I feel like of the most easily comparable, like cross sport type of positions that we have. Agree. But like, I mean, we've seen that with a guy who's been a really good reliever now for several years is Chris Martin, and he's not somebody that they really view at all as a closer for whatever reason that would be. They don't want to give him a shot at it. There must be something about the makeup that they don't like.
And look, I think the way the game is trending, some teams will put their closer in the 7th inning if it's a high leverage situation. But I mean, I still think those final 3 outs are just different, and players will tell you that. It's just something's different about it. So to me, the closer is a. I mean, obviously you have to have talent. You've got to have unique pitch ability, and you got to have bat missing ability, but you got to be able to forget what your problems are.
Do you remember who led the team in saves last year? It was a 3-way tie.
It was Garcia?
It was a 3-way tie. Garcia's won. It was that Herman Cain tax plan. 999.
Oh my God!
Sean Armstrong, Robert Garcia, and Luke Jackson all had 9 saves last year.
9?
9 each.
That's insane.
You couldn't even get into double-digit saves as an 81-win team.
You won 81 games and nobody had more than 9 saves? That's disgusting.
And I mean, how many saves did Luke Jackson blow last year?
Probably 8.
Yeah,
probably about 8 of them.
He's right around there.
All right, Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Before we, I want to play this audio real quick for you. How upset would you be if one of your pitchers said this? This is Chris Sale for the Braves about the pitch challenge system that's coming to baseball this year. How upset would you be if one of the Rangers said this?
I will never challenge a pitch. I will never do it. I won't do it.
Why?
Because I'm not an umpire. That's their job.
That's fair enough.
I'm a starting pitcher. I've never called balls and strikes in my life. Plus, I'm greedy, and I know that. I think they're all strikes. Especially the catchers nowadays, the way they catch the ball, the way they receive, they make them all look like strikes. And again, I'm a starting pitcher, and I'm greedy. I like pitches that are on the corner that might be a little off. In the heat of moment, especially you throw a good pitch, you got Murph or Baldy or whoever back there, and they kind of catch it the right way. I mean, they make a lot of balls look like strikes, and I don't want to take away one of those challenges that might be needed later on in the game.
I like it, actually.
Really? Could you imagine if Schottenheimer said, "I'm not challenging a play"?
But I like
I'm
it.
not a referee.
I like it from the perspective of him being a starter. I like his awareness to go, I'm going to think there's a bunch of stuff that strikes that are not because of the way, that's not what I do. I don't think it's like just who could judge them. I think it's more of a thing of like, I have a different view of what the strike zone could be. And if I go challenging stuff recklessly because I think it should be a strike and we end up losing that, and then we're 8th, 9th inning and there's a big strike call and we don't have a challenge because I got greedy with it. I kind of like it. I kind of like the position.
Okay.
It's not a bad thought. Wouldn't you, wouldn't you say you don't want reckless challenges in the first half of games because you don't want to lose that ability for a fourth quarter one?
I get it. I understand what you're saying.
Well, the catcher should be the only one really challenging anything. I mean, they're right there.
The catcher knows. The catcher should know. This is one of those things where, he says it, sounds great. That first time that it's a 3-2 pitch in the 6th inning in a tie game that's got
he'll do it.
With
he
2
will
outs
do it.
and the bases loaded. Come on,
he will do it. But also, I think he's probably right because how many times do we see pitchers that think stuff was strikes that just were not?
Yeah. I'll tell you this. I saw a story this week. I don't know. I hope it's not true, but the Chicago Sun-Times reported it, that they're going to do away with the box, the K-zone box in baseball this year because
thank God
they don't want
the drama ruined.
No, they don't want somebody in the back watching the video and then phone it in to challenge.
Just say Houston.
Just say Houston. Simple. Diamond Cavs here on Sean and RJ on 105.3. The Phantom RJ Choppy. He is Bubby Bill. Peyton and Aiden. Aiden's in here. He's alongside. I'm going to attack youth sports here.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm going to shout out the greatest theater in all of sports, and I still got to give kudos to a DFW legend. All coming up next year on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you over to Platinum Ford and Terrell. It is, of course,
dealers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Coming up at 8:40, it is Below the Belt here on Sean and RJ on 105.3. The Fan. Bobby's really into this curling match that's happening right now. The Winter Olympics, Sweden and Swiss.
I mean, it's riveting action.
I like it. All right, Sean and RJ here on The Fan. I want to delve into, you know what I need right now? I need mass non-compliance from parents out there. I saw this, and I knew this was coming, but it's finally here because it started happening. Started getting some notes about this over the weekend that was going to happen during youth sports this year. So for a while now, like some of these private equity companies have bought up these facilities, or they bought into youth sports, and they are telling parents you can't film and then post these videos online because we have a streaming service at the facility that we want you to purchase. We want you to buy the streaming service, so we are going to tell you you can't film at your child's games. And to which my response is, good luck.
Starts at which age?
I mean, it depends. It's facility based. Not every facility has this.
And this would not be for, I would guess, not for school games, right? This is more for
school
leagues,
games.
Select
it would be
leagues
for
Like
select. It'd be for select. It would not be. The school games are. I mean, you're in charge of the school games, right? I mean, you're the booster. You're paying for everything. At some of now we haven't come across this yet, but we've gotten notices that it's going to be happening at some of these facilities that we may be going to. And I'm just saying that we need to have mass non-compliance from all parents out there. If everybody just refuses to adhere to the rule, then the rule doesn't work. And I think we need that in this situation. I think we need that here. Because good luck. What are you going to do? You're going to tell a parent they got to put their phone away? This is a wedding?
Yeah, I agree that it's silly. The only thing I'm wondering here is, so do you have to, I would imagine even still as a parent, you have to pay to get into the ballpark, right? You have to buy a ticket?
So sometimes they make you pay. Sometimes it's baked in. You have to pay. Either you have to pay at the facility when you get there, or it's baked into the tournament fee.
So I agree that it's silly, but like they can enforce this, right? Because they're like the admission to the game, I assume, is
I guess they could. They could throw you out. Yeah,
like it's under and it'd be awful optics to do that.
It'd be the first time a parent gets thrown out of the game.
Yeah, that's true. You've ever been thrown out?
I've not.
Have you ever been close?
No. You've seen me at a game. I don't say.
No, I know you're very. That's why I would figure it would be more for something else on the periphery, like nothing to do with the game. That's why I was curious if anything else, because you're very much a silent watcher.
I don't like to say anything.
You're very stoic, and I can't tell if it's just game face or if it's like nerves watching the kids play, and so you're a little kind of a nervous ball of energy, so you sit tight.
Yeah, it's not nerves necessarily. I'm just I don't embarrass them.
I see
my kids are getting embarrassed.
I see when he was at the plate, I saw some anxiousness in you.
Of course, yeah, I want to get a hit,
and even when he gets a hit, because he did get a hit in that at bat that I watched, it was like. I want to say it was just like an eyebrow dropping was the only tell that you had just exhaled, like, oh, good job.
I feel like RJ's the dad that says something, and then when the umpire looks back, he's looking around going, he's over there.
Who's that guy? Who in the world said that? But, like, obviously, it's a silly rule, but I guess they can enforce it.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Like, video, what I do with video is, like, that's how I go back and...
I don't want to know what you do with video.
Well, you got to watch the tape, right? No, but like if he's at the plate, that's how I go back and break down a swing. If something wrong with the swing.
Yeah,
it's a technique thing. It's not to like post it,
dude. The amount of money, and like I said, we talked about this on Friday, and I'd like to explore it at some point this offseason if people were interested in it, if we were to kind of do a a look at this. But, good call. 469 says get you the meta glasses. And
oh, gosh!
Hit record on them. Good call. Man. 817, just hide a camera in center like the Astros, Chop.
Man, so Sarah follows a dancer on Instagram. You know, exotic.
Yeah.
And she says that the meta glasses are like a big problem in the club.
Well, I would think people would know because that light illuminates.
The light, yeah.
But I mean, at a baseball game,
you can take a picture without the light illuminating.
That's true. At a baseball game, it'd be much easier to do that. But I would be interested to know if the fan text would at any point be interested in this in the offseason, doing kind of a deep dive into what I feel is just the for lack of a better word, the gross world of youth sports. And not because of anything with the kids, a lot of times not anything to do with the parents, just the way that people are being taken advantage of financially and the stress that's put on these kids in the process of recruiting. And it's, I mean, when we got around the Keller softball team a little bit, and I could hear some of their stories, and I remember one of the dads, I won't say which one just because I don't know if he'd want to be identified, but he was talking about how in order to go to the travel tournaments with his daughter, he had gotten to a point where like they would have to take vacation days. He had run out of vacation days, and his daughter had like the biggest tournament coming up for her college showcase essentially, and it was in Colorado. So he was faced with either I don't go and she's going by herself to this thing and kind of off on her own and big scary world, and she's in another state and we don't have anybody looking after her, or I go, which is what he did, and I just have to take it as my own day, and he's not getting paid that day for work.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, we got a situation coming up in the summer where, you know, Luke is playing a game in Hoover, Alabama. Well, I got to go because my ex-wife went last year. This year is my week. So it's like, do I take the week off? Do I do the show from there?
I mean, that'd be pretty cool. Do the show from there. It doesn't sound like they'd let you have recording equipment in the bleachers.
Well, I would do it in the hotel.
Oh, okay.
You know, because he could drive. But I'm not going to let him drive 3 states over and stay by himself. Someone's got to be there. He can find a way to the game. I would do the show in the hotel room. But I don't know. It's a crazy world, man, and it's bothersome.
No, it is.
Youth sports, and you know, you got people. I told the story a couple weeks ago about that recruiting services trying to bilk me out of $3,000. It's like, come on. I get it. You're trying to make money. You're trying to do a business. You know, it's a scam. Everybody knows it's a scam. That's where we sit. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105 The Fan. I got to do some couple of golf things here. First off, Jordan Spieth, DFW zone. This guy put on an absolute. It's a clinic. He put on a clinic at Pebble Beach this weekend. Now, why did he put on a clinic? Because he didn't win. He didn't win the tournament. Let's see. He was in 14th last I checked. And he wound up finishing in 29th, 13 under. He was 9 off the pace. Colin Morikawa wins. But Jordan Spieth is the most must-see, maddening athlete in all of sports. I cannot look away. He is an elite disaster, and he's been an elite disaster for probably 4 years now.
And why is that?
Because he all he does is get himself into trouble and then out of trouble on every hole. Aiden's going to put this up on the fan cam. He's on 18 on Saturday. Now, 18 at Pebble Beach goes along this thing called the ocean.
Yep.
He hits the ball onto the beach, onto the rocks. He goes down onto the beach, onto the rocks, hits it out, hits it across the fairway behind a giant oak tree or redwood or whatever they're called out there. And then he is climbing up this cliff. This glacier. He's climbing up the glacier just to get back onto the fairway. Somehow this guy saves par. From the beach to behind a tree, and he still saves par.
That's what we do. Longhorns, baby.
He doesn't hit it far. He doesn't hit it straight. He doesn't make putts. He doesn't make tournaments. But all this guy does is get into and out of trouble on every hole. And I can't look away. And it's just amazing. He should win, I don't know, 1 out of every 10 tournaments? Like, he's good. He's that good. He should. But he also is that bad because he just doesn't do anything great, but he does everything great at the same time. It's a wild experience. And that 18th hole, go back and watch it. It was the full Jordan Spieth's full Jordan Spieth experience, and it was a masterpiece to watch.
So
it was so frustrating at the same time.
So obviously, I don't watch golf. I'm a savant. I'm good at it. I just don't watch it.
Absolutely.
But I feel like at least the narrative for me, as somebody who doesn't understand it, and I'm sure it sounds completely ignorant. I feel like Jordan was the next up, or like Jordan was about to be like, all right, this is the guy who could take over and become a superstar, or whatever else. And then it has completely gone sideways. Who is his comparison in sports of like who is he similar to in terms of trajectory in other sports? Like, explain this in NFL terms for me.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Joe Burrow?
He would be considered as high up as Burrow would.
When Burrow went to the Super Bowl, right? And when Jordan Spieth is winning his majors, he won 3 majors in 2 years, right? He was the thought of as like, all right, this guy's he's a dog, right? And then he just now Burrow's had injuries, but Burrow also has been healthy and not made the playoffs, right? I think it's kind of like that. Like he was at the beginning of his career, just oh my god, and then kind of went.
Wasn't Rory that way?
Yeah,
a little bit.
Rory was that way.
So
Rory
is he
10
just,
years without winning?
So is he just new era Rory?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, he got married.
Yeah, somebody on the fan text said he got married. He sucks since he got married.
Happens. Brooks Koepka had a child, hasn't won. And now obviously he was on Live. Speaking of Live, I got to shout out Anthony Kim. Anthony Kim lived in Southlake for a very long time.
I hate Live.
I was actually going to put this as my best of the weekend. I didn't have a best of the weekend because of the rain.
Yeah, and you were rubbing up on butter pants.
That's right, butter pants. But Anthony went to OU. He lived in Southlake for a lot of years. I don't know if he still lives there or not. He may own some property there. I met him a few times, played golf with him once. He won at Live this weekend in Australia. And Live is what it is, but he hasn't won since 2010. And since then, he ruptured his Achilles. He was massively addicted to drugs. There were reports that he was going into the bathroom at majors, between holes, at Augusta, and just to get high to get through the round. Like there were reports about that. It was crazy, right? He had suicidal thoughts. He had spots where he couldn't even get into rehab, and his family got him back. His wife, his child, and he gets a shot at Live. He was 5 back to start the final round. He goes 9 under. He wins. It's his first win since 2010. And after the round, and this will kill you. He said, I'm glad my daughter doesn't have a loser for a father anymore. Holy cow. Like, that hit me hard. I felt so happy for Anthony Kim. He's had a rough last dozen years, and he is back, and it's awesome, man. Again, I don't think he lives here anymore. I know he did for a while, but I think he moved back to California. But really, really cool for Anthony to get back out there.
That's good stuff.
Yeah. What's coming up next to Below the Belt?
If the Cowboys are going to bust the budget, who exactly are they going to bust the budget with? That's next in Below the Belt here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Are the Cowboys about to get a Chubb? Bradley? Not Nick.
Well,
no, that's what I mean, because there's two guys with the last name Chubb in the NFL.
Right, there are.
So are they going to get one of them? A Chubb. That'd be Bradley Chubb. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt.
Never mind.
Which is sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Window Nation. No, finish the thought. What?
No, I know it's sometimes you get older, you get a thing called a filter. I think you lose the filter.
I've heard about those.
You lose the filter. I didn't have a filter when I was your age. I was a young buck. But now that I'm an old man, and I'll lose the filter eventually.
When did it come around?
The filter?
Mm-hmm. What age, roughly?
When I come around. That was about 94, 95, that song?
No, when did your filter come around?
I think when I met Sarah.
And how old were you then? Like 40?
How old am I? 42, 41, something like that.
Okay, so I still got time before mine comes around. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to dive into Calvin Watkins had a primer, however you want to say it, for the Cowboys offseason, and he named some potential free agent targets for the Cowboys. But before we get to the list there, we have to give you the breaking news, which was sent in by the top Tolo texter at the station, Peyton Russell.
Oh, hey.
He texted it in. It was not Alec. It was Peyton this time. Jordan Schultz is saying that the Dolphins and two-time Pro Bowl pass rusher Bradley Chubb are parting ways, making the 29-year-old a free agent. Man, he feels like he's 34, doesn't he, Bradley Chubb?
Yeah, he does.
In his two full seasons with the Dolphins, 23 and 25, he was out in 24. Chubb had 20 sacks, 8 forced fumbles, and 117 tackles. He should have a nice market, Jordan Schultz says. He also had Chubb had 8.5 sacks this past season and was a top trade candidate before the deadline, with 3 teams actively trying to trade for him before Miami opted to keep him. Dallas was one of those teams that checked in on Chubb at the trade deadline. He doesn't mention that there. I'm mentioning that. But Dallas had checked up on Chubb at the deadline. So maybe now that he's a free agent, that might be one of the types of signings you would make to kind of add to your pass rush, kind of sort things out a little bit. I would be in favor of kicking the tires on Bradley Chubb personally.
34, you said?
No. See, that you're supposed to be listening. 29, and I said it feels like he's 34, doesn't it? He's 29, Chubb.
Then
the budget.
Yeah, I'd kick the tires. Absolutely.
I think it's worth looking to. Like I said,
Can you get him at a Clowney rate?
No, probably not. Probably more expensive, I would guess. Younger than Clowney, has shown more recent sustainable success, but also not coming off of as fresh an injury as Clowney was. But I'm saying bring Clowney and Chubb in here. I'm for that. I like the idea of Chubb as a cheaper alternative to Trey Hendrickson is all that I'm saying. And that's where we get to the list of names that Calvin Watkins has. And I'm going to throw some of these out. I want to get your thoughts on these. In his offseason overview, he said, which free agents should the Cowboys target? And look, I'm not saying that all these are, but I don't think Calvin is one to just throw things out there like made up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's just one to, all right, I got to fill an article. Let me just come up with some names. Like, I think he generally has an idea of some people that may be involved. So here are the list of 5 free agent possibilities. One of them, a running back, the only offensive player on his list, and a name very familiar to all of us here in Dallas, particularly us here on the morning show.
Ezekiel Elliott.
Nope, because we just talked to him 2 weeks ago.
Rico Dowdle.
Rico Dowdle. If the Cowboys can't re-sign Williams, bringing back Dowdle could work. He's well respected in the locker room. I would not be, if for some reason the Javonte Williams stuff went sideways, I would not be opposed to bringing Rico Dowdle back at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Where do you stand on just giving it to a rookie?
I mean, there's got to be consent, but like for you to you got to come to a contract agreement to play them on the ground. I'm fine if they can do it. I'm fine if they can do it. More on Michael Jordan coming up next segment.
Hang on a second. We got to talk about that.
Aiden, get this on the fan cam.
9 o'clock.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
Aiden,
that'll
get
go
the
up.
Jordan video. We got to talk about this at 9 o'clock.
Blur it first.
What?
I said blur it first. I don't know what was happening
what
there.
he was doing there.
That was very odd, that video. More on that coming up at 9. But no, yeah, I'm fine with a rookie starting running back. That's fine. It's obviously got to be the right guy in the right mix, because I mean, Ashton Genty didn't work out last year. So could that work out with somebody else potentially? All right.
Did Ashton Genty not work out because the Raiders stink?
Yeah, I mean that's part of it. And then the Cowboys,
I would say it's 80% of it.
It's a large part of it, yeah. But I'm just saying that it depends on the running back and what your situation is.
Yeah.
Like, that was not going to work for the Raiders last year. So, and it's not because of Genty, it's just because of the way their offense was set up. So, tell me, it was not going to work out with Jaden Blue last year. There's a reason he didn't start. So, but it just depends on who it is and what the context is. Some of the other names that Calvin Watkins suggests over at the Dallas Morning News as free agent possibilities for the Cowboys: Alex Singleton, the linebacker from Denver. Singleton said he wants to return to the Broncos and chase a Super Bowl ring. Can he do that in Dallas, though? Alex Singleton, obviously a guy who has been in Denver for a couple of years now. He was there, I believe, at the same time as Christian Parker. And so some experience there, some familiarity there, and a guy who has turned his career from being an undrafted guy and somebody who ended up in the CFL initially and then had a stint in the middle of his NFL career back at the CFL. He has been a pretty steady, solid option at linebacker. He will be 33 next season. Some of the other names here: Nakobe Dean, Philadelphia. Deemed too small coming out of Georgia, but has emerged as a rising talent. Health is the biggest issue with him. I'm terrified of Nakobe Dean, because he's been fine. I don't think he's been a superstar in Philly. He's been fine. He would know what Christian Parker's trying to do. He would be a good advocate and a good communicator for some of that stuff. But, man, he is a smaller, slower linebacker with injury problems. And you've already got injury problems with DeMarvion Overshown. Do you want to introduce that with another big acquisition that you have at the position? Malcolm Kuntz is also an option, the edge rusher from Las Vegas. That's Koonce. Choppy.
Yep.
Edge rusher from the Raiders. He's coming off of a torn ACL. He had 4.5 sacks and 13 quarterback hits in a backup role in 2025. He was somebody that the Cowboys kicked around a little bit as a potential option that they were investigating during the season around the trade deadline. And then the last name, and this would be busting the budget: Cincinnati edge rusher Trey Hendrickson. And we're hearing this name a lot lately, Chop. Where Jeremy Fowler suggested it. I think Breer had mentioned him. Calvin's talking about him here. Todd mentioned him in passing, not as like an option, but just as like an example, I think, of, hey, here's somebody who's out there. But he says that after failing to come to contract terms for several years, he's finally on the market. His age, 31, and health, coming off core surgery, give you some pause. The top defensive player on the free agent market this year, by all accounts, is Trey Hendrickson.
Yes.
This is not any sort of super comfortable position to be in, though, because like Calvin just mentioned there, the injury history, the age,
and the cost.
If you're going to bust the budget, though, and you're looking for somebody on defense, that's probably the top guy.
Oh, easily.
So are you willing to go that direction, though?
Number is?
Let's say the number is, say it's 3 for $90. I'm just throwing a number out there. I don't know if that's the number.
Okay,
but
I do believe that's $30 million a year.
3 for $90, and the first year is fully guaranteed. The second year is like 80% guaranteed. And then you're free of it on year 3 if you want to be.
And Pickens is what?
Like what value would Pickens sign for?
Yeah, like what happens with George?
Let's say he plays on the tag.
He plays on the tag?
Let's say that's the setup.
Man, that's gonna be tough.
You could make Hendrickson cheaper this year on a 3-year deal. You could
make him 10.
Yeah, you could make it a lower number.
Yeah, okay. I like Trey. Trey's a good player. He actually gets home a lot.
So what if I told you? Okay, so that's busting the budget. What if I told you the middle tier is still pricey, but not the top tier? The middle tier is Bradley Chubb.
Okay.
and then I tell you the value tier where you're hoping to connect on a veteran is Joey Bosa. Would you rather have Bosa on a lower tier, Chubb in the middle, or Trey Hendrickson at the top of the market? If you're this Cowboys team,
probably Chubb or Bosa. So here, interesting thing here, from the 901. They said you need legit talent in this team, not depth. On deep, man, I think depth is so underrated.
On the defensive line, I think you could get away with just depth. But he's 901.
At the corner level, you really need depth.
He or she, whoever it is. I don't know. I don't want to
have any holes at corner.
I think that depth is passable at the edge. You do need play. You need to add some really good players on defense. You need really talented players, at least a couple that you're going to add. And you've got 2 first-round picks that you can potentially play with a little bit and maybe get yourself a top-tier safety if you can find Caleb Downs. Maybe you get yourself a edge rusher with a high ceiling.
How many players on defense would you rather... See, I would rather have, and this is perfect right here. It was just then, and I was thinking the exact same thing. They went a little bit higher than I would rather have 5 B- players than 2 A+ on defense,
and 3 C's or whatever.
If you took me, no.
3D.
If you said I could have 2 A+ and 3 C+, I'd rather have that than 5 B-. But if it's 2 A+ and 3 D, 3 Kenneth Murrays, if you said I could have 3 Kenneth Murrays and 2 Patrick Surtains versus 5, just give me a solid
5 Kenny Clarks.
Yeah, I'd rather 5 Kenny Clarks than 2 Surtains and 3 Kenneth Murrays.
I mean, I can see the argument. I can see the argument
no
for
holes.
it.
I want no holes. I want solid players.
I think you can, though, go ahead and try to find 2 A players and 3 C+ to B.
Gotta find C+.
I think you can find that. You just have to be willing to pony up the money for it.
If you get 2 A+ players and 3 B- players, I mean, you've got on defense. You add those to this defense. You got yourself.
They need bare minimum, like we said,
7
starting caliber players added to the roster this offseason. Yep. It's a lot.
Below
D-Belt
right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Happy President's Day to everyone out there. How the NBA and Major League Baseball are addressing their biggest problems. We got the Red Zone and Crosstalk coming up next in the 9 o'clock hour on 105.3 The Fan. But
105.3 The Fan.
9 o'clock hour here, Sean and RJ, 105.3. And it's not hump day. It's not even
Tuesday.
close to hump
Every
day.
hump day is hump
It's
day
not
if you're
even
creative
Tuesday.
enough.
Huh?
Every hump day is hump day if you're creative enough.
It's a holiday.
Holiday.
It is.
So you could say that. It's President's Day.
We've been teasing it all morning. We're going to get into it now.
Who is your favorite
RJ
president?
Choppy's favorite and least favorite pieces of legislation that presidents have pushed for over the last 50 years.
Man, my favorite is Nate Newton's pardon. That's my favorite.
That is a good one.
That is my favorite.
It's not the favorite of some other people on Twitter who...
Man, if you got a problem with Nate Newton getting pardoned or...
There's a handful of just losers who were jumping down Nate's throat and said, like, don't thank that man for your pardon. It's like, I don't care who it is. Ideologically, I don't care if I agree with
Marcus Mosier,
whoever.
You.
Yeah, if Marcus Mosier became president and pardoned you.
That would never happen. That would never happen.
Bobby. Play the game.
So, okay, if he's, then yeah, even him, I would say thank you.
Oh, look, I've long said I'll play golf with anybody if they get me on the right course, as long as they play fast.
Yeah. You
doesn't matter how bad of a person you are. If you get me on the right course, I'll join you.
Yeah. So but I mean, just the whole thing. Like, it's not a lot. A handful of people go like, "How could you even accept this pardon?" It's like, I'm accepting the pardon from anybody, and then I'm saying, "Thanks, appreciate it."
Yeah.
To any of them,
with a period at the end of the sentence.
Period.
Yeah.
Period.
How are baseball and the NBA both trying to address their biggest problems?
Well, we got the NBA, which is at the All-Star break right now, and the NBA doesn't know how they're trying to address their biggest problems yet. They know what their biggest problem is, though, and that's a step in the right direction because they don't always have an understanding of that. Adam Silver opened up about changing the draft structure, some different ways to address this tanking issue that they've had. The Jazz were fined $500,000. The Pacers had to pay $100,000 due to these, as they describe them over at Yahoo, nefarious roster management decisions as they continue to deal with this really bad issue of tanking, as blatant as it's been in, I don't know, as long as I can remember with the NBA. This is one of the worst runs they've had in terms of tanking. But Adam Silver had said that, yeah, we've got to find something that hits them where it hurts, and we're evaluating all options here, basically, and trying to figure out a way to be able to curb some of this. Because right now, the NBA is pretty unwatchable.
It's tough. I mean, look, the All-Star game, it's getting good reviews. Less than 24 hours later. I mean, it's getting good. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. The main issue with the NBA All-Star Game of the last several years that nobody cared. The players didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
They at least are getting some points for putting up effort. There was some. It still wasn't a knockdown, drag-out defensive battle.
No.
Okay? They still put up 40-plus points in all the quarters they played. Except for like one that got like 38.
Here's the biggest problem right now to me with what the NBA's trying to figure out and their issues that they're having with tanking at the moment. The problem is that, did you guys ever play Madden or MLB The Show or whatever else? And did you ever start a franchise mode or something like that, and then you would simulate the season and just go, all right, I'll either be terrible and I'll have picks that I can do for franchise mode that I'll get into next year, or we just fast forward to the playoffs and now I can play the playoffs.
I would play opening day just because I want to play it, and then I would sim probably through the All-Star break, and then if my team was bad, I'd be like, all right, now I got to play because I want to make the playoffs.
Yeah, but like if you were on the road to taking first in the division, you just let it go, and then you play it. The NBA, that's what the NBA is like a viewing sport at the moment, is a bunch of teams just simulating the regular season. And going, okay, if we're bad, let's keep sucking worse, and so we'll get a good pick. And if we're good, we'll just coast into the playoffs, and then we'll actually start trying once we get there. Yeah. It has a bigger problem than any other sport of just not giving a damn about the regular season.
Look, I know you're not. I know you don't like Adam Silver. I know you think he's a pushover, and he is.
Commissioner 2.5.
But I don't think the players not playing is really on him. If they don't want to play, they're not going to play. If they don't want to play...
In the All-Star game or during the regular season?
During the regular season. What's he going to do? He's already taken away their chances of winning these awards.
Which was effective early on.
And now eventually they're like, don't
But also
care.
that's also... A lot of what we're talking about here is team-driven, not necessarily player-driven. It's teams
Right. So you can't really. You've done what you can there. You've done what you can there. If the players care, like Michael Jordan, and we'll get to him in a minute. He played 82 games a year, like all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, that wasn't because he's like healthier than these guys necessarily. He also wanted to. Like, if these guys really wanted to, like, if every game was a playoff game, these guys would be playing every night. But they don't want to because they want to rest their bodies to get ready for the playoff. And like you said, a lot of it is team-driven.
Then you know what the solution...
What are you going to do? You can't do it. Adam can't do anything about it.
I mean, the solution is, and they'll never do it because of money and other things, the solution is at that point, you may just have to reduce the regular season so that guys feel like they're getting enough time in between games.
Well,
or you
look,
extend your calendar.
If they took...
You extend your calendar and put more breaks in between games.
All right, let's say they get to 60 games.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Because, we played that rant from Russo last week where he went off on the NBA. I think it was Jaren Jackson and load management. And Jackson's now having surgery on a growth. So, is it a load management problem or a number of games problem? Like, if the NBA got rid of 20 games and they went down to a 62-game season or even a 60-game season,
mm-hmm.
let's say they play 60 games in the same amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
So you still have the same amount of days to play. So in baseball, you have 162 games and 183 days.
Yep.
Okay, so you have like 21 off days a year, basically one a week. Let's say in basketball, you have 82 games at 120 days or whatever it is. Now, let's say you do 60 games in the same amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Are guys really playing more games?
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah, because they're getting the rest. They're getting the rest that they wanted.
And you know what? If you're the owners and you're saying, well, I don't want to lose the revenue,
then you extend the calendar
of 20 games. If you're the owners, you say, I don't want to lose the revenue of those 20 games. Fine, increase the playoffs. So what you do is you make. So now we have the play-in game. 8. It's what is it? 7, 8, 9, 10.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You just give 1 and 2 a bye, and you make 3 versus 10 in a 5-game series, no off days, best of 5. Or you have you can have your off days if you want to, but that gives the 1 and 2 seeds 2 weeks off to start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
they'll take it.
There's not a whole lot of easy fixes for this. I don't know if it feels more like, when they talk about, as it is President's Day, Chubb, how they talk about with policy issues that are difficult to push through. None named in particular, but they will talk about, you basically need to change hearts, you need to change minds. You can't just will something to happen, right? Like, you can't just will a piece of legislation to happen. You've got to win people over to the idea. You've got to win people over and change their minds and change their hearts. The NBA is facing an issue right now where it's like, I think you just have to change the minds and the hearts and what the league values in terms of players and ownership. Like, they have to. The only way you fix this is by them wanting to do it.
Right. Yeah,
by them wanting to have it. Like, I mean, as much as people hate the old head, like, well, back in my day kind of era talk that the NBA is guilty of at times, they're right. They did care about it a little more. They cared about every single one of those 82 games for the most part. Yeah. That was just a heart issue at that point.
Right.
And I don't mean like heart isn't like giving effort, but I mean just like where their passion lied. They cared about it. Guys today, they don't necessarily care about it.
Right. And we tied this in, basketball is trying to fix their biggest problem, which is load management, which is tanking, which is guys not playing. Baseball's biggest problem is the owners, and the owners want to burn it down. And the owners have said they want to burn it down. And they're gonna do whatever they can to miss the postseason. And one of the things that I found that was most stunning is the reason why these owners are so, boy, it makes you sick. They're so hell-bent on this is, Passan has written about this, Rosenthal, they all have. The owners in baseball see the team valuations on Forbes, a completely meaningless ranking, by the way, they're going up in the NFL and the NBA at a higher rate than baseball. And baseball's saying it's because they don't have a salary cap to where they know exactly how much revenue is going to come in each year. Whereas in baseball, they don't know. Like the Dodgers, they could spend 1 year $400 million, the next year spend $100 million. So they don't know year to year how much money they're going to get in because there's no cap. And that's going to lower the value. And I understand that because, like, in no world are the Golden State Warriors a more valuable franchise than the New York Yankees. In no world.
Right.
In no world is that even. In no world are they even worth half. None. Not a single one. Yet they are, according to Forbes. And baseball's like, well, that's because of the cap. Okay. Then just open your books and stop cooking your books. Stop pretending you're getting a loss.
Yeah, and
that's the problem.
They won't do that,
and they won't.
They will never open their books.
But they'll do it if there's a cap.
So
they'll open their books for a cap.
The Athletic wrote about the other day what a cap would look like in MLB, and some of the things that would be done to kind of come to an agreement. Because obviously, you have to there's give and take in labor negotiations. There's got to be something in it for players. What would it like? What is the positive of the cap for them in a lot of instances?
The only positive for the cap would be it would raise the floor.
Minimum salaries would go higher. This is Evan Drellich.
Evan Drellich, yeah, he's with the Athletic.
So he said that it would raise minimum salaries. He said it would likely, one of the concessions from Major League Baseball would likely be an earlier path to free agency, so you're not waiting around for 7 years anymore.
That's one of them. You know, if they're gonna put a cap in, they're gonna have to get guys to be free agents in 3-4 years.
And
I don't know any team that's going to go along with that.
They also would get enter into a revenue share, a league revenue share with the players. So the players would end up getting some of that. The biggest thing here that I see a problem with that MLB is going to try to do, apparently, Drellich says that they are going. The league is going to try to put as part of the cap structure that they would want to introduce escrow, which. Escrow is basically, this is something that the NBA ran into, but here's an example of it, or a simplified version of it. So players temporarily don't get to keep all their salary until the league knows how much money they made. So a player would sign for $10 million. Okay, let's say you got this random player, or how much did Suarez recently sign for?
Eugenio, $15 million over 1 year.
Okay, $15 million. So...
And Arise got 12.
So he signs for 15. The league withholds 10% of that during the season. So they withhold 1.5 million, right? Or 10 to 20%. 1.5 to 3 million they hold on to. At season's end, Major League Baseball totals up their revenue. If the players were paid too much relative to the agreed revenue share, they have to give some of their money back. If revenues were high enough, they get all of the withheld money back. So instead of just, you make $15 million, Suarez, here's your $15 million, it would be, all right, you make $15 million, but you're getting 12 during the year. We're holding on to 3 of it, and depending on what revenue is, you're getting some of the money back, none of the money back, or all the money back. It just depends on what the revenue is and if it hit the revenue share. I cannot imagine. That will get us a strike. If players who are just so used to unchecked salaries at Major League Baseball are told, hey, 10 to 20% of your contract is going to be withheld from you. I mean, that happened in the NBA. The NBA had, when they had declining TV revenue, this article had talked about at The Athletic that they had to give back like $500 million a couple years ago.
Players did?
Yeah, from the escrow in their contract.
They'll never go for that. Players never go for that. And the owners won't go for a reduction of free agent years, I don't believe.
Well, that's apparently so the owners know they got to give something up. And that's the one that they're entertaining introducing into the discussion is, all right, maybe you get to free agency in 5 years instead of 7.
Because what sucks is,
MLB is the biggest scam in terms of how long it takes, like for you to be able to get to your earning potential.
And when they get through 6 years, unless you're a great player, they just find somebody cheaper and they just get rid of you. And the amount of guys out there that are good, decent, everyday players, but not anything special. They just bounce around from team to team for a couple of years until they're out of the league. And it kind of sucks. And that's just kind of the way it is. We got the Red Zone coming up next on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece as well. Coming up at 9:40 here on the Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Yeah,
Are Brian Schottenheimer and Brandon Aubrey getting a little disrespected by the football world? That is all coming up here on the Red Zone, which we do every day at 9:20 during the football offseason, the football season, the playoffs, basically, year round. Got a year round now. So let's do that. But first, let's hook you up.
Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw on Friday, September 11th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Will Payton play Don't Take the Girl?
That's not a bad song. I was hoping he would do Not a Moment Too Soon. All my wishes were just way too much to hope for. You know that song?
I do.
Not a moment too soon. It's a good song. I like it.
He's got a lot of them. Got a lot of good ones.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Some of them are corny.
Sure.
It's 90s country. 90s country was corny.
Yeah, he would not be at the very top of my list, but he is a show, that's for sure.
He would be really. Well,
he wouldn't be at the top of my list. I would just have a couple other guys higher than him. But I mean, he like Garth is like the entertainer.
Yeah, big time.
Yep.
Big time. All right. So why is the NFL football world disrespecting Shoddy and Obbs?
Who should we deal with first? Who's disrespect first? Schottenheimer or Aubrey?
Well, I feel Aubrey disrespect needs to be cast aside immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, so let's do that then. All right, over at Fansided, they have a new metric that they're playing with over there. And I don't hate this metric. And to be fair, maybe this isn't disrespect. You know, what do they say? They say...
I like counterintuitive thinking.
Well, and you can't... you can't just say... you can't have just a confirmation metric that...
Right.
I'm going to have this metric that... has to say this, and if it doesn't say this, then I'm fixing the metric. That's not how it should work. You should just create whatever metric is fair, and then whatever the results are, we'll look into it. So KVA, a new statistic created by Adam Fromel over at Fansided.
Let me guess. Kicker value added.
Close. Kick value added.
Hey!
So this is a new metric that they've got over there, a proprietary metric that they say.
At least it's a normal... A KVA sounds like RBIs.
Yeah.
OBP.
It's easy.
As opposed to WRC plus or XWOBA. Like, what are we doing? Just come up with a normal name.
So this is meant to measure how much a kicker actually helps or hurts his team, instead of just looking at raw field goal percentage. So a 25-yarder counts the same as a 55-yarder on the stat sheet. A miss from 60 hurts the same as a miss from 30. Extra points barely matter, even though, misses swing games. So KVA adjusts for difficulty and modern success rates from those areas. So every kick has an expected point value based on league averages at that distance. Kickers gain or lose value depending on whether they beat that expectation. So missing or making a short field goal adds very little value. Making a long field goal adds a lot of value. Missing a short field goal hurts a lot. Missing a long field goal hurts less, so on and so forth. Extra points barely weigh into this. 0.0 is a league average kicker. So if you're on the positive end of the ledger, you're a better than average kicker. If you are on the negative end, you are a worse than league average kicker, and you're hurting your team actively when you're in the negative territory. So let's go through the list here, and I'm going to start at 1. Number 1.
Brandon Aubrey.
Not Brandon Aubrey. Number 1 on this list is Kaimi Fairbairn from the Houston Texans with a 15.42, or actually 15.43 kicker value added. He missed just 4 times throughout his entire campaign. Once an extra point attempt, twice on 51 and 54 yarders that failed to find their targets, and once when Leo Chenal sped off the edge to block a 52-yarder. So that's a pretty good success rate. He's basically nailing things that he's supposed to, and he's hitting at a very high rate on longer field goals. So number 2 now.
Brandon Aubrey.
No. Minnesota Vikings kicker Will Reichard. I don't know.
The Bama kid.
Yeah, so he's at 13.
I think it's Reichard.
He's at 13.6, a couple points behind Fairbairn. Number 3.
Brandon Aubrey.
No. Former Cowboys kicker Nick Folk. Old man Folk
is 50.
He is. Old man Folk, something clicked for him in 2020. All of a sudden, things started coming around. But he was the number 3 ranked kicker this year, and that's after he went back and charted previous years. 2024, he was number 5. 2023, he was number 6. So he's had a pretty good run here, Nick Folk has. Number 4.
Brandon Aubrey.
No. Eddie Pinheiro, San Francisco 49ers at 10.4.
Why do I feel like Eddie Pinheiro was kicking in the 80s?
I know, it does feel like it, right? Maybe because are you mixing him up with Roberto Aguayo, too?
Probably not.
I bet you are.
Wildly different name.
Aguayo Pinheiro. I mean,
it's
they're Florida. They're state of Florida kickers.
There's one letter that's the same.
Number 5.
Brandon Aubrey.
No. Cameron Dicker, Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay.
At a 9. Number 6.
Brandon Aubrey.
Nope.
Whoa.
Riley Patterson, Miami Dolphins.
Never heard of him.
Don't even know who that is. 7.7 on the kicker value added. Number 7.
Brandon Aubrey.
No. Jason Myers, Seattle Seahawks at 7.3.
Huh.
Number 8.
That's got to be Brandon Aubrey.
Nope. Harrison Mevis from the Los Angeles Rams.
Okay.
7.2. Number 9.
Harrison Butker.
Brandon Aubrey.
Oh, my God. The first time I didn't say it.
Dallas Cowboys. 6.7 on the kicker value added. In previous years, as a rookie in 2023, he was number 5. In 2024, he was number 2. And then he was number 9 this season. So as much as he's been thought of as being the guy, they're saying that this kicker value added, he's never been the guy in the NFL. They say Brandon Aubrey closed his 2025 efforts with 4 misses on his last 10 attempts to spoil what originally looked like yet another top-tier campaign. If his year had magically ended midway through the Cowboys' December 14th loss to the Vikings, he'd have piled up double-digit kicker value added and continued his march toward the top of the all-time standings. Alas, Aubrey did fail to score on those attempts, so that kind of changed and adjusted things. But when you look at this metric, and again, it's not necessarily disrespect.
Yeah, and I don't like. I will say this. Like, I know a lot of people say, like, you know, if this metric has this player and this position, then there's something wrong with the metric. I don't believe that. I don't necessarily believe that. It's, you know, it is, the metric is what it is. You know, just it's not a, like you said, it's not a confirmation stat. But I will say this. Let me ask you this. Does this stat, does it take into account win probability added in what the coach's decision would be? So if the coach makes a decision to kick a field goal when they should go for it, that's going to be a low win probability added for the kick, right? Because you're not adding a lot of win probability because you're maybe decreasing it based on the decision to go for it or not on 4th down. So would that? No, the only thing it's evaluating is success rate. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So it also does not factor in high leverage situations either. So if you're making, you know, if you're making a bunch of game winning kicks, that's not factored into this. Now maybe that's a bad way to do it, but this is just literally trying to strip away the only context of just what are you making from what distances and how effective you are at that. My follow-up before we get to the way that Shoddy is being disrespected is, does this give you pause at all to think maybe Brandon Aubrey is not as irreplaceable as we've thought? Well, I mean, he's pretty. He's really good. He's pretty damn good, man. He's really good. You know, I know that is it Little in Jacksonville? Yeah, Cam Little was 10th. He was right behind Aubrey. I mean, I know he had the record for the most, the longest kick or whatever. You know, he was thought of as a unstoppable guy this year. And guess what? Unstoppable. Eli Manning is with his Citizen Echo. That's right. Here he comes in the playoffs and he misses a kick right before the half. A very makeable kick. And it costs them, they lose by 3. Yeah. No, and I mean, to me, I've said this before. I'm not paying kickers. I'm just not doing it. Define pay. I would never pay a kicker a top 3 salary at their position. Okay, so that would be like $10 million. Whatever it would be, in whatever era it would be. I'm not doing it. So if Brandon Aubrey says, I want to be the highest paid kicker, you're going to say, I want you to be the highest paid kicker somewhere else. Okay, that's fair. That's what you want to say. All right, over at Fox Sports. No, this is the Red Zone. Over at Fox Sports, Ralph Vacchiano. You know him? Yes, I do. He is disrespecting. Us Ralphs stick together. Brian Schottenheimer. You Jersey Ralphs. That's what you guys. Jersey? I think he is. He covers the Giants. Look, Ralph Vacchiano sounds. I mean, it sounds like it could be from like 3 states. It does. It sounds like somebody that. What's his name? Goodfellas guy. It sounds like somebody Ray Liotta would introduce to us in the beginning of Goodfellas. Ralphie V. Yeah, this is Ralphie Vacchiano. Yeah. NFL coach hot seat rankings heading into 2026. And I opened this up and I was like, all right, who's going to be on this list? And number 1 on the list is Aaron Glenn. Number 2 is Nick Sirianni. It's like all these people that you would expect to see. I am. Nick Sirianni can't be on the hot seat. But he is on the hot seat. He goes to the Super Bowl every other year. Okay, whether he should be or not, like in Philly, you are. That's just the way that it is. Yeah. So you've got those names on there. Here's the problem. There's some massive disrespect here. Because number 10 on this list is Brian Schottenheimer, who I don't think even has a warm seat heading into the season. He doesn't have a warm seat because it's the Joneses and they refuse to admit.
And we're going to address it.
Either they won't admit a mistake, and I'm not saying he was a mistake, they just won't admit one if it was. And they're going to give him time. That's just how they operate. If he was the head coach of a lot of other teams, would he be on the hot seat today? After 1 year? No, I don't think so. I mean, Aaron Glenn is. Yeah, but Shoddy didn't go 3-14. No, without an interception. And by the way, I am 1,000% betting the Jets have an interception week 1.
Probably. So I would guess that's going to be what they're really going to work on this offseason.
Because not only did they have didn't they face the most pass attempts, or one of the most?
They were getting thrown on a bunch, yeah, and they still. I mean, it's impossible how bad they were. So Brian Schottenheimer's on this list, which I think is ridiculous. I think there are two other people being massively disrespected on here. You stop me when you hear a name that you think is absurd that they're on this list, and keep in mind too, 10 coaches were just let go. Right. So a lot of these are going to be there were 22 coaches who have been there for a year or longer, and you're not likely going to have a lot of one-and-dones. But
I'll tell you what, I don't know if he's on this list or not. If Kevin O'Connell is on this list, that's absurd. This is thought of as one of the 4 or 5 best coaches in the league.
Number 9, Matt LaFleur, Green Bay Packers. There's some heat on him.
There's some heat.
Number 8, Dan Quinn, Washington Commanders.
Dan Quinn is a garbage head coach.
Wow.
He got
so
to
bad. Conference title games first year.
He got lucky. He rode a player. Detroit had the worst game they possibly could have had. Dan's garbage.
Number 7, Kevin O'Connell, Minnesota Vikings.
That's absurd. Kevin O'Connell, if Kevin O'Connell gets fired, 28 teams will fire their coach the next day.
I mean, that's like the Harbaugh firing, which I'm not saying that. I'm saying the league would react similarly. I think of that guy's available. Okay, let's drop everything and focus on him.
The Rams would not fire their coach. 28's too much. But the Rams wouldn't fire it. I don't think the Chargers would fire Harbaugh yet. I don't think Houston would fire D'Amico. I don't think Jacksonville would fire Liam yet.
It'd be a bunch of people, though.
Right. I don't think Detroit would fire Dan.
A team would fire their head coach to go talk to him.
Yeah, I think that's how. I think at least 16 to 20 teams fire their coach immediately.
Number 6, Shane Steichen with the Colts. Number 5, Zach Taylor with the Bengals. Nope. This is the third name of disrespect I think is on here. Number 4, Dave Canales. 4?
He's just in the playoffs with Tepper as his owner.
I thought he just did a miraculous job with the Carolina. But okay, all right. And then the last name was 3, Todd Bowles, because we already mentioned Sirianni and Aaron Glenn.
Wow. Okay. From the 2 and 4, they say Dan Campbell has to be on this. Are you surprised he's not on it?
No. He's got latitude. He's I think being given space.
Yeah. It seems like the best run of success they've had in a while, ever.
Yep.
Since pre-war. All right. That's the Red Zone here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. We have Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, or some version of them, coming up next on the Fan. But
A vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
It is Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, but in today is Alec Medford and the best nickname giver in the entire building.
That's right.
I know.
Fred.
I'd say so.
I think he's pretty good at it.
I know there's some disagreement over that, but I would say so.
You know. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. By the way, I was curious as to what happened. KNC, what happened to you guys? I got Corey Majors texting me yesterday, but then he did say he can't read. Not good at reading schedules.
Yeah, I sent him a screenshot of the schedule that said Fred and Alec, and I was like, hey, yeah, just making sure we're on the same page. And he was like, oh, yeah, tell me what prospects you want to watch for tomorrow. And I'm like, dude, read the picture. You're not in tomorrow. And he goes, I never asked for it off. Why am I off? I'm like, President's Day? He's like, oh, okay, cool.
Oh, boy, you just picked at a scab, and you didn't even know it.
I asked for this day off, but I was told no. Because I'm taking tomorrow off. I was like, I want a 4-day weekend. I was like, I'll just take, I'll use my kind of comp day for Martin Luther King. I said, I'll just use it on tomorrow, and I'll have this day off. And they're like, no, you can't have this day off because you can't have more than one of you out. I'm like, well, okay.
Who's on the board for y'all today?
Jet Nelson.
Jet, okay, because we always got to come up with the acronyms to replace KNC. So we got Fred, Alec, Jet. So that's FAJ.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing today?
FAJ. Or Jaff.
Jaff. You can do that.
The Jaff Masterpiece.
I don't know how I feel about either of those, but
Ajav.
That's what that's
the
what
life we've chosen.
That's what Corey Majors said he would shorthand write at
yes.
Wherever it was, when somebody ordered chicken fajitas, he would write CKFAJ, and so he would say his shorthand for it would always be Chick-Faj.
Chick-Faj.
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell that? I could see that.
I just did. I spelled it.
He literally just spelled it.
It's a joke, RJ.
I know.
Maybe if you attended last week's show, you would know.
I was here.
I don't know what that means, but I'm
what
still
does that mean? I was
here.
I remember that. By the way,
I remember Corey misspelling it initially.
It was the week before, PP. It was the week before.
Whoa. Yeah. Shots fired at each other.
It wasn't last week's show. It was 2 weeks ago's show. So there was that. Hey, did y'all see the Michael Jordan video?
Unfortunately,
look, it's not the best look ever. What? Okay, but at the same time, I mean, look, I think we've
Aiden's not putting that on the fan cam.
Aiden, don't put this on the fan cam.
It's not the best look ever, but I'll tell you what.
What is he doing?
We've hypersexualized everything. So God forbid a 6-year-old guy.
Finish the sentence.
Okay, so here's what some people say.
No. Finish the sentence. I want to hear it.
Look, it wasn't the best look. It wasn't the best look, but I'm not going to sexualize and pretend like, Michael Jordan's suddenly some sort of like Jeffrey Epstein, okay? I'm not going to do it.
Here's what some people are claiming it is. They're saying that it's ice down the kid's shirt from the celebration and that he's like,
and it might be, but no one's going to tell me that Michael Jordan. No one's going to tell me because a bunch of losers on the internet want to just sexualize everything. Oh, suddenly Michael Jordan's a pedophile. Get out of my face with that nonsense.
We're taking things out of context.
We absolutely are. We absolutely are.
This is what the internet was intended for.
It still looks
right. It was designed.
Regardless, it looks weird. It does look weird. I had to do a double take too. Okay, and I'm a Michael Jordan guy.
The internet is designed to take things out of context and not be serious about it. The problem is that we take things out of context and people become serious about it.
I think I am buying the excuse that there's ice pocketed up in the kid's at the bottom of his shirt because it looks like he's like pulling on that or something.
Exactly.
Like you got ice in there, and the kid's back is wet from all the stuff, all the
ice, the water.
It's you know what? It's a bunch of LeBron stands, is all it is. Trying to hate on my boy. See, our goat would never. Our goat would never. Yeah. Hang out with P. Diddy again. Get out of my face.
Freddie!
Man, it's going to be an electric 10-2.
Well, I bet I could get Fred to do that list.
Show ends.
I bet I could get Fred to do that list that we were teasing from the start of the show.
Oh,
yeah, we've been saying it's President's Day, so later on in the show, we're going to get to our favorite and least favorite legislations that presidents have pushed for.
Look, I
don't really do it, Fred. I was kidding.
Look, I got shot down. One of the first top fives I ever wanted to do back when I started here was top 5. It was President's Day, as a matter of fact, top 5 presidents of all time. And that got shot down.
I think you can. If you go pre-1980, because we were all around then, right? You can get away with it if you weren't around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it's what Trump won, Barack 2.
Yeah, that's what you can do.
Biden 3.
Oh yeah, you just start naming the 5 most recent, and then you just go you just throw
JFK
everybody
4.
off.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, if you were around before me, you're not a political figure.
That's right.
Or you just start
George Washington. I don't even know what party he is. Non-political. Abe Lincoln. Non-political.
You just start throwing together really
the Whig. What's the Whig party? What's the Whig party?
It's a party that doesn't exist anymore.
Federalists.
I mean, you got to put Teddy Roosevelt on there. He was a legend back in the day.
Baby.
Right?
Teddy Ballgame.
Teddy Ballgame. Getting to the arena. Man in the arena. It's part of his gig. So, Thomas Jefferson, depending upon which side of the aisle you file on. So,
he's a tough one.
He is a tough one.
He's a tough one.
He is a tough one.
Yeah, you can't put him on there.
Yeah, I don't know that you can either.
No.
I don't know that you can either. Some people might find him at 5, though. Just saying.
Is he on your Mount Rushmore?
He's not on my Mount Rushmore.
No, he just said depending on the side of the aisle you're
Is Mount Rushmore on your Mount Rushmore?
Thomas Jefferson was known to reach across the aisle.
He
monuments.
That's a great. I think so. I mean, look at Mount Rushmore, especially in for lazy sports talk hosts, has symbolized. Hey, who's your top 4 of anything?
Yeah.
Right. And once you plug in who's your Mount Rushmore, we already know.
What if it didn't exist? What if Mount Rushmore didn't exist? What would we default to? Because Jason Williams has.
That's a great question.
Jason Williams has whined about this a couple times. About
which one?
The
one that killed a limo driver, or the one that
the one that wrecked his bike. So Jason Williams has not Jason with a Y, not the one who was spinning his
hell
gun.
of a rebounder though.
He was. And a ricocheter. Anyway, so if you look at the options that are available, I don't know what the next who's on your whatever would be if it wasn't Mount Rushmore. How would we even stack that in sports?
I don't know who's on your.
I just assume it would be top 5.
Like when you're Washington.
Top 5.
That's a great. That's a good one. I don't know.
Do top 5.
Yeah. I guess that you just have to default to who's your top 5.
I'm just trying to think what are some other good monuments that who's your Stonehenge? Who's your sports Stonehenge?
That's not a monument.
But it's just there's
there
10
8
of them or whatever.
I was going to say, aren't there 8 or 9?
Yeah, something like that.
They still have
who are your pyramids of Giza or whatever?
What are the heads called at Easter Island? Those stones.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, those I don't know.
Who's your Aztec pyramids?
Right, something like that.
That sort of thing. I get that.
See that.
The 7 wonders of the world is the 972 saying.
Yeah, that's it. There you go.
That's it.
But then you got to come up with 7. That's,
but you know
that's a lot.
what?
It's a good suggestion.
I don't mind
many.
it.
It's
Probably
too
the best
many.
one, though.
It's too many.
I was gonna say 7's too many.
You start getting 7 in there. I mean, you get now you're into guys are like now it's the Hall of Very Good. It's the Monument of Very Good.
It is.
It just doesn't work for me.
Did I hear you guys say that they may do this baseball strike, and so there may be no playoffs? Or are they going to wait till after the season's over to strike? Because we know there's going to be a strike, right? Like we can all agree at some point.
It's going to be a lockout for sure.
Yeah,
it'll be a lockout. But yeah, I
we'll
can't
see
imagine
the Rangers go 81-81 though, right?
No doubt about it.
Okay,
I can't imagine
they're going to be. We're going to see some great 1-0 losses.
Yeah. I can't imagine they cancel the playoffs again.
Man, they almost died with that.
Yeah,
which is hilarious. I will say there's a little bit of. It's a little funny that they've cracked down on the steroid guys. When in reality, that saved
baseball.
It was dead. People were never going to forgive Major League Baseball until the home run chase.
I know you're the official seam head of all things baseball here at 105 The Fan, Mr. Chop.
Yeah, thank you.
Can we just open up a steroid wing? Can we just open up a wing of the Hall of Fame that's this is for the malcontents? I mean, Pete Rose belongs in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds belongs in the Hall of Fame. A-Rod belongs in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
I mean that's
the wing of debauchery.
Whatever.
Why is Ortiz the one guy that got a pass?
Because people like him. Period. End of story.
But people liked other guys who were accused of it. So I don't understand. People liked Manny.
Yeah, but he was also kind of an a-hole too, though. Towards the end.
He was unreliable.
No, fans liked Manny. He was still an a-hole to media guys.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Like Albert Bell.
But, Roger Clemens.
Albert Bell, man, his numbers look better. I mean, he had a stretch where he was averaging like 40 home runs and 100 RBIs. I think I think he did it for his entire career. Like
he was one of the most feared hitters in baseball.
Insane numbers.
And he punched you in the face, too.
Yeah, for both reasons he was feared.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, there is a flimsy excuse for some guys to get in and some not.
Seriously.
214 says, if we didn't have Mount Rushmore, Holy Trinity.
Oh.
Yeah.
Top 3? Is that enough, though?
Three feels like, so I don't know.
Feel enough.
4 sometimes doesn't feel like enough, though. Yeah. So, I mean, you got to have the cutoff.
Said.
You want to leave them wanting more. You know?
Oh, there's something to say for that.
What was that?
They're marking stuff for Masterpiece of the Week.
Don't worry about it.
Already. Okay. We're not even. We're not. It's only Monday.
And it's only Monday.
It's only Monday. We haven't even started the show yet.
Yeah, it's a holiday.
It's a holiday.
It's a holiday.
Allegedly, my son's in school.
No,
really?
Where?
Swear to God, Kansas.
They don't give you off for President's Day in Kansas?
You know what? I had no problem with it. His raggedy-ass school gives him so many other raggedy days off anyway. I said, you know what? Good for you. Go to school on learn something today.
You know, I can't remember. I'm pretty sure we had off for President's Day. We had
what kind of children of the corn schools do they have out there in Kansas?
Literally children of the corn.
Hello, Malachi.
Literally. More or less. Yeah. More or less. It's a little rural school in just outside of my hometown. So
very nice. All right, what's on the show today?
10:20, we got Yossi Goslin, founder and host of Third Apron, going to talk all things NBA and salary cap for your Mavericks. AM on the FM 1120. Fair or Foul with Fred Davis at 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock rather today.
All right,
going to be a fun one.
KNC Masterpiece, played by
Frack style
Fred and Alec. Next to the fan.
When sports news breaks, these guys break in immediately. Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. I'm always here. His name is Fred Davis. He's going to be joining me today. Kevin and Corey are out. They will be back tomorrow. And we got Jet Nelson holding things down on the ones and twos for you today. We got a lot to get to. A lot of stuff in the commercial break that we won't get into, as is usual practice with this show. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day at 11:20. You got AM on the FM. It's back, baby. You missed it on Friday, but we'll bring it back today. You got Fair or Foul at 1 o'clock. It's always nice to get a little Fair or Foul in on a weekday.
That'll be most of the show, really.
Yeah, while the sun's up. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, no, it definitely was kind of a new thing. I can't. My sleep schedule's just been all over the place, and so I missed the gym this morning, but that's all right. We'll bounce back after the show's over.
I'm doing the same. I've had to switch it up, honestly, because I started meal prepping, right? Because I am awful at eating during the show, and by the time 2 o'clock hits, I'm like, I have nothing left to give to this world because I have no carbs, I have no protein, I have no macros whatsoever. So I was like, well, that kind of eliminates the morning gym thing because I don't want food sitting in the car forever. No. You know, so because I have a cheap lunchbox, I'm not investing. So, yeah, I was like, we're going to start working out after the show again until I get into a better rhythm. So that's what we're doing today. But that's why I've got the energy. I was able to get an extra hour of sleep, you know, because hosting, I get to do all the prep the night before. So nice. So, yeah.
Hey, I was here for it. That's one thing I love about working with Alec Medford. My man has no issue and enjoys being the one. So, you know, hey, let's ride shotgun today.
And we always start off, before we get into anything overly serious, Kevin has a new tradition that he likes to ask everybody how they're doing just to start off the day out there in Radio Land. Again, 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you, Fred. We already heard that you missed the gym this morning, but everything else in Fred's world?
No, man, right? Good. I mean, I had to, and part of my issue is, and for all you iPhone nerds out there, 877-881-1053, this is now 2 days in a row where my phone has not gone off, even though I've set the alarm, set 2 of them, in fact, and you just see the little Apple or, you know, the little alarm thing looking like it's buzzing, but makes no audible noise, so I had to Chat GPT and Gemini that, so we'll get that fixed because that's been 2 days in a row now that I have overslept because my alarm decided not to go off.
How many alarms do you set?
Typically 3, but today or last night, like I said, I was telling Choppy during the break, I was watching that A-Rod versus Alex documentary on the old HBO Max, which if you haven't seen it, give it a look-see. It is 3 episodes long, but I'm a documentary guy, and I enjoy a good documentary, so I thought if you need something now that, you know, let's call it what it is, football's over, basketball's just kind of right now, so if you need a little good sports watching, go check out Alex versus A-Rod.
We'll get to basketball here in just a little bit because there are plenty of things to talk about after All-Star Weekend. Jet, how are we doing today? We doing all right, my man?
Always happy to be on the KNC Masterpiece, especially with Fred, who's I've gotten to know pretty well, working Fridays and Sundays. So, but yeah, everything's pretty good out in the Jet world. We got my wife getting not exactly a raise, but a raise of hours. Is that what you would call it? At her job. So,
is she salary or is she hourly?
Hourly, so just getting longer shifts, so everything's nice and comfortable out in the Nelson household.
There you go.
Yeah, everything's nice.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it. Everybody's doing good on the holiday weekend.
How are you doing?
We'll get to that in a second.
Because I was going to say, a little birdie told me somebody didn't show up for something they were supposed to show up for this weekend.
Oh, yeah, I had a good reason. We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
I want to know how everybody's doing and spending their holiday if you have it off or if you're working. Let us know, 877-881-1053. Yes, so Blake Elliott and I had these plans to go out to a club or something or another on Friday. And, I had a stomach bug on Friday. So part of the reason that I wasn't here on Friday, the other part I'm not going to share. Wasn't feeling too hot, and I tried to nap it off in the evening, and I finally ate some food at like 5 o'clock, and I was like, okay, this is going to be what gets us through the night. Took a nap, woke up at like 8 p.m., and I was like, nope. Still glued to that toilet.
You took a nap in the early evening hours?
Yeah, because I didn't want to let my boys down.
Aren't You're 23?
24.
24? That's wild to me.
Be a quarter of a century old.
Wild to me.
June. Yeah.
That is wild to me.
Yeah.
Taking a nap.
Yeah, because I don't get sick very often at all. Like once, maybe twice a year.
Okay.
And that wasn't even really sick. That I think I might have ate something bad. Because it was just my stomach was not agreeing with me the entirety of the day. Woke up the next morning on Saturday, felt fine. Back in business. Everything was A-okay, but yeah, Blake definitely lit up my phone. I got texts from multiple different people, and I was like, oh, you're there too? I didn't know this was a whole conglomeration of people. And then I saw all the Instagram stories and stuff and got serious FOMO. Wasn't great.
Your generation is a little bit different, man. Your generation is a little bit different. And again, I don't drink anymore, but back, those days, you had to be near death to not, especially if there was going to be drinking involved, right? Which I know you guys tend to. Now, I do appreciate you are a throwback in that sense. You do like to imbibe from time to time, so I've been told.
Oh, yeah. There's stories. The man sitting across from us can tell you plenty of them that I'd rather him not.
I have heard a couple. Because I didn't get invited to one of them, so I was a little disappointed about that.
I remember more that night than he does.
Okay.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Okay.
And that has been the reason that I've dialed it back.
I heard Will Chambers was involved in one of those nights, too.
That same one that he's referencing, yes. Will wasn't much of a compliment that night. He didn't help very much.
No, now I'm telling the story. So, this was for Alex's birthday, and he had drank too much, and he was clearly starting to get ill.
Yeah.
And my wife was like, we got to take him home. And so I was like, okay. So he got in the car, and then we went to drive him back. And while we're in the car, he starts. He's in the back seat with Will.
Yeah.
He starts. I'd given Will a Kroger bag, and I was like, "Here, if he starts, it's like Wayne's World. If you're gonna spew into this." But it was an actual bag.
Right.
So I told him, "Hey, get this," and he's like, "Okay, got it." And Will was very drunk.
Yeah.
And so we're driving, and
Will can tie one on now.
Alex starts throwing up back there. And I'm like, are you getting it? And he's like, yeah, I got it. And he goes, there you go, buddy. Let it out. And he's like patting his back. And then we get to Alex's place, and I'm opening the door to walk him inside. And there's just a pool of vomit on the floorboard. And I looked disgusting. At Will, and I was like, you said you got all of it. He goes, yeah, I thought I did. I got none of it. I was like, how do you go from I've got all of it, and just the idea of he's not even holding the bag there and catching it.
Yeah.
He's literally letting him throw up on the floorboard and patting his bag going, there you go, buddy. Let it out. Just catch the bag's right there. Will was that drunk. He just completely
Will
missed.
didn't realize what he was doing.
Will didn't realize until the lights came on. He went, oh, I got none of it. He didn't notice there wasn't a difference in the weight of the bag or anything.
And I'm sure that stunk the hell out of your vehicle.
Yeah, luckily it was one of those rubber ones you can kind of pull out and then clean off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we were able to clean it off. It was fine. It was that morning. The next morning we were fine.
Let's use your head for more than a hat rack. I appreciate that.
That's what I do.
I still tell Bobby to this day, once I can afford to pay him back, I will.
You will. That's it.
Don't know how long that's going to take, though. NBA All-Star Weekend has come to a close, gentlemen.
That's unfortunate.
And is it really? Because I will say, a little bit more competitive than I expected, at least in the finale.
Well, the game was. I mean, I watched 2 of the 3 games. I mean, was it competitive, or was it just, the best guys in the world just coming down, jacking up threes, and, when they're not contested, they usually make them?
Sure. I just have this idea in my head that, at least for Kawhi Leonard's sake, Adam Silver said, you're going to play in this game and you're going to give it everything you got, or I'm going to make you really plant those trees.
At least for one game.
Yeah, it looked like he was actually having fun and enjoying himself. And it looked like everybody was kind of enjoing it, which was nice.
Except for KD.
Except for KD, we're going to get to him. Trust me. We're going to get to him at 11 o'clock because there's a lot to unpack there. There might have been some underlying reasons that he didn't look too thrilled to be there. But Anthony Edwards ends up winning NBA All-Star Game MVP, 32 points on 13 of 22 shooting. We mentioned Kawhi had himself a night. I give most of the credit, though, to Wemby, because the whole week leading into it, he was saying, I'm going to give it everything I got. Yeah. It's up to everybody else to respond to that, because he's one of the few younger guys that's saying, I'm going to put the right foot forward and try to be this marquee face of the league that everybody wants me to be. by just trying. And I hate that that's the floor now. That's the bare minimum. That's where the bar is just try to make it entertaining. But there's still a lot of things wrong with this. The presentation is still off because the skills competition isn't what it used to be. The dunk contest is a bunch of people you've never heard of still.
Yeah.
You got guys slamming their heads on the floor trying to attempt stuff that they've never attempted in their life. It's not pretty basketball. You got people doing stuff that you could see happen at the local LA Fitness for all I care. It's not that exciting anymore. But it is nice that a couple of these players are putting the right foot forward and trying. And Anthony Edwards had a good time. There's a lot of great... The good thing about this stuff, it's kind of like Radio Row Week and Super Bowl Week, is the content you get out of it. A lot of the interviews and stuff. I didn't listen to a single second of LeBron's solo press conference that he feels the urge to do every single All-Star break.
Yeah.
Don't care. He says the same stuff every time at this point.
It doesn't sound like he really gave us any breaking news. So.
Yeah, they of course they're going to ask him, "Are you playing again next year?" And he says, "I want to live." And it's like, okay, I've heard enough. But yeah, the theatrics of it all in terms of the media coverage is fun. You get some good quotes, you get some good stories, and then you get kind of like you get with Roger Goodell with the Super Bowl. You get Adam Silver usually makes a TV appearance, or he'll do a State of the Union, if you will, and talk about a lot of things. And one thing that he addressed is the tanking situation.
Yeah.
Which I'm very glad that he was asked about it, but I'm more glad that he was pretty honest about it, because it feels like each year I sour more and more on Adam Silver. I can't stand him anymore.
Yeah.
At first, I thought he was serviceable. Now I think he's a pawn. But this time, he actually was pretty real with the state of tanking, saying that it's, quote, worse this year than we've ever seen it in recent memory. And he's considering every possible remedy, including taking draft picks away to stop the type of just overt failure and intentional failure that you're seeing with teams like the Pacers and the Jazz that aren't even trying. Competitive games inside of 5 minutes, taking the whole team out. It's getting to a point where it's almost irreversible.
I mean, I guess and we've talked about this the last few days, and we talked about this yesterday. I mean, how bad is tanking if we're thinking about it? When was the last time you spent any real time thinking about the Utah Jazz?
That's valid.
Okay. Last I checked, half of the Pacers are hurt. So what? You took out Pascal Siakam and now you're tanking?
I think of it from the perspective like OKC, where they checked in with the league because they're like, hey, we have some of those draft picks via trades. They are intentionally trying to keep those picks away from us.
Yeah.
And that's not our fault. So I think about the repercussions for the other teams. I'm not trying to go to bat for stronger teams or bigger market teams, because you're right. I don't care about the Jazz. I don't care about the Pacers whenever Tyrese Halliburton isn't playing.
I mean, have we been mad about Sacramento? I mean, are we mad about? I mean, Sacramento's been bad for a decade.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we mad about the Wizards?
Nope.
Okay. They've been bad for a decade. You know what I'm saying? So this idea, and I'll tell you what, if you want, we can play this audio later, but Steph Curry was asked about this during All-Star weekend as well, and asked the question, is tanking really that bad? Who in their right mind gives two bleeps about the Indiana Pacers and the Utah Jazz? All right? Like, at the end of the day, are we as NBA fans clutching our pearls because the raggedy-ass Utah Jazz took out some guys at the end of the fourth quarter? And, oh, by the way, you set up, and Adam Silver can bitch all he wants about, well, we got to do something about this. You made sure that the L.A. Lakers were taken care of a year ago, okay? And you gave the Dallas Mavericks, which, hey, kudos to us, because now we've got Cooper Flagg. But, Utah's mad because, hey, you got stuck with Ace Bailey, all right? When in reality, should you have gotten Cooper Flagg? Probably. But wait, you decided to give, and you gave him, okay, because you're not going to convince me otherwise. You gave Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks, with their 1.8% chance of winning the lottery, Cooper Flagg. So why do you think Utah's doing what they're doing? Oh, by the way, if I'm the Indiana Pacers, who's going to Indiana? What free agent in their right mind says to themselves, you know what? I love the schools and I love the cost of living in Indianapolis. I'm going to take my family and I'm going to go play with Tyrese Halliburton.
I just get scared of the precedent that it could set.
The precedent's been set.
Exactly.
The precedent's been set.
And that's what I hate is if you get to the point where, look at the Dallas Mavericks now, if this roster was even built a little bit more geared towards Cooper Flagg, he gets hurt at this point, they decide they're going to tank. Let's say their record is even worse than it is.
Yeah.
And they could be making moves inside of the lottery. You could see that permeate for the next few years where you have that precedent of star gets hurt, we don't try, we get rewarded for not trying just because one guy misses time.
They did that to you. They did that to San Antonio back in 1999. Okay, David Robinson gets hurt. Boom. Next year, guess who they get? Tim Duncan. All right. I mean, this has been the NBA's been doing this, and now Adam Silver wants to play. Oh yeah, you're right. We got to look. You've got a. If I'm the NBA, do you really want to send Darren Peterson or AJ DeBonsta to Sacramento? No, you don't. Okay, look, Dallas fans, and I don't know that Dallas fans are complaining about it. You're in Dallas. You're going to be just fine. Okay, if you're in a major market, you're going to be okay. All right, the NBA wants to make sure that their major market teams are taken care of, and that's how it works. All right, you know what? It sucks, but if you're a Pacer fan and if you're a Utah Jazz fan, hey, best of luck to you. All right. Hopefully you get a Karl Malone and a John Stockton, and maybe everything will work out. But more than likely, you'll end up with a Greg Oster tag.
Let's keep the hoops top rolling as we roll into our conversation with Yossi Goslin, founder and host of Third Apron. Going to talk all things NBA and salary cap with him next year on The Fan.
Is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and Fred Davis in for you today. And right now we go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline where we welcome in Yossi Goslin, founder, host, writer, and do-it-all for Third Apron. How's it going this morning?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on, and for a first time, you got my name right. That's pretty rare. Thank you.
Look at that. A man who does his prep is a man who's going to have a good show. I take a little bit of pride in that, and thanks for taking the time to hang out with us here today. Before we get into anything salary cap, math, and all of that stuff that I can't explain that you can do way better than I can, but do want to talk a little bit of NBA All-Star with you. How much do you actually take in of the All-Star festivities here in this day and age, and what did you think about the revised format?
I'm going to be completely honest. I didn't watch a single minute of All-Star this weekend. I was kind of involved with All-Star. There was this program that they do, Sports Business Classroom in Vegas. They did one at the All-Star break this year, and I participated in that, so I was kind of around All-Star weekend. I got to see some players. I got to see some people in the league, but this is very much the time of year I try to tune out for as much as possible before getting right back into watching and covering basketball again. So based on what I've heard, it sounds like people like the new All-Star game format. As far as everything else proceeding, for Friday night, Saturday night, seems like it's kind of mixed. So that's good if they found a formula that seems to work. They've been tinkering quite a lot these past few years.
Do you think there's really any truly saving the All-Star game format and everything? Because ticket prices are still absurd. As you mentioned, you're just like most other NBA fans, not going to take in a single second of it just because of the reputation it has. Do you think there's any way that we could save this as a basketball fan?
The only thing I would say is I know that the NBA generally has a lot of trouble with getting players to participate in some of these contests, especially like the dunk contest, for example, where they'll get some very obscure players that if you're not really following the NBA pretty hardcore, you've probably never heard of these guys. I kind of feel like I've seen people pitch that all these contests should be All-Stars only, which I think is pretty interesting. If you're an All-Star, I think that's kind of what people would like to say. I know the league likes to get a little more representation by getting some other more obscure players. But I do think if there's a way that the NBA can just get the All-Stars to compete in all these contests as well, I think that might bring a little more relevance to those. I could imagine if you're not really a hardcore NBA fan, if you never heard of these players, why you wouldn't really be interested.
Yossi, appreciate to have you on, my man. Fred Davis here. No, and look, I can't blame you for kind of tuning out of the All-Star weekend, but I think that's also shows what an issue the NBA has, is that a fact like a guy like yourself who is an NBA, has an NBA, job or an NBA adjacent job, and here we are because it's so just whatever, we just tune it out. And so I was just more intrigued by the actual
like burnout for burnout purposes, just to rest because it's been covering the league. Need a break at some point.
Well, but exactly, but at the same time, isn't it supposed to be fun? Like, again, you're not covering it like it's a game, but at the same time, like, it should just be fun viewing. right? Like that's what an all-star is supposed to be. Like you get to sit back, kick your feet up. You're not sitting here trying to, you're not analyzing everything like you would normally a normal game and that sort of thing. So I get it 100%. I mean, I only watched the All-Star game yesterday just because I was intrigued to see what it was going to look like. That being said, let's talk a little bit about the salary cap aspect of things. Tanking was brought up. Me and Alec just talked about it. I don't think the tanking issue is as sincere or as extreme as people think. I also think it's a byproduct of what the NBA has presented itself with, in that, you know what? You almost have to tank if you're a Utah, if you're an Indiana, which, by the way, half their team's beat up. So, I mean, is it really tanking when you take out one guy? But, when we look at it, Steph Curry doesn't think it's that sincere. How big of a tanking in your mind is tanking, and is it much ado about nothing with what we've talked about so far?
I think there's a perfect storm of factors going into this season, because some years there is not really that much taking. It's not quite as big as a problem. And then this year, it is kind of a problem. And I think there's one, they're calling the top 4 of this draft one of the most loaded for getting a cornerstone ever. So there's an extra layer of motivation for teams to try to position themselves for a shot at one of these guys. I think the other issue is that, and this wasn't something that these teams really premeditated, but you've got 3 teams now with the Jazz, Wizards. They have top 8 protected picks, and so they need to stay a certain level of bad as possible just to keep those picks. So it's not about trying to just maximize their odds. They want to just keep their pick. And then you got the Pacers, who did something that I think the league's very upset about when they traded a top 4 protected pick to get Ivica Zubac. Like, here's a team that's already at the trade deadline. They're out of the playoffs. They were like the 3rd worst team in the league at the time. And now they're gambling by trading this pick. It's a coin flip whether they keep it or not, which now gives them an extra. They just created those conditions for them to tank even further.
Yeah.
I would guess the league is very furious about that. And I think it's going to push them more towards eliminating pick protections, which I've kind of come around on. There's like the practice of trading protected picks have really come down anyways. Like, teams are just trading more unprotected picks. It's like maybe 1 out of every 20 trades, a first-round pick has some level of protection on it. So I'm okay. I think if you could have, and again, like we've never seen like 3 teams with this level of protection having to do this, go to these means to protect their pick. But I think it's okay if you eliminate protections if it means that you're going to try to eliminate these scenarios from happening again. But in the grand scheme of things, I do feel like flattening the odds has inadvertently led to more teams wanting to position themselves for the lottery, because we've seen in the past few years, the Hawks, they were like the 10th worst team, they got number 1. The Mavs were the 12th worst team, I think they got number 1. So I would say the only thing I'd want to see different is go back to the previous odds, let the actual worst teams get a top pick. The faster they do that, the sooner they'll stop tanking. You're never going to eliminate tanking as long as you have a draft. All you could really do is actually help out the teams that need the top selections the most.
And one thing that was bounced around a little bit by Adam Silver was also changing the structure of the draft itself, and how extreme that looks, we don't really know. But what would a changing of that structure look like in your mind? Or do you think we should just kind of leave the draft alone and find other ways to de-incentivize some of these practices?
I don't know what else you could do. I've seen a lot of people throw out some ideas, and I think most of the ideas being thrown out are pretty bad or have a lot of unintended consequences. So I don't want to throw out any suggestions. Like, when I say eliminate pick protection, that's just a small patch. That's not going to solve tanking. I'm not advocating to solve tanking, because it's not, as long as you have a draft, you're not going to solve tanking.
Yeah.
So if they do something really radical to alter how the draft is, chances are it's just going to backfire even more, I would suspect.
Yossi Goslin, founder and host of Third Apron, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Do want to focus in on our Dallas Mavericks just a little bit. I know we're a few weeks removed from the Anthony Davis trade, but what excites a lot of people is the financial aspect of that move and what it does to free up money as soon as this summer for the Mavericks. What did you think about the trade and the financials for the Mavericks going forward?
I like the trade mainly because I kind of predicted it. I have my podcast, my show, where me and my co-host Sam, we do fake trades with each other, and I actually texted this privately to him, and I felt like it wasn't a priority to talk about. I thought it was like a little too out there for the Wizards to go after AD, but I basically predicted like 5 of the 8 players that would be involved. So I like that I was kind of on the nose about that. And it was basically the same purpose where the Mavs, the main thing they do is save a bunch of money. So there's a sunk cost going on where if Nico was probably still running the Mavericks, we wouldn't accept this type of trade. If he was going to have to trade Davis, he'd probably try to wait for a lot more. But now that he's gone, whoever's in charge, they don't, it doesn't really, there is no emotional aspect to getting as much value as possible. They concluded that we need to build around Cooper Flagg, and we need to get the best players around him. And the fastest way to do that is to get off Anthony Davis's contract. And this trade saved so much money for the Mavs, both this year and in the long term, like immediately. And the reason the Wizards were able to do that was because they had all these extra trade exceptions. They had a lot. And so they were able to they trade all those guys that they sent out. That all works for Davis. But then how do you take back all these other players like Russell, Hardy? They have all these trade exceptions. So they just absorb those guys in there. So they've taken just enough money for the Mavericks to get under the first apron, under the luxury tax. They save like 50 or almost close to $60 million this year. And then it's just like close enough for the Wizards not to get over the luxury tax. So it works as a 2-team trade. It's really nice. It's really creative. The Mavericks didn't really get much value in terms of the picks. Those are mostly, I call them press release picks, where it's going to be one of the first round picks going to be end of the first round. Another one, the Warriors one, that could convey into a second round pick. But honestly, it's okay. I think that they need to get this flexibility as soon as possible, because now that they don't have control of their picks over the next few years, they need to start focusing on what's best for Cooper. And I think that they are in a much better position now to find the players that they could surround him to help him be as successful as possible.
Yossi Goslin joining us, talking all things NBA here. And look, and I think in that kind of the gist of the move, I mean, shout out to Matt Riccardi and Michael Finley, doing the whole co-GM thing. And the reality was you were never going to get a haul back for Anthony Davis, right? I mean, look, the fact that you went from being over the luxury tax into the second apron, and now, as you alluded to, you're now below that, and you've got a couple pieces that you can work with. Again, not anything extensive, but at the very least, you're able to do that. That being said, what do you see? How attractive outside of Cooper Flagg with everything moving forward? The scuttlebutt about, hey, will they move to Vegas? Mark Cuban's throwing his snout back into things again. Like, how attractive is this Dallas Maverick role as far as a GM is concerned? And do you see any situation or any kind of event where they would try to move this team to Las Vegas?
I'll answer the second one. I do not see the team moving.
Okay, good.
It seems like even if there was some interest from ownership or whoever to make that happen, the NBA's been, ever since the Seattle move to OKC, and the way they fought for the Kings to stay in Sacramento in the last decade, seems like they're going to do everything. They'll do everything in their power to prevent relocation because of how controversial it was. As far as I would say that, any job where your cornerstone is Cooper Flagg, I think that'd be very appealing to any executive who, if there is an opening, if they want to hire someone else to be the new lead man, it would be very challenging. Like I said, the Mavericks don't have control over their draft until 2030. So it's going to be a challenge, but I think it's going to have to be kind of slow. There's going to be some years where, unfortunately, maybe they convey a valuable pick, but they have some options now, and I think the best thing they can do is try to add as many assets as possible, like as many draft picks as possible. One other thing the Anthony Davis trade created, for example, they got a very big trade exception, almost $21 million. So they can take in a player making up into that amount. Now, they could try to bring in players that would be good and could help Cooper and help them win games, but also they could take on some bad money, some bad contracts that maybe other team wants, and get some more draft picks from there. That's what the Wizards did when they were in the hole. They had traded Bradley, and when they traded Bradley Beal, they just got like a bunch of seconds, and they just started from there. And that's kind of now that's where I think that's where the Mavericks should start focusing on. Try to get more picks means you have more chances at drafting other young pieces who can grow with Cooper. And that trade exception, they have a couple other trade exceptions, could help them stockpile more picks.
Yossi, we appreciate the time and all of the insight. My man, you have yourself a good President's Day, all right?
Likewise. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
And there he goes on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Yossi Goslin, founder, host, and do it all, man, for Third Apron. You can check out his work there at Third Apron. Before we get into baseball nuggets, a little breaking NFL news, Fred. Adam Schefter reporting that the Miami Dolphins have released wide receiver Tyreek Hill.
Hey-o!
Tyreek Hill is on the way out. He turns 32 on March 1st, recovering from a dislocated knee and torn ACL. He will be an unrestricted free agent for the first time in his NFL career.
Interesting.
That move saves a ton of money for the Dolphins, almost $23 million. So we will talk more about that in Gridiron Gravy. But yeah, a big name hitting the free agent market. Another one from the Dolphins earlier today, too, that might be a good fit for Dallas that we'll talk about here in about an hour or so. But coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets. The Padres are making big moves, and Bad Bunny cares more about baseball than your commissioner. Next on The Fan.
Chevrolet. If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They are all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Going to get to some baseball nuggets here in just a second. Alec Medford and Fred Davis in today for the boys. Kevin and Corey will be back, and I will go back to my spot tomorrow. We got the G-Bag Nation following us today. Special edition with Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus running things and holding things down for you later on today. So hang out with us here on a holiday here on 105.3 The Fan. We are always here for you, holiday in and holiday out. But right now, powered by Reliant Air Conditioning, it is time for some baseball nuggets where the Padres are making some moves, and Bad Bunny does care about baseball more than your commissioner. Yes, I am saying that. We will get to that here in just a little bit. I do want to start with what I think will be my favorite baseball nugget for probably the rest of time. Special shout out to Jared and Emily Sandler, who welcomed in their first child over the weekend.
Shout out.
Annette Annie Drew was born on the 12th at 6:36 p.m., weighing in at 5 pounds and 13 ounces. And if you are a fan or follow Jared Sandler and his lovely wife, Emily, you know that this has been a very, very long journey for them. So just wanted to publicly say congratulations. I am absolutely ecstatic for the Sandler family. And if you know Jared personally, you know that he is one of the most amazing people on this planet. So he does everything he can to pour happiness into other people's lives. So I'm ecstatic that some happiness was poured into his family's lives now. So shout out to the Sandlers. It's big news.
Welcome to fatherhood, Jared. It's a ride like none other that you'll ever go on. And as somebody who, I've got 2 kids, my first child was a little girl, and there is nothing quite like a father-daughter relationship. So shout out to Jared Sandler and his lovely wife.
Yeah, big ups to them. Very, very excited. Let's start real quick with your Texas Rangers. You know, spring training is getting underway. It's the very early parts, so you're not getting too much yet, but you're getting some of the bullpen videos and stuff.
Snippets.
We were just talking off the air. There was a video, I believe, from Evan Grant over the weekend of Jock Peterson taking BP, and he looks a little bit slimmer. Looks like he might have dropped a few pounds. So maybe some good changes in the future for Jock Peterson. And Evan Grant did have a good piece in the morning news over the weekend about Peterson's struggles last year, saying that he wasn't necessarily mad at them or disappointed in those struggles, but it was motivating. And he realized he's got to be better if he's going to get that salary attached to him. So
absolutely does.
I'm excited because we throw this around jokingly a lot, but it is kind of true when you look at his numbers last year. It can't get any worse. It can.
It can. No, it absolutely can. And
I'd hope not.
Because look, the thing is, he did have and dare I say, I don't want to call it the benefit of injury, but for as bad as he started off, boom, then he gets, his hand, his wrist, whatever it was last year. And so, he kind of got lost in the shuffle from that sense. And there was just so many other things going on that, Jock Peterson kind of, was an afterthought. Now it's like this year with that spotlight going on him, heading into this season, for as bad as he was, you didn't make any other changes outside of Brandon Nimmo, all right, as far as any major impact bats that you brought in this year. So, it's like you're relying on Jock Peterson going into 2026. So, shout out to our boy Eddie Williams, who joined the program with us a couple days ago, me and Blake, and said, you want to find out if Jock Peterson's got his mind right going into 2026? See how he comes into training camp. Or spring training. Look and see, he goes, wait. He goes, that'll tell the tale as to where his mind is heading into 2026. He goes, if he comes in lighter and in better shape, then you'll know he's locked in for 2026. So that, to me, is the first positive sign of 2026 that Jock Peterson came back lighter and in better shape.
Tell me what you think about this. Skip Schumacher, speaking with the media over the weekend, says that he expects Brandon Nimmo, who you just mentioned, to open the season as the Rangers' everyday right fielder and leadoff hitter. So Josh Smith was the primary leadoff man in 2025. Nimmo has a 350 career OBP and less extreme splits. So him versus Josh Smith, obviously way more time, way more tenure, skins on the wall. Makes a lot of sense. But he was batting 4th or 5th a lot of the year last year with the Mets in his final year with the Mets. He's going to lose out on those RBI opportunities, but he could push for his first 100-run campaign since 2022, since he'll be hitting in front of Corey Seager and Wyatt Langford. So at this stage in Nimmo's career, a veteran guy, that might be a challenging adjustment since he hasn't seen action in the leadoff spot, I believe, in 6 years. I want to say it was 2020 was the last time he was a primary leadoff hitter. So the switch back might not be as easy, but I do think on paper and just logistically going into the beginning of the season, I think that's the right move to make, given Josh Smith hasn't exactly been an everyday player as much as Nimmo has.
Well, and I think, too, like, Brandon Nimmo is no stranger to pressure in the sense of, all right, look, he's been around the league, 8-10 years. He just got done with a stint in New York. All right, it's not near the pressure cooker here as it is there. He's done it before, and when it comes to Josh Smith, I think we're all just kind of gearing up for, we love what he does in the field. We love the fact that he is a solid at-bat, but the problem is we're all worried about what's going to happen post-All-Star break, right? And so if this means, if just being able to put his mind at ease and tell him, look, you're going to be batting somewhere in that 6 to 8 spot, all right, dare I say even the 9 spot, who knows? But, that's one less thing that we need you. We don't need to give Josh Smith's got enough on his plate heading into this season being an everyday player that I don't need to give him the added stress of, oh, by the way, you're going to be our leadoff guy as well.
Sure. I like it. I like the move, and whatever I can do to protect Josh Smith and his confidence, that's what I want, because I think he's a great player. But Kevin talks about it a lot on this very program. Yeah. When you look at Josh Smith, historically, the past few seasons, really, in the last 2 months of the season,
he's terrible.
He is not good. He is not a serviceable player because he just hasn't gotten those reps and he hasn't built up that routine yet. If I can protect him with a Brandon Nimmo leading off and, like you said, take some of the pressure off of him, I'm all for it because I think Josh Smith will be a very good player for a very long time. He just needs to get there.
So, I think he's one of your best defensive players, all right? And look, I think he plays a nasty first base. I mean, that's one thing I love about him. I remember going to that series last year against the Mariners, and he was incredible. He's a damn good fielder. And so, what he brings to you in that sense, but like you said, he just has shown the last 2 seasons for as valuable he's been as a utility guy. Now we're going to see, all right, can you do it? And yes, I'm sure, and I think, Nadell and Hicksey have talked about this as far as, will you see some platooning going on at that second base position? I think you will, but I think he's going to be kind of the leader in the clubhouse. But there's a reason you're paying Brandon Nimmo a lot of money. All right, you're paying Brandon Nimmo. There's a reason why you got rid of Marcus Semien, who, for a couple years was your leadoff guy, obviously was not good at it last year. So let's see for what he lacks. And Brandon Nimmo's just kind of a weird case in the sense that, look, he's a better bat than Semien's been the last couple years, but he's not as good a fielder as what you've had with Adolis Garcia, but he's a better bat there. So, you'll take the good with the bad when it comes to that. But again, if he can set the table for the rest of that lineup, and I'm calling my shot right now. Right now, Jake Burger bounce back season for my man. And I've said this before to all my parents out there. You just mentioned it. Nice little circle back here with Jared Sandler welcoming his first little baby into the world this weekend. Anytime you have problems with your children, all right, and Jake Burger, and I don't think, and rightfully so, but I think a huge part of his struggles last year were the fact that he was dealing with his daughter having open heart surgery during the offseason, okay? And I don't care who you are, when your kids ain't right, you ain't right. And I don't care if you're a professional baseball player or you're picking up trash every day. It just messes with your head. So his baby's right. He's physically in good shape. I'm telling you right now, it is Jake Burger season 2026.
Need some burger bombs,
Let's
man.
go with it.
I need plenty of burger bombs. A couple more things here as we wrap up baseball nuggets. The Padres make a big move with the man who makes all of the big moves. Yeah. The Padres have signed A.J. Preller, their president of baseball operations, to a multi-year extension. He was entering the final year of his contract here in 2026, and he will continue to be able to make crazy trades and massive blockbuster marquee moves for years to come. He's done a lot of good work with that team, making them very relevant and making the trade deadline super fun every year.
Dude.
But I think my favorite thing was he was asked just yesterday, I want to say, about Manny Machado's public appreciation for him, saying he needs an extension. And he's like, well, when you give a guy a $300 million contract, they're probably going to say those things.
They're probably going to
So I was like, he has a sense of humor about it.
He does.
I really do enjoy that. So AJ Preller is going to stick around for the foreseeable future for the Padres. And then, I hate to say it, but Bad Bunny cares about baseball more than your commission. I just like taking shots at Rob Manfred whenever I can.
I'm a Rob Manfred guy. I love me some Rob Manfred.
I've turned around on him a little bit because of the pitch clock and some of the in-game
pitch clock
changes.
was genius.
Yes.
Pitch clock was genius.
The in-game changes, I'm all for. I think he's done a great job.
Yeah.
The other stuff in terms of growing the game and stuff, I think he's an idiot. But Bad Bunny wanted to pay for Carlos Correa's World Baseball Classic insurance.
Okay.
So
interesting.
We've been following this saga of players in and out of the World Baseball Classic rosters because they can't get their larger salaries insured. And why is this a problem? Shout out Edwin Diaz, who obliterated his knee celebrating in the World Baseball Classic. So now this is a big issue for marquee players trying to get their contracts insured in case they suffer a legitimate injury in the World Baseball Classic. Carlos Correa confirmed last Friday that music superstar and Super Bowl halftime headliner Bad Bunny offered to pay for his insurance. And it was with a provider that Major League Baseball, the Astros, and Carlos Correa's agent, Scott Boras, did not approve. So they told him it was a bad idea. The insurance company that was proposed to me had cases where they had been not paying players back. So it was not approved by Major League Baseball, but Bad Bunny reached out and said, I'll figure it out for you. I want you to play. So I think that's awesome objectively to grow the game, have one of the biggest music superstars come in and say, how about I figure it out for you so you can go play? I think it's awesome, but
shout out to Bad Bunny.
That's also part of the issue that we have with growing the game of baseball is that if we're going to let insurance get in the way of a global phenomenon, because the last World Baseball Classic was awesome.
No, it was great. It was great.
Awesome. I get almost as patriotic about it as I do like the Four Nations or Olympic hockey and the Olympics in general. I get like maybe 5% less patriotic about it, but like I get amped up. So I need the big name players. We just saw Jack Leiter wasn't able to get on the roster because of insurance issues. So I hate that this is happening. I really do. But Bad Bunny, if he has anything to say about it, which they didn't agree with it, he's going to try to save it. Maybe some other celebrities chip in, or maybe just public outcry. They get this all figured out.
Is this all because of the Edwin Diaz stuff?
Yeah,
that's why it's happening.
Yeah, and I'm sure the insurance thing existed before, but I bet it's a bigger issue now because of Edwin Diaz.
Absolutely. Well, especially when you get injured. I mean, especially because he got hurt celebrating.
Yes.
Like you could stomach it better. Exactly. You could stomach it if boom, he heard it legitimately playing the game. But the fact that you heard it celebrating, and that's probably, a lot of the consternation, but
So 214 said Medford versus Manford violence. I think it's Manfred, but I like where your head is at.
I'm here for it.
I like where your head is
Let's
at.
get him on the show.
That would be amazing.
You know the deal.
That's Baseball Nuggets coming up next. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was pretty much the best at being the worst over the weekend, and why was it Kevin Durant? Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. His name is Fred Davis, and we got Jet Nelson on the board here today. Kevin and Corey will be back tomorrow. The full gang back together tomorrow here on President's Day. Thanks for spending your holiday with us. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to get involved in any and all of the conversations here today. 3 more hours to go until we give way to the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus will take care of you this afternoon from 2 to 7. But
couple of legends.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be great. The best 5 hours of radio in all of the DFW Metroplex is right here on The Fan.
Is Lucius producing?
No, he is out today.
Who's producing for him? Do you know, Jet?
I think Dylan.
Dylan. Okay.
There you
That'll
go.
Be fun.
And one of the best nicknames at the station, because we do great nicknames around here. So I've been told.
Depends on who you ask.
I just want it out there that I am a fan, okay?
I appreciate it.
I just want it out there. I listen on the weekends, and
you know what?
Night. Yes.
Shout out to Alec Medford. Alec Medford is a fatty. I want to put that out there on the record. Alec Medford will listen to the show at night. He has texted into the program and given us breaking news updates. He has texted in during the weekend when he's been called out about certain things, okay? And somebody was giving you a hard time. They were mad that you didn't say that you are the pride of Mansfield.
That's right. It feels wrong outside of AM on the FM.
No. You're always the pride of Mansfield. Let that be known, okay?
See, because you get so mechanical with these intros and stuff that I'm like, usually it's Kevin who calls me that outside of 11:20.
Okay.
So I'm like,
let it be known then.
I'm getting readjusted.
Getting readjusted. Tell them right now who you are.
Maybe I am the wanker of the weekend because that's what time it is right now. Wanker of the weekend. Some of the people that were the best at being the worst over this weekend. We will get to Kevin Durant later on in the segment, trust me. I do want to start with the Winter Olympics, though, because everybody loves some Olympic talk here, especially in this time slot. We have been all over it. But is Canadian curling the wanker of the weekend? Both the men's and women's teams were accused of double touching the stone while in motion to end last week. And the women's curling team was accused more recently following cheating allegations against the men's squad. The women's team was called out for the rules violation during Saturday's match against Switzerland, which Canada lost 8-7. They lost while cheating. Officials stopped play, ruling that Rachel Homan touched her stone again after releasing it. The stone was removed from the sheet, stunning Canada's skip. So the men and women's teams have both been caught cheating, double touching the stone. The men's was more entertaining because there was some non-FCC friendly audio that got caught on a hot mic of them saying, we got video of it. We'll show you after the game, mother effer. And stuff like that. It was actually pretty entertaining. But, yeah, Canadian curling, are they the wanker of the weekend for double touching the stone? How dare they?
I'm not going to give that. I mean, we got other options to choose from, correct?
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't. I mean, can we get excited or upset about a sport that we only care about every 4 years?
That's a great point.
But, we talked about this yesterday on the show. Did you know, Alec Medford, that there's a curling center here in the DFW?
I think I actually learned that last week.
Absolutely you did. Our boy Eric Bushman from our sister station 1080, who bruised his rib. Fair or foul, bruising your rib curling. That's another story for another time. So apparently there's a curling place here in the DFW. Shout out to you guys. And,
Dude.
Is that a first date? Is that a good first date?
Honestly, it does look really fun.
You get to check out her athleticism, okay?
Yes.
Kind of on the sly. Kind of see what she's working with a little bit, without seeing it. If you pick up my drift, so
I am, and you're thinking just like me because on Thursday Kevin asked about that. He's like, "What type of women are you looking for?" And I was like, "One thing I love to find out on the first date is." Competitive. Are you competitive?
Yeah.
Because I love going to the arcade to whoop some ass. I mean, heck, we can go to the local church where they got a basketball court in the back and we can hoop.
Wow.
I'll whoop some ass and knock out, like whatever it is. I want something where I can see if either we work as a team or if we can have fun working against each other.
That Friday. I did hear you mention that, yes.
That is big for me. Curling, that might be a great idea.
It's not a bad, something to think about, man. So for all you folks out there that maybe have a first date this week, thinking about what you could do, and it's different. It's different.
I like it. What I don't like is this. Major League Baseball telecasts will no longer indicate ball or strike using on-screen graphics. In the 2026 season, previously strikes were shown as a filled-in circle while a ball was a hollowed-out circle. Now, the graphic will always be the same according to the Chicago Sun-Times. They will no longer indicate whether a pitch is a ball or strike within the on-screen strike zone box, as the league is exercising, quote, an abundance of caution to ensure teams cannot exploit the broadcast to their advantage when challenging pitches with the new ABS pitch challenging system. So the strike zone box graphic will still be there. You just won't get the StatCast indication of a filled in or a hollowed out ball for the exact correct call like they would give you on the TV copy as a fan, because they don't want people pulling up an iPad in the dugout and seeing that, oh, StatCast said that is a strike, challenge it.
Look, I just loved up Rob Manfred in the last segment, and here he goes, pissing in my post toasties this morning, man. You see it. And shout out to our boy, Degenerate Jake. Hell, his coach just a couple weeks ago, they show him a video of a ball going out of bounds, and he challenges it right there on the spot. Like his little video guy shows it to him. He's watching it right there in the middle of the action. Says, "Here, let's go," and boom, the call gets overturned. So look. On one hand, I kind of see it, but at the same time, like, if you have the technology, let's go ahead and use it. You've got your video guys there for a reason. Don't we want to get the calls right? Isn't that the whole point of having this? So, if your coach and the team has it, and they have if they do it in the right amount it's more on the team itself. We see it in the NFL all the time. Okay, they're not watching on the TV or watching in real time. So come on, baseball, you got to be better than that, and let's stop pretending like their technology isn't out there to use in the first place. Someone's going to do a workaround anyway. I'm sure of that.
Exactly. I think it's just after the whole Astros, Red Sox, all that, the sign stealing and stuff, how it was done through camera work. I think that's them saying, we are going to spare no expense, for lack of a better term, in trying to prevent people from circumventing the system that we created, that we think is so great.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
It's coming from a Houston guy.
Hey, man, look, it's always that one person whistleblowing. It's always that one whistleblower.
Yeah, it's not a matter of who's doing it, it's just who gets caught. And that's the reality. People are always, and especially in baseball where the margins for error are so slim, people are always trying to get an advantage, whether it's crowding the plate, whenever a count gets tight or what have you. The players are doing it, the front offices are doing it. To what extreme? You and I don't know. Only they know. But like you said, they're going to find a way, whether it's just cameras that they are allowed to have access to.
Trash cans in the background. Who knows?
I've heard of that one before. That it's worked before. Who knows? So I just think it's lame. I know it's such a small change. Like I see the 940 texting, and so the fans don't know when pitches are wrong. Yes, we can tell with our eyes, and we will still have the strike zone frame on TV. It's just nice that StatCast would tell you definitively, yes, that was a strike. No, that was a ball. And we could know, oh, they missed that one. Cool. Now it's like, kind of looks like it's on the outside edge of that. Like you got to be backseat umpire at this point, which
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with it. I think it's kind of fun because I do it anyways. I'm debating pitches and stuff from, the 300 level.
So wait a minute. They're still going to show where the ball went. They're just not going to say,
yes.
You know what? I'm okay with that.
The filled in circle versus not filled in.
That's it. All right. You know what?
A very minor change, but
take back what I said about Rob Manfred. Carry on.
Some people are outraged by it.
Early.
I'm not outraged. I'm just like, it's lame that you're taking something away from the fan to try to stop the players. That's where I'm like, why do we have to take away from the fan presentation to try to prevent your players and your managers from cheating?
Well, they want to engage you, is what it is. So they're giving you, Alec Medford, the power to determine balls and strikes. You didn't have that before. A machine told you.
I'm not mad at it.
This is cutting out AI is what this is doing, if we're being honest, all right?
Wow.
It's putting the power back in your hands, Alec Medford.
You know what? Maybe baseball is progressive.
Maybe
I
they
like
are.
This.
Maybe they are.
I like this.
Shout
you know
out to
what?
Rob Manfred.
Maybe I am a Manfred fan again.
Maybe you should be. Let's get him on the show.
For the rest of the show, I think you've made me a Manfred fan.
877-881. Rob, if you're listening, 877-881-1053.
He's a big Tolo.
He's a huge Tolo.
I'd hope so.
Why wouldn't he be?
After this segment, he might not be. But is the wanker of the weekend? I'm just going to spoil it, yes. Kevin Durant.
I think it's got to be, dude.
Kevin Durant.
KD. And I love KD. I'm a KD guy.
Oh, I love him. But if
unlike my co-host,
if this is real, this is a bad look.
Dude,
so
this is not a good look for him.
During the All-Star festivities over the weekend, a Twitter account called GetHire77, which is now private, started spreading screenshots of direct messages from a burner account that they deem is run by one Kevin Durant. The account, which the screenshots are still out there, there's a lot of language in there that I cannot read for multiple reasons. The account reportedly criticized Houston players Jabari Smith Jr. and Alperen Şengün, claiming Şengün struggles with shooting and defense and questioning Smith's scoring and defensive ability.
Wow.
Claims also suggest Durant criticized former teammates Devin Booker and Kyrie Irving. Booker was reportedly called a, quote, dictator who took all of the credit in wins, while Irving was said to act as if Durant owed him something. So none of these claims have been proven. Durant has faced multiple burner account rumors before.
He has.
Though he often responds openly from his main Twitter account, making some, including me, have their doubts if he's behind this one. But some of the very detailed stories and things that were said about these players and coaches have people scratching their head.
Yeah.
Like, only people that were at practice could know some of these things.
Yeah.
Only people that are around these guys a lot and talk to these guys would know. So this is either a really well-fabricated story or it's KD not being smart enough. And just the icing on the cake, the player intros for the All-Star game, KD did not look happy.
Well, he didn't look happy, and to your point, I saw a couple clips of him on his phone in between games, and that as the Twitter account pointed out, that look tells you, hey, something might be going on there. Because, I mean, look, we've all had those situations where, you're texting, you're tweeting, and, that's the thing about tweets. That's the thing about your phone is you can really get locked into it. And that look of, sometimes it can bring a smile to your face. Sometimes it can bring a look of consternation. And the one on KD's face certainly wasn't a smile.
Looked like he got some news that some information is now public that shouldn't be public. We're just being fun and speculative with it, but it's all adding up. The math is mathing, as some would say. So we'll see if anything comes from this. It could just be a prankster that was very, very detailed and very well versed. Who knows? That is Wanker of the Weekend. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day. Plus, I promise your parlay is not that important. Next on The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and Fred Davis with you here today. We got AM on the FM in just a second. Gridiron Gravy coming up here in just about 16 minutes or so as we have a fresh batch of free agents on the market to talk about across the NFL. All of them coming from the Miami Dolphins because they are in salary cap hell. But not anymore. We'll get to that here at 11:40-ish. But right now, I'm looking up at the clock. I think it's about that time for some AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah, there you go.
Damn right.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I promise your parlay is not that important. We'll get to that here in just a few minutes. But we're going to start off with the question of the day. We're changing it up a little bit here recently, how we format it. I'm going to give you the question, then we'll run through the rest of today's national holidays as you ponder your response to the question of the day. Today is National Almond Day, so I want to know, what is your go-to struggle snack? 877-881-1053, the snack that'll never let you down. Because mine is in my backpack right now, and it happens to relate directly to National Almond Day. We will let you think. 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. But this week, I should say, National Pancake Week. So it's a big week for you breakfast lovers.
Might have to get some breakfast after the show's over.
Dude,
I love breakfast.
It's my favorite meal.
100%.
And it makes me sad that I live in Narnia compared to this studio, so I don't have time to make like a proper breakfast every morning.
Get up earlier.
Yeah, I already do though.
Yeah. What time to get up?
If I'm going to the gym in the morning, 4:45.
Damn, yeah, I mean, that's pretty damn early.
Yeah. So right. Spend an hour in the gym, get back. By the time I get back, it's a little bit after 6. I need to be out the door by 7 at the latest if I'm going to even kind of beat the traffic. If I want it to be less than an hour and a half to drive in, I have to be out the door by 7. So, and then I have to shower because I'm sweaty and gross from the gym. So, like I don't have time to bust out the eggs and the bacon and all that. So it's usually just protein waffle mix, apple, some pineapple, whatever fruit I got in the fridge, maybe a protein shake, because that's quick and easy. So it's usually the quick and easy variety. Breakfast is usually, like on the weekends, roll at the Blackstone, cook on the griddle. Yeah.
I mean, that's a good call by you. Look, for somebody who, I love to eat. Shout out to two guys from Italy, Italian restaurant. I hit that up yesterday after the show. Oh my God, it was absolutely delicious. It was so. You ever eaten so much that you just felt sick afterwards?
Yeah.
Okay, that's exactly what happened to me yesterday. I had 2 baskets of bread, chicken parm, spaghetti, and they said, "Hey, do you want super salad?" I said, "Give me both." Give me both. Your boy went absolutely ham yesterday. Shout out to 2 guys from Italy. Absolutely delicious food there. But for somebody that likes to eat breakfast, I'm not great at making it. And so I appreciate
a moment of transparency. I like it.
I'm not good at making anything except for trouble.
Yeah, we know that. We knew that part. I thought you would be good at other stuff, though. No, I love making breakfast. Like that was something
I was gonna say something else, but it's 10 to 2 hours, so I don't want to say too much.
Yeah, filter, please. I appreciate it. I love making breakfast, even for a crowd. Like I just enjoy it. My claim to fame within the family now is the breakfast burrito.
Oh,
I can whip up.
What's your go-to meats? Pause.
Thank you. Big on the bacon and
Okay.
sausage.
Okay.
If we're feeling fancy, like sometimes some brisket can sneak its way in there if we have any in the fridge. You know,
I like it.
that's usually a delicacy. But if we
Yeah.
got some left over, I'm like, oh, some brisket breakfast tacos or burritos. That sounds great. But yeah, usually just sausage and bacon. Keep it somewhat simple with some eggs. Oh yeah, amazing. Got a secret sauce as well that I whip up. It's amazing.
Wow.
Claim to fame.
You're
Wrap it
next
up in
level.
foil. You know, grill the sides so it stays all sealed and everything. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. Man. It's also National Do a Grouch a Favor Day. So if you know somebody who's grouchy, do them a favor. Maybe they won't be so grouchy.
Do a Grouch a favor day. Do we give Grouch, a.k.a. From the Sesame Street, do we give him enough love?
Oscar.
I don't feel like he gets enough love.
No, I've started to understand him more as I've aged.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, key character.
Yeah.
He was a huge character.
Oh, yeah.
He lived in a trash can.
That's right. And so I thought he was gross and mean, and I hated him as a kid. But now I'm like, you know what?
Makes sense.
He's relatable in more ways than one.
Makes sense. And you know what? He wasn't in the Epstein files.
That's right.
Something to be said for that.
And if you listen on Thursday, neither is Pikachu. It is also National Innovation Day.
Okay.
So if you're feeling innovative, go do something about it.
Yeah,
go
let's do it.
create something. Go invent something. I like it. I always have those like things that I thought of years ago, and then I see it on the open market being sold, and I'm like, why didn't I just create it in that moment and sell it? I've had a few of those moments where I'm like, I thought of that first. I guarantee it. I just did nothing about it.
What's the one thing that you came up with that you thought, man, if I did this, this could hit? I've got one idea that I came up with years ago that then I saw it later, and I was like, dadgummit, somebody did do this.
Okay, I actually have one in mind.
Let's go.
I think this product might have even made it to Shark Tank.
Okay.
I want to see if it still exists or if I'm making it up. Yes, it was featured on Shark Tank. The Cord Buddy.
What's the Cord Buddy?
It's a plastic-like interface that you put on the neck of a guitar, and it's got buttons that you push to teach you the different power chords.
Okay.
Because I struggled, one, being a smaller kid and, still a smaller man, I get it, make the jokes, had smaller hands, and I wanted to learn guitar.
Yeah.
So reaching across the neck of the guitar to make different chords just wasn't possible. It just felt impossible. It was possible, but it felt impossible. So I was like, there's got to be an easier way. Somebody needs to make something that does the chords for you in an easier manner where your hand stays in one place.
Okay.
And then, sure enough, on Shark Tank, it pops up, and I think it's like $45, and I ended up buying one, too, just to see, and I was like, oh, it works exactly how I thought it would.
Is it
Pretty
still
cool.
out there?
Yes. You can buy it on Amazon. Guitar Center has them. Yeah, still exists.
Do we think it's hit the mainstream as much as we thought it would? I mean, I guess it's kind of a niche.
It's still doing great sales.
It is?
Yeah, very highly reviewed.
All
4.5 stars.
How many reviews does it have?
About 500.
So at least 500 people have bought one. How much are they?
$50.
$50?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very intuitive, though. It comes with a little book to teach you a little bit more, and then it's got, like, the buttons are removable. So once you learn the chord, you actually place your fingers instead of pushing the button.
Put it on there, okay.
Yeah, so once you get used to it, once you're comfortable.
Does it come with a wah-wah paddle?
That's a great question. It doesn't. Unfortunately, to the dismay of Fred Davis,
Does it have a sign that says no stairway?
No, it probably should.
These are accessories.
It probably should. It probably should. But no, so that's probably what it teaches you, if we're being honest.
It should.
It's probably what it teaches you. But back to the original question of the day. For National Almond Day, your go-to snack, the snack that never lets you down, your ultimate give-up snack. For me, it's literally in my backpack right now. The dark chocolate covered almonds. They are so good and good for you.
Yeah.
Dark chocolate, obviously, got the health benefits there, but tons of protein if you're just an almond machine like I am. Yeah. Really good for you, very filling. You get that sweetness from the dark chocolate that cures that sugar craving that you get every now and then because I'm drinking the sugar-free Red Bull right now. I've cut out almost all sugar from my life. I don't even crave it very much, but when I do, I go straight for the dark chocolate-covered almond.
I'm a peanut M&M's guy. I mean, that's my go-to snack. I don't snack a lot. I'm not much of a snacker guy. I mean, I have cut down dramatically on my fast food. I mean, my go-to snack for a while was 2 cheeseburgers from Mickey D's.
Yep.
So let's call that what it is. But I also appreciate a good bowl of cereal as a snack as well. I had a bowl last night before I went to bed. Probably why I woke up at 3 a.m. with
Shout out Bobby
crushing
Bell.
indigestion. Yeah, it wasn't for that reason, though. Wasn't for that reason. No,
hey, it's Valentine's weekend. I was just making a good
No,
assumption.
look, Fred was very much solo all weekend. Well, I was with my family Friday and Saturday.
That's
but
nice.
It was. But, yeah, I mean, if I have to pick something out of the realm, I would go with peanut M&Ms.
I like it. I love those. Jet?
I wish I was as healthy. When it comes down to my need a snack, you can't go without it. It's probably a good half of the big bag of just standard old Cheetos.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you just can't go wrong. The cheese on the fingers, it's finger-licking
next
good.
level. Next
Yes,
level.
next
And
level.
I didn't know where you were going with that, Jet.
Sounds like the Cheetos and the Cord Buddy could go hand in hand with
Dude,
the finger
Chet's
work.
a closet freak. Can we just call that what it is?
I think I need to be on.
Chet is, or Chet. I don't even know who Chet is. Jet. You got me thinking about I'm telling you right now, we did a thing last week of what producers would have the, most scandalous search history here at 105.3 The Fan.
Jeez.
My first gut instinct was Dylon, because you always got to watch out for the quiet ones. But after the last couple days of doing radio with my man Jet Nelson, I am openly convinced that he is a closet freak. Jet Nelson. So if you know, you know. Give him a look on the Twitch. Give him a look on the YouTube. And you'll see exactly what I mean.
I do not want to see him in that light, but here I am.
It's too late. You can't unsee it, can you?
Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
Can't unsee it.
Thanks,
You're
man.
welcome. It's not Trap House Trevor. It's not Trap House Trevor.
Trap House Trevor. That's probably my favorite nickname, if we're being honest.
He's crazy.
That's probably my favorite nickname.
Well, we got him, Black Adam, Degenerate Jake, and Khaki Kevin. So
I will say I have called Jacob Degenerate Jake like in public outside of work before. So yeah, it's stuck.
There we go.
See, the nicknames work. The nicknames work. The 214 says really any kind of chips. But let's see. From the 214, cashews or sunflower seeds. I went through a huge sunflower seed phase during the pandemic. I don't know what it was. I don't know, gas station find. I was like, you know what? Let's go back to the high school days playing baseball. And I was like, yep, I love these again. From the 817, Dots pretzels are always good. Corey would tell you that pretzels are the snack served in hell.
The who?
So the snack served in hell. That's what Corey calls those little dry pretzels.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's been a while since I've had those. You talking about the ones like you get on the airplane?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I love those.
Yeah, the super dry, crunchy ones. The little mini pretzels.
Yeah.
The sticks.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, but all pretzels are like that. I mean, hence the line from Seinfeld, these pretzels are making me thirsty.
That's true. That's why Corey says they're served in hell, because they are so dry.
They are.
And they would give them to you with no water down there.
And there's salt, too. I mean, come on, what are we talking about?
Yeah, you're done for. Guys, I teased that nobody cares that much about your parlay. So, this has quickly become one of my favorite podcasts ever. Club 520, Jeff Teague and company. It is the best entertainment value out there. Hilarious. And they cover all phases of life. It's amazing. Shout out to Behan, one of the most hilarious people on the face of planet Earth. So Fred VanVleet was recently on Club 520, and they were talking about, how betting has influenced sports and stuff. And he was talking about how he had a weird interaction at church. Said, quote, I had somebody run me down in church and said, you effed up my parlay in church. And I just replied, damn. He said it was a $3,000 parlay. It was some young kid. I couldn't believe it. It's real out here, end quote. So somebody ran down Fred VanVleet in church.
Cold-blooded.
To tell him, you messed up my parlay.
In the Lord's house.
Which I get that's going to happen. You see him walking down the tunnel at the arena. You messed up my parlay, whatever. It's like, yeah, that's chirping. It's part of the game. You see him at the grocery store or whatever. Hey, that parlay, you owe me back for it. It's like, that's one thing. In church,
no,
we're running down pro athletes for, not going over 29.5 points in church.
That's bad.
In church. It gets to a point. It gets to a point. We know that this has been bad, and athletes have talked about, oh, my DMs, I'm getting death threats and stuff, but it's like church is the one place that if you see a pro athlete, you should probably say, let me leave them alone.
Really, if you see anybody in church, I mean, let's leave church alone. How about that, just as a whole?
That's just absurd. Nobody cares about your parlay.
They don't.
That's it.
They don't.
It's that simple. It's never that serious. Or just be smart with your money. That's AM on the FM, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. We got some big-name free agents hitting the market, and the franchise tag window opens up tomorrow. Next on The Fan.
Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we got Gridiron Gravy here in just a moment. 877-881-1053 to get in the conversation here. Coming up on the other side, one of my favorite things we get to do on this holiday pretty much every year, the Athletics MLB Spring Training Survey coming up at noon. Hear from the players and decision makers on some major topics within Major League Baseball. But right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. There you go, Fred Davis. You got the long dramatic dip today.
I appreciate that.
Starting off, we've got transactions in the NFL. We joked that the Dolphins are trying to get rid of their entire team pretty much, as they are making salary cap saving moves, including a couple of big names. Tyreek Hill, the most recent as of about half an hour ago, maybe 40 minutes ago or so. They will be releasing Tyreek Hill. He will be an unrestricted free agent for the first time in his NFL career, which is wild to say, as he's been around for a minute now, just trade after trade. Never got to choose his own destination. He's talked about that in the past.
Yeah.
About, like, it would be kind of cool to pick where I'm going to go at some point. But he's going to hit unrestricted free agency while mending a dislocated knee and a torn ACL, that gruesome injury that he suffered. He is on the mend from that, and he will have the chance to pick his team for the first time in his career. $22.8 million in salary cap saving for the Dolphins. And then a name that will be popular among Cowboys fans, Bradley Chubb, the pass rushing linebacker, defensive end. He is going to hit the open market, as they tried to trade him at the deadline this year, didn't get an offer that made sense in their mind, but it was always going to be a divorce because of the way his contract was structured. He had a cap hit north of $30 million for next season, so he was always going to get traded or released. Whatever team traded for him likely would have had to release him or give him an extension to alleviate that massive cap hit anyways. But he's just 29 years old, not even on the wrong side of 30 yet. Still a productive edge rusher in 2025.
He's 29?
Yeah. He's 29, and get this, he had his highest pressure rate, or third highest pressure rate of his career in 2025.
I didn't realize Bradley Chubb's been around that long. Holy Toledo. That's wild.
And he was double teamed on a career high 23.1% of his pass rushes in 2025 as well. So he still commands the attention of a premier pass rusher. Whether or not he is that premier pass rusher that he once was, it's up for debate, but he is showing consistency. He turns 30 in June. He's torn his ACL in both knees during his 8-year NFL career. Releasing Chubb before June 1st will cost the Dolphins roughly $23.8 million in dead cap, while saving them $7.3 million in 2026.
Would you say he's ever been premier, though?
The league definitely thought he was.
Yeah. I mean, I've always thought he's been a good pass rusher, but I mean, I'm looking at his numbers. I mean, I remember when he went to Denver, was drafted there, and I remember, what was it? I think it was John Elway was the GM at the time, and I think he even gave him the number, no, that was Von Miller. I think he gave him number 58 too. But, I mean, Chubb has been good, right? But, I mean, you know, he's only had double-digit sacks twice. I mean, he had 12 as a rookie, and then never did it again until he went to Miami 2 years ago, right? So. Sure. I guess for the sake of he finished with 8.5 last year. You know, depending upon what you were going to pay him this year, would you roll the dice? Because I know Trey Hendrickson's a name that we've thrown out. We talked about it yesterday. You know, if I had to give you, if I told you right now, Alec Medford, if you had to choose between, you know, if you're keeping George Pickens, and you've got some George Pickens stuff you're going to get to here in just a little bit, but if I told you, all right, you got to choose between Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, or Bradley Chubb, given everything you would have to look at money-wise and or picks-wise, you know, Bradley Chubb might be somebody that, dare I say, I don't know that you can necessarily, quote-unquote, get on the cheap, but you could probably get him cheaper than you would Trey Hendrickson.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. And this is now 2 years removed off of a knee injury. So
yeah, exactly.
He's bouncing back, like you mentioned, 8.5 sacks in 2025, right off of the knee injury. So you're hoping that maybe he's got his legs beneath him now, an offseason to fully recover in a normal way, get a full training camp in a normal way. He played in all 17 games this season.
He did.
And, he was a team captain, and he won the local media's Good Guy Award.
I mean, come on.
Like, he's a great locker room guy. A lot of guys have always come up, especially his time in Denver. People spoke really highly of him, just character-wise. But
who would be your good guy here if you had to give one to the Dallas Cowboys? Who would be your good guy award you'd give it to?
Ooh, I know this year was Kenny Clark, wasn't it, who won it this year?
Okay.
I think the impact that he made immediately was awesome.
Yeah.
I would always say, kind of biased because he did the player show this season, but Jake Ferguson. He's really open with the media.
He is.
He was the guy. Like, I remember it was after the Lions lost last year.
Yeah.
That awful game. He was the first person that was like readily available, and he answered every question open and honestly.
That.
And that's when I knew I was like, okay, I'm a Jake Ferguson fan, because everybody else you could tell was visibly upset for obvious reasons. It was a terrible game, but he was the one that would say, yeah, that was awful. Like, that sucked. I've got to be better. Everybody's got to be better. I was like, oh, I appreciate it, with, just a towel on and everything. I was like, giving me the real truth right out of the shower.
I do. Look, you're not wrong about that. I would give Good Guy Awards to Dante Fowler and Jadeveon Clowney, who win, lose, or draw, always. And Dante Fowler, I'm biased because he gave me what I thought was the best quote of the year when asked about the trade deadline. He said, "I don't pay attention to trade deadlines. I'm in this bleep."
I love that.
It was, now look, are we all a little upset because maybe Dante didn't give us the numbers we wanted this year? 100%. However, we'll go ahead and pair that with our boy Jadeveon Clowney, who went above and beyond and ended up leading the team in sacks.
Yeah, Clowney made a huge impact because, one, came in late, and two, I've talked about this a few times now. Whenever like the season ended, we're like, who do we want? Who do we want to go? So on and so forth. I was like, bring Clowney back, because the first day the ink was dry, they didn't have him practice. But the first thing I saw from practice was him coaching up Donovan Ezraku, arm around him, like.
He's a great locker room guy. No, he's a great locker room guy, and for what he became or what he's become from where he was at early on in his career in Houston and what he's evolved into, yes, I'm with you. For the right price, I would love to see Jadeveon Clowney back with the Dallas Cowboys.
So there you have it. A couple of big moves made by the Dolphins, and I do think that Bradley Chubb will once again be on the Cowboys' radar, because that would be a phenomenal pass rush.
And real quick, I want to say him and Christian Parker's time overlapped in Denver. So, that being said, let's go ahead and put that on your peripherals, ladies and gentlemen. I could see a situation where new D-line coach, was it Marcus Dixon, I think is the D-line coach, and Christian Parker, I think all three of their times crossed over in Denver. So, don't sleep on Bradley Chubb, and that could potentially give me a 1-year prove-it deal. Now, that's asking a lot at 30 years old, but look, you're not going to give him a fat contract at 30 years old, right? For a guy that, but to your point, though, he's now 2 years removed from a knee injury. We saw what Javonte Williams looked like 2 years removed from a knee injury, so
it just takes time.
It just takes time.
Let him find a little bit of consistency, and really, especially when it comes to those knee injuries, the confidence to just plant your leg again. Once you find that, you're good.
Hey, he has had 19 and a half. And look, I know I said, Premier, I would kind of push back on that a little bit. But, full disclosure, he has had 19 and a half sacks in his last 2 years. Obviously, 2024, as you mentioned, he did not play because of the torn ACL. But 19 and a half sacks in his last 2 full seasons.
And then something to keep an eye out on tomorrow. The franchise tag window opens for the NFL. So look for George Pickens, as was reported, and we've been telling you for probably months now. George Pickens will get the franchise tag. I would expect as a placeholder to try to get a long-term deal done, but some interesting names across the NFL that could be in play as well. Like, one team said nobody ever that I'm interested in, the Colts. I want to see if they use the franchise tag, but on who? Daniel Jones, Alec Pierce. I'm intrigued to see what the Colts offseason looks like after that just miracle run before DJ got hurt. So there's going to be a few interesting situations with the franchise tag to watch out for. And you mentioned some George Pickens stuff we will get to later, maybe in the next hour. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, one of my favorite articles every year that comes out this weekend each year, the MLB Spring Training Survey from The Athletic, some of the hot topics of conversation around players and decision makers in baseball next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you win. driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford, and Fred Davis. Yeah, one of those days. Along with you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener, we appreciate you spending the holiday with us here today. Kevin and Corey will be back tomorrow, and the whole gang will be reunited once again. Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus will handle things for the G-Bag Nation here today. But you can hang out with us until then. 877-881-1053 to get involved in the conversation here, as right now we're going to do one of my favorite things that we get to do this holiday pretty much every year is the beginning of spring training. Jason Stark of The Athletic gets together with a bunch of MLB executives and polls them on certain big either issues or questions and kind of superlatives, like best trade, most improved, least improved, and whatever. I like to see if the Rangers, any moves that they make, or if they pop up in any of these best or worst conversations, and I'll go and spoil for you. The Rangers are not mentioned once in any of these questions. Not a move that they made, not least improved, not most improved, exactly what you would expect. They are just there. They just exist, which is unfortunate because after the success in 2023, you kind of, as a fan, expected, a willingness to open the wallet because you see what happens when you make big moves and when you have somebody heading up baseball operations that has the savviness when it comes to pitching, when it comes to acquiring some of these low-key names that come in and end up being a pivotal part of the team, and then it all just kind of falls apart and you have to trade away one of those major pieces in Marcus Semien just because the culture wasn't exactly there anymore, the chemistry wasn't exactly there anymore. So,
well, and let's not bury the lead with Marcus Semien wasn't good anymore. I mean, let's not pretend that Marcus Semien, if Marcus Semien was still good, he'd still be here. All right? I mean, there's a reason why the dude dropped from first in the lineup to was batting ninth at one point last year and the year before. Like, Marcus Semien, great glove. No one's going to question that. And yes, did he have some bouts where, he was productive at the plate? But Marcus Semien's not here. And I'm sure there's some clubhouse stuff, but it's, the guy that we saw in that 2023 World Series run, we have not seen that dude for the last 2 years.
And it's unfortunate because his style of leadership is very watch me do it.
That's it.
Like I will show you how to be the guy. But when you're telling people watch me be the guy and you aren't being the guy,
and you're batting two and some change.
Yeah, the message just gets sour. It's like right guy or right message, wrong messenger. In that situation, it's like Corey Seager can get away with that because he's really, really good. Now, the availability is a different part, but when he's on the field, he's the best player on the field more times than not. And that leadership style is extremely hit or miss. So it was time to get somebody that will put their arm around somebody's shoulder and say, hey, I've been there. I've done that. Be a little bit more vocal and whatnot. And again, like you said, the production is a totally different thing as well. But yeah, the Rangers aren't mentioned once in this piece, which the past couple of years they have been.
Tight.
So now we just get to have fun with no emotions tied to it. Most improved team in the National League, you think is?
The most improved team in the National League. I mean, I don't know if, dare I say, the Dodgers. I mean, you only added Kyle Tucker. I mean, that's never bad.
The Dodgers came in second.
Okay.
They got 31st place votes. One team got 32. So it was very close. And then it's a drop-off after that. Think of another money-spending juggernaut.
The only other team I can think of is the Cubs.
They were third with 18. The Mets come in at number 1 with 32 first-place votes. They showed up on all but 4 ballots from Major League executives. That's usually a sign of consensus. So the interesting thing is losing Pete Alonso in the process. A lot of execs had something to say about that, saying, quote, "I'm not sure it's better, but it's really different," from an American League exec, and I think they needed it, which is an interesting adage there. A National League exec said, quote, "They are taking sort of the opposite approach of the Phillies. Did the Mets get better overall on paper? Probably not. But they restructured their roster in such a way that I believe they will be contenders while also addressing the clubhouse." So, a lot of people saying, look, they might not have taken strides to be better in terms of stats, in terms of overall wins and whatnot by losing Pete Alonso and some other names, but they added the right guys, which in a big media market that everything's going to be overanalyzed, they took the approach of, can we fix clubhouse chemistry? Kind of like we were just talking about with the Rangers. Can we get guys in here, which ironically they added Marcus Semien. If they're going for the chemistry thing, that's odd. But anyways, they addressed the clubhouse chemistry more so than talent. So just a different approach that they think will pay off in the future.
I mean, look, you got to do something, right? I mean, you've gone, the Mets are in this weird place. They had a decent year last year, right? I mean, for a team that spends the amount of money they do, but at the same time, I mean, look, it's kind of what you're seeing across all sports where, look, you just saw it in the world yesterday where K-State fires their head basketball coach. Has less to do with the fact that he's, just an average coach, but the fact that, we spend a lot of money in NIL and you ain't winning. And I go back to what Nick Saban said, a year and a half ago, whatever it was, where, and this, again, this applies more to sports more than ever before, is that if you're going to spend money on guys, it better be the right guys, and you better hit on the guys that you spend on. So, and I just saw a thing where Cohen said, there's going to be no captains as long as he owns the team. So, I don't know. If I'm a Mets fan, I don't know if I feel any better than I did before. I mean, that's still a pretty loaded division.
Exactly. The competition is going to outweigh anything they do.
Are they
most
better than
times.
the Phillies? Probably not.
Probably not.
Do the Braves bounce back this year? Maybe. The Braves were a team that you thought were going to go to the World Series last year. Of course, it doesn't help that they started out 1-15 or something crazy like that. I mean, they kind of evened out, but when you dig yourself into such a big hole, yes, 162 gives you the chance to kind of make things right. But the problem is when you get into such a large hole, you have to play such 600, 700 baseball the rest of the way to even things out, and then to put yourself in a place to win, especially when you have such a loaded division like the NL East.
The rest of that voting looks like this from the top down. Mets, Dodgers, Cubs come in at third, Pirates at fourth, Braves at fifth, and the Giants at sixth. And I will give my flowers to the Pirates. They actually opened up the wallet a little bit.
They have to.
And they tried. They were a serious Framber Valdez contender until the last minute.
Yeah.
And it looked like all signs were pointing towards that happening. A marriage there in Pittsburgh. And I was like, hey, I think, this was I think the week of the winter meetings, I declared it. I said the Pirates are going to spend money because they realize that they do have some talented young pieces that they cannot afford to disappoint. And they went out and made an effort to spend some money. They came up short in a couple areas, but they did make some moves that made them a better team, so the Pirates won't be as unbearable outside of Skeen's start days. So, I like it. How about for the American League?
Okay.
Most improved.
I think the Orioles should definitely be on that list.
They are number one.
Hey, shout out to me.
28 first place votes.
Come on now.
The rest of the order, then we'll talk about the O's a little bit more because they did a lot. The Red Sox come in at number 2. The Blue Jays, Mariners, Tigers, and White Sox getting first place votes, rounding out that list. So, an NL exec said, look at those top 4 teams. Wow, it'll be a bloodbath. I like that quote. And then why did the Orioles rank first on this list? So, obviously, we just mentioned him, Pete Alonso.
Pete Alonso.
5 years, $155 million, kind of out of nowhere too. And Taylor Ward in a trade with the Angels should take the heat off of their young players, which was their downfall last year. Youth movements are great. When you ask the youth to do everything,
it's too much.
That's too much. So some been there, done that names that will take some of the weight off the proverbial shoulders of those younger pieces. But they add Ryan Helsley to their bullpen, CNL Perez, and then one of the best names in baseball, Scott Blewett.
Oh, wait, yep. Be careful saying that.
Yeah, it might be Blewett if you want to get fancy and try to avoid some.
Is he
fun
French?
That's
maybe Cajun.
Give me the origin. Use it in a sentence, like the spelling bee. But there's a wide range of outcomes with their new rotation additions, Shane Baz and Chris Bassett.
You think his wife would insist on keeping her maiden name?
I would hope so.
877-881-1053.
Just to avoid awkward situations like waiting in line at the DMV.
Like, let's say her name was Sandra. Her name was like Sandra Davis, and then they meet each other, and he's like, "Hey, I want you to be my wife." She's like, "Okay, great," and then she becomes Sandra Blewett.
You know, it's going to go triple platinum whenever they inevitably have children.
Something to think about.
And a little girl is brought into the world, and high school rolls around.
I mean, but here's the thing, though. He's gone through his whole life being a Blewett.
Yeah,
for him.
And now he's a major league reliever.
Now he's a major league. Now, how many saves did he blew it? How many games has he blew it? Something to think about. I mean, we might be missing out on all kinds of. Does this guy have a hype man? Does he have a marketing team around him? Or has he blown that too?
He needs one.
Does he have a Trojan endorsement? That's all I want to know.
Very least.
That's all I want to know.
Very least.
Because if not,
he blew it.
Missed opportunity. He blew it. Exactly. And then what about those Red Sox? Obviously, they spend a bunch of money as they always do. Ranger Suarez, 5 years, $130 million. Sonny Gray in a trade with the Cardinals. Yohan Oviedo in a trade with the Pirates. Made a ton of moves. Wilson Contreras. So they're definitely going to be on the most improved list, but nothing they've done is really sexy, according to an NL executive. The best free agent signing was who?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I like the Pete Alonso deal, as you alluded to with the Orioles, just because, as you alluded to, like, you needed you needed some veteran leadership in that lineup, and again, Pete Alonso obviously brings that, and he's really good. You got Kyle Tucker if you're the Los Angeles Dodgers. I mean, the fact that you just kind of nonchalantly add him, but I'm going to take it a step further, boys and girls. I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to say, adding a little 1-2 punch over in Detroit, adding Framber Valdez to be the number 2 to Terrence Scooble's number 1.
He actually did get first place votes.
Okay.
He was number 6 on the list. He got 7 first place votes. Framber Valdez of the Tigers did. Pete Alonso is tied for number 1.
Okay.
With 13 first place votes. The other 13 first place vote getter, Edwin Diaz.
Oh!
The Los Angeles Dodgers.
Well, that's wrong.
The rich get richer.
The other Dodger signing.
Now the fun part. Kyle Tucker comes in at number 3 for best free agent signings.
Yeah.
He also comes in at number 2 for worst free agent signings.
It's now why? What's the reason for him being the worst or second worst?
Let's see. So, trying to see where people kind of tore it up. Basically, they're saying the $60 million a year, not counting deferrals for a player who has never gotten a first place MVP vote. And it came one winter before the expected arrival of the labor Armageddon that we're going to have.
It's coming.
So handing out a big money deal like that for a guy that has been inconsistent but very good at times.
Yes.
And really just the idea of handing out that much money before a possible work stoppage. That's what a lot of people are knocking. But one longtime exec who did cast a good vote said, quote, "It's very simple. It's a great signing if you're the Dodgers, and it's a terrible signing if you are Major League Baseball."
If you're anybody else. No, yeah. And look, Blake and I were on air, and I can't remember who was our producer that day or what was going on, but I remember there was the ticker had come across. It said, I think the Mets were talking about like a 2-year, $100 million deal. And I remember looking at Blake going, there's no way they're giving Kyle Tucker $50 million a year. Like, I could see, and I say like 40-ish, right? Which still seems crazy to your point for a guy like Kyle Tucker. Great baseball player. One excellent baseball player. But if you're putting him in that 50 to 60, I mean, is he that, like I said, I mean, I remember him with the Astros. I mean, yes, he's always been, and dare I say, a Beatles approach. He's Ringo Starr. Okay, he's Ringo Starr. He's not Paul. He's not John. But he's not even George Harrison. Okay, but Ringo Starr is still a solid musician. That's what Kyle Tucker is.
I like that comp. I really do.
You're welcome.
And I agree with the 214. Fred's in all caps cooking today.
It's
just not breakfast.
No, not breakfast.
Great
point.
Breakfast.
Great point. You're welcome.
And then just to make Ranger fans a little bit happy for not being mentioned once in this piece, the 5 least improved AL teams. The Twins, the Guardians, the Rays, the Angels, and the Astros.
I don't think enough has been made of the Skip Schumacher hiring. And I know
I'm there with you.
I don't know that it's it's a manager, so I don't know that we get as enamored in baseball with manager signings as we do when NFL coaches get hired or when NBA coaches get hired, right? So we don't have all the pomp and circumstance. I have my doubts about Chris Young. All right. Fun fact, I was actually a security guard at one of his Princeton basketball games. That's another story for another time. But that being said, yeah, right. But that said, while I have questions, and now look, Jock Peterson could right a lot of wrongs when it comes to CY. Because one thing we can all agree with CY, I love him when it comes to what he does with pitching staffs.
Yeah.
He is an elite mind. Wasn't crazy about what he did with the closer position last year. I've been very honest and candid about that. I love the Jordan Montgomery signing, okay? I think that's going to be good. I kind of like the Alexis Diaz signing a little bit. I think that could be sneaky good when it's all said and done. But I don't – if Skip Schumacher, the grabbing him a year ahead of time. Now, do I think that may have caused a little bit of friction between him and Boch? 1,000%, all right? Because, again, and ask any NFL or any player this, when they hire your replacement – it causes a little bit of acrimony, all right? And I think there was some of that last year. We'll never know. Skip Schumacher would have been hired by somebody else had he not already been on the Rangers payroll. 1,000%.
I agree with you. And there was a reason that he took that front office job is because he knew that Boch's time was limited. And we had even said it whenever he came back to baseball, to the Rangers. It was a 3-year deal. And we're like, hey, there are 3 years to get this thing right because he probably doesn't want to do it anymore after that. He signed for as many years as he's willing to give. Yeah. And Schumacher said, I can step away from the game. I can be with my family. He's a young guy. Yes. I can be with my family for a little bit.
Saying that.
And I can kind of readapt and I can get a really good grasp of what this farm system is like, what this roster is like top to bottom. So,
not great.
Yeah,
that's that farm system. Not great.
Not a lot. So that's the Major League Baseball spring training survey. Coming up next, we head into the expressway for 35 minutes uninterrupted. We've got NFL draft profiles of Peter Woods and Denzel Boston. Plus, how can the Mavs win the second half in your mind? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Indeed, it is time for the Expressway here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and Fred Davis with you here on President's Day. Happy holiday to each and every one of you. Thanks for spending it with us here on your home of the Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. Really enjoyed the MLB spring training survey that we did in the previous segment. If you missed it, hit that rewind button on the Odyssey app or rewind on Twitch or YouTube. Thought that was a lot of fun to get some insight from some important decision makers in Major League Baseball about the landscape of their sport. But as tradition, Corey and I have been doing some NFL draft profiles the past few weeks to get you ready for said NFL draft coming up in April. Corey is not here, if you couldn't tell, so I had to watch these guys on tape by myself and take my notes, and I'm going to tell Fred what I think about these guys.
I just got some breaking news, and this hurts my heart, and I don't know if you two will even have any idea who the hell I'm talking about here. Breaking news, Robert Duvall has passed away.
Oh, no.
Robert Duvall has passed away. Iconic actor, Godfather, Full Metal Jacket with one of the most iconic lines in cinematic history. Days of Thunder, if I haven't mentioned that already.
Tender Mercies.
I mean, R.I.P. Now, he was in his 90s.
95.
Okay. Great run. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It smells like victory. R.I.P. R.I.P. to a Hollywood legend. They don't make them like Robert Duvall anymore.
That sucks. I feel like I'm always on the air when, like, A-list Hollywood names pass.
I mean, look, I was on the air when Whitney Houston died.
Whew.
Yeah, it was rough. It was rough.
Yeah, that's not fun. Well, I say that breaking news follows me everywhere I go, especially when I host.
Something be said for that.
Yeah, and sometimes I don't like it. Sometimes I'm not a fan of it. So Robert Duvall passing away at 95.
95, what a run.
That's a great run, though. Admirable. As the general, Gavin Dawson, would say, it is a good run.
It's a great run. I mean, hell, I just saw my grandpa the other day. He's 96, and this guy's he's driving himself. He had just finished a walkathon, in fact, that morning.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Now is he part of that great generation that doesn't use emotions? 100%. I went to give him a hug, and he gave me a handshake. I said, wow, this explains a lot. That's why your kids all hate you. Anyway, I digress. I digress.
All right.
I've said too much.
I'm going to try to do the pivot before this gets any more awkward. Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson.
Yeah.
This is a mammoth of a human. Corey asked Kevin a question last week that is now a drop that I have that I just love, and I'm going to steal this question forever. Fred, do you like big men?
Love them. Can't get enough of them.
This is a big man.
Especially in the middle.
That's right. 6'3", 310 pounds.
Big dude.
That is a massive human. He's a young interior defender. He plays defensive tackle. And I think he could get stronger. That's the fun thing about this guy. Very powerful and explosive for his size. He's very coordinated with his hands and feet. He can slide across blockers and into different gaps. Very smart, good feel for finding a seam, even at his bigger frame, to slip through and fill run gaps. He's sneaky elusive for his size, very good anticipation, very sturdy. I would hope so for his frame. But he's got a sturdy base, great pad level, very consistent recovery. So he's not like the bigger defensive tackle that once he gets shoved out of the play, he's just kind of jogging behind the play.
By the way, real quick, I can't let this go on any further. I meant Apocalypse Now. Shout out. Shame on me. Shame on me for getting that wrong. Yeah, all the texters that texted in, Fred, you're an idiot. My apologies on that. It's Apocalypse Now that he was in as Captain Kuntz, not Full Metal Jacket. My mistake. Won't
Kevin would be disappointed in you.
I blew it.
You blew it. That's going to be our new thing, isn't it?
Should be.
He's going to be our spirit animal for any time that we host a show.
Let's get him on the show.
Hey, just like back when nosebleeds were in nights.
What a show Friday, by the way.
Oh, yeah. And Reggie was producing the nosebleed seats years ago. They would do the Carmelo Anthony report.
Yeah.
Which is just, what did Carmelo Anthony do that night?
I'm here for it.
Maybe we need to do the Blew It report.
I think that's 1,000% what we should do.
I think that's going to be ours.
Report. Let's get him on the show, by the way.
I'm going to go ahead and
let's do it.
Go and write that down. But back to your big defensive tackle, Peter Woods, out of Clemson. More strengths that he has. He will embarrass blockers in the twist game.
Mm-hmm.
Very quick on his feet. Mentioned the good anticipation. He can tackle as a two-gapper. You can line him up in different spots. He will fight through initial contact at the point of attack a lot.
Yeah.
He's very consistent within that game. For a defensive tackle of his level of experience, played against really good competition, obviously, at Clemson, but just as a younger guy, he has a lot of intangibles for a defensive tackle that usually need refinement coming out of school. I think he's awesome. Weaknesses, he might play lighter than he looks sometimes. He will take chances in the run game.
Okay.
He will swing and miss at times because he thinks he sees something that he doesn't actually see. Short arms.
Like dead people?
That's right. He sees dead people. Short arms. Will Campbell. Let's bring back that conversation. If you care about arm length from bigger position players like this, you're not going to like him. They will prevent him from keeping blockers out of his frame sometimes. The shorter arm length will beat him at times. But again, the power and speed he plays with, I feel like at the NFL level, will help him a lot more than his lack of arm length will hurt him.
Okay.
I said this about Will Campbell, so take it with a grain of salt. I think the arm length thing will be just a topic of conversation at the combine because it's something that actually gets measured and people have to talk about it.
And I think Will Campbell's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think he is too. It's just his rookie year, man. His move set per se, he doesn't really have a primary move to open or set an edge.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's always, I think in the NFL, he's exclusively going to play interior. But he doesn't really have like a move per se. He's just a big, powerful man. You know, he's a quick, powerful man.
Said for that.
Yeah, which is totally okay. Whenever you do have some more finesse defensive tackles on your roster that are going to win with their hands and maybe a spin or something like that, they've got like a chop move that they go for. This is totally fine. You pair him up with another solid defensive tackle, you've got a really, really good interior. In terms of where he places in the draft, he is a very highly touted prospect. I don't know if he would be available. It depends on the run of pass rushers if people get maybe too overzealous. But I could see him going in the teens. So he could be there in Dallas's pick range. The only question I have is Kenny Clark back on this team? How many pass rushers are you signing in free agency and whatnot? I feel like this is an area that could already be a strength for this team here in Dallas, but it could be a rich get richer situation where historically you haven't been great at scouting, evaluating, and adding defensive tackles. Kenny Clark, if he's not on this team, this pick makes a ton of sense at 20. Yeah. It makes a ton of sense if he's available at 20. But if you bring back Kenny Clark, which I expect, I don't think they traded for him for no reason. They've got to get a new deal structured for him since he has no guaranteed money left on his contract. If they bring him back, this pick doesn't really make too much sense for me.
Right.
But I don't mind adding a ton of pass rushers. I really don't, because if you could make that a superpower of yours, it covers up a lot of inefficiencies that you would have over the middle and on the back end. So I wouldn't hate it. This is a very fun player to watch. Defensive tackles in college, usually not that fun to watch. Some of his reps are just, you laugh because you're like, this dude's insane.
I don't disagree. I don't know that D tackle is for all the positions that you could walk away shaking your head or scratching your head about as far as the Dallas Cowboys are concerned. Because you're right, there's no shortage of needs on this football team. I mean, you literally need them. But again, to your point, if you go out and you re-sign Kenny Clark, you still got Toy on there. And again, I mean, he's a 7th round draft pick, so let's kind of wait and see. But you got Solomon Thomas coming back, right? So you feel a little bit of depth. I mean, if there's any position, obviously you mentioned Quentin Williams. So if there's a position on this football team that you have decent depth on the defensive on that defensive side of the ball, it is D tackle. I don't know, where's he slated to go right now? Mid first round, you said?
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing, right? If you somehow move back from 12 to 16 or 17, maybe, but I just feel like you've just got so many other huge needs that I would have some serious question marks. I mean, you need linebacker, you need safety, you need cornerback, and if you're going to tell me that you can't go get the kid from LSU, right, or something like that, if he's sitting there in the mid-teens, if you move up and decide you're going to get Caleb Downs, which is something I know that has been talked about, that Broadus and Wolchuk brought up about moving up for Caleb Downs. I don't know that he's going to last at 6, to be honest with you. I think Caleb Downs is going to go a lot higher than people think, just for the simple fact that this kid can literally do everything. So who knows? Again, I just, of all the things you need, D tackle is just not high on my list of, hey, even if he falls to you best player available, I would be a little concerned.
I'm there with you, and I feel like a lot of Cowboys fans would get almost like a sticker shock of seeing defensive tackle first round.
Yeah, exactly.
Just because of Mozzie Smith, which I understand. I understand, but I think it's unfair when you're talking about this player. But I'm with you where I think it's a little rich for my blood, even with your second first round pick, because I think some of the needs that you have, I'd take an edge rusher before I took a defensive tackle first round with this team. Like you mentioned, I'm doing everything I can right now, me personally.
And then, hell, I forgot about Osa. I mean, look, you got Osa, if you bring back Kenny Clark, you got Quentin Williams, Solomon Thomas, Jay Toya, Perrion Winfrey. Yeah. I mean, you've got to, I'm not going to insult anybody's intelligence here and say you've got an embarrassment of riches, because you don't have an embarrassment of riches literally at any position. But that's just, again, to your point, you've just got too many other needs pressing right now that I'm not messing with a D tackle. Maybe if some guy slips to you in the 5th or 6th round that you have a 2nd, 3rd round grade on, maybe. But even then, I'm saying, look, we got too many other issues right now.
How about something that might intrigue you a little bit more, especially if George Pickens were to get tagged and traded?
Yeah.
Denzel Boston.
I love this.
Out of Washington.
Kid.
This guy, he impressed me a lot more than I expected him to.
Yeah.
So 6'4", 210 pounds.
Yeah.
A big body receiver, 2-year starter at Washington with elite ball skills that should really surpass his athleticism or speed concerns. He is a true take the top off kind of receiver when you talk about high point catching, possession catching, just sure hands. If you want the almost unfair comparison, just to give you a play style, not projecting him to have the same career, but the play style, Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Physical, will take the hits, he'll take his licks, he will come down with the football. He enters the draft with those same speed and separation concerns that Nacua had, but the competitive nature and the toughness, oh my goodness. He has good burst off the line, which I will say, early acceleration, and plays faster than his time speed. I'm warning you with this guy. Unless he just impresses us at the combine, do not be a slave to the 40 time, to the shuttle time. Do not be a slave to any of those, because he plays quicker than he does on a stopwatch or any laser-timed theatrics that you're going to see in Indy. Very fluid route running. We mentioned big body target who plays to his size.
Yeah.
He's not one of those guys that's 6'3", 6'4" for no reason. He uses every bit of that frame. He will lean on defenders and use his leverage with his frame. If you like numbers, he scored 20 touchdowns over the past 2 seasons.
Look, that two things jump out to me, right? And look, 40 time. I mean, I'm with you. I'm not. I could care less. And you know, I mean, he's going to run in the 4.5. So what? I'm okay with that. And we need to stop with this idea. Look, the 40 time is a tool in the toolbox. All right, because you know what, John Ross, text me if you remember John Ross. Okay, and have that work out. All right. Look, I watch Xavier Worthy play. Okay, good, not great. Good, not great when it comes to Xavier Worthy, all right? I mean, yeah, he's fast, but I'll tell you what, the kid can't run a route to save his life. Now, that's a whole other conversation for another time, and he wants no part of contact. Denzel Boston, I would jump to see him in a Dallas Cowboy uniform in 20. If for some reason you decide that you are going to move off of George Pickens, all right, and we'll get to some George Pickens information or news later here in the show, give me Denzel Boston all day, every day. Number one, and this is something that you can't say enough about that I think is almost as important as anything he did in college, if not even a little bit more. His dad was a wide receiver in the National Football League. David Boston, also a big-bodied receiver. Now, injuries kind of took him out back in the day, but I'm telling you right now, at 6'4", 210 pounds, he's not going to be overwhelmed by the moment when he gets into the National Football League. And who better? There is something about when you have a father who played in the league or was a professional athlete, those guys just tend to perform a little bit different because they already have the psyche that you need or that you see a lot of rookies have issues with early on. We know he's got the physicals. We know he's got the traits. I'm telling you right now, if somehow, some way, Denzel Washington. He's got a great name. Let's give that too, okay? My man's name is Denzel, all right? So if Denzel Boston can become a Dallas Cowboy, man, you could do a lot worse. I'll tell you what, if he's sitting there at 20, which he very well could, and you decided that you wanted to move off of George Pickens for whatever reason, you could do a lot worse. You could do a lot worse.
A lot worse. And the fact that he's only on some people's boards like wide receiver 4 or 5,
hey,
that tells you that somebody's going to get incredible value. Now, the weaknesses. There are some. There are some. And I know Hagee is a big proponent of this topic of conversation, and we have to try to find some middle ground because I'm still torn on how I feel about this as a line of thinking. His production does dip when the competition level rose.
It does what?
His production level, not as high against better competition. It dips a little bit. It's player to player with me. Yeah. There's never a consistent, like, just because the production dips doesn't always mean that, okay, they're going to be a bust in the NFL. Or, against better defenses or Vic Fangio schemes or whatever you want to throw out, he's just absolutely going to disappear. It just shows that he's a growing player. And I think because of what I have seen in terms of the ball skills and whatnot, I'm not too worried about that, but it's something that you have to mention in this process.
Yeah.
Just because we have seen players fall off the face of the earth after getting drafted high, after not putting up numbers against competition. So history says I have to mention that. His press release, not great. If you line him up against a more physical corner in the NFL, we were talking about this a little bit last week, I think with Mekhi Lemon, might have been another receiver we were talking about. If I told him to go line up against Patrick Surtain on an intermediate route, like a 15 to 20-yard route, if Surtain jabs, he's probably losing that route. Just because his release is very linear.
Right.
Because his burst off the line is better than his actual speed. So a lot of the time, his press release is, I'm going to run past you. Not, I'm going to shift, I'm going to chop your hands away. Like, I'm not going to fight you. It's, I'm going to run past you.
Yeah.
So that's something that the NFL hopefully will teach him, needs to be worked on. We talked about it at length already. He lacks a true second gear, so he's not going to be your Tyreek Hill flying down the field or anything. If he catches something downfield, it's because he's jumping over somebody, or he's fighting with somebody, which that is exactly what we're talking about with George Pickens. This is a scenario, if Pickens gets traded, this is a perfect replacement that I think you could really grow on. His routes will lose a little bit of steam whenever he has to, really dig in and cut hard on route turns. But outside of that, I think his separation and his speed is a non-story, and I always like going to Lance Zierlein's write-up on NFL.com because he'll get a high-ranking scouting voice or something in the NFL to give a quote, and I think this is exactly it. An NFC scouting director told him, quote, "I don't think the speed concerns are valid. Anyway, you don't have to be fast when you are as good as he is when guarded."
Something to be said for that.
There's something to be said for he's not going to blow you away with the 40 time, with the straight line speed or anything. Chances are he's probably just going to be more physically gifted than the person lining up in front of him. So I really like this because I see him going in the 20s. So if you were to pony up George Pickens and go get a second-round pick, let's just say, just to shut down argument's sake, if you got a second-round pick, you move on from George Pickens, his money is off the books, and you say, okay, well, one thing we talked about all off-season was how coaches kept on telling us, man, it was difficult to guard the combo of CD and George Pickens, the elusiveness, and then the 50-50 nature, which a 50-50 ball with George Pickens is really a 70-30 ball downfield. That combination of those two different skill sets was so hard to guard. If you want to try in the next year to 3 years to reproduce that same kind of threat, Denzel Boston is the perfect value to do just that in the 20s with your 20th pick. Heck, you could probably even trade back a few spots if you were able to pick up some extra mid-round picks. Say that 20 becomes 26 or something like that, he could still be there. He easily could, just because the talent at wide receiver in this draft.
Depends on what he does in the combine, right? You got to worry about that because you could always see what he does at his pro day.
Sure.
And look, the bugaboo could be, and you're going to hear plenty of this, in the two biggest games this past season against Oregon and against Ohio State, their two highest rated opponents this year. He had 7 catches for 51 yards. Okay, so those numbers aren't going to blow up anybody's skirt. Now, against Oregon, he did have their 2 touchdowns. All right, so he only had 4 catches, but 2 of those were touchdown catches. So, as you alluded to, something to be said for that. He did finish the season with 11 touchdowns. Outside of the games against Oregon and Ohio State, he had no fewer than 4 catches and or 50 yards in any one ball game. So the thing about this dude is he is a gamer, and there is definitely something to be said for that. So, again, and I go back to what I said about his dad, him having that lineage goes a long way. And I know one thing about NFL scouts and NFL front offices, that's a question that they ask a lot of these guys when they look at them and when they talk to them in their combine interviews is, what did you learn from your family? What other family members have you had that are professional athletes? Because that's a big thing that they look at as well. So I don't hate the Denzel Boston. I don't hate the Denzel Boston. Denzel Boston in Dallas. I mean, let's start the train.
Let's do it, and we're short on time here because that went a lot better than I expected because Denzel Boston is really, really fun. So we're going to move that Mavericks conversation to 120 today. The question we're going to pose to you at 120 is going to be, how could the Mavs win the second half of the season in your mind? Doesn't mean necessarily win games, maybe. You just want them to keep on losing in fun fashion. We'll get to that at 120. I do want to touch on the George Pickens thing real quick because Todd Archer put out a piece earlier today headlined, "How will George Pickens' free agency play out with the Cowboys?" And he breaks down a lot of the numbers. And one thing that he does say that I think is worth noting, that we've really echoed this for months now, but you're starting to see some of the other national names and whatnot picking up on this line of thinking as well. they do expect this to be a stepping stone to a long-term agreement. It doesn't always happen, but they are going to use the franchise tag in hopes that it's just a placeholder. So he's guaranteed to make at least $28 million in 2026 with the franchise tag. It's not likely that he signs the tender immediately and gives up even a tiny bit of leverage on a long-term deal. So the deadline is July 15th to get a long-term deal done, rather. They have to do it by then. He would have to play on the tag in 2026. So, knowing the Cowboys, we're going to expect this to go to the absolute wire.
Yeah, well.
Because Jerry's going to tell us deadlines make deals. We saw the whole thing with Micah Parsons. Dak Prescott has gone through this as well. So he asked, will Jones attempt to negotiate directly with Pickens? It's always possible, but not as likely as you think. So expect the name David Mulligetta to be very prominent. And especially on these airwaves, a lot of people talking a lot about him for good reason. Some really good numbers mentioned in here. You should check out Todd Archer's piece on ESPN. But one thing I do want to note, we talked about this in the break earlier. The questions about him in Pittsburgh, maturity, timeliness, weren't as much of a problem for the Cowboys. That doesn't mean those issues disappeared when he arrived in Dallas. Coach Brian Schottenheimer alluded to Pickens still being late to things, and multiple sources said Pickens was fined by the team during the season. So the things that were talked about in Pittsburgh were not as paramount, but existed in Dallas. So, of course, those things will be mentioned in negotiations and stuff. It's not as extreme as like baseball arbitration, like we joke about all the time, where the team basically sits you down in court and says, hey, here's why you suck. You know, it's not that bad. Here's why you're less expensive and why you're less valuable than X, Y, and Z player. But I'm sure when Mulligetta and Steven and company sit down, they're going to be like, hey, so he was late to some things, and we did have to dock some pay from some checks because of some stuff that might or might not have happened in Las Vegas and stuff like that. So the quiet part was kept very quiet during the season for good reason, because not many things happened. And to such small degree that the team wasn't really leaking any information or anything. They weren't trying to, there was no smear campaign. It was, all of this is manageable because he was that good.
He was great. Now, he was a little wonky there down the stretch. I mean, I go back to this all the time. The Minnesota and the Detroit games give you a little cause for concern. And you just wonder, look, we know what he can do on the field. We know what George Pickens is like, and in a vacuum, George Pickens was one of the 3 or 4 best wide receivers in the 2025 NFL season. But that's him making, what, $3-4 million? Somewhere in there, ballpark, give or take. All right, now, I want to say the franchise tag for 2026 for a wide receiver is like in the $28.8, $28.9 million range. So for the sake of this conversation, let's just call it an even 29, give or take. Do we have that same expectation? Because, you know, with greater expectation comes greater responsibility, right? For George Pickens. So that would be my only concern, and I do have a little bit of concern as far as him missing meetings and the fact that he did it enough times for them to fine him. All right, because it goes back to kind of with the drug test. All right, when you get suspended for a drug test, it means you've already failed 2 or 3. Doesn't mean you just failed that one and boom, they suspended you. No. You have failed at least 1 or 2 drug tests before you get suspended. So he missed several meetings and or was late to several meetings in order for him to be fined for it. And it obviously did not matter to him enough to where he finally turned things around and showed up on time. That concerns me a little bit. If you're trying to set a culture, you can't have your highest paid guys, being flippant about the rules. I'm sorry, you just can't. I'll ask this over and over again. Do we think Stephon Diggs was missing meetings or being late to meetings? No, they said he was a good soldier. Now, they're probably going to get rid of him? Yes. Do we think JSN's showing up late for meetings? Probably not. All right? That's what makes Super Bowl winning teams. I just have a problem with the idea that you're going to give a guy $30, $35 million, but you already have question marks about, okay, this is what he does or doesn't do behind the scenes.
I'm with Broadus. Give him the Des Bryant treatment. Just say, look, we'll take care of you. We will pamper you. If they can really fix
how many Super Bowls that win you?
If they can fix the defense enough, is what I'm saying, is if they actually do put their money where their mouths is and say, hey, we know that we're probably 6 to 8 players on defense away. We're going to address that. We're going to add in free agency. We're going to draft some talented players, and we're going to keep this wide receiver that was such a nightmare for defenses to even think about stopping. And clearly the league couldn't for most of the season. Then that's when I say, I don't care what he does. I will remedy any issue behind the scenes to make sure that none of this gets out in public, everything's okay, and we go make the playoffs this season, because it's the old line of thinking, which, perfect or not, if the defense is even okay.
That's all you need.
If it's even okay, just meh, it's all right. That's all you need. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for Fair or Foul with Fred Davis next on The Fan.
is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. I'm always here. His name is Fred Davis, and we got Jet Nelson holding things down for you here today. We will give way to the G-Bag Nation at 2 o'clock. Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus, but not before we crosstalk with them at about 1:40 today. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on a President's Day Monday. Thanks for spending your holiday with us. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to get involved with the conversation. I'm sure you're going to want to get involved with this one because it's time for Fair or Foul.
Appreciate that, Mr. Alec Medford. I was actually just going through, shout out to all the texters out there who have been chiming in throughout the course of the day today. And, of course, from the 214, and we're talking about Denzel Boston. Hopefully his daddy, David Boston, told him not to do steroids. I forgot all about that. I completely forgot that David Boston got busted for doing steroids way back in the day. That was in the late 90s, early 2000s, when you could do those sort of things, okay? You could do those sort of things. Not that you can't do them nowadays, but, we tended to look the other way. All right, you guys know what that music means. It's time for a little Fair or Foul, and we always have a little fun with this. I can't wait to get y'all's perspectives on this because what better way to do it? We've got one gentleman who's married on the show, a.k.a. Mr. Jet Nelson. We've got another gentleman who's not. Well, actually, we got two people on the show that aren't married because I'm not either. But it's only better when we get you, the Tolo and Fatty, to chime in with your personal experiences as well. More women are proposing to men, reflecting shifting gender norms and a growing rejection of traditional expectations around who should initiate marriage. Surveys show that younger generations are more likely to support shared decision-making in relationships, including engagement proposals. Sociologists say this change aligns with broader trends in financial independence, educational levels, and evolving views on equity within partnerships. Social media has also amplified stories of women planning creative proposals, helping normalize what was once considered unconventional. Relationship experts note that while the numbers are still lower than traditional proposals, the steady increase signals cultural transformation rather than a temporary trend. The shift reflects a wider redefinition of partnership roles in modern relationships. Fair or foul? More women are now proposing to men, and it's not a trend. It's a revolution.
Yeah, foul. It's not a revolution.
It's uber foul.
In my mind.
Uber
like,
foul.
Honestly, I don't care how you live your life. I don't care how you love. But, like, in my mind, I've always just, that's like a goal in life, you know? As a man growing up and, working and building a career, it's like my goal is to save up for an engagement ring for the right person one day so I can get on a knee with the scenic backdrop and everything, and I can create this moment for somebody.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, I'm not mad if a woman wants to create that same moment for somebody. It's like, I get it. I understand it.
Yeah.
It's just, if that were to happen to me, it would be a shot to the heart because I'm
I'm done.
I'm like, I wanted to create this. It sounds selfish because it is. I wanted to create this moment. I wanted this to be because I worked up the courage and I saved up the money and I got the big rock. I want it to be my doing. Because I like having my name stamped on that moment.
I would argue most women do too.
Yeah.
Jet Nelson, you and I and the Fatties have talked a little bit about your proposal situation. Fair or foul, women proposing to men, your proposal story.
Yeah, I think my situation, the situation, my thinking is a lot like Alex. You worked hard to get to that spot.
Yeah.
You finally made that decision. Not always an easy one. And I'm just trying to think of myself in that situation. Say Reese proposed to me.
Yeah.
Oh my God, thank you. Yes. Like, what would you even say? I feel like I was more ready to give this speech to get everything ready.
Yeah.
Like, I would be more perplexed with the other end of the arrangement. Like, I can just imagine myself that. Thank you.
You
Yes.
got a one knee though, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Put the suit on. Feel good. Look good. Do good.
That's it.
The whole motto. And that proposal went very well.
I love it. Well, and you guys are married. What? It's been over a year, right?
A year in May. We're going to NOLA.
Woo! Well, and we just found out all the good foods that
Yes,
you
we
guys can
did.
indulge in when you're there. So I just think it's foul, man. I just think it's foul. I don't know. Women proposing to men, and how does that? I mean, I'd love to know the statistics behind it. Now, some may argue, well, hey, Fred, look, marriage is rotting away as it is anyway. Let's flip the script. Well, I would love to know 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. If your wife proposed to you, hey, how's it going? How's it going?
Yeah, like I'm not a hater of it.
I kind of do. No, I kind of do.
See, and you can hate it. I'm like, you do you. That's totally fine. But I did see from the 858 had a great point that said women dream of the dream wedding, men dream of the actual proposal. You know, like that's our part. That's our heavy lifting. You know, so I want you to take pride in designing the wedding and, you know, picking the venue and stuff like that. It's like, because I have no taste for aesthetic or anything anyways. So I'm like, please feel free. Make it a fairy tale reception. You know, let me have my fairy tale moment. Because again, it is coming from a place of selfishness because I want to earn that moment. So yeah, I'm not going to be a hater. I'm just saying if it happened to me, that would sit on my soul for a while. Like, dang. I did not get that moment that I've been chasing since I was a kid.
Well, because I thought the whole point was, and correct me if I'm wrong here. I thought the whole point was, look, men are already kind of hard at making decisions anyway, right? I mean, isn't that kind of the ongoing aspect of being a man? Like, we're not good at making decisions. So if we decide, and obviously, and look, stop me if I'm wrong, and I don't want to make this. Because obviously I got to believe you had a pretty good idea that Reese was going to say yes when you proposed to her, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Like y'all had talked
her
about.
Dad said yes, you know.
You did it the right way. You went and talked to her dad, said, "Hey, Pop, I'm gonna propose. I want to marry your daughter."
Yeah.
Correct? Okay. So, isn't the vibe already kind of in the air? Hey. You know, I'll tell you what, we should ask Chiafalo, because this is a gentleman who's been married, or is married, right? No, he's been married more than once. But again, I just feel like the vibe is already in the air. Hey, we're going to get married. And then, boom, you marry her. You ask her to get married. She says yes. And then you hand off the marriage baton. Because I'm guessing Reese did a lot of the heavy lifting when it came to preparing or planning the wedding?
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Okay? So that starts the partnership.
Yep.
That starts no dude's planning a wedding.
It wouldn't be a good one, probably. I can't imagine myself. It might have been at a Chili's if I planned it.
We're going to the courthouse, okay? We're going to the little white wedding chapel. We're going to, sign some documents. Look, I've been a part of I wasn't the person getting married, but I have been at the courthouse wedding, all right? They're still happily married. Thank you very much. All right, but I just feel like, hey, it's okay for the man. And and again, to your point, Alec, you still want to have that give and take as part of the relationship. All right? And I would think as a woman, you want to be asked to get married. But again, I've never been married, never asked it. Actually, you know what? I have. I have asked somebody to marry me.
Huh.
They said no. She said no.
Well, missing out.
Well, maybe she is.
Jed's just piling on. Look at that.
Maybe she isn't. Who
okay,
knows?
but a fair question from the 903.
Yeah.
Does the woman have to ask your mom for permission?
Well, that's a great point. It's a great point.
If we're keeping it completely reflective.
Yeah, we're keeping it a buck.
Like,
we got to ask your dad. You got to ask moms.
I mean, that just makes it to where it's impossible for me then. So. I will be the one asking because, you can't ask.
Let's see, from the 806. Foul. Had a girl that I had known for years I went on a few dates with eventually. She proposed to me on our third date because she had been in love with me for a long time. I thought it was a joke, but it wasn't. Needless to say, it didn't end well.
Huh.
I'm telling you right now, text in right now, if the woman had to ask the guy to marry them, how did it end up? I know somebody very close to me who she asked her husband to marry her, and guess what? Within 3 years, boom, done. Audi 5000. Audi 5000.
See, and a good point was brought up, too, on the fan text saying that you would probably be able to tell pretty early on if they're the type that is going to propose to you, which I feel like, you'd probably get the signs just like that third date. Like, you'd probably tell, okay, this is ramping up real fast. Like real fast, not by my decision-making. I'd probably catch on and be like, wait. What's the intention here?
Seriously.
Like, not trying to mess up anything good. Just want to know what's the intention, because I have plans.
From the 817, that's a flagrant 2 foul. Where has the masculinity in men gone? I'm 29. It took me 6 years to propose. 6 years to propose. I mean, I'll tell you what, you got to really love somebody. To take that kind of time. How long were you and old girl together before you decided?
4.5, almost 5 years. Yep. You got to know. You got to know. You got to be with them for a while.
Feeling it out.
Right.
Scouting, You got to do your deep dive.
Okay, now, how do we feel about this? 505. Couple months into our relationship, my soon-to-be wife said, "You should marry me." 6 months later, I officially proposed. 4 kids, 23 years later. Okay, that's her throwing out a suggestion.
Yeah, that's different.
That's a different deal. That's her saying, look, I'm open to it. I'm open to the possibility of us being married if that's the route you want to go down. 6 months later, there was enough ebbs and flows, ins and outs, up and downs. Homeboy asked her, boom, here we are, 4 kids, 23 years later. Shout out to you.
See,
shout out to you.
I hope I do find the type that is very just open like that, because I will take way too long. I already know. I will feel things out for way too long, and because that's the one thing that I hate is whenever a woman is like, hey, you could have asked me out like 8 months ago, right? I would have said yes. And it's like, well, I don't know. You didn't give me any kind of indication, so if you want to just straight up tell me, hey, we should get married.
Let's make,
cool.
What? Let's make rejection great again.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Okay, let's make rejection great again. Let's normalize getting off of apps and talking to women in person again.
Old school.
Okay? And if they want to be ugly about it or they want to be whatever, hey, you know what? No harm, no foul. Boom. We move on to the next.
Yep.
On to the next, like Swiss Beats said. I think it's foul. You say it's foul.
Foul.
You say it's foul. The overwhelming majority of texters say it's foul. I love to hear it. Alec, where are you taking us?
Tough transition there. That is fair or foul. Appreciate that, Fred. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, how can the Mavs win the second half of the season in your mind? They don't actually have to win games. Next on The Fan.
prospect, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation coming up here in about 17 minutes or so. But right now we're going to talk a little bit about those Mavericks. Actually, in just a moment, I do want to talk some Olympics as well. But the question that we pose to you, in your mind, how could the Mavericks, quote-unquote, win the second half of the season? What does that look like to you? But something that we had been keeping an eye on throughout the show, Fred, is U.S. women's hockey just being absolutely dominant as always.
Belt to ass. I bet all them women be asking their dude to marry him, whatever else they're into.
And you can't say no at that point, can you?
I mean, I would, but I mean, just real quick from the 940, she wanted to get married. I finally gave in after 5 years, been downhill after that. Literally separated in the middle of the divorce. That's real time. That's real time life example right there, ladies and gentlemen. Real time.
And in case you were wondering, the U.S. women's hockey team 5-0 over Sweden was the final, so I hope you
Sweden asked to marry him before the game.
Yeah, probably.
How'd that turn out?
Got punched in the face.
Ass whooping.
Yeah.
Ass whooping.
Yeah. So plenty of Olympic stuff going on. The women's hockey team will play for Olympic gold after that win. Shocker. It's almost like we've been telling y'all that for weeks. But yeah, they've been really fun to watch. And like I was joking with you guys earlier, when it comes to Olympic hockey, there's not many more things in life that I get more patriotic about. Just Olympic
women's
hockey? Olympic hockey.
Okay.
Men's and women's. Just Team USA hockey gets me like bald eagle to another level.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Where's he going with that?
Yeah, 100%. Because, I don't know, there's just a different energy. That like NHL hockey is great, and I love watching and going to Stars games, but there's something different. And you can tell with the players, the physicality gets ramped up a lot, the sense of urgency.
They can't fight, though, right?
Sure they can.
I mean, but they don't. It's not as encouraged, right?
Yeah.
Where you can just beat the bleep out of each other.
No, because I mean, if it was my way, it would be like Four Nations all the time, where the second the puck gets dropped, we're dropping gloves and we're just saying, you know what, I don't like you. So we're going to fight instead of play this game. That would be my way. But when they're playing coordinated team hockey like this, it is kind of fun, too. I will say that edginess of less fighting and less anticipation of said events happening definitely does take it down a notch, but just the competitive nature and the skill on display and just seeing how dominant Team USA has been for the women's side. Like, it's not even close. You look at some of the betting lines, because, yes, people put money on stuff like this.
I can see that.
The U.S. in some of these games was like 3.5 goal favorites. That's absurd.
That's a lot.
3.5 goal
it's
favorites.
Like being a 3-touchdown favorite.
Yeah, that's just absurd. So the U.S. women's hockey team going to go play for gold after whooping Sweden. But we pose the question to you. How can the Mavs win the second half of the season? Now that we're past the All-Star break.
Tank.
Yeah, the issue that we're trying to fix, I'm about to root for. So.
I mean, and therein lies the rub, ladies and gentlemen, and therein lies the rub. Half the NBA is okay with their team tanking. That's the reality of it.
Yeah. And, a cool nugget from the 903. USA women's team gave up 1 goal so far. Just one. Stonewall, but... Yeah, we're kind of going to advocate for the thing that the league is trying to get rid of and that I'm okay with them taking advances to get rid of, which is tanking. I don't want it to be as obvious as it was a few years ago when the Mavs got fined for it. You know, I feel like this team is just so poorly constructed enough to where they can organically lose. You know,
I mean, they have been, right?
Especially with Cooper Flag dealing with that midfoot sprain that you've seen him in the walking boot, which, don't freak out. That's very common. The walking boot is just to take unnecessary pressure off of problem areas. I wouldn't say that's going to be the end of the world just because he's in a walking boot. I'm sure as we get closer back to playing later this week, we'll get some more updates on that. But there are still good things that can and I think will be taken away from the second half of the season, which is obviously the continued progression of Cooper Flagg. Like, you see the numbers and stuff, but it's just unreal when you can see a graphic that through first 49 games or whatever it is in the NBA, his stats compared to LeBron's. Their first 49 games, it's incredible to see the comparisons and to see how consistent those numbers are with each other. But you could see him grow on and off the ball. He's, still extremely young in this game, and I don't think the necessary popping off on reporters with all the F-bombs and stuff was totally warranted by Jason Kidd, but I think he was right when he said, I have a plan for this kid, and this is the plan. When he was talking about the criticism, of playing him at point guard, which, I feel like we're all guilty of, saying that's not his natural position. I didn't disagree with that. I just said that's not his natural spot, so I wouldn't take too much away from seeing him early on in this rookie season because it's not going to look exactly what it's going to look like even next year with some new players on the team.
I didn't hate the move. I just felt like, all right, there's got to be a method to his madness. And to me, it spoke more to the fact that he just didn't like D'Angelo Russell, right? And
sure.
I mean, who else on this roster does he like? I mean, I think that's the biggest question. And one thing we could have asked our boy, the dude we had on earlier today, Yossi, that's right. I was going to call him Yasmin, but I didn't want to. Yeah, whatever. Anyway,
Yasmani Grandal.
We heard from so Blake and I had Tim Cato on earlier or a couple weeks ago right after the trade deadline, and then he jumped on again with the G-Bag Nation, and he had thrown out that one of the potential GM candidates that I don't know that's getting enough run, and really I don't know that it's a GM. I mean, outside here locally, does anybody in the NBA care about the Mavericks GM job?
No.
Okay, like that's a story that no one cares about at all, right? So apparently Jason Kidd would like that job. And is in, I'm sure he's had backroom discussions about it in some form or fashion. I know Tim McMahon was on with these guys a couple weeks ago. I want to say it was during Radio Row when he talked about him wanting to be team president of basketball operations. So you just wonder when it comes to Jason Kidd, how long is he for this NBA coaching world, and how long is he for this, the Mavericks head coaching job? Yeah. And is he somebody that would want to be a part of the front office? And it sure sounds like he wants to be. So again, I mean, I didn't have any problems with the Cooper Flagg. My whole thing was, how long is it going to last? Yeah. And you had 7-8 games, and it looks like it's turned out to be okay.
And Kidd taking the Brad Stevens approach would be pretty interesting. I trust his basketball acumen and his IQ enough to where I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't be thrilled. I wouldn't be jumping out of my seat, but I'd say, okay, see how this goes. Because, I mean, you'd have to have incredible turnaround with your next coach is the thing, just like Boston did. They struggled a little bit after Stevens left, but he moves into the front office. They keep adding pieces. They get that super team, and they make a finals run.
Until Ime slept with the coach, the owner's daughter.
Yeah, that's literally the one slip up they had, and that screwed up some of their progression. But they bring in Joe Mazzulla.
And Joe Mazzulla's been a dog for them.
Yeah, lo and behold, becomes one of the best coaches in all of basketball, and he's just a walking quote. He's awesome. So you'd have to hit pretty hard on your next coach, but I do think that Kidd has a better idea than some people are willing to admit for the progression of Cooper Flagg, and I think it's gone better than even I expected. And it's crazy that a prospect of this caliber that everybody knew he was going to be the number one pick. We knew that, obviously, but everybody knew the hype surrounding him and how real it was and how valid and how vindicated we were to see some of those early season games where he was putting up, 20 points and stuff. And now you're seeing the explosion in the growth of his game that's stopped now by an injury. It's weird to say that we didn't expect all of this, because there was so much hype, and he's been so much more. So I think that's a big way that the Mavs can win this second half of the season is get Flagg healthy again, get him back on the floor, and obviously just keep doing what you're doing if you're Jason Kidd, because it's working. It seems like week by week he's getting more comfortable. His shot selection is getting better. His last stretch of probably 6 games before that injury, his 3-point percentage had shot up. He was getting a lot more confident in that shot. He seemed a lot more confident with his ball movement and controlling the ball, bringing the ball up the floor. It seems like everything was just becoming like, okay, the NBA is starting to make sense to me now. And it was only a matter of time before then. For the other pieces around him, because you're trying to manufacture ways to be excited about the future without winning too many games to try to keep yourself in good draft position. I'm intrigued to see what happens in the theoretical debate internally between Tyus Jones and Ryan Nembhard. Because Nembhard, he's a great story coming out of college.
What do you mean?
Just in terms of progression and playing time.
Yeah.
Because Tyus Jones is a little bit more of a proven commodity, but still, he's going to get some of those minutes. And Ryan Nembhard, the fan favorite that has only gotten better over time.
He has, but I think Nembhard's going to reach his ceiling, though, as far as this season's concerned.
Sure. It's just now balancing out with the acquisitions from the AD trade. It's going to be... The phrase gets thrown around a lot in basketball, the progress stoppers. Yeah. You know, are these guys going to be progress stoppers? Because if Ryan Nembhard has reached his ceiling and it's like, okay, we've seen enough, then a guy like Tyus Jones isn't really a progress stopper. It's if you're going to masquerade as a team that's trying to win games, playing him is a good idea. But
Nembhard?
Jones.
Yeah,
just because more skins on the wall. But if you think you really can get more out of Ryan Nembhard and you think that he is going to have a future on this team beyond this season, then playing Tyus Jones is a progress stopper. So I'm intrigued to see basically any shooter that is not named Cooper Flagg. Can you do something for me that warrants excitement for keeping you on this team next year? Outside of maybe you can throw in like Najee Marshall in there too, because he's been very vocal about wanting to stay here throughout the remainder of the Cooper Flagg experience and grow alongside him. I mean, heck, even with his recent struggles, I'm a huge PJ Washington fan. I can totally listen to moving him down the road.
Oh, absolutely.
But still, I'll even throw him into that group where it's like you have nothing to prove to me and you can't really upset me at this point. Ryan Nembhard is just a fun story because I heard Bobby and RJ talking about it the other day about how miserable some of these games are to watch. You can win the second half of the season if guys like Ryan Nembhard just give you something to be excited about while Cooper Flagg continues to be Cooper Flagg.
You better do something, though, and I think part of the reason why you brought Tyus Jones in, so we've played 53 games so far this season, right? So we got, 29 games left to go for the rest of the NBA season. Ryan Nembhard's played 38. I think the limit he can play is, 50 under his current two-way status. So he still only has 12 games left. They haven't converted him to a standard contract yet. I wonder with B. Will and with Tyus Jones, if that's one of those things where they're going to say, all right, we'll go ahead and we'll play him sparingly. We'll play him these last 12 out of the last 29 games, and then we'll convert him to a standard contract. Kind of what they did with B. Will in the offseason.
Yeah.
And that's why you bring in Tyus Jones, I think, because I want to say his contract's up at the end of the year. So I think that story, to me, speaks more to the fact, because you ain't winning. And Blake made a great point last week. Tyus Jones is not great.
Yeah.
Okay, Tyus Jones is not a great point guard. Yes, he's got the great turnover to assist ratio, but outside of that, he doesn't bring you a whole lot. Okay, sure. And again, I'm stealing this from Blake again. He hasn't been good for 4 or 5 years. He's a body out there. Okay, so with the way this roster is currently constructed, PJ hasn't been great for you this year. I mean, your only consistent standout guys, and standouts being a bit of a stretch here. Najee's been good. Max Christie's had his moments, and Cooper Flagg. Outside of that, everybody else has just been guys.
And speaking of Blake, his podcast partner, Grant Afseth, put together a piece.
Our boy.
On Dallas Hoops Journal, talking about some of the progress of Kyrie Irving, saying that multiple sources had indicated that Irving is expected to be physically able to play after the All-Star break. So you might get updates soon. Irving did tell the media, he said that he'll be ready to speak on that soon.
There you go.
So hopefully we will hear some news. I know there's still a lot of people that are thinking he might not play at all. Just play it safe.
I doubt it.
I doubt it too, just knowing how Kyrie operates. And honestly, it would make me as a Mavericks fan feel better if he does play a few games at the end of the season.
Little Jacob DeGrom type action.
Exactly. That is the exact reason why.
I'm with you.
Because at first with DeGrom, I was like, no, keep him off the field. And he looked good in those few starts, and he spoke immediately when the season ended. That like exit meeting in the clubhouse, all the media talking to him, he was like, that was huge for me.
Yeah.
He was like, that does a lot
Knocks
for
some
your
rust
confidence
off.
as a player to go into the offseason totally normal.
Yeah.
You're not starting on a blank slate. You're saying, okay, business as usual. So
I don't hate that idea either.
I would love to see Kyrie come back.
Just don't win.
Oh, yeah.
Just pull a Utah Jazz. Have them play for 2-3 quarters and then sit them in the fourth quarter to make sure that Tyus Jones spits the bit and they lose.
Yeah, just wave the white flag at 2 minutes every game. I'm totally fine. Just don't make it super obvious.
No.
I'm not trying to pocket watch for a billionaire, but let's not get those fines and get in trouble with the league, and let's have some good fortune going into the off season. So there's a few ways that the Mavs can win the proverbial second half of their season without winning any real games. Coming up next, we will crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back. We've got PP in the morning at 6:40, and we ask Reddit. Favorite segment of the week.
of the G-Bag Nation. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how we doing today?
We're doing well. Doing well. Happy President's Day, boys.
Yeah.
Happy to be here. Exactly how we all drew it up. You know?
Yeah.
How about Broadus with a little scruff on his face today? He just came, had a little bit of a bender weekend, man. I kind of like it.
Valentine's weekend, man.
I think this was probably a record-setting film-watching weekend. He was probably just stuck in the lab.
Yeah.
And he didn't even have a chance. Like, maybe he didn't even get a chance to brush his teeth. But you rarely see the scruff.
Yeah.
And I like it.
Does it look bad?
No.
Bad situation
I
going on
like
right now?
it, dude. You need to lean into that. Let's get a good 7 days, man. Let's just see what that looks like.
I'm going to not lie that the razor that I'm using, it's to the point where it's got dull.
Oh, it crapped out.
And I am so worried that if I shave, I'm going to bleed to death.
You don't want to be the Band-Aid
the
guy.
nicker.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. So
what are you, a Gillette Mach 3 kind of guy, or what's your go-to razor?
I'm kind of a Harry's guy.
Can't go wrong with that.
So am I.
Harry's. Yep. And I'll tell you what, yeah.
For up top and for south?
Oh, yeah. Gets the job done anywhere.
Yeah. Harry's, I think, does a quality job.
Yeah.
And
we get the 5-lighter?
If you're listening out there, Harry's, we've got some opportunities for you. So, yeah.
Really?
100%.
Interesting. Okay. I need to find somebody to trim my beard up because I look and feel homeless right now.
I like this though. This is my kind of Fred Davis. I don't want to see prim and proper Freddie D.
That's right. Need to clean it up.
It's not your thing.
It's getting a little bit much. I mean, I
Just
look
a
like
little
I could rob somebody right now. So
I mean, you could do that with a clean beard.
That's
too.
true. That's true.
You got free will.
That's fair.
I don't know if it's illegal, but
you don't hide in plain sight as well when you look like this.
No, I don't.
We start stepping away from you a little bit on the sidewalk.
That's right.
Fred, I it's like my YouTube stuff and all this and my TikTok. A lot of Yellowstone. Do people double take you on Rip?
Who's that?
The actor, the actor who plays
Is that Cole Hauser?
Yeah.
That portrays that role?
Yeah. Do you ever get the double takes? The facial features very similar.
Okay, it's funny. So before and look, just
and it happens. It's like all the time on my TikTok.
Yeah.
Clips of Yellowstone pop up.
Right.
And he's always kind of
see it.
Yeah. He's always kind of like, he's a very polite guy, but then when it comes to you kind of piss him off, he's going to hit you right in the face. And he's kind of aware of his surroundings guy, and he's a very loyal and trustworthy guy. But the thing about
I
it is,
kind of feel the same way.
I look at you and I think
see it.
I think of a Rip.
I can see that.
He's betraying Fred
see
Davis.
That. Yeah. I mean, look,
You've ever seen Yellowstone before?
Never watched it. Never watched
My
it.
apologies then for bringing that up.
But I know who Cole Hauser is because
put on a ton of weight to do this, by the way.
If I remember correctly, I want to say
he looks like a fat Cole Hauser. When he gains weight and looks a little bloated,
looks just like you, Fred. Looks like you.
No, he was a smaller, blonde-haired actor.
Well,
for this role, but
he's got the dyed black beard in this one.
He's got the whole.
Look at the before and after, Fred.
Hold on, but he had a movie that I remember him in that I thought he was actually pretty decent in.
You could say the name of the movie, and
Too Fast, Too Furious.
Never saw him in that.
I'll have no idea.
I'm not a Fast and Furious guy. I know that's hard for people to believe.
I gave up after 7.
Okay, then you're a Fast and Furious guy. You know what I mean? If you got through like the first 3, I think I can consider you a guy.
If it wasn't shown on a Cowboys charter road trip,
you didn't see it.
I probably didn't see it.
No,
probably did not see it.
And that's fair. That's a fair. I got to see. Hold on.
Do you have a cowboy hat? Do you own a cowboy hat?
I don't own cowboy hat or boots.
We can make that happen.
Yeah, we could make that happen.
I'll tell you what. I had to do that one time. I had to go to the Houston Livestock Rodeo.
He was one of the friends in Good Will Hunting.
Oh, was he?
He was one of the friends in Good Will Hunting.
That's right.
He was in Dazed and Confused. Okay. And so I'm pulling out 90s movies.
Okay.
That's what I remember him. And then I want to say there was another movie where he was he was a killer or.
Oh, he beats the crap out of people.
He does. Yeah. He does. And I appreciate that.
They'll take you to the train station. That's their way of getting rid of you.
Where was the
train station?
Higher Learning. If you know, you know. Now, in fairness, he did play a skinhead in Higher Learning, so let's go ahead and get that out of here. But I do remember him. He had a run there in the 90s where he was just all over the place, so I do remember that as well.
He's a player.
No, he's great. He's great. He's versatile. Versatile actor.
I think that's a good pro comp, though. Brought us with the Scout's Eye once again.
I was just, it's one of those things where sitting around in the weekend and like a lot of the Yellowstone clips pop up. And I'm thinking, God, this guy looks like Fred Davis.
Fair. I'll appreciate that.
Like, as he's like slugging somebody in the face.
Now, that's on brand. Even though somebody asked me a while back, they're like, Fred, when's the last time you got in a fight? I was like, it's been well over a decade.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I talk a good game. Big Nicky from Den of Thieves was actually my initial inspiration for the facial hair. Because I had just a nice, just kind of shortened 2 or 3 clip razor beard, and then I said, you know what? Let's really bring this thing out.
I think that was a good move. I like it.
Look, I enjoyed it as well. Okay, so
I'm
a little bit.
Medford's had enough of our conversation.
Yeah,
Medford, what do you got over there?
No, I'm taking it all in. No,
what do you got, Medford?
I mean, I was going to force y'all to talk about the All-Star game, but I know nobody watched it. So
I was watching Fred Davis on Yellowstone.
Let's get Broadus' thoughts on female proposals.
Yes, you said you were going to bring it up during Cross.
You've already added your part. You've been married twice.
I have. I'm overdose.
Okay. No, that day, look, you tried. You proposed both times?
Both times, yes.
Okay. All right. How would you feel about a woman proposing to you?
I think that's kind of a boss move myself.
You'd be okay with it?
I totally would. Wow. If she thinks that much of me, I'd totally be okay with it. I've kind of changed my thoughts because I'm dose.
Okay, I respect. Okay, that I respect.
Mike Lombardi came up to me and he goes, "Hey, if you ever get married again," I said, "Yeah, if I ever get married again, you're not the best man.
Yeah,
you're 0-1 as the best man."
Okay.
And so
okay.
Yeah, I think to me, Listen, I think there's a lot of things in life that I would have said, "Oh, well, I'm not going to. No way, I wouldn't do that."
Yeah.
Now I'm like, listen, if she's
that serious about you,
if she's that just proves to you how serious she is.
Yeah.
And she might be a gal that has like money and a career.
What if she doesn't?
Purpose.
What if she doesn't?
If she's going to give me a ring, kind of a thing, like kneel down.
I mean,
ring,
yeah, that's the whole thing.
Or just like, hey, we're at the ball game and
no, she's proposing. She's getting down on one knee, saying, "Brian, I love you. Will you marry me?"
I think that's huge commitment. I think that is a huge way.
What if she's broke?
I tell you what, man,
if you're dating her, you probably like her.
Yeah. You probably.
Do you?
Haven't you figured out?
Buster.
I'll tell you the ones that are hilarious again on the TikTok videos are the ones where the gals come and they bring their kids on the date, the first date. The guy's like,
first date?
If that's not a red flag, I don't know what is.
Yeah,
that's wild.
That's insane.
Or they're ordering a bunch
Pay for my babysitter? That's crazy.
That's a crazy one, too.
Yeah.
She's like, well, listen, we're a package deal. And I'm like, yeah, but not right now. I'm just trying to get to know you. But, yeah, they and I don't know if these are all staged.
That's the other issues. How many of these are just for the gram?
Yeah.
A lot of ball sacks out there.
A lot of ball sacks out there. What?
Too many.
Except for unless you're Bo Jackson.
What do you mean?
I'm just going to say this. If she proposes to me, she probably really cares a lot about me.
She does.
And I'm probably going to accept
Or she wants half a Crown Global Media.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be the possibility.
Prenup.
You better never sign that prenup.
No. I was married to a gal that made about 5 times as much money as I did as a scout.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, that was
me
good.
next.
And I was kind of like, yeah. And so
did she make you sign a prenup?
No, but it ain't all what it's cracked up to be.
Okay.
Sometimes, and I'm
not all money's good money.
Not all money's good money. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Brian Knight Broadus, will you marry me?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. Are you guys? We have against over here? Is that what we're saying?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it undercuts you. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to be the man, but I get it. You have a little bit more wisdom. You've been through the ringer a couple of times.
Hey, listen, I got married to a gal that had already planned on. She was building a house for us.
Wow.
She was building a house. Like I got engaged.
Really, it was a good move on your part.
Standing among dirt and strings and a frame for a house, outlined on the ground. That's where I got. And then at the end of the day,
how long did that last?
Bennett was born. We were 7 years.
Okay, solid 7-year itch.
Yeah,
that's real.
So Bennett has never known his mom and his dad to be together. We got divorced when he was 3.
Okay.
So yeah.
I mean, look, that's the same thing with my son. My son's never seen me and his mom split right at about 2.5.
Yeah.
So.
Better luck to everybody else out there.
Hey, let's tell you this. Good luck.
Hey, just like Fred Davis loves to do, you left me with the impossible transition. What do you got coming up on the show today?
Pure gold as always. Medford, thanks so much for asking. Obviously, we're mailing it in, so all I really know.
Mail it in Monday.
The only thing I know is that we have Todd Archer of ESPN at 4 o'clock. Everything else, we just kind of figured out.
Yeah. Hey, there you go.
You know what? I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Fred, thank you for all the help today.
Thank you.
It was a good run, and I will be back. So will Kevin and Corey tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Until then, you've been Masterpieced.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Team Stars won the NBA All-Star Game. The round-robin tournament did have some competitive games, even though the final wasn't. The reviews for the new All-Star format have been pretty good. 3 of the 4 games.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, happy President's Day, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, the Super Bowl champion. He's ready to rock and roll for 5 hours. We got Todd Archer at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
We got football. We got basketball. We got baseball. We got Olympics. We got cheating. We got pickle, brawl, fighting, melees. We have all sorts of fun stuff. We have an all-time Baylor Bear debut. It's going to be a big one, boys. We got Dylon, a.k.a. Dylan Moore, holding it down in the Pim Cup for Lucius Alexander. G-Bag of the Day, 5:30. Are we still running? Because me and Wolchuk weren't here on Friday.
Yeah.
Is it still?
It's Dawson going for 5 today, I believe.
Dawson's
Am I right about that, sir?
5 today.
Yeah, Dawson's going for 5. So you, as the commander of the ship, you have the authority that if this thing gets voted out to make it the 5-time status.
I can give it the honorary.
Yeah, if it gets voted out, we'll see. But I have a feeling that we're gonna see Dawson go forward, and then when we reconvene, maybe tomorrow, we'll have a new champ.
Wow,
new opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely, new landscape. That would be pretty dang special this early in the year to already hit 5-time status.
Yep.
Did we run your Miss Price? Or
yeah, it got voted. It got
voted down.
Got voted down. Yeah.
Well, I know you were going to vote it down, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you voted for it?
No, I voted for it.
And I'm surprised Dawson didn't vote for it.
No,
that's an upset.
No, I didn't vote for it.
Oh, okay. I'm a little bummed because I think if me and Wolchuk were here, that we might have a different G-Bag of the Day champion.
See, you guys skip out on us like that, then you don't have the opportunity to hammer me on it.
Oh, I missed you guys on Friday, man. Yeah. You guys were killing it.
That 10 to 2 radio, pretty salty, pretty good, right?
It's nice. It's just the only problem is like
getting here.
Yeah, you actually have traffic to fight through.
Yeah, you don't have the helicopter anymore, do you?
No helicoptering.
Yeah.
So
unless you're Blake Elliott, then you helicopter all day.
Blake helicopters everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
If he's not tucking it.
Yeah.
It's either the tuck or the chopper.
Yeah.
And so, it's just the traffic coming in for KNC. It's like the show starts at 10. If you're going to get here to prep for the show, like I'm leaving my house before 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Because it's going to take me probably an hour and 10 minutes to fight through the traffic to get here, coming from Fort Worth. So it's like, man.
We need to get you a sponsorship with the toll tag people.
Yeah, I don't even know if from my house tolls even would help me.
Does it help you?
Maybe a little bit.
I thought you did it because you were trying to kind of skirt the toll situation.
Oh, I'm a toll skirter. Yeah, I got popped whenever I was interning with CBS 11 back in college, and I was going all throughout the Metroplex for a summer.
But you didn't have a tag, right?
I didn't have a tag. I was just buzzing through the tolls, not thinking about it.
We'll send it to you by mail, and you were just like, yeah, sure, fine, great. And next thing you know,
at the end of the summer, it was like
$2,000 show up on your doorstep.
Here's a fat bill, and I was like, I will never do that again. I immediately programmed my Google Maps. I'm going to avoid tolls for the rest of my life.
I'll tell you what, I have 7 jobs just so I can drive on the tollway.
I get it, man.
I mean,
there's times where it's like that makes a difference.
I think if one podcast is paying my toll bill, that's how I look at it. Like if I could just do one podcast a week, that's paying my toll bill.
I love
that is. Yeah.
I love that. All right, so we got the. How about the Rangers, man? It's no longer just P's and C's. We got the whole squad.
Got the whole squad there.
Out in surprise as the G-Bag Nation inches closer and closer.
Are you just looking forward to antagonizing players? I think they like your bit now, though.
Some of them do.
I think at first they were kind of like, what's this guy doing? And now I think you're kind of recognized as a fun part of spring training.
A handful of guys appreciate it. We lighten up the mood in the clubhouse. Me and Wolchuk go barreling in there, and we ask them just the most ridiculous crap. And
I think they're okay with the ridiculous crap.
Yeah, you get a handful.
It's not like Evan Grant asking him serious baseball questions,
Yeah, and
that could get old.
And usually we're there like within the first little bit of spring training. Now we're delaying it a little bit, so they're going to be like really in the throes of the monotony, and we'll get to come in there with a little bit of a curveball. So hopefully they appreciate it a little bit more. You have a handful of guys, the Jock Petersons of the world, they appreciated it, and then you get some guys that are like Jacob deGrom, literally said, I will never talk to those guys.
He said that.
He said that. He
Wow.
said, no, granted, he's not talking to anybody.
Is that going through like the PR people? Do they have to walk up to you like Rich Rice and those guys? They walk up to you and say, hey, listen, you can't talk to these players.
If they're pitching that day,
yeah,
then you know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're like, hey, if you want to, you can go ask a player. Like they don't mind sitting back and watching you get denied.
Yeah.
And DeGrom will give you the stiff arm. For sure.
Was he playing like video games when you asked him one time? Or he was sitting in his locker? And,
I think he was playing Call of Duty.
And he just
on his phone.
And he just looked up and said, "Not today."
Yeah, not here, not now,
not now,
not ever.
Is that what he said?
That's how it translated to me. It was basically, "I hope to never see you again."
Do you feel like Wolchuk is kind of weights you down doing this though?
No, actually, I mean, we were able to find success the one year he had to have his baby.
That's what I'm saying, though.
We found success.
We did find some success.
It was more stressful. It's nice going in there with a bandit, and you're like, all right, we can
Do you ever feel like
this thing.
Wolchuk kind of derails your opportunity? Like you're on a good roll and he throws something in there that takes it off the lines?
No, I probably do the same thing to him. I actually liked his bit last year where he was asking people about guys from the station, just throwing our name. He was like, hey, what do you think about that Gavin Dawson?
Yeah.
Like he's making that climb and he's on the roster now just to try and see if these guys get thrown
I admire
off.
you guys for doing that. I really do.
We stress about it. Like we it sounds like we're in there just having a great time, and ultimately once we get the plane off the ground, we are. But we wake up every morning like, oh gosh, because you just never know. Like you walk in, there, you don't know who's going to be in there. It's not like it's lined up for you. You got to go in and you got to shoot your shot.
You got to hustle.
Yeah, you got to hustle. You got to shoot your shot, and then you got to hope that there's enough chemistry here for it to be funny enough for about 4 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. It is always funny, and I just got to wonder is the pressure of Dawson, like just knowing that. Like Dawson's counting on this.
Dawson's counting on.
Yeah, Dawson is counting on that.
We feel that weight.
Yeah,
we feel that weight.
Dawson's counting on that 12 minutes to carry part of the day, right? Yeah, I know. And he said, he's getting out at the end of the day. Well, hey, who are you guys going to do? Who are you going to get tomorrow? He's already asking.
Yeah. Who's on deck?
Who's on deck?
We don't know until 30 seconds before who we're going to be talking to, and we have to just muster up the courage.
The best one ever. Who was the best one ever?
I think the guys that really played along nicely, like Jock Peterson last year played along really, really nicely. You had, let's see, Travis Jankowski.
Yeah, there's some. Weren't there a couple of pitchers that were kind of fun?
Yeah, Barlow was really good.
Barlow was cool. Yeah.
You have the. Let's see.
Let me ask you this: what you're thinking? Do you go for the cringiest thing you could ask? Is that the plan going in? How to make these guys squirm and cringe a little bit?
Yeah. We want to make them a little uncomfortable for sure.
Yeah.
And we don't just want to go in there and ask the same, baseball crap that they're getting asked every day. Like, what's fun about that?
Yeah.
What is fun about going in there and asking them about the same crap that all the beat writers are asking every single day? Yeah, I get it. So you just want to go in there.
I was calling out Evan Grant there because he's kind of like
he's the
main guy.
Yeah. But
Jeff Wilson could probably get called in there.
You want to make these guys laugh and hopefully build some level of a rapport and just kind of lighten the mood a little bit.
Yeah.
And some of those guys are willing to play along, so it's a little bit stressful. But yeah, I try to bank a handful of questions. I'll just randomly be thinking of something and I'll be like, let me just type this into my notes app and have it spank banked a little bit.
Yeah.
So that we can rattle. But then you also never know, like in the midst of a conversation, where it could go.
Yeah.
Like you could just fire something off randomly that you weren't expecting.
See, that's what I was saying. You have the questions in mind, but did you ever have one or two questions where it was like, oh, this is not going to work?
Yes.
I mean, did you like, man, I've got to have a different plan of attack here.
Yeah, have you ever had a crush on a cartoon character?
That was interesting.
A couple of those guys were just like, no.
You're like, okay, next question.
All right, great. Or when you try and make them, like when the I think the first year we were there, Cocaine Bear just came out. So we were trying to get him to like, okay, different animal, different drug. Yeah. Make a cocaine bear, but you change up the animal and the drug. And some guys play along nicely. We had like a Viagra Viper or something like that going. That was pretty good. So shout out to whatever player gave us that one. But yeah, they can backfire on you. They can backfire on you.
Yeah.
But yeah, we look forward to it. And now you got the players out there, and that's a beautiful thing. It looks like Nimmo is the lead candidate to be the leadoff hitter.
There you go.
And he seems to be all in favor of it. I do like the idea of, his bat's going to help change things a little bit here, like replacing, I guess, Adolis with his bat. I know it was technically Marcus Semien, but that is an upgrade in your lineup. I just wonder, ultimately, when it comes to the leadoff hitter, it's really just a big picture thing of like who's going to end up getting the most at bats in a season.
Yeah,
and I can't help but think that should be Wyatt Langford.
The problem with that, and you know what it is, can you get him to the lineup every day?
A little bit of a oblique issue.
Yeah. It's you're talking about the one thing that you could count on with Semien, especially
he was going to be there,
especially the championship season. He was going to
Iron Man.
He was going to play every day, and he was going to get at bats. And that's where I agree with you about the guy's ability to get on base, steal a base, get the third, get a run, that kind of thing. Just worry about availability with him. He's such a freakish athlete, and everything you want, like, oh man, that's what a baseball player's supposed to look like.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the day, you're like, that happened again? And then, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, we're, missing this bat in the lineup, or we're asking Jared and Eric and Hicksy and everyone. Well, when do you expect it? And then we on Monday you get ask the general manager, and he has to explain, or president of baseball operations.
That's what half the season is about when it comes to interviewing anybody involved with the team. When is so and so going to be ready?
Yeah.
When is so and so going to be ready?
I kind of feel like it's the way with the Mavs. I feel like it's the way with the Mavs now too. Why can't we ever have a team that just doesn't have hurt dudes?
I think it's.
Even the Stars, when they were very early in the season, they're rolling along great. They had all those hurt dudes.
Yeah.
Why maybe I should check on other teams. Are other teams dealing with hurt dudes at every level of every sport in the city?
I think so. I think you have the random outlier teams that
just stay completely healthy and just roll through everything. It's not like Embiid is somewhat. I haven't checked lately. It's like he's doing all right in Philadelphia. He misses all the games, kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a renaissance for him.
Yeah,
but not.
We couldn't get Anthony Davis. We knew that, right?
Yeah, that for sure. There's some guys you just know. It's the team's fault for getting in bed with that player because there's a long history now of what that guy is.
I just would like to have a team one year where everybody on the team just makes it through the whole year, and we're not having to worry about. Look at our young center from Duke. They're
Lively.
Nobody. When he came into the league, we're all talking about buying jerseys and this, that, and the other. But man, what? Why? How?
It's sad because he's as likable.
He is such a likable guy,
and he's such a good player.
And during the run when we were going through to the finals, he was such a big part of that. And now you're kind of like, God, he's 20 years old and he's banged up to hell already.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to stay healthy in any one of these sports.
I'm just bitching as a fan is what I'm doing right now.
It's totally fair. It's therapeutic. You got to do that sometimes.
Well, I just don't want it to happen to the Rangers.
I know.
And then all of a sudden now we got minor leaguers that are getting Tommy John surgery, basically, kind of a thing. Our best prospect, elbow surgery and all this stuff like that. Just
right.
Crazy.
Oh, let's see here.
Am I getting in trouble for saying something? The Rangers calling in, are they mad at me?
No, Walchuk's trying to throw in the towel on the interviews now. He's like, hey, if I weigh it down, I got no problem not doing this. He's like, those are not easy and those are stressful.
Why is he being so sensitive?
I think he's just looking to cop out because we talk about it every time. We're like, here we go again. We wake up early every morning and surprise.
Tell fat ass broaders to do the interviews. Did he say that? I bet she did.
He's not a fat shamer. If I was responding, I'd probably throw a fat ass out there.
Yeah,
he's not throwing fat ass. I think he's just he's looking for an out, as we both do every day. We both wake up and surprise every morning. We're like, do we really want to do this? And the answer is ultimately no, But we go out there and we
I'll
freaking
tell you
figure
what,
it out
it's
all in the name of content.
It's the best content ever.
Yeah, we got to keep it
Seriously,
going.
and you know
I'm
what?
naked in there without Wolchuk. Wolchuk, you know that. I need you. I want you. I got to have you.
Yeah.
So
Let
just
me say
freaking don't
this.
even consider it, bro. You can't punt.
I know you guys are under stress now. I'm going to be really encouraging.
There you go. I appreciate that.
From here on out.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm going to be really
Yeah, we've
encouraging.
never really spoke on that.
Yeah.
You know, you guys probably think that we really enjoy doing it. And when we hit, like, it's a high. Like, when we're in the midst of one of these good banter back and forths and we know it's good content, it's a high. We walk out of there freaking high-fiving each other.
Yeah.
Wolchuk's hitting the truffle shuffle. Like, we're dancing out of there. But walking in every morning, it's a new slate. You know, it doesn't matter what you did yesterday.
Yeah.
It's just like one of these players. I don't care if you hit 3 dingers yesterday. It ain't about that. If you go over at the plate today, we're side-eyeing you.
I'm going to be more encouraging when this situation happens because you know why? I don't want to do it.
No, I think that would be a bet payoff. That'd be a bet payoff of a lifetime for you and Dawson to have to go into that clubhouse and crank out some off-the-wall interviews. That'd actually be fun.
Oh, Dawson. You imagine Dawson's situation as much as he hates people?
That would be, honestly, that could be the bet payoff of all bet payoffs.
There's no way.
We could clean y'all slate. Y'all both owe like 5 or 6.
You know what? I'll drink a half gallon of Tito's in the
for
stands.
breakfast.
I'll do something other than that. I mean, what you guys do is amazing, and I'm not going to be critical of it. I never have been critical, but I just wanted to know if Wolchuk brought you down.
No, not at all. We are teammates for life, and I need him. I need him desperately.
All right.
A lot of love for Jessica Rabbit, by the way. When it comes to the cartoon character, we've got plenty of texts coming in. Like, how could any one of these guys not easily just jump out with Jessica Rabbit? Now, I was always a Jasmine guy.
Yeah.
But there's Belle. I mean, there's plenty. There's plenty of these incredibly hot.
Pocahontas kind of thing?
Yeah.
Back in the day?
Yeah. You could absolutely deserves a nominee.
Yeah.
If we were doing a top 10 list.
Yeah.
So
that's kind of probably shouldn't do a top 10 list of that, should we?
Probably not. Now, what I do want to do is I want to play a little bit of a presidential game here on President's
That's
Day.
against the president?
No, what I want to do is...
Don't make me guess like what number they are.
No, I'm not making you guess anything.
Okay.
What I'm doing is I think I have the single most presidential sports name ever. I don't think, I'm going to go all in with this particular player as a presidential name, and I don't think there's anyone throughout time in all of sports history that could be a more presidential name than the name that I'm going to give you coming up next, along with the G-Bag of the Day champion and your top 10 list of the day next right here in the nation. But Tolos, first, I want to tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in the...
817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Dylan Moore, in for Lucius today on a President's Day Monday in the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus. We got your G-Bag of the Day champion. We got your Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day and best of the weekend on the other side. Broaddus, what you got?
I figured out that Girl Scout Thin Mints not slightly chilled are just not as good.
Yeah, it drops the taste rating down.
Crisp, chocolatey cookies made with natural oil of peppermint. See, but it has to be slightly chilled.
Yeah, I want those out of the fridge.
Yeah, I don't. Warm just doesn't do the same thing.
I'm with you. I think most people would agree with that. As soon as you get the box of the Thin Mints, they go right into the fridge or the freezer.
Freezer instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that thing
you
nice
ever
and
found
cold.
yourself, I one time woke up, they were like, I must have done some sleepwalking. I woke up and there's a tube next to the paper next to my pillow and only 2 left.
Wow.
I'd eaten a whole.
You didn't even remember?
Don't even remember.
Were you hammered?
I don't think so. I think I just was sleepwalking.
Middle of the night?
Yeah, I just got up and okay, I want one and end up eating
a sleeve.
12. How many are there in there?
I don't know how you can't eat 12 though.
Are you addicted to this? Are you the same way, Don?
Yeah, when you start, you can't stop.
I have to go away. I have to put them away. I have to. I can't.
That's how I am with the chips.
Okay, let me. And one more thing. I know we got to get to it.
No, dude, it's a mail it in. Who cares?
I'm just totally hijacking the show today.
Please hijack the next 5 hours.
Let me ask you guys this question. Okay, and you've got ladies in your life, girls.
I do.
Girls. And so one day they might be Girl Scouts or something like that.
It could be on the table.
Could be on the table.
They qualify.
I hate to say this. This is maybe the crusty man in me, but I'm interested if anybody else is the same way. I'm not buying the Girl Scout cookies from the parents.
Oh yeah.
I'm buying them from if
she's got to be out there putting that work in.
Yeah. They've got to understand the hustle, and selling them and personality and hey, would you like to buy some Girl Scout cookies? You're damn right I would. Give me your list. Let me see what you got.
Yeah.
Get the pay and all that. If it's mom or dad passing around the list in the office, I had that happen at the Cowboys a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd walk up to me and I'd just look at him like, I'm not going to buy these cookies from you. But if your daughter shows up with the outfit, everything, the hustle and all that.
Clearly
and locked in, want me, here, Mr. Broaddus, would you like to buy some? I would. Absolutely, I would. So
Did you see this girl from Pennsylvania this year?
Yes.
She broke the Girl Scout record for cookies.
Yeah.
Broaddus, did you see it? You want to guess a number? Try to guess a number.
How many? How many
boxes?
Yeah,
how many
the
boxes?
She broke the record?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, if I say, is it how many thousands?
Like the one season.
Yeah, it's double-digit thousands.
So she sold 50,000 boxes of cookies?
That's a great guess.
87,000.
All right. Did she do this online? How did she do this?
I have no idea.
Dylan, why don't you try and get the backstory on that?
We have to figure this out.
I tell you what, because that right there, I would have bought at least 10 boxes of 86.
She's out there hustling.
Yeah. If you're out there hustling, I don't need mom to walk up to me and try and shame me into buying cookies. But your daughter who's trying to learn something about working at it and following through and all that,
I get it.
Is that wrong to think that way?
I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I think it's just
Isn't the whole idea for them to sell the cookies and learn?
Yes. I would like to know that if mom or dad is floating around the office and they're trying to get you to buy some cookies, I would like to think it's just as them being a good Samaritan. Like, hey, my daughter's out there hustling, doing what she's doing.
Yeah.
I can't bring her to work.
Yeah.
But if anybody in here wants Girl Scout cookies, it's not about so my daughter can get all these boxes. It's just I happen to be a supplier. So if anybody wants some of these, I got you. If not, totally get it because my daughter's out there doing the hustling.
I find myself when they set up at the front of the Tom Thumb or the Kroger or those places, I find myself, whether I need them or not, buying the cookies because they're out there with the effort. Dad might be in our those chairs you and I sit at the baseball park. We might have our camping chairs. Dad or mom's off on the side, making sure the drill's running right.
Right.
But daughter out in front with the list and kind of asking me. And every time, yes, I buy cookies in that setting every single time. But if it's mom or dad, hey, would you buy some cookies for my daughter? Can't do it, man. Can't do it.
A lot of people in agreement with you here on the text.
Okay. Well,
860 is only 29 years old, and they're on your side.
Yeah.
So they're not even old, super crusty.
I appreciate that. I mean, I have a lot of bad takes, and I was hopeful that wasn't going to be one of my worst.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's something about the hustle of going out and showing personality and selling the cookies.
Yeah, I mean,
it kind of teaches you to be able to, to have communication with people.
Yeah.
A little bit.
817, I'm the same way. Bought 2 boxes Saturday at Sam's, gave money to the girl, not her mom. You know, it's like you want the girl to be there. You don't want just a parent.
You want them to learn about the transaction and how it works, and then how you go out there and you're saying, hey, would you buy some cookies? I'd love to buy some cookies. Okay, well, what kind of cookies you got? Well, let me see the list.
How about this hustler? 214 says there's a kid at a bowling alley that has a QR code sheet, and we'll just deliver it right to your lane while you're bowling. That's thinking.
That's thinking. That young lady is going to run a company one day because she's forward thinking there with the QR code.
469 is saying that the Thin Mints are the worst cookies of all time.
Oh God, no.
I mean, if you don't like mint, then it's just not going to be for you.
Is that the problem? We don't like mint?
It has to be. Yeah, some people are anti.
Try a mint julep, the drink. That'd be even good for you, too.
Mint chocolate chip ice cream. Some people are just like, it tastes like toothpaste, can't do it.
I'll tell you what, man. I would grind up these Thin Mints and put them on ice cream.
Put them in there. Yeah.
Damn right.
That's a good move.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It looks like, Dylan, the texters are alleging that she's a disabled girl. She made a TikTok.
There we go.
And she garnered the love of America.
Yeah, and
really.
apparently you can buy Girl Scout cookies online.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a thing, but makes sense.
Good for her, man. See, that's what I'm saying. That's thinking. That's out there, you're out there in the forefront. You're putting yourself out there. You're showing personality and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Well, shout out to Mark Bristow. Big time Tolo. He has the presidential athlete name that I was thinking, and I don't think it can be topped on President's Day.
Okay.
The most presidential name of anyone throughout sports all time is Lincoln Kennedy. You simply cannot beat Lincoln Kennedy.
You cannot beat Lincoln.
For a presidential name. That's first name and last name. Lincoln Kennedy. And we know exactly who we're talking about when we say those two names.
Yeah.
So Mark Bristow nailed it. I don't think it can be topped. If you think over the course of the next 4.5 hours, you think you can give me a more presidential name throughout sports history more than Lincoln Kennedy, then you're going to get an attaboy butt slap from me next time I see you.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion. Here we go.
Here we go. It's G-Bag of the Day. The replay every day around 2:20. It's 2:32 right now, but that is A-okay.
That's my fault, Dylan.
Oh, we're all good. It's all good. President's Day, we're having fun. This is a 4-time champ going for 5 today. Yep. I believe it would be the first 5-timer of the year 2026. It's Gavin Dawson, the general, had a bit of a poo issue, I guess you'd say.
Yeah. Okay, so you ever go and think you're going and you're not? Okay,
like nothing's coming out as you think you.
What'd you say? That's what I thought had happened.
Like I just pooped and
it
then
turned
you
out to be a fart, right?
Oh, okay.
So I looked in the bowl when this was all over.
Nothing's there.
And the bowl was clean.
Them cheeks must have been vibrating.
That's
for sure I'm clean now.
Record-setting fart.
That is wild.
I thought, okay, I'm constipated again. I got to double up on the fiber thins. Maybe get something a little bit stronger. So 2 hours later, I had been outside. I had jumped on the trampoline. I had walked with Remy around the neighborhood as she's driving her little electric car. 2 hours later,
trying to get that movement going.
I get in the shower. And I wash back there. And
oh, my God, dude.
It was there. Yeah, it was there.
He got launched between the cheeks.
Oh my God!
Maybe the size of
my Lord,
a large gobstopper.
That is awful.
Yeah, like a large jawbreaker.
Oh no!
Maybe like a chicken nugget's worth.
What? So you had like,
and
it
all
was
of
just
a sudden,
sitting in there.
All of a sudden, well, the bottom of the shower all of a sudden got really different colored. It was clearly not clean water anymore.
Oh my gosh! Bro.
It took me 3 or 4 passes to get clear water.
No, it did not.
It was the worst.
Oh,
it was the worst bowel situation I've ever had.
That is in your shower.
Oh man, what a moment.
It is a true restroom revelation of all time.
It's gonna be a tough one to beat, but we're gonna try and go for it at 5:30.
There we go.
What's your confidence meter that you got some nominees that can go toe to toe?
I got some good ones, but we'll see. I mean,
it's gonna be tough.
Hard to be beat.
It started off and then became very leaky there, Dylan. You were like,
felt like he was
I think we got some good ones, and then
it's like, maybe not. After
we'll see how that goes.
see.
We'll see how that goes.
Oh man, that is good stuff. All right, we will have your brand new batch of contestants coming up at 5:30 today. Who can dethrone the 4-time champion, Gavin Dawson? Now let's go ahead and give you the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day. It's going to be very, very quick. And I have the top 10 most jacked dudes in NFL history. Ed Hockley's actually on the outside looking in. Ed Hockley, the ref.
Nobody enjoys like the games. Like if it's a like near a 32-degree game, he will make the other officials not wear sleeves out there. They won't go with their long sleeves. Ed will just roll out there with the short sleeves.
Yeah,
and ref the game up while everybody else is freezing cold.
He's ready for that September Miami game where he can just be sweating.
I guarantee he's got his shirts are tailored for his arms.
Oh, 100%. He puts a lot of thought into that particular outfit, or he used to when he was reffing games. It is funny to see the text coming in of the Tolos that have just heard the Dawson clip for the first time.
Oh, really? Wow. Sorry about that, folks.
It's jarring. I know it is jarring. Okay, so you also have this is a surprise, but if you know him, you know it's true. The old Giants punter, Steve Weatherford.
Steve Weatherford, yep.
He's become like a bodybuilder after his playing days.
Oh, did he?
He looks unbelievable. So he gets a nominee here. John Kolb.
John Kolb was offensive lineman back in the day. Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah. He apparently was super jacked.
He was. He played in the steroid era for the Steelers with him and Mike Webster and those guys.
Speaking of that, Tony Mandarich.
We had Tony Mandarich in Green Bay my first year. Boy, you talk about a shell of himself. That was steroids all the way.
Oh, for sure.
And then we let him go, and he went to Indianapolis and became a guard, and actually finished up his career not too badly.
Your old LSU Tiger, LaRon Landry. That dude had some freaking arms.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, sure did.
Ridiculous arms. Yeah. And he ended up just being okay.
Yeah.
But he was a physical freak, man.
Mm-hmm.
Vernon Davis, Niners tight end.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
You don't see him walking around like that.
No.
Especially with the speed, too, like a 4.3 40 combine.
Mike Singleton sent him off the field.
Singletary,
Singletary sent him like, get out of here.
Can't win with him. Can't do it.
Send him off.
James Harrison. Seen that firsthand.
He's got like legs on his shoulders, right?
At Radio Row, he's got thighs for arms, no question. Yeah. He looks unbelievable. J.J. Watt is on the most jacked list. Aaron Donald on the most jacked list.
Aaron Donald, yeah.
Daniil Hunter, LSU Tiger.
Yeah, we got something going at LSU with these guys. I think Mingo was another one, too. Bartavius Mingo.
He was thin and shredded.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniil Hunter's still just unbelievable. Myles Garrett, of course, is on this list.
Did you see the tweet that came out about he's dating that snowboarder?
Yeah.
And like before, like they had like her previous Olympics was
Chloe
gold.
Kim, correct?
Yeah, Chloe Kim.
Yeah, gold, dated Cleveland Brown, silver.
He's weighing her down a little bit.
Yeah, weighing her down.
And it's funny because he's off his best season.
Yeah.
After dating her.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, it's
well deserved.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
But number one, they're going with DK Metcalf. I get it.
Yeah.
That is a ridiculous body playing wide receiver, especially when you understand what his regimen and his diet is, and he just gets out of bed that way.
Yeah.
That's just a one-of-one ridiculous human being.
I'll tell you what, when we saw Cam Newton at the Super Bowl, and I know Cam Newton isn't not in playing shape, that is a big man. I've never seen him in person, like live. I've never seen him, at like a combine or anything like that. That was amazing how big he was.
Yeah, he looks amazing.
As a human being.
All right, there it is, your Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day here in the G-Bag Nation. Coming up next, we have your best of the weekend. No one had a better weekend than this Baylor Bear. That's next year in the nation. But Fort Worth, it is my great joy to bring you this news right now that the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen.
coverage is also brought to you by East Dallas Diesel. Don't let us know where the best draft coverage is. It's right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Dylan Moore, in for Lucius today on a President's Day Monday here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's get you the best of the weekend, and then we'll go around the rim after a big-time basketball weekend, and that'll be at the top of the hour. Now, the first shout-out from the weekend is the Wooly Bully. He became an uncle.
How about that?
Congratulations, Uncle Bully.
Yeah.
And the most interesting part about this is his sister had a little girl. So Walchuk now has a niece.
Uh-huh.
So now Walchuk's parents are grandparents of 3, and they are all little girls. But his sister named her brand new daughter Bennett.
How about that? That's great.
After Bennett brought us. Is
she going to be known as Bennett? Or
I think it'll be more like a maybe Benny. Maybe go by Benny.
See, that's the one thing that we always said with Bennett. Like, don't call him Ben. It was like his full name. You call him Bennett.
He's Bennett.
He's a Bennett.
There's no nicknames that you throw around.
There's no. It's Bennett, and that's like we were pretty adamant about, like, people want to call him Ben, and Bennett will remind him. He says, "No, that's not my name. My name's Bennett." So, I mean, he's not being a jerk about it. That's just the given. I was wondering if there was going to be some name, but hey, congratulations to Wolchuk for being the uncle.
I know, dude. Wolchuk's going to be the fun uncle, man.
Yeah.
He's going to be super protective over his daughters, and then for his niece, he's going to be Mr. Fun Guy. So, congratulations to the entire Wolchuk family.
Yeah,
that
good for
is
them.
a beautiful thing. Healthy baby, healthy mom. That is all you can ask for. Now, when it comes to the sports world, no one had a better weekend than Tice Armstrong.
Tice Armstrong.
Making his Baylor Bear debut. He hit
baseball, huh?
3 grand slams on Friday night. Dude.
Who were we playing?
New Mexico State.
Okay. The Aggies not getting it done, huh?
15-2 season opening victory, becoming just the second college baseball player to accomplish that feat. Here is the call.
Back to play in the 2-0 to Tyson. He swings and hits a ball deep to left field. Back goes the left fielder. Look it up. It's gone! No way! It is out of here! The game is over. They walk it off. That is nuts. That is absolutely nuts. Tice Armstrong has done it again, kids.
Tom, I just Googled Jim LaFountain. The headline is Jim LaFountain and college baseball's unbreakable record. He hit 3 grand slams in a game for the NCAA record. Tice Armstrong has tied it.
That is out of this world. That is unbelievable. Tackless is going to be seeing fly balls sailing over his head in his sleep tonight. Unreal.
Unreal is right. Tice Armstrong, congratulations to you. Baylor Bear debut, and he goes 3 grand slams. And as the broadcast just said, he is the second college baseball player to accomplish that feat. Louisville's Jim LaFountain did it in March of 1976. No MLB player has hit 3 grand slams in one game. 13 MLB players have had 2 in a game.
I think, okay, 2 in one game. I remember back in the day, do you have the list in front of you by any chance?
Of MLB players?
Yeah.
No, I don't, but I can look.
Can you? I think one of them is a Baltimore Oriole named Jim Gentile. Like when I was a kid, you talk about useless trivia knowledge. I think there was a Jim Gentile that hit 2 grand slams in a game, maybe in the same inning.
It was Fernando Tatis.
Tatis
Senior,
is the last
I believe.
one?
Was it? It might have been him. I don't remember.
Fernando Tatis Sr. did it with the Cardinals in '99. Let's see. Who's your guy, Broadus?
In the 60s, I think the Baltimore Orioles, or the 70s, the Baltimore Orioles had a guy.
Jim Gentile?
Jim Gentile. Yeah, I think it's
spelled Gentile.
Is that how it's spelled? They hit 2 in 1 inning?
Yeah, well, he did it in the first and the second inning.
Okay, so back to back.
First and second inning, yeah.
See, this is like when you're a kid, this is like the useless knowledge that you have when you get baseball cards. Like that was
you studying them up.
You always studied the back of the baseball card, and I remember him being the guy that hit 2. But hey, Eric, I gotta tell you about a guy. Speaking of baseball, LSU's got a guy that's 6'2", 295, baseball player.
LSU?
Yeah, Zach Yorkie, I think is how his last name. It's like York with an E. I think it's Yorkie, but he's 295 pounds. And they were playing Milwaukee this weekend, and he crushed it. Like very similar to that, like here's the pitch and that bat, you hear that aluminum bat.
Oh, I see this guy. This guy is a girthquake.
Yeah, this guy. I think he's over 300 bills. Ben McDonald. I was listening to Ben McDonald, talk about the guy. I think it's Yorkie, but anyway, yeah, 300-pound baseball player, and he has got a sweet swing. I mean, he just crushes them. But the big athlete, my LSU Tigers got one. He happens to be playing baseball. He's not like a nose tackle. We could have probably used him playing inside a little bit in some of those games.
That's a 3 technique for sure.
But this guy's unbelievable.
Wow. Well, shout out to him. Shout out to the OU softball squad.
Yeah.
Run ruling UTEP 34-0.
Yeah, they don't lose.
They do not lose.
They do not lose.
Wow. No. And they had 2 grannies in that game as well. And they had a much better weekend than their men's basketball team.
Yeah.
Did you see, the OU Sooner, they can't wait for that season to end. And it just got even worse. Quite the symbolism for them at the Lloyd Noble Center, where they had to delay the start of the game versus Georgia because a popcorn machine caught fire in one of the concession stands, dude. It was pretty gnarly.
Pretty smoky, pretty fiery?
Pretty smoky, pretty fiery. Yeah. Dylan, did you see that? Did you see the popcorn stand?
Yeah, I saw it. It probably smelled good for about 10 seconds, and then it all went to flames.
Yeah, yeah, it really did.
Have you ever, I've yet to figure out, I know people tell me, hey, there's this popcorn setting on the microwave. I refuse to use it.
Apparently you're not supposed to use it.
You're not supposed to?
I think that's what the popcorn people claim.
See, that's why I'm interested, because I'm trying to get the right... I'm figuring out in certain popcorn bags, the average temperature the average
It's like
time,
the perfect pop.
Perfect pop, where there's little kernels left, is somewhere from between 2 minutes and 2:10.
Yeah, it's tough because...
Anything above 210,
it'll burn up.
We're going to get some burnage. Yeah.
And that's the worst. Burnt popcorn sucks so bad.
Terrible.
It's amazing how popcorn can go from delicious and then 5 seconds more.
Yeah, it just is.
Blackens.
It's a wreck.
Not good at all. Yeah. But yeah, that is a huge bummer right there for the Sooners. Everything ended up being fine, but it delayed the start of the game, and there was the videos of it. It was pretty dang smoky in there.
Do we see flames?
Oh yeah, you can see the flames for sure.
Jeez.
If you Google it up on your iPad or Twitter that thing, you'll see it, man.
I'm not blocked anymore.
Big time. You still hacked?
Yeah. I don't know why.
That weekend continues.
Yeah.
Well, the Olympic weekend continues. USA just grabs another gold medal.
And I'm trying. I don't know how to work the TV.
I got you. I'll run in there. I got you.
Yeah, come in here, Dylan, because Broadus is dying.
What do we get it in?
We got a gold in women's monobob. That is the solo bobsled.
There we go.
Oh, solo bobsled.
Elena Myers-Taylor, her first career gold.
Wow. All right. How about the cheating going on in curling?
It's amazing.
Canadians pushing those stones with their finger.
Well, now everybody's doing it.
I'm like, what are we doing? Like, if you're going to let them cheat, let them all cheat, right?
Yeah. Well, and that guy who was like, F off, dude. F off, bro. I haven't done that once.
He told the guy from Sweden to F off.
That was pretty amazing. That was a great portion of the sports weekend, no question about it. We will get to some other Olympic things a little bit later on in the program. 1 hour down on a President's Day Monday here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's go around the rim on the heels of All-Star Weekend. And I would say we took 2 steps back when it comes to the hopes of a Luka return.
Oh, yeah.
That's next in the nation. But Tolos, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. And that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results, whether you have a receding hairline.
Exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Okay, we got a chipper. Brian brought us now that Dylan Moore in for Lucius today. Got the TV situation figured out. We got the Olympics on. What are we watching here? Free skate?
I think this is ice dancing, isn't it? Or is it free skate? It's
pairs
it's
free skate.
Yeah, it's couples. She's like, yeah. There's always some kind of controversy here. Like, she's disappointed. Like,
I want to clip that analysis.
You
finish with the.
Yeah. Does she not look happy? Like he kind of jacked things up.
Yeah, I think he.
Like she's blaming him for not.
Is.
And like, okay, we take the bow.
That's life, dude. That's life. You pair up with a lady, she's gonna look at you side eye.
Like you just didn't do good enough.
Yeah, well, it was always not her fault.
Triple sow cow wasn't like hit on point, you know.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what I noticed. They skated apart, and he looked like he was a little slow reacting. Like she went through the jumps, like quicker than he did.
Okay, see, there you go, Scout's eye.
They were skating together, then they separated, and it's like, okay, we're gonna get a little free flowing stuff. She went for the early maneuver, a couple of twirls, and then he was late to do it. So I wonder if she was like kind of getting on his ass about that.
Well,
I noticed she had the corner of my eye not going at the correct time.
If he dropped the ball, then that is on him. He's going to have to eat that in front of all of the world.
All the world.
That is a tough place to fail, man. It is, but you see it time and time again.
You guys watch that downhill mogul thing that they're doing?
Oh yeah, where they're the two people, they're bouncing around. Looks insane, dude. That's actually one of the more exhilarating ones to watch.
Guys like kind of describing it like, I'm either going to see the finish line or God. That's kind of how they describe it. And then one guy went through backwards. I
know the finish. He finished in reverse just because that's what the terrain did to him.
Yeah,
it's pretty amazing to watch.
How beat up do you think their back and knees
are?
It
has to, because you're just on
constant.
Yeah, dude, that's tough. Yeah. That's tough on the L4 and L5. Yeah. All right, we'll get you the C note coming up next. We also have Todd Archer of ESPN. He's got a George Pickens article out today on ESPN.com that's pretty interesting, and we will chat with him at 4:00. But right now, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when a guy like Victor Wembanyama shows up to the All-Star game and says, I want to push the great players of this sport to play in the All-Star game just as hard as I will. We'll see how it goes, but if they don't play hard, I'll do it without them. And he went out there and dominated in the first round of the round robin versus Team USA. 19 points, 6 of 8 from the field. That's a young guy who's ready to say, hey, man, this is a game that we love. Let's go ahead and be competitive. And that's how you start to get the All-Star game going again, because these guys don't want to get embarrassed. And a guy like Victor Wembanyama will embarrass you.
He will.
So if you want to go out there and just kind of half-ass that thing, you're going to end up paying the price for it, and you're going to end up on a highlight reel. So credit to Victor Wembanyama. Appreciate him. Anthony Edwards ends up being your All-Star MVP. But I actually had a lot of funeral festivities this weekend for my grandpa.
Jeez.
It was supposed to go down, and he passed on January 12th.
And
we carried it.
We carried it because it was supposed to go down during the Icepocalypse weekend. Yeah. There's a lot of people flying from out of town. Yeah. So, like, middle of that week, they pulled the plug and had to reschedule that thing for Valentine's Day Saturday, and then festivities carried into Sunday. You had all these friends and family from out of town. So I didn't get a chance to watch it as much as I probably would have, but I don't know that I missed a ton. I will say shout out to Damian Lillard, 10 months after tearing his Achilles. Returns to action, wins the three-point contest for the third time. That's pretty dang awesome. Congratulations to him. I mean, his first-round score of 27, I was like, all right.
Yeah.
He's not screwing around.
Nope.
Not screwing around at all.
Man can still shoot.
He can, yeah.
See, that's the thing about it. And Choppy and Bobby were talking about this morning that Choppy's kind of like complaining that the dunk contest is a bag of ass. But the three-point shooting is still worthwhile because guys are, what are you having to do? You're having to make shots, right? It just seems like to me, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to watch that slam dunk thing.
No, I mean, it's not worth it.
It has I have no interest in that anymore. I mean, I loved it. Like, I probably went to one of the great slam dunk contests ever.
Oh, you did?
The one in Dallas, 1986 with Spud Webb. I was there at Reunion Arena. I was in the arena.
They show the replays of that one all the time this time of year.
And there's been, it needs to be more competitive, man.
Well, you got to get some dogs in there.
They won't unless you really maybe jack up the money.
Yeah, and everybody blames LeBron for it because he was like the first superstar to be like, I'm never going to do that. So then he's kind of reset the standard, and all the other stars come in and they're like, well, if he's not doing it, why do I have to do it? Go out there and lose, And you do have to, like, the further removed you get from like the dunk contest, but like the golden era of it, you have to become so much more creative. Because you're trying to come up with dunks that people haven't really seen before.
Right.
And I don't think that would be very easy. I mean, you had that time where it's like Blake Griffin's putting a friggin' car in the middle of the let's jump over a car.
Let's jump over the IKEA.
Like, there's only so many things you can do here to be
what if
have someone sit at home and be like, oh, I've never seen that dunk before.
What if we had it this is wild. What if we had like dunk contest, but you had a blocker? Like, so you're trying to keep the guy from dunking.
It's like Wemby versus LeBron.
Nobody would do that. I mean,
no, nobody would.
That's what I'm saying. But would it be like pretty interesting?
It would be entertaining.
If you had like, okay, you're going to try and dunk on me, but my job's to keep you from dunking.
Yeah, that would be sick. And I mean, even if it was just like a creative finish, even if you had like a Kyrie Irving in there, where it's like you don't have to actually dunk it,
right?
But Kyrie, who's so graceful and with all his crazy acrobatics, being able to finish,
right?
That would be fun too. I mean, that's one of the joys of watching a guy like Kyrie,
it's
at his size, be able to finish with both hands in all sorts of crazy ways to combat the 7-footers.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
I think if you said, okay, we're gonna have 7-footer versus whoever wants to dunk, and like we're gonna see how many times we're gonna keep score.
Yeah.
Dunkers versus blockers. And like big time money to the winning team.
That would be, I think, from a fan perspective, I think we'd all sign up for that. That'd be a lot of fun.
But can you call fouls? You can't just hack the guy, right?
Yeah. No, you have to have there. Yeah, that's a good point. There is an element of the fouls.
Yeah, you can't. You could body him up, but you got to stay vertical, and you can't just like grab the guy around the head.
You can be you can be maybe a little bit looser with it, but you still have there's still a line that can't be crossed. Right. So you'd have to have some refs involved there for sure. But I think I could get on board.
Could you get on board with the dunk block?
The dunk block.
The dunk block.
Dunk block contest. Yeah, I think you've convinced me.
We'll call it posterized. Like the posterized, we'll do posterized. So like if you know.
Well, because that's the thing that the shot blockers are putting themselves in now is now you're at risk of being. You're going to be on a poster.
Right.
Like at least a couple of you are.
Right.
What do you think the get-in price was for the embarrassingly empty All-Star game?
The get-in price? Oh, let's go with $102.
I think it'd be full if it was. It was $900 to get into that thing. That's why it was empty.
I just thought that maybe
it should be like $100.
I thought maybe people in LA just didn't care.
No.
Like I was thinking, I should have guessed $500 at least. I was kind of thinking it was like sit up at the top for $100.
Super cheap. No,
Yeah.
you can sit up at the top for a thou wow.
No, I'm out.
Not doing that.
No, I'm out.
I wouldn't have shown up.
No way.
What do you think about this quote? I saw this and I had to double check it because it was in Slovenian. But Luka did an interview with a Slovenian outlet. And one of the quotes in there, when he was asked about the comparison between the Mavs and the Lakers organizations, he says, quote, Lakers are a better organization. They're a legendary franchise, and the organization is legendary as well. So, just, 2 sentences there. But
yeah,
saying the Lakers are a better organization, putting that out there, doing the comp, like he wasn't trying to really sugarcoat it. He was, and obviously, like whatever team you're on, you're not gonna try and tear them down in any way. But I don't think that helps when you're trying to connect dots of Luka getting back here in like 2028 or something like that.
Yeah,
Lakers are a better organization, legendary, and he's not necessarily wrong, especially with the state of the Mavs now, and it seems like we're coming out of the disaster, but you're still in it, and he will have some disdain for the franchise really forever unless some magical way they can get that thing repaired. But I don't know that that's going to be possible. The other crazy thing at All-Star Weekend, did you guys see this? The Kevin Durant burner accounts. Was that all over your timeline?
Yeah. What's going on with that?
I mean, it's hard to like fully nail it down and confirm that it is his, but
as he's texting, walking off the court, kind of a thing.
Yeah. They had images of him looking at his phone, and you could tell he was a little bit like, oh no,
a little perturbed.
He's been he's been caught. We know how active he is on Twitter in general. He likes to dunk on people,
right?
And he's one of the better follows on Twitter because of it,
right?
And this is a guy that's just all about ball and all about firing off takes and dunking on people for theirs on Twitter. No wife, no kids. He's got plenty of time on his hands.
Sure.
So
hanging out in the hotel.
Yeah, we're seeing screenshots, and here's just a handful. I think my favorite one was when he was clearly talking about Russell Westbrook, and he says, and he's talking about Kyrie Irving as well, but he says, I wouldn't say Kai was competing with me, but that light skin and that triple-double cocaine bear was. That's how he calls. That's what he refers to Russell Westbrook as, the triple-double cocaine bear, which is really as on point of analysis about Russell Westbrook as you could ever fathom. He's talking about some of his current teammates. The Rockets franchise player, Sengun, said he can't shoot or defend. He called Jabari Smith the R word. Steve Kerr has hated black people ever since Michael Jordan punched him in the mouth.
Jeez.
Devin Booker and Frank Vogel are dictators. The Suns are my team when we lose, and Devin Booker's team when we win. Man, I miss Ben Simmons. At least he passed the ball. Steve Kerr never drew up plays or suggested anything, but he won a bunch of titles.
Yeah.
I miss James Harden. He has a good heart, kind of delusional, but I get him. Chris Paul doesn't know S. If you don't run the cutoff and pass the ball to Steph Curry, the Warriors will cut you. Anybody know anything about Jokic's turnovers, he asks? And he had the Russell Westbrook line.
Jeez.
So now you have like random internet people that are like, yeah, I've been in his like burner group chat for many years now. And a lot of us knew that this was him for a long time, but now the cat's out of the bag. I guess somebody spoiled that with the screenshots. And so I wonder how he goes back into that locker room.
Yeah.
With the Rockets now. Like, does he have to? Is there going to be a team meeting about this?
somebody has to address it, right?
Because all these players know about it. Like, these guys are in the loop. They're all on Twitter. They know what's going on.
I asked a scout buddy of mine today in the league. I won't call him out. But I asked a scout buddy, do you follow a guy named Angry NFL Scout?
Let me see.
Because this is, I asked one of my scout buddies if we kind of knew who this was. But there's a guy, there's an account called Angry NFL Scout.
Is it Angry Scout Vet?
Or Angry Scout Vet. What is there? Is that what it is? It's a former 10-year scout, all that stuff.
Yeah, over X years as a scout in the NFL and as a coach.
What's it called again?
Living rent-free in heads of those bad apples in our league.
Yeah.
At Not So Angry Scout.
Yeah. I asked the scout buddy if we figured out who that was, and some guys have some ideas.
They have some theories.
Yeah. But, you got to.
Is he just ripping people on this account? I don't follow it.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Like ripping front offices and all that stuff like that. And, you're kind of thinking like, well, this is just some bitter old guy or something like that. And I was, me, you put your name on these things, you know what I'm saying? If you're going to say something, put your name on it. But we got there's a lot of these scouts that hide behind accounts and stuff like that, kind of checking on what everybody's saying, about the team or general managers or whatever, Kind of sad in a way.
Yeah, I mean, we have texters saying that this is definitely fake when it comes to KD, and that wouldn't surprise me at all because it seems pretty foolish to be saying things the way that he's saying them. But I don't know. Like, when I first saw it, I was like, there's no way this can be real. But then throughout the weekend, it just felt like everybody was talking about it like it was 100% real.
Yeah.
So maybe it's much to do about nothing, and like the Rockets, everybody knows that it's a bunch of garbage. But if anybody would have one of those, I mean, I could see him doing it. You just wouldn't want to talk about it like you're him. You would talk about it in a way of...
Very sensitive, though. That's the thing. A lot of these players are so sensitive about what's said about them. And,
Well, it's a lot to handle. I mean, every day you got you got crap. But when you live on it like he does, then you sort of invite that a little bit more.
You do.
But yeah, that was one of the big stories coming out of NBA All-Star Weekend, whether or not this KD burner account is actually his. But it was funny nonetheless. If it's not his, somebody's doing a bang-up job getting that thing out there. Should I follow this Angry Scout guy? Is it worth it?
Yeah, if you want to. Go ahead.
Just ripping people?
Holy geez, look at the blizzard we're skiing in today. Wow.
Wow, do they just battle through any Olympic conditions?
Look at this.
Yeah, that is a blizzard.
It's like nighttime. This is like Big Air, the Big Air competition.
You better be with the wind.
Yeah. Holy geez, you got to postpone this, right? It's like a full-on Buffalo. Well, okay. Now we're okay. Winter passed. we're okay.
Was that some snapshots of earlier?
That was earlier, I guess, when they were supposed to have this. This is that Big Air thing where they,
Is it where they just try and get it as far as they can?
No, that's ski jumping. It's like oh, gosh.
The tumbles on these are amazing. Where they're doing the tricks.
Yeah, they do tricks, and then they hit, and they
smash down, dude.
Oh, gosh. That's just like unconscious.
Oh, taken out on a gurney.
Yeah.
One of the skiers taken out on a gurney after a fall.
Will not compete. Couple of them. 2
Switzerland chicks. Will not be able to compete in the final. Russ is laughing at them.
No, their whole
life, yeah.
Yeah, they train and they get just Big Air bounced.
Of all the things that can happen to you at the Olympics, getting gurneyed off before your final is pretty right up there at the top of the worst. Yeah. All right, there's your rim sesh here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's get you the C note. Why are the Cowboys going college heavy with the coaching staff, and some other Cowboys news and notes next year in the Nation?
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. To get
Together, let's drive.
This next segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Dylan Moore, in for Lucius Alexander today in the G-Bag Nation. Happy President's Day, ladies and gentlemen. Still don't think we've had anybody beat Lincoln Kennedy for an all-time presidential name throughout sports history.
I started looking him up.
Don't think you can beat that one.
I was thinking there was some kind of Ford.
One texter said Lincoln Kennedy is a mind-blowing name.
Mind-blowing. That's, yeah.
It's a pretty good bar.
He's pretty good. Is that a song?
No, it's mind-blowing. Like they both, Lincoln, Kennedy, what do they have in common?
Oh, okay. I thought it was a pretty good bar. I thought, isn't that what you mean when you say do songs and
Technically,
stuff?
yeah.
Then why would you say that and try and confuse me?
You're right. I'm sorry. That's on me.
Like you made it seem like that it was actually
a lyric of some sort.
A lyric of a song. And then I was like, I don't know songs.
Not ones in the last 30 years.
No, not at all. No.
All right, why we're in the C note here? Why are the Cowboys continuing to go with college coaches when it comes to building out this defensive staff? You have another one.
Teachers.
You had on Friday SMU DC coming in to be the linebackers coach.
Sure.
What did you learn about that guy?
Oh, everything that I've heard about him, all ball, could teach all the scheme. Super smart, gets along with the players great.
There you go.
So I think what we're doing, I think what Christian's doing right now, I think he is finding guys that have like enthusiasm for the teaching aspect of things. I think he's finding really good communicators. I think he's specifically looking for guys that have backgrounds in what he wants to do. Because what I've learned about some of these coaches are 3-4 guys that can teach 4-3 stuff. So I think that he's trying to kind of find, like, he's going to have to teach he's going to have to coach the coaches how he wants to practice and how he wants to do things. But I think he's looking at it in a way of maybe I could coach these guys what I want, but they already understand what I want. So I kind of feel like that's the direction he's going in. He's looking at these guys as, okay, we got some communicators, we got some enthusiasm, some youth. We got guys that don't have all the answers yet, too, is another thing. Sometimes it's hard to teach you what the old dog new tricks. Mm-hmm. You bring in a bunch of veteran coaches. They've been teaching it this way. He can kind of groom these guys how he wants to groom. Now, we'll see if it all pays off at the end. I know that Simon's the coach that from SMU, they were like, everybody was saying, this guy's a professional. This guy was like built to be a pro coach, is how he was described. And so I wonder if, in fact, that he's bringing in guys that have an idea of how he already wants to coach, but don't have all the answers. And I say that in a way of not knowing what they're doing, but at least Christian can, he can coach him how he wants it coached. And he's not going to get probably a lot of pushback on it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes, when you have veteran coaches, well, we never did it that way.
Yeah.
I had a guy one time when we were in Green Bay, well, the controller of the team, the guy that controlled all the money for us, and my boss goes, we're going to pay the scouts at 1992, we're going to pay the scouts $42 a day per diem to live on. That's a lot of money back then for scouts. And the controller of the team goes, well, we've never done that. And my boss looked at him and he goes, well, for the last 25 years, your way hasn't worked. We're going to try it my way.
I like that.
Yeah. And so I think I think that's a little bit of an attitude of having like guys that could coach the scheme, but don't have all the damn answers. Like I'm gonna teach you how I want you to teach these players.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
I know it was a long explanation.
No, that's good.
Because I'm just trying to explain. Sometimes these veteran coaches, well, no, we're not. No, we never. No, you're playing against Philadelphia Eagles. You can't do that. No, we're playing against Minnesota Vikings. You can't do. Older coaches are they're set in their ways.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes if you got young guys, I keep telling you this, Eric, and I said this morning on Love of the Star. I hope the coaches he's bringing in, there's somebody on this staff that's the next defensive coordinator.
I think it might be that Simons.
Yeah. I just think that my hope is there's somebody that he's bringing in that when we lose our guy because he's had success, that we got somebody on staff and we don't have to start over again. Like what the Rams do. In the offensive side of the ball, they lose guys and they just, we're okay. We're not going to stop. We're just going to keep rolling. We got a young guy coming up, another young guy coming up, another young guy coming up. If this works out, this is going to change how the Dallas Cowboys do business in the future. If this flops badly, we'll get ready for more Jerry and Steven and whoever else recommending coaches.
Yeah, because this is kind of a sign that they are relinquishing things a little bit.
They're letting their coach actually do what his job is to put a staff together. And they're relying on a first-time defensive coordinator to do this, to put together everything.
Uh-huh.
And my hope is that it does work out, because I think it's the way it will change the way the front office operates going forward.
Yeah, because as far as I can remember, the Joneses always had a pretty good hand in what the coaching staff looked like.
Oh, look, we got John Fox out there. Old Foxy, he's a Super Bowl coach, right? Super Bowl winner at Denver. Old Foxy, when he was at Carolina and places, what a defensive coordinator. Chicago, what a defensive coordinator. He's out of a job. Let's find him in, have an interview, have a steak, have a Johnny Walker Blue, and hire him the next day. This is a lot different than Marvin Lewis and John Fox and bring in those guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's my hope. This is my hope that it changes how the Cowboys operate going forward.
When you were with the Cowboys with Parcells, did Parcells have this much autonomy with the staff that it feels like Shoddy has right now?
Well, Bill brought a lot of guys that he knew. There were guys that along the way he absolutely knew.
Is that probably the last time you think the Cowboys allowed their coach to do a lot of the hiring?
I think there was a lot of recommendations going on through. Maybe not so. I think, we always worry about hiring the friend, hiring the buddy. Things should have changed after that first. I think it changed a little bit that the Joneses got back in to the hiring game after Mike McCarthy ran Mike Nolan out there and Jim Tom Sula, and Jim Tom Sula didn't even want to coach.
Gosh,
Jim Tom Sula's like,
I forgot he was on staff.
Jim Tom Sula's like, wait, you're going to pay me $1 million for 2 years, $1 million a year? Yeah, sure, I'll come back. Jim Tom Sula, when he was told he was fired, left his office the way it is, got in his car and drove back to Florida. Didn't even pull anything out of his office. Just got in the car and went home.
He couldn't wait for that.
Couldn't wait to leave. He was getting, a couple $1 million to go away. He didn't even want to coach. But McCarthy brings him in. Mike Nolan, that whole crew. Just brought in a bunch of those guys, and then Jerry got wise to hey, Joe Philbin wants a contract extension, wants $2 million a year. Well, Joe Philbin can go kick rocks. I'm not paying him $2 million a year. Well, I want to get rid of Leon Lett. Oh, you do? Okay, well, I want to get rid of Rob Davis. How about that? We saw a little bit of prisoner for prisoner.
Towards the end of McCarthy.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Like McCarthy's like, you want to get rid of who? Well, watch me get rid of Leon Lett. And George Edwards. Guys that Jerry and Steven really liked. George Edwards thought when Mike Nolan got let go, George thought he had the job. He thought he was going to be the defensive coordinator here, and it didn't work out. But that's hiring your buddies doesn't always work out well. It doesn't always work out well.
Yeah, and that's what's exciting about this staff is, I'm sure Parker has some type of relationship with some of these guys, but they're so scattered from all these different places.
All the walks of life.
Yeah, that it feels like he's bringing in.
I think he's bringing in the guys who are young that really know how to coach the position. Have good young ideas, teachers. The whole thing from the Cowboys is what's going to be the trick is, do they have the players that could take it from classroom to practice field to game field? If they don't, then this is going to be a colossal fail.
Yeah, they got to get them some players.
This is a cerebral coach. This guy coaches smart. He coaches. I'm not going to play with dumb guys, and I mean dumb guys in respect. I mean football dumb. I don't mean
real world dumb
like me. I mean like football dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't be having that.
They had a lot of football dumb last year.
No question about it. Yeah. And now you're bringing in a bunch of young guys from mostly the college world to come in here and, like you said, teach, which at the college level you have to be able to do at a high level. So this is all very exciting. We have a George Pickens update from Todd Archer that we'll get at 4 o'clock. But coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, I got some things that we need to discuss with Eric. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean.
Rogers is 105.3 The Fan.
This next segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
All right, we'll chat with ESPN's Todd Archer coming up here in 15 minutes at 4:20. We have Ask Broadus All the Draft Questions segment. You can text or call in at 877-881-1053, Ask Broadus. But right now, speaking of Broadus, it's time for Krusty's Corner.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone as well for being a part of this. Eric, you did mention at 4:20 today, we've got Ask Broadus draft questions. So that's on the text, right? That's what that's all about?
That's on the text. I'll take some calls as well. I don't care.
Yeah, just
be quick with it.
Put Dylan in some stress. That's
make him work a little bit on President's Day.
Make him work for sure. Okay, I'm fascinated real quick, Eric, a couple of things about the Olympics before I get started with you.
Mm-hmm.
These gals are doing this thing called Big Air, where they're basically making a straight downhill run to a jump to like flip and turn. Okay, they're going straight downhill backwards.
I know, they're doing it in reverse.
They are skiing like they at the top of the run, and they flip around and then they go backwards to hit the jump, to hit the ramp. And I'll tell you what, it's amazing. The ability, the athletic ability these ladies show in this Big Air thing to be able to turn around. I've kind of figured out the gig I want. I want to be like the helper guy. You know, like there's always a guy up at the top of the mountain, kind of giving encouragement, but I'm wearing
hype man.
But I'm wearing gear. You know, I've got like the park on and the
any job with a parka
and
you're
the gloves. And real quick too, I'm going to tell you this. I did some pricing. I was curious how much it's going to cost me to look good. You know,
at the Olympics?
At the Olympics, to be one of these, to be on the Olympic team, a flag bearer jacket, which they wore in the opening ceremony, $1,797.99.
Goodness gracious.
I could get one of those for $1,700. I could get me one of those jackets. Or I could get me just a regular USA team polo, Ralph Lauren polo jacket. $397.
No, you want to go big with this one. You don't want to be out there catching frostbite.
I don't think so. I think so either. I think I need the $1,700 jacket.
No question. It's probably got a heat insulator in there.
Yeah. But anyway, I figured out that I want to be like one of these helper people, you know, up at the top of the run.
I think you'd be pretty good at that.
Yeah. I think I'd be very encouraging, you know, pat them on the back, tell them, hey, come on, this is you. It's the Olympics. Train for this.
Just channel me with the Tolos at a Cowboys pregame show.
Yeah.
You're the man.
Nothing better. Coming up next, we're going to talk to the play-by-play guy. Hey, Tolo, yeah. See you, brother. Love you.
That's what you got to do. You'd be rocking and rolling
Eric,
on that.
Right in the middle of the tease is going for the hey, yeah, see ya.
Got to mute that mic.
Love you. Yeah. All right, Eric, I got a couple questions for you here. And Voch Lombardi and I talked about this on Crown Global Media on Doing All Right. It was a question I asked Voch about this. I'm always interested in answers for these. By the way, too, we also have a Love of the Star out today. Zach Wolchuk and I did some work this morning. So after our show today, give us a listen, if you would. Love of the Star. Be on all the places you can get your podcasts from. All right, Eric, the question I have for you is, I'm going to ask you, there's certain positions on this Cowboys defense, and I want to ask you, not the names, but I want to ask you if you would address it through free agency or the draft, and it's starting positions. So you tell me how you want to attack this defensive rebuild or getting it back to where it's a top 12 defense.
Okay, some positions are free agency, other positions are draft.
Yeah, but I want you to tell me, going into this, would you rather fix this through free agency, or would you rather try and fix it through the draft? Okay. So we think we're going to get some type of a odd man defense. When I say odd man, maybe a 3-4 front, maybe 5-man line. Kind of gone away from the 4-3 that we've done in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to address the positions in that way, and you tell me. So in this odd man front, we're looking at you're going to need a left outside linebacker. Currently, if you look at the depth chart, the left outside linebackers are guys like Clowney, Fowler, Houston. Do you feel like that you're going to need to address that in free agency? Or are you interested in using, say, 12 or 20 to do that at that position?
Yeah, I'm interested in drafting that position. I mean, I do think in general when you're talking about this defense, you have so many needs, even multiple needs at the same spot, that you could sort of double dip. Like, do I want to get a veteran edge rusher in here, but also I want to draft one? But in general, I do want to draft. I think I really want to draft my premium positions. You know, I want to draft an edge rusher. I want to draft a corner because those are pretty pricey. Yeah. And so when you get one on a rookie deal and you hit on a corner in the draft or an edge rusher in the draft, that's kind of what I want to do. So from an edge standpoint, especially in this class where you're looking at both of those positions, corner and edge being very, very healthy in terms of the amount of good players, I think you need to be drafting your edge rusher.
Okay, so would you say James Houston and a draft person? Or are you saying draft and a free agent guy?
Yeah.
I mean, if you could pick one, if I
could pick one, I would go draft.
Okay.
I would want to draft that position.
Okay.
But I do think that they could use multiple. If you want to get a vet to come in and then draft a guy, hopefully in the first round.
Okay. In the 3-4 front or odd man front, the Kenneth Murray position is the right inside linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
Interested in free agency or interested in drafting?
I do think that I would lean, and again, I'm good either way, but I would lean towards a free agent linebacker.
Okay.
Free agent linebacker, plug and play, adult in the room, come in here and be able to quarterback this defense for me.
So your linebackers then would be, you would say, okay, at the 3-4 would be draft the Clowney position, the rusher.
Yes.
Pair him with overshown veteran guy in the Murray position, and also with Donovan Ezeracco being the other outside linebacker here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're interested in you're so the Sonny Styles and guys like that. You're kind of saying, well, wait a minute now.
And like, if you're telling me that it's Sonny Styles or one of these top tier edge rushers that
no linebackers.
Okay. Yeah. In the draft.
Yeah. So I'm fine with inside linebacker kind of guy.
Yeah, and I'm fine. I'm just saying if the draft came down to I can at 12 take Sonny Styles or I could take one of the top tier edge rushers, I'd rather draft the edge rusher.
Okay, draft the edge rusher, but if it came down to Sonny Styles or veteran inside linebacker.
Yeah, I mean I like Sonny Styles quite a bit, so I don't think you could go wrong. I really don't, but I do like the idea of bringing in a guy that's been in the league and understands what's got to happen here.
Sure. Okay. Let's talk about the safety position then. So Donovan Wilson likely gone.
Mm-hmm.
So that leaves Hooker. Saw John Machota in The Athletic this morning talk about possible cap casualties. And he mentioned Hooker with a $6.8 million savings there.
Yes.
Okay. You get to address that position, the safety position, with a veteran, or you're going to draft?
Yeah, I would like to. I mean, when you look at this draft, I think there are some good safeties.
There are a lot of good safeties.
There's some good safeties here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, I think in a perfect world, give me like the Emmanuel Warren guy.
Yeah.
Or give me a Thieneman or something like that.
Right.
And there's a handful of other guys that I think would fit the bill.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, I would probably go draft there.
Okay. So like the Mika Fitzpatricks and people like that.
It's not that I would be completely ruling them out, but
Right.
in a perfect world, I would like, can we go find our Eminwari? Can we go find our Kyle Hamilton, our Derwin James, something like that?
Sure.
Because those guys don't hit free agency.
Right.
Like you're not getting some home run dominant safety in free agency. So in a perfect world, I'd draft that.
Okay. How about the nickel back? Okay, and I say this in this way, the nickel corner, because it was Reddy Stewart last year was your nickel.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think you have to tender him. I think his the way his contract is. But if you could upgrade Reddy Stewart, are you looking for that safety hybrid nickel slot kind of player, or are you looking for a real corner to play in that spot? And is it draftable, or is it try and sign a guy?
When I think of for me, when I think of a Thieneman or when I think of a McNeil Warren kind of guy, I think that's the guy who can kind of play a little bit of both.
Yeah.
I think that's a guy who can play a fair amount of nickel for me while also having the flex to play a deeper safety.
Yeah, there's a kid named Wheatley from Penn State you're going to need to learn about too.
Okay.
So there's Scott at Alabama. Scott at Miami. I think he could cover. I think he could cover and play that type of position that we're talking about. But Thieneman, McNeil Warren, and Wheatley, those are all really good guys. I know people like Ramsey from USC.
Mm-hmm.
They also like Halsey from LSU. I don't think he's that kind of a cover guy. But, man, there are a lot of safeties in this thing, and maybe there's a couple of them. Would you rather the nickel safety, like what the Seahawks play with, or going out and getting a real corner like Abney from Arizona State, Rivers from Duke, Pons from Indiana?
Yeah, I think those guys would be solid, but again, if we're talking perfect world, I want one of these guys that is versatile. He's got the size and can be a hybrid player that is your nickel safety linebacker kind of dude.
You're looking more for a draft there.
Yeah, I really want to get one of those guys.
Okay.
And they're rare. They're sort of unicorn players.
Right. They're starting to be where like teams are having great success if they can find them. You know, you look at these defenses that have the ability to have two safeties and have this nickel hybrid safety linebacker role.
Yeah, it's a unique spot. There's not many of those dudes out there, but there
are some in this draft, though.
And that's what you want.
Yeah.
Give me that all day.
Yeah, that might be something you have to address at 20.
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
I'd be totally fine with that.
Yep, absolutely. All right, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
There it is, Krusty's Corner here in the G-Bag Nation on a President's Day Monday. Let's talk with ESPN's Todd Archer. Interesting George Pickens article and all things Cowboys with Todd coming up next here in the Nation. But Fort Worth, I bring you some great news today, and it's that the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk some Cowboys football with Todd Archer of ESPN here in the G-Bag Nation. He's got a great article on George Pickens right now at ESPN.com. How will George Pickens' free agency play out with the Cowboys? And Todd joins us now here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Todd, how you doing?
Doing all right. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, man. Doing great. Thanks for giving us some time. So unpacking this article here, obviously the tag is seemingly inevitable, but as you did your deep dive on this, what are some things you learned?
It's basically just lays out what can happen, right? And it's he can sign the tender, he cannot sign the tender. It could be Micah Parsons 2.0. He could sign a contract extension. Although that one seems a little dubious just because of history. The last time the Cowboys signed a first-time tagged player was Des Bryant in 2015. So I just kind of wanted to lay out everything that was possible coming down the road for the Cowboys and George Pickens. And what I think is hilarious to me is way down the story I mentioned that he was fine during the course of the season, and now you get all these people saying, I'm just carrying some water for Jerry, that I'm trying to drive down the money for George. Me and Jeremy Fowler reported this December 4th. We wrote a story about George Pickens and the turnaround season that he's had, and as good as it's gone, there's still these issues. So, I mean, it points to the the bot-filled NFL world that we have, where people just kind of look for one thing that's already been reported and act like it's new.
Yeah, Todd, I mean, they know what the player, you're absolutely right. I mean, the first time we've had any conversation about that, I remember reading your stuff and having conversations with you and then, kind of thinking okay, well, man, Todd doesn't miss on this stuff. So you're right. This is absolutely nothing new. And, this is not you guys carrying water for Jerry at all on this. I mean, this is something that was, you reported accurately and people in the organization can confirm that. I mean, that's absolutely right what you guys did.
Yeah, and look, it's ultimately the Cowboys want to keep him.
Yeah,
how
they do.
Are they going to keep him?
Yeah,
and if we're honest, they're going to franchise tag him, that we know, right? But that's $28 million off the top on the cap right away. So that does inhibit their ability to do some things without a long-term deal. If you think about it, his cap number in a long-term deal would be, I'm just going to get at least half of that going forward, if not even less than half. Sure. So it's at least going to be $14 million. We can call it $10 million. We can whatever we want to say. But the question is, how do you get to the right price for George Pickens? And I know you guys have me on to ask questions, but I want to ask you all a question.
Sure.
What's the right price? What's the average per year on a George Pickens deal?
32. Oh, average.
Yeah, what's just the average per year? We'll do the easy part. The easy part's probably coming up the average. The structure is the hard part.
Yeah. I would think somewhere between $32 and $34 million.
Eric, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, I think ideally you would want it to be a touch under CeeDee Lamb, but I don't know if Mulligetta is going to play that game with you. But if you wanted to just say, hey, we'll give you a touch more than Lamb because it's a couple years down the line and cap goes up and things like that, and you showed that at times you can definitely be a number one wide receiver, if you wanted to give him $36 million per year, I'd be fine with that.
But what's funny is, and I'm not disagreeing with you guys here, but if you look at Pickens' first 4 years and CD's first 4 years, they're really not even close. And some of that is related to, obviously, CD had Dak Prescott and George Pickens did not.
Right.
For the first 3 of those years. So I come back to, and I kind of wrote it in the thing, does he want to be the T. Higgins to Jamar Chase? And if 34 is the top, and we don't know where the Cowboys are going. We don't even know what Pickens would ask for. If they want to ask for $40 million, then we know that he's going to be playing the year on the tag. It's why I even bother talking, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but if you add up the tag in 26 and you add up the tag and what it would be in 27, it's like $62 million.
Right.
So that averages to what? I'm math guy here, $31 million.
Yeah.
To me, that's the minimum of where that deal has to be if you're George Pickens and you want to do a deal.
Right.
And if I'm the Cowboys, I would do that. I would do 31, 32, even 33. I'd try and keep it less than what CD got.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. That's why I went 31 to 34, 30, you know, right in that area. That's what I tried to do.
And I would also probably do like a 3-year deal.
Yeah, exactly.
You can funk it up with some voidables and all that to keep cap numbers whatever they are, right? But you know, CD got $100 million guaranteed. You know, put him in that same ballpark. Call it a 3-year, $97, $98, $99 million deal, and you know you're guaranteeing at time of signing 80 of it or something. I mean, there are ways to make that stuff work, but I don't. The tag it's a tool for the teams, but there's also a penalty to it as well. And if the Cowboys, we all know what else they have to do in free agency to address their defense, because you don't want to restructure all of these contracts.
No, hell no.
So you'd like to do 4 or 5 of them, not 8 or 9 of them. And I don't even know if they have 8 or 9 to do, to be honest, off the top of my head. But I think that's how they would like to approach this. But it seems to me that this thing is just going to be, here's the tag at 28, and we'll see what happens by July 15th.
Hey, Todd, you know, as we get ready for the Combine, could we say this is like one of the most important off seasons as far as Jerry and Steven and those guys going to the Combine this year?
In terms, because that's where they talk to guys, right? That's where
right. This is where they're going to lay that groundwork.
On that deal.
Yeah.
And they'll talk to their other free agents. We're still trying to figure out who Javonte Williams' agent is at the moment. He is in the process of either staying with the one that he's had or moving on to another one. We don't quite know that one. So, but yeah, they'll sit down with Clowney's agent. They'll sit down with they got restricted free agents like Aubrey and Bass and Hoffman that they got to figure out as well. So, there's a lot for them to do. As far as like, is it the most important since whenever? I mean, when it's been 30 years since a Super Bowl appearance,
but that's
I'll say yes. But there's been other ones that are just as important.
Yeah, see, that's why I kind of feel like that. To me, I think there's going to be a lot of, like you mentioned about all the agent stuff, but maybe some tampering stuff. If they're going to be serious about signing guys or how they're going to play in free agency, I think this is really important for them to kind of get some of this groundwork done. You know, and we know it. We know all the tampering and stuff that goes on the bus and at the Combine and at the steakhouses.
Well, it's not the Cowboys thing either. Let's be clear about that. It's in every team.
No, that's what I'm saying. Every steakhouse, every hotel room, every suite at the stadium there. I just think this is, if you want to talk about the future of the Dallas Cowboys right now, I think it's one of the most important combines that they've had and if you want to say 30 years, I'd say 30 years, because something has got to change with this organization.
Right, and Jerry has talked about busting the budget. He's mentioned it a couple of times. At least he's not talking about being around the rim, because they have to go from around the rim to actually score in the basket.
Right.
And that can be the hardest thing to do. And he talked about doing things differently. If we just look at what they did with their defensive coaching staff search, that is completely different than anything that I remember in my time covering this team. And not only with the young defensive coordinator, but just an entirely young staff. The oldest coach on defense is 44 years old, Derek Ansley, passing game coordinator. I looked this up. The average age of the 9 guys that we know that they have a deal with, and maybe they can still add like a senior defensive assistant, although that doesn't sound like it's going to happen. They can still add another whatever. The average age of the combined age of the new coaches is 36. Last year was 40.5, I think. I'm having a hard time reading my handwriting, but it was over 40, just over 40. So 4 years might not sound like a lot, but you're adding 4 guys from college football. I wrote about this earlier in the offseason. Like, the approach to the defensive staff is a little bit like the approach Shoddy had with the offensive staff, where there wasn't a lot of background that he had with guys. He had never worked with Clayton Adams or Connor Riley or Derek Foster or Junior Adams, or even Ken Dorsey. But he did have a background, obviously, with Linda Wells, had been around here, and Steve Shimko was with him in Seattle. But that was a new staff. Those guys were largely strangers when they got together, and they put together a great season. The Cowboys staff that they had last year weren't strangers by and large. They all knew each other. They were with Eberflus in Chicago for years, and it didn't work. This one is how they put it together. Speaks to a different approach the Cowboys have taken, and that has to continue into free agency. And I'm not saying they need to sign 5 Brandon Carr type contracts because the last time they signed somebody a huge deal was 2012. But they need to have much more than what they've done in the last. You guys call how many years it's been? 8, 9, 10. It can't be that the biggest deal that they have in free agency this year is what they gave Dante Fowler last year.
Agreed, 100%. Todd Archer, ESPN, with us here on The Fan. Do you think they have the appetite for a tag and trade with Pickens?
See, that's tell me what you're getting in return. I think they'll look at everything because that's what they tell us that they do, so I'll take their word at that. But George has some say on where he goes because in order for a trade to get done, he needs to sign the tag first. So there would have to be some working out behind the scenes of a deal with the team that they were talking to beforehand. And there very well could be teams can allow that to allow, hey, you go ahead and talk and see what you can get and, we'll figure it out. But he has to sign the tender before he can be traded.
It's Todd
Archer.
Archer.
If he doesn't want to go to pick a city, then he'll say, "Nah, I'm good. I'm not going there."
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we know with his agent that they can do some back channeling, get some deals done.
Yeah, every agent should be doing that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure they spent hours upon hours upon hours, working out that Micah deal in about 5 minutes after the trade with the Packers.
Hey, Todd, I'm going to ask you probably a difficult question because it's like putting you in the mind of Jerry Jones. Do you think in real life that he is kind of scared of David Mulugheta?
No. I don't think Jerry's scared of anybody.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I'm being naive to it, but no.
I just was curious. I mean, I just wondered if David Mulugheta showing up at their doorstep is not one of the best things in the world.
No, because they've done deals with him in the past.
Sure.
So no, I don't think Jerry's. Here's another part that I put in today's story about the will Jerry try to talk to George Pickens thing, and that always seems to get everybody riled up.
Uh-huh.
Jerry does not have the same relationship with George Pickens that he had with Micah.
Sure.
Micah was here 3 years.
Right.
Or going on a 4th.
Right.
Like, they had a tight relationship. Jerry had relationships with Romo and Ware and Witten and Terrence Newman and everybody else that he's talked to before getting these deals. And Zach Martin, he's had, relationships with those guys. George hadn't been here a calendar year yet. So I don't think that's as much of a play as it was a year ago with Micah.
Okay.
Than it would be this time with George Pickens. And I'm sure George is, if the Cowboys want to say, hey, this is what we'd like to do, his answer is just talk to my agent. And it doesn't get any further down the road than talk to my agent. Todd,
do you have any type of optimism that the Cowboys are actually going to be more aggressive this time around in free agency?
I wish I had been able to talk to Jerry and Steven along the way here before we get them next week at the Combine. I'm usually of the, they've given us the we're all in, we're around the rim. They've given us these slogans before, and nothing's kind of panned out. But my gut feeling is they will be more aggressive this offseason than they have been in the recent past. I don't think it's going to be signing 3 guys at the top of the market to fill in holes on that defense. But I don't know if it would be, we're just going to take the secondary market, not secondary as players, but like after the market calms down, that's when we're going to strike. I think they'll be involved in the primary market when you're in that legal tampering period of what guys are going where, and we all know it before the actual signing period comes. I think you'll see them be more aggressive. Whether it translates into signings or not, I don't know. But if there's one bit of encouragement, and it's when Jerry says I have to do things differently, Well, okay, that would be something that would be done differently.
Yeah.
Well, Todd, we appreciate the time, bro. Thank you so much, and enjoy your stay in Indy.
I will make sure Broadus is at the table on time out there. I know how he likes to burn them in that oil.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
yeah, keep him in check.
Make sure. Yeah, we'll keep each other in check, Todd, for sure. Yeah.
There you go.
All right, thanks, Todd. There he goes, Todd Archer, ESPN, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. All right, it's time for your calls and texts. 877-881-1053. Ask Broadus all the draft questions. That's next right here on The Fan.
their products. To win tickets, go to 1053thefan.com/contest to register. Hang with the good guys, where real car people come to play.
This next segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Okay, thank you, Dylan Moore, in for Lucius Alexander today in the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus, and it's time to ask Broaddus all the draft questions, 877-881-1053, and we will start with our guy Dalton in Denton. Dalton, keep it short and sweet, my brother. What you got for Broaddus?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, Broaddus. I have a recollection of the specialty hybrid player you're looking for.
Who you got?
Back when I played, just to give you some background, when you rotate from 4-3 to 3-3-5, that guy that steps up to be that specialty nickel, we call the dog. So if you don't have anyone or you strike out on the guys you were referring to earlier, who in the draft would maybe be able to learn that position?
Thanks, Dalton. Yeah, there's a handful of guys in this draft, right, that you think could probably man that role?
Yeah, I personally, because, to me, we've talked about with the top names right now, and I'm late to the party on this Wheatley from Penn State.
Yeah, what's his first name?
It's a funny first name, and I knew you were going to make me do this. It's okay. Here we go. You ready for this?
Yeah.
It's going to be Zakee, Zakee, Zakee Wheatley, as I think is how you say that name. I knew you were going to make me do it.
I didn't know it was a crazy name. I need to get familiar with this guy.
Zakee Wheatley, I think, is how we would pronounce that name. But yeah, there's several of these guys that, to me, Keontae Scott, I really like him out of Miami. Blitzer. I think he covers well enough. I think he's tough around the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the size of these Emin Waries and these Kyle Hamiltons and the Derwin Jameses, but he's capable. He's a dog.
But you need a guy that's going to step up and make plays.
Willing to tackle.
Going to tackle. I could say Wheatley's that way. Thieneman's that way. McNeil Warren, that's a hyphenated name from Toledo. There's probably, maybe a little bit of, I think Ramsey from USC is more of a free. Downs is the ultimate guy of this.
Right.
But at least you've got, I think, 3 to 4 other names other than Caleb Downs that could be that guy.
Okay, that's beautiful. Yeah, McNeil Warren right now from Toledo is probably my 1 seed of just kind of looking at more of a distance than
Watch
you guys do.
Watch the Wheatley kid from Penn State.
Yeah, I'm watching him right now just to get a little taste of him, and he's certainly physical. Seeing that jump off already. All right, let's get to Steven in Waxahachie. What you got for Broaddus?
Hey, what's up, guys? Appreciate you having me on. I had a quick question, just a little argument that's been going on here at work. Who you guys would rather have, Jordan Love or Brock Purdy? And then I had one more quick thing for Mr. Broaddus over there. Were you ever intimidated when you were playing in the NFL? When you would go in the locker room and hop in the shower with the boys, were you ever intimidated at all? I'm just curious.
It's a great question, Steven. We'll start there. Now, you didn't play in the NFL.
I didn't play in the NFL.
Did you shower with NFL players?
Did not do that, no.
Just college dudes?
Just college dudes. LSU, 1982 through 1986.
You were comfy in there?
Comfy in there, no problems.
No issues?
No issues.
Okay, very good. Was there any trepidation in middle school, high school kind of stuff?
Never. Never.
You lived that life?
Lived that life.
Purdy or Love? I'd probably go Love.
I think I'd take Purdy.
Would you?
Yep.
Yeah, I think, it's close. It's a bit of a coin flip, but I do think the ceiling for Jordan Love is probably a little bit higher. And they both play with really good play callers, so they're both getting set up for success, generally speaking. But I don't know that anybody sets their quarterback up for more success than Shanahan does. But they're both really good, and they both had some injury concerns, and that's one of the big things with both of those guys. Can you keep them healthy? Because they've both missed an extended period of time. All right, let's get to Tim in Carthage, our buddy Rat, the Iceman. How you doing, Timmy?
Tim.
Oh, damn,
Hit the
Tim.
mute. Hit the mute.
Fell asleep at the wheel.
Hit the mute button.
He's hammered in his garage right now. He hit the mute button. Keep him on hold. We'll get back to Tim. Let's go to Ty. Ty, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you got for Broadus?
2 questions.
Yep.
Your running back positions, if you don't sign Williams, could the 2 guys from last year fill that position? And number 2, your safety positions with Marquise Bell. Nobody said that he's going to be released. Nobody said anything about his position.
Yeah.
He was kind of a Swiss Army knife. So can you expand on those 2 positions?
Yeah,
and Bell.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, the thing was, I think that they might believe that they've got something in these running backs, whether it's with Blue and Maffa. I bet you they go into the season thinking that. I think they're probably going to need another probably a veteran guy to that mix. If they don't re-sign Williams, I think there's maybe another veteran guy they would look at. I feel like with Bell, here's another opportunity. He was really good in the Dan Quinn scheme, not so good in the Eberflus scheme, and they kind of put him to the pasture. He was a big nickel guy, big dime guy, played down in the box. I think there's some things coverage-wise. I think there's some things in space last year that he didn't do particularly well. I don't know if he'll fare very well with this new coaching staff, but it might be something that jumps him a little bit. Like I say, under the Dan Quinn administration, he was playing some top-shelf football for you and then got to Eberflus, and they kind of just put him to the wayside. And like I say, there were some times where he missed some tackles. There were some times where he wasn't very good in coverage. I thought that maybe he was a little bit better in coverage before last year. I think that's going to be something that might get him in the end.
Yeah, a few years ago, I was pretty excited about what Marquise Bell could be. Yeah. I think at this point, he might just be a special teams dude, and he's kind of hanging on by a thread here. But maybe Christian Parker can get something out of him because physically he fits that bill, of a bigger guy who could do some coverage and in theory can do some tackling. But I think his play has slipped pretty dramatically over the last couple of seasons. All right, let's get back to Tim in Carthage. Tim, what you got, brother?
Hey guys, I'm sitting at my kitchen table, by the way, and I have a real serious question, Brian. I want to ask because integrity is a big thing with me as a former coach, as a former principal, as a former everything.
Sure.
And I want to throw a hypothetical at you. Just assume that God and winning are going to be number 1 and 2. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you were sitting in a room with a top draft pick, and you asked him one question, and the question has to do with rating 5 things. Those 5 things would be A, team, B, city and state, C, coach, D, players, E, money.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would tell you a lot about the quality and the I guess you could say the moral compass of a player.
Yeah.
What's most important?
If he loves football.
Thanks, Tim.
That's the most important thing to me. If I determine that you do not love football, then I have a hard time. I have a hard time wanting to draft you if you don't. I think it's proven here. Mozzie Smith didn't love football. Tristan Hill didn't love football. I think to a point that Diggs didn't really love football. You have to find a way to get that out of guys. You have to find a way of how important is that to you. How does it, you could talk to teammates and administrators and all that and see, oh, no, he's a great kid, does this, does that. But if you find out a kid absolutely doesn't love football, there's no sense even worrying. I mean, that's the number one thing I would try. Because there's guys that are great athletes, very talented. There's guys that aren't great athletes. But if they love football and you see the way they prepare, Paxton Lynch is a great example. I love Paxton Lynch, the quarterback from from Memphis. I loved Paxton Lynch. Once I found out that he didn't love football, I should have never drafted him. Should have never drafted him because of that.
All right, we have Todd in Meridian. Todd, you're in the G-Bag Nation.
Hey, guys, just real quick, I want to give a hats off to y'all real fast that, man, I watch the national shows, but, man, I've listened to y'all for years.
Thanks.
And y'all do the best job of breaking down the draft. I mean, even on day 3. I mean, it's so much knowledge that y'all have.
Yeah, thank you.
Keep it up. Yeah, keep it up, guys. But my 2 questions are real quick. on Pickens. What realistically can we get on draft picks if we trade them? And I hope Jones and them at least fish it out there and try something. And number two, if Love falls to us, even though we need a lot of defense, would you take him?
Yeah, I would absolutely.
Thanks, Todd.
I would absolutely. He's talking about Love, the running back from Notre Dame, and you know every time I've done this, I have a running back in the top 7 of my stack.
There's been some good ones.
Every time, every single time. I think Love is one of the top players in the country, regardless of this position, and he is a running back. What you can realistically, I think Todd Archer painted you a picture of if you're going to trade Pickens, he has to be the one signing the tag. If he decides he doesn't want to go somewhere else, and doesn't want to be, that's all up to him. You want to kind of work with him on this whole thing is what you want to do. So to get him to do that, you're going to have to find a team that he wants to go to and a team that's willing to give you the picks.
Yeah.
I had a team tell me, and this team was in the playoffs this year. I have 2 teams that told me they were in the playoffs. If you take less than a 1, you might as well not trade him. The second team said probably could get a 2 for him. But like Archer said, he's going to have to help you on making the trade. So those are things if he's not interested in who you're trading to, then he's not going to sign the tag.
Right.
So you have to be very mindful of that.
Yeah, I just hope they get I hope they expedite it.
Yeah.
Like at the combine, get a good feel. Hey, if this is what you guys want, if we know we're not willing to meet you there, Mulugeta, on the contract, then let's go ahead and start working out some type of trade thing. We don't need to bleed this into training camp and we have a holdout situation and all that kind of craziness. We don't need that drama. Like, let's know before free agency where we stand. Are we going to have George Pickens or are we not? What type of flexibility do we have? Let's get this thing hammered out one way or another. Are we going to get a deal done or are we going to move on from him? But they need to not slow play this thing.
Right.
Okay, let's get to Matthew in Dallas. Matthew, you're in the G-Bag Nation.
Hey, Brad, it's Corson. I love Will McClay. Besides the first round, he's done a great job to me. But it seems like the city has turned on him. How about the organization? Because to me, he's a GM. I've always feared losing him to another organization eventually for a role where he's the key decision maker.
Yep. No,
Thanks,
agree.
Matthew.
I agree. I totally agree with him. I think that Will's put in a terrible situation. I think he's trying to make the coaches happy, the Joneses happy, and the scouts happy. And it's very difficult to have to do that. If Will was allowed just to run his own department and run it in a way of like, we'll take this guy, we'll take this guy, we'll take this guy, I think your drafts would be better. I really do. And at the top of the draft, I think he drafted Mozzie Smith for Dan Quinn. I think he drafted Tristan Hill for Rod Marinelli. I think he drafted some of these top players because that's who the coaches have wanted. Instead of maybe saying, well, no, we need to go a different route here. So, yeah, it's a very difficult job he has.
Okay, let's get to Drew in Cedar Hill. Drew, you're in the G-Bag Nation.
Hi, guys. Good talking to you. How you doing?
Excellent. Thank you, Drew.
Oh, good. Have a real quick question for you.
Sure.
Well, I want to keep Pickens. That's the first thing. I'd really like to see him stay.
Okay.
My main question is, if you look at Emmett Johnson from Nebraska,
yes,
it reminds me a lot of Williams. He's a explosive, elusive, powerful, great hand.
Faster.
But, yeah, he is. And that was my main deal. I just want to see if you guys
Emmett Johnson, Nebraska. Thanks for the call, Drew. Yeah, Emmett Johnson, Nebraska. A lot of wear and tear, though. Nebraska hands him the ball a bunch. So you're going to have to be somewhat mindful of that going into this draft. He is really, really good between the tackles. He could be explosive on the edge. He is a straight downhill runner. He's got some wiggle to him as well. I think he's not the pass blocker that Williams is. I think Williams doesn't have the explosiveness, but he has pass blocking ability and he has catch ability. Johnson has catch ability and then he has the run ability. I don't think he has the pass blocking ability. He's my second best back on my board right now in the stack.
I love it. Oh, wow, second best.
Yeah.
Where's Jadarian Price of Notre Dame?
He is actually the one behind him.
Okay, so he's third.
Yeah.
Because he seems pretty legit, too.
Yep.
All right, let's get to Zach in Dallas. Zach, you're in the G-Bag Nation.
Oh, hello, yeah.
Hey, Zach.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'm tied.
Getting out of the car, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to know, what do you think of the Texas Tech linebacker Rodriguez?
I love him, actually.
Thank you, Zach.
Zach Wolchuk has really been the guy who's championed him all along. I have a couple linebackers actually ahead of him that I like. And I don't think it's a size thing or anything like that. I think this guy has got the instincts. I think he's got the ability to finish plays. I think he plays well in coverage. But there's some guys I really, really like ahead of him. I love Hill from Texas. I love C.J. Allen from Georgia. And I think Trotter, the linebacker from Missouri, when you start to talk about inside linebackers, Rodriguez is going to make somebody a really, really good player. I know there's people that have kind of talked about him. There's another guy, Golladay from Cincinnati, that people are kind of comparing to Schlesinger, who got drafted, by the Browns, who was Defensive Rookie of the Year in AFC. But Rodriguez is going to he should be picked in the second round. I don't see him late one, but I see him more of a second round guy.
What do the other linebackers do better than him?
I think they have a little bit more size to him, a little bit more bulk to him when you start to talk about the inside.
Okay.
I think Trotter is a much bigger guy like his dad was.
But he's a two-down kind of run defender thumper guy, right?
Who, Trotter? Trotter can cover.
Can he really?
He can play in some coverage, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Trotter, Allen, Hill, those are kind of the guys I got ahead right now. I have Hill ahead of Allen, and I know there's a lot of people that really, really like Allen a lot. But I just think that, to me, when you look at like that little bit of a bigger, if you're talking about inside linebackers, I tend to try and go for a little bit of the bigger guy right there. I know that Allen and Rodriguez are kind of similar in size, but I think that Allen has a little bit more thump to him.
I like it. All right, final one. Eric in Dallas. Eric, you're in the G-Bag Nation.
Eric. It's your president. No, I'm kidding. I just wanted to... So I want to say, Broadus, and Eric, both of y'all, big fan of what you guys do.
Thank you.
I've not been a believer in Dak for a very long time.
Sure.
That said, I know he had a great season. He's not the reason we didn't get further. That said, I've been looking to the future for a while. So what are the odds and the chances that we find our next quarterback? And what are there any candidates in the later rounds where you think the Cowboys might get someone that maybe has a chance to be our next starter?
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, I haven't started. I do the quarterbacks. It's one of the last things I do. So, but what I've done is I've seen guys I've seen the Mendozas, because you watch Ohio State, you watch Indiana. I've had to do a couple of the wide receivers. When you look there, Indiana has a couple of guys in Cooper and Surratt that you have to study. So obviously the ball was getting to these guys. I will say this: keep an eye, and I think Garrett Nussmeier will probably go a lot earlier. He's probably not a later guy, but I think that maybe the second best quarterback in this draft might be Garrett Nussmeier from LSU when it's all said and done.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for all the calls and all the questions there for Broadus. Ask Broadus all the draft questions here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's get you a Sounds of the Sports Day next on The Fan. But Tolos, I want to tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned roofing company. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. Brand new year, same story with Greystone.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
All right, we will check in with our favorite Olympian, Femke Koch, here momentarily. But how about that promo, man? Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Brian Broaddus taking on Indianapolis for the Combine.
Looking forward to it. I really am. I'm going to camp out by the bus and see who goes on and off. That's what I'm going to do.
Are you going to get up in there?
Oh, I doubt I will.
They get free. Don't you get free coldies? Doesn't Jerry offer it up?
No, yeah, but it's one per station.
Oh, so Bobby will probably get
Bobby or Sean or, it won't be RJ. But, no, I've got a lot of things. It
won't be RJ.
I got a lot of things going on as far as trying to, get, I know I've got to do, I'm going to do the morning show with them and do the afternoon show with you guys.
Like full-fledged?
I'm going to try, yeah, do both.
You're an animal.
Yeah, trying to do both.
9-hour broadcasts?
Yeah, because I'm going to be down there anyway watching the. I'm going to try. I'm going to try and do, be on. But we've also got stuff to do, like trying to get guests and, talk to a lot of people and kind of figure out what the Cowboys are trying to do. Man, the U.S. bobsled team is on the 2-man bobsled. We're just absolutely on the edge.
They keep banging the walls.
They almost turned that damn thing over a couple of times. I tell you, it's crazy.
Now, is the Combine of all the trips you could possibly take?
I enjoy when we do the Super Bowl stuff. I love the interviews that we get to do. I really do love to get to talk to people that you never in your life ever dreamed you would get to ask questions to, which is cool. But if you gave me a trip every year, whether it's Super Bowl, I'm going to even say training camp. I'm going to say training camp.
You'd rather do Combine over Oxnard?
Every time.
Punt on Spencer McKenzie's like that?
Every time. I think that much of the Combine. Like 20 some odd years of my life was spent going to Indianapolis to look at players that way. Mm-hmm. And I've gotten so used to it. I love what you learn at the Combine. You can learn more at the Combine than any other event you go to. Any event you go to. Training camp, any of that stuff that we do.
How much outside of the daily grind will you be socializing at night? Are you going to try and get in the mix?
See, that's the thing that Sean and RJ and those guys are really at Bobby. They like to go out and hit that nightlife stuff. If I could run in, I've never done, because I was always involved in interviews or stuff going on.
You were really actually working.
I was working, and then.
But now you can go out there and source.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you could run into a lot of people. You could run into a lot of people on Radio Row. Like you could run in, I could find a way to walk with scouts from Lucas Oil back to their hotel. It's like a 7 or 8 minute walk.
Just get info about players and stuff.
As you're walking along. Or then, I can run into the Peter Stragers and the Jeremiahs and Daniel Jeremiahs and all those guys at Radio Row, so you learn a lot about what's going on with your team. And then I could go, I know where our bus is, so I know where to kind of hang out with that. And then you got Archer, Machota, Calvin, you got all the guys there, so you can kind of circle back with them to see what's going on. So, yeah, it's a really productive week of getting information.
You're going to get one of the St. Elmo's cocktails?
Well, the shrimp cocktail is legendary there.
You going to make it a point?
I think we got reservations. I think Choppy already made reservations.
Nice, dude. Got to get ahead of the game on that.
Hang on, we've already got a group text called
Combine.
Indy Combine.
Nice.
Harry and Izzy's. We got downtown reservations on Wednesday. So they got it for 6:30 p.m. I kind of feel like I'll be still doing my show with you guys. So
you can bail early.
Nah, I'm not going to do that. No, man, because I might grab some guests or something like that. I can't go early. I'll go over there afterwards. They'll be fine.
You're an animal.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to our favorite Olympian. We discovered her just last week. Let's see if the play-by-play crew is still doing bits with Femke Koch, who is one of the all-time speed skaters. She continues to hit gold. This was her latest run.
Now 33 years old from Ocala, Florida, against the 24-year-old Dutch sprinting sensation, Femke Kok.
It's going to all come down to this opening split, and it looked like Aaron Jackson got off the line even faster than Femke Kok. They're going to battle all the way down this 100. When it gets to the corner, that's the part where Femke's been, oh my goodness, 10-18 for Kok. Jackson's right there with her. Femke Kok is going to get to chase now down this backstretch, and she's showing what she does so well. She is such a technical skater, so efficient and making up a lot of ground.
Look at the mega draft from Femke Kok, and there she goes. So the defending champ on the outside, the dominant force on the inside. Femke Kok cruising toward the finish. Femke Kok is inevitable in the 500. Olympic record 36:49. Jackson finishes 5th. Just like the 1,000, the Dutch women go 1-2. They just reverse the order. Femke Kok takes gold. Jutta Leerdam silver. Miho Takagi from pair number 4 wins bronze.
But watch this corner. Femke Kok on the right side of your screen. Every single one of these pushes is so powerful. She just accelerates, takes off out of that corner and into this backstretch. Now she is on the hunt. She almost caught Aaron Jackson before she hit the corner with the last inner. Down the final straightaway, just textbook perfect. It's so effortless and so easy when she's out there skating, stopping the clock with that enormous Olympic record, 0.3 of a second. I mean, that was a brilliant race of a lifetime from Femke Kok.
Femke Kok and Jutta Leerdam first and second. Well, Femke Kok has been the dominant force in the 500 meters, and she was the class of the field again.
What a dominant performance.
Yeah.
And what's your guy, Bill Spalding?
Bill Spalding on the call.
He's dialed, man.
Bill Spalding loves him some speed skating.
Some mega draft.
Yeah.
that's his favorite.
That's his term. Yeah,
I love it, man. Shout out to Femke. She's still getting it done at a high level, continuing to bring home gold. I don't know if she's got any more runs left in her, but hopefully she does.
Yep.
And we'll keep you. We're going to stay on that Femke Kok beat for the rest of the Olympics. How much more time we got? We just got like the rest of this week, and we're done-ski?
I think we're getting pretty close to the end of it, aren't we?
About to be.
One more week?
Yeah, we're almost done. All right, there it is. A little Sounds of the Sports Day for you. Let's hit you with football's finest. There's a lot of NFL rumors going around, and we'll address them all next right here in the nation. But Tolos, let's talk about your hair, because if you're losing it, and of course you desire to have it back, an advanced hair restoration.
America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Happy President's Day, ladies and gentlemen. Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl champion, Brian Broaddus. We have Dylan Moore in for Lucius today. We got Dawson, Lucius, and Wolchuk back in the saddle. Tomorrow, we'll get you the commercial-free expressway, G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, all coming up here this hour. And right now, it's time for football's finest.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Broaddus, what'd you think about the report out of Jacksonville? Travis Hunter expected to operate as a full-time corner and part-time wide receiver.
Yeah, surprising. I thought it was surprising myself.
What about it surprises you? Do you think would you have it flipped?
Well, I feel like to me the wear and tear on him as a corner is going to be more difficult than playing wide receiver, and I worry about him and the tackling. I know he wants to tackle. I know he's willing. I think his body type, he's going to have to put on some more weight to be that guy. But there's no question the guy can run all day. I just worry about him physically getting beat up at corner a little bit more than wide receiver.
How did you view it?
I want him to play wide receiver.
Okay, and then mix in at corner a little bit.
Yeah, mix in at corner. I was worried about the longevity of his career if he played both. And if you gave me one choice, the other, I think he's a tremendous receiver. But the route running and stuff might not be up to what they want down there from him. You know?
Yeah, and it seems like, we'll see what happens with Brian Thomas Jr., who had a great rookie year out of LSU for them 2 seasons ago.
Wasn't very good last year, right?
This past season, yeah, he had some big-time ups and downs, and then they brought in Jacoby Myers, and that kind of righted the ship a little bit for them from a passing game standpoint. Mm-hmm. But I guess with Brian Thomas Jr. and Jacoby Myers, they're a little bit more solidified there, and they do need help at corner. So I think this is just based on a little bit of kind of like what the needs are for the Jags as it stands right now. But it was always going to be a daunting thing for him to be able to play both sides full time. The only thing is, it's like, man, they traded up.
Yeah.
They traded up to get him, and it's like, would you have done that if he was only really going to play one side of the ball? Like, part of the reason why you wanted to move up and get him is because you felt like
tremendous player, though.
You have a pro. For sure. It wasn't like, oh, he's bad at either one. He was really good at both.
Right.
But would you have traded up and given up a first-round pick for this year's draft in order to get a guy that's mostly just going to be a one-side-of-the-ball player?
Yeah, I think there's some questions about that myself, but that's why I thought I would have played him at wide receiver full-time, because I thought he was more valuable that way.
Yeah.
I thought his explosiveness for Jacksonville was exactly what they needed, but...
and this is all fluid, it's early, who knows?
I just worry. I worry about how banged up he might get playing corner, and having to deal with that, and...
Yeah, because if you're an offense, you're going to try and run right at him.
Right. You're going to make him have to play in games is what you're going to do. And he's more than willing to. He is more than willing to do those things.
But the wear and tear factor is real, and you saw it his rookie year, missed a good chunk of the season because of that.
Yeah.
So as it stands right now, probably going to be more of a full-time corner and part-time wide receiver for Travis Hunter in Jacksonville. But like I said, I do think it's a little bit fluid here.
Yeah.
As the season goes on, if he's staying healthy and they need more help at receiver or whatever, he's definitely a guy that can do both. So we'll see how that all plays out. Now, this was interesting here because I saw it looks like the NFL expects to kick off the 2026 regular season on a Wednesday night. Did you see that?
Okay, what do we got working? What's going on Thursday night then?
Well, so for the last 2 decades, the season opener
we've done it
has been on Thursday with the Super Bowl champion.
But wasn't there a situation where we had a presidential debate, or it was the convention? Was it the convention or something? Was it the Republican or Democratic convention that was on one night, or somebody was speaking? President's address.
Well,
I thought there was something that made them play it on Wednesday night at one time.
So the Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961 prohibits NFL games from being played on any Friday or Saturday from the second Friday in September through the second Saturday in December to prevent direct competition with high school and college football games.
Football, right.
The NFL usually begins its season the weekend after Labor Day.
Right.
And for the past couple of years, Labor Day fell early enough on the calendar that the NFL was able to host opening week international games the Thursday, and then you also had that Friday game like we've had in Brazil.
In Brazil,
which is kind of what we were thinking the Cowboys would do. Maybe in week one, you have the opener on Thursday night with the Seahawks being the reigning Super Bowl champions, and then that very next night on Friday night, you sneak in another international NFL game. But this year, Labor Day falls on September 7th, which makes the following Friday the second of the month. The league previously clarified this would mean no Week 1 Friday game in 2026, so you're not going to get that Week 1 Friday game because just of the Labor Day and the way everything shakes out there from a schedule standpoint. So the NFL will play its first game in Melbourne, Australia, between the Niners and the Rams in Week 1, with Friday or Saturday scheduling prohibited. That game will be played on Wednesday or Thursday of opening week. Whichever day remains open is when the Seattle Seahawks will host their season opener as the defending champions. So Sunday's not feasible for the Melbourne game because of the travel distance.
Yes.
And the turnaround to week 2, because it's like 14 to 16 hours behind. And traveling from the West Coast, which is what you're going to get with the Niners and the Rams, that's like a 15, 16-hour direct flight. So the league is eyeing a start time for the Melbourne game between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern, which would be 10:30 or 11 a.m. the next day in Melbourne. So it's going to be a weird deal. But so now they're having to decide, basically, do they want to start with the Melbourne game on Wednesday, or do they want to start with what they always do, which is the reigning champions having their first home game of the season and dropping the banner and everything like that? But your first two games, it's probably going to be the Wednesday, Thursday. They're just trying to figure out which one is going to come first. Do they want the international game first, even though it doesn't involve the reigning champs, or do they want to keep it status quo? But either way, your first game of the season is going to be on that Wednesday night, and you'll go back-to-back with either Seattle and whoever they're playing, and then the Melbourne game or vice versa.
So the Melbourne game will be played on Wednesday with the possibility of their next game being played the following Sunday?
Yeah, so they'll have like the 10 days or whatever.
Maybe more than that, right? Will it be
Yeah, maybe it's 11 days.
11 days? Give me the Melbourne game first. Give me the Melbourne game first. And because your team is like the freshest it's going to be to start. And if the freshest, let them play the game, and then you've got that 10 to 11 game day window till the next game, you should be able to recover. You should be able to recover for that. So give me the Melbourne game first.
Yeah, that's probably fair. It just throws things off a little bit from like what you're used to with the reigning champs. But I don't know how much that really matters.
I think what Minnesota did was pretty cool. I didn't know Minnesota did this last year, and I don't know if they won both games or lost one game and won the other, or lost a game and won the other. Remember, they went back to back. They went Ireland, and then they played in London. So they just stayed over there for 2 weeks and knocked a couple of games out instead of traveling back and forth. And they were able to save their bye week is what they do. Because most teams, when they play the international game, will take the bye the following week. The league gives you that choice if you're playing one of those games. So Minnesota got around it like, if we're going to be over here, just let us play.
Yeah.
You know, we'll stay over here and play for 2 weeks and then preserve our bye.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not
I think you're going to get the Melbourne game first on Wednesday.
Todd McShay is dropping a rumor-ooski about C.J. Stroud, Texans quarterback, as a potential trade candidate this offseason. I don't know how real that actually is. John McClain, who is a legendary sports reporter in Houston, has come out and said, like, that is absolutely not happening. But now you have the internet talking about it a little bit. I do think there would be plenty of teams that would be interested in C.J. Stroud. You're just kind of buying low on him. Like, if you're the Texans, what are you able to get for him now? I would think just the nature of the position and the age, you're still going to be able to get a first-round pick out of it.
Sure.
But which team would want to jump on that? I know the Vikings. The Vikings are the most interesting team when it comes to the quarterback position this offseason.
Why, they just don't like J.J. McCarthy at all?
No, they're like, you can't just go into the season with J.J. McCarthy being your guy. I mean, part of it's because he hasn't played well, and the other part of it is because he can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
And the Vikings are a team that, I mean, they're pretty ready-made. I mean, from a roster standpoint, if they had a legit quarterback, you saw what they did with Sam Darnold 2 seasons ago.
Yeah.
Like, they need a legit quarterback, at least somebody who can come in there and be solid for them. And the question just becomes, like, how much do you want to extend yourself from, like, a financial standpoint, or if you're trading an asset standpoint to go get a veteran guy in there. I think maybe Geno Smith will probably come available with the Raiders. They'll probably cut him loose, so you could go get him maybe in free agency. Do you want to trade for a Mac Jones? You're probably not going to go the Malik Willis route.
It just seems like very quick to give up on J.J. McCarthy.
And I don't know that it's a full-on give up, like you're going to move on from him. I think you're keeping him in the building, but I mean, when you're a team like that who feels like you could really be,
why not give him another year?
At least a playoff team.
I mean, he got hurt like really early in the year, right?
I mean, he missed his entire rookie season, and then last year he missed. I mean, he's only started 10 games, and it's because he's been an injured guy.
But are you in a situation from what we've seen from quarterbacks on give up by team that they go and they play better? You know,
I think that's a great point.
I mean, to me,
and that's why I wouldn't be trying to like move on from him.
You fired your general manager. The guy's gone. You know, I mean, you're looking at another general manager there. Just get through this season and see how he plays. If he lasts 9 games, okay, then you know you're probably not going to be any good, and you're going to be picking high anyway. So I'm giving him another year. I'm not giving up assets to get anybody else. I'm going to see what J.J. McCarthy, what he can do. And if he's horrible, then okay, we made a mistake. But man, the way that teams have just given up on quarterbacks and they've gone off and done better things, and this guy, this coach there is really good with quarterbacks. But if McCarthy goes out there and just poops in the bed, and he doesn't do anything, then you got your answer. If you know, but it just
sucks if you're a Vikings fan because you're like, my roster's pretty good. Like, we're a playoff team.
Yeah, but I thought enough of this quarterback, and maybe it was the other general manager. Maybe the guy that we fired thought a lot of him.
Yeah, I would love to know if it was him or if it was O'Connell that was really trying to push that button. I could find that
out. Trust me, I'll find that out.
Yeah, find that out when you're digging around the combine or whatever.
No, I'll find it out right now.
Okay, very good. Brian Broaddus always plugged in with the Gang of 7 around the NFL. But yeah, that would be something to know. Like, was Kevin O'Connell really in on getting J.J. McCarthy, or did the general manager kind of spearhead that thing and he's now gone? But I don't know. I would at least bring in some type of veteran insurance, even if you're not, you don't have to take a huge swing and trade for C.J. Stroud, even though I don't even think that's overly reasonable, or even a Mac Jones, like trading for somebody like that. Maybe you don't want to do that, but if Geno Smith becomes available, I'd probably... you could probably get him on the cheap.
Why?
Just for the insurance of if McCarthy's going to get hurt, don't you want to keep your season afloat?
Can that guy keep your season afloat?
After last year, it's a fair question.
No, he can't. What are we doing now? What are we doing there?
I mean, the Raiders were a dumpster fire.
Damn right they were. And yeah, he took a lot of sacks and no weapons except for the tight ends.
Offensive line was just brutal. I mean, everything about the Raiders was bad.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I want to put on Geno Smith for that, but I get it. And ultimately, it's like, okay, even if we have Geno Smith, it's not like we're competing with the Super Bowl or for a Super Bowl with a quarterback like that. So I get it, but I do think the Vikings will be one of the more interesting teams when it comes to the quarterback stuff. Do you want to trade for a Kyler Murray? I don't know. I mean, he's going to be a guy that seems inevitable to be on the move. The Athletic came out with a list here. Mike Jones, he ranked.
Who?
Mike Jones. Did
I do that right?
You nailed it. He ranked the 18 NFL teams that missed the playoffs from 1 to 18 of who's most likely to bounce back and get in the playoffs.
Dallas was third.
Out of the 18?
I'm guessing.
Third. I like that. I feel like they should be higher than where he placed them.
Oh, okay. So he didn't place them third.
He didn't place them third.
He placed them 14th.
He placed them 9th.
Okay.
Out of the 18 teams that missed the playoffs.
Halfway, huh?
He's got the Cowboys being, right there, dead balls in the middle of the teams that missed the playoffs in terms of likelihood to get back in next season. And I don't know, because he's got the Commanders ahead of him.
Sure he does.
Aren't the Commanders in more of a mess right now.
I think both teams are kind of in a mess. Defensively.
Yeah, defensively, right?
Yeah.
And now you have Jaden Daniels with the injury concerns, offensive coordinator.
Good point.
You know, I still feel like the Cowboys have a better chance than the Commanders do. And it's amazing what 1 year can do, where it feels like just yesterday the Commanders are in the NFC Championship game, and now I think the Cowboys have a better chance at getting back into the playoffs than they do. The Falcons he has ahead of them. And part of that's probably the division, but I think looking at the NFC East right now, it's going to be kind of a down.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody can surprise you for sure, but I don't think the Giants are making a huge leap. The Commanders we just talked about, I think they're probably behind the Cowboys in terms of likelihood to get back. I mean, we'll see what each team does in the offseason, but the Commanders got a lot of work to do.
A lot of work.
And then the Eagles now, they're in a weird state. I don't know how much they can really add talent-wise from a free agent standpoint.
Not much.
So we saw
they got a Super Bowl, right?
No, they got the Super Bowl, so kudos to them.
Yeah.
But as it stands today, I think the Cowboys have just as good a chance of getting in the playoffs as the Eagles do next year, and I think they got a better chance than the Commanders. But like I said, you have the Falcons ahead of the Cowboys in the NFC. A lot of that's probably to do with the division. You have the Bucs ahead of them. I can understand that. But even the Bengals.
Yeah.
Got the Bengals ahead of the Cowboys on this.
A lot of Cowboy hate going on out there.
The top teams most likely to get back into the postseason after missing it: Baltimore number 1, Detroit number 2. I can understand that, but then you get to Cincinnati, Tampa, Kansas City at 5, and I think so much of that is just because you don't know the situation with Mahomes and the ACL, but also the Chiefs have plenty of work to do when it comes to their roster. So, but yeah, he's got the Cowboys at 9 in terms of most likely to get back into the postseason. I think Mike Jones is doing a bit of a disservice right there.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. Football's finest here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's get you the commercial-free Expressway G-Bag of the day, LA Live, all coming up next right here on The Fan.
Cholos, when it comes to...
little bit more time to kind of like, just come to terms with the fact that he's no longer with us.
Sure.
So I was ready. I mean, I had that thing written up within the first couple of days.
They punch you?
No, the reason why is I had to punch myself out is because I got freaking nasty sick on Friday night. My kids had been sick all throughout the week, one after another. We got hit with a stomach bug.
Yeah.
And it was like, you want to talk about brutal, bro. It's like Tuesday night, 3-year-old puking all night.
Oh.
Clean her up, does it again. Clean her up, does it again. Next night, my other daughter. Next night, my other daughter.
Didn't you try and just separate them all?
There's just really no way
to do it.
Kids will get sick all the time.
Yeah,
but you couldn't like put one in the couch, one in.
It wasn't about the sleeping part. It's about all day. They're just
separate them. Oh, they're all together.
Yeah,
all day.
like all day. There's just no really getting. You just can't get away from it. So it took out everyone, and then I was last. And in the middle of the night on Friday, it was just a total disaster. I barely made it to the funeral in general because I was so fried. So I had to basically hand my brother my eulogy and say, hey, man, you're going to have to do this because I don't even know if I'm going to make it.
Wow.
So he got up and hit it out the park for me. So thank God for that. But, that was crazy this weekend. Did you guys do any Valentine's Day fun? Did you guys get after it a little bit? Romantic?
What did Michelle and I do?
Chocolate covered strawberries, or is that too lazy?
No, we were. It was. That's not thinking about it. Actually, what did we do? Gosh, it's sad that I can't remember what we did.
This is worse than Dawson's old man.
We always go to dinner. We always go to dinner on Tuesday nights. Like every Tuesday night, we go out. So
it's a beautiful tradition.
Yeah. So I think Michelle's right in the middle of tax season. Like she's like
grinding.
She's like corporate taxes, personal taxes. So like any minute that she could spend doing taxes, believe it or not, is like.
Well, you got your players to watch. So you guys both have stuff going on.
What did I make for dinner though? There was something I made for dinner, and I can't remember what it was. Because usually I'll do like for some special event, I'll like steam crab legs.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
That's a good go-to.
Yeah. And she really does she likes a thing called shrimp basket, which I've learned how to take shrimp, butterfly them, just open them up.
Oh, yeah.
And then bread them and then so it's like you're eating at a Cajun place.
Why don't we call it spatchcocking for shrimp?
Yeah, I don't know, but when you open them up and you get the crunchiness in the butterfly part of it. So yeah, she's a big.
You just like blacken them?
Yeah, what I do is like I put them in. I have Cajun seasoning, but I also put them in cornstarch, and the cornstarch really kind of
crisps,
makes them really crisp.
Nice.
So she loves the. I can make like 16 shrimp. And she will eat every single one of them.
Heck yeah.
But I think there was a couple. She's listening right now. I know she is. I'm about to get a text. Like
she remembers.
Yeah. But no, I don't think we did anything like, got her flowers and cooked and did stuff like that. But I don't.
Maybe just another day.
This is sad.
That's hilarious, bro. It's Monday. You don't know what happened on Saturday.
Well, no.
Sounds like you had a hell of a time.
No, I know that I did work, and I know she was doing work.
It's beautiful. You're both just on your laptop, just grinding.
I'm going to be gone Thursday. I'm having the only day they could get me in for dental work. I have some dental work I have to go on Thursday, so you guys are on your own on Thursday.
Hey, you earned it, man.
Well,
you earned it working on President's Day.
Working on President's Day. But yeah, I got dental work, but I made a dental appointment. It was raining sideways on Saturday. I mean, you really couldn't get out, right?
Yeah, that's true. It was nasty.
Yeah.
It was nasty.
Yeah.
It was not. It was not great.
Michelle just texted me. We went walking.
There you go. A little Valentine's walking date.
Yeah, Michelle. She listens every day, so
she's a legendary Tolo, man.
Okay, she said we went walking and you made me breakfast.
Okay.
So that's what I'm just like. But I
French
know
toast.
No, we do. We do all kinds of with omelets and stuff like that.
Oh, so you can't beat that.
Yeah, but yeah, I did the shrimp basket thing. She loves that. So yeah, she's like right now when I get home, she's going to be like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Dylan Moore, did you have just a wild Valentine's?
Oh, yeah, it was crazy. I got to be up here working. Lots of fun.
There you go.
There you go.
Valentine's with the boys.
In the rain. We had some fun technical difficulties. CA and Kevin Walker were live from the Nexo Dallas Open. I don't think their show started until about an hour afterwards.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they had to move locations. And
you were in the trenches on Saturday.
Yeah, luckily Jacob Ray and Brennan Baxter were able to hang out here after their show and just kind of
They did a nice job. I was driving around, I was driving around and I was listening. And I was talking to Jacob today. I thought that as working behind the mic the way he did, I thought he did a nice job. They had a good show.
They're ready for the call up, man. They need a President's Day. We should be hearing Jacob Ray right now.
Yeah.
Brennan Baxter right now. That's kind of how I feel about it.
You feel bad about we volunteered, you and I?
I can't believe we did that.
How did we get tricked?
One of the single worst decisions of all time.
You didn't know it was President's Day, did you? I knew that I needed the day to go do medical stuff, so that's why I did it.
Yeah. No, I'm going to get me a comp day out of this. You bet your tail. Yeah. All right, Dylan Moore, it's time for the G-Bag of the Day.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
This is going to be an opportunity for the general, Gavin Dawson. He could go 5-time G-Bag of the Day today, which would put him in contention for G-Bag of the Year in 2026. He would be, I believe, the very first contestant who would be eligible.
I think we
might have had one.
We just granted
honorary?
Bo Jackson the honorary.
Okay, Bo Jackson honorary.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're already looking good for, January 2027? Here we go. Gavin Dawson told a very, I guess it'd be crude, interesting, gross story. He had a poo situation that he decided to tell the world.
Okay, so you ever go and think you're going and you're not? Okay,
nothing's coming out as you think you.
What'd you say? That's what I thought had happened.
I just pooped and
it turned out to be a fart, right?
Oh, okay.
So I looked in the bowl when this was all over.
Nothing's
and
there.
the bowl was clean.
Them cheeks must have been vibrating. For sure I'm clean now.
Record-setting fart.
That is wild. I thought, okay, I'm constipated again. I got to double up on the fiber thins. Maybe get something a little bit stronger. So 2 hours later, I had been outside. I had jumped on the trampoline. I had walked with Remy around the neighborhood as she's driving her little electric car. 2 hours later,
trying to get that movement going.
I get in the shower and I wash back there. And
oh my God, dude!
This
came out.
Yeah, it was there.
You got lodged between the cheeks.
Oh
my God!
Maybe the size of
my Lord,
a large gobstopper.
That is awful.
Yeah, like a large jawbreaker.
Oh no!
Maybe like a chicken nuggets worth.
What? So you had
and all
was
of
just
a sudden,
sitting in there.
All of a sudden, the bottom of the shower all of a sudden got really different colored. It was clearly not clean water anymore.
Oh my
gosh! It took me 3 or 4 passes to get clear water.
No, it did not.
It was the worst. It was the worst bowel situation I've ever had.
You deuced in your shower this morning.
That is awful.
Well, I did. I had deuced much earlier.
Constipation.
I had deuced much earlier, but it had been wedged. It was wedged. It was wedged, or it was hanging on to the end.
That's crazy.
I couldn't get a full evacuation.
Oh man, that's disgusting.
It really is an all-time confession.
What led him to tell that story? That's something that just stayed between you and you.
Yeah, no, I'm glad he shared it. He feels comfortable with us. And the Tolos.
I think it's one of those things where you and Zach talk about restroom revelations and stuff like that. I think he became very comfortable on that.
We'd get a bit of a kick out of it. And I think Walchuk at one point announced that day was National Poo Day.
Yeah, exactly.
For whatever reason, we celebrate that.
We need a day for that?
As a country. And so...
I don't know what's funnier, you just laughing or Lucius just sounds so disappointed?
It was as jarring as anything I've ever heard. And it's a reminder that anytime you sit down to do that, it's always worth just a check wipe.
You need the courtesy wipe.
You got to get one of those in there just to reassure and make 100% certain.
Yeah. You need 2 wipes to know if you needed 0.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. That is an insane story that will live on forever. And I'm very thankful that he did that. All right, so that's looking for 5. Let's see what you got on deck.
Let's see where we can go. So I'm assuming y'all saw the story of the Norwegian athlete who won a medal and then just admitted to the world that
he messed up.
He cheated.
Yeah.
Well, he also spoke in the presser. This is kind of a little combo platter here. He spoke to the press afterwards, so let's see what he had to say.
Yeah, I haven't got any reactions from the girl that I mentioned. And yeah, I'm happy because then maybe she hasn't seen it. Maybe she will see it at the right time. I hope I don't make anything worse for her. But maybe it can help. I don't know. I hope there's a happy ending in the end. So we will see what time will do.
I mean,
she came out
happy.
She was not like she wasn't really moved by it.
She wasn't.
Like there was no apology that was going to undo the hurt that he caused.
Yeah.
Apparently, these athletes get freaky at the Olympic Village.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have a bit of a rubber update in Newsbag
Yes, I've heard that. Apparently,
they had to address that. Like the guy who's in charge of the media for the Olympics has to come out and address that.
Yeah, they ran through them. I'll tell you why at 6:00.
Okay.
And well, I'll go over this lady. Just seems excited. Just the way she's talking. She hasn't even competed in her event. She said she's having the time of her life.
I've spent every night in the village. It's been everything and more, and you can't evict me. I don't think there's anything not to enjoy. I haven't even gotten to compete yet, and I feel like my experience is already complete. Not complete, but just I'm having the best time.
Having a blast.
Yeah, having a blast. She's the party chick.
She's putting some mileage on that body, isn't she?
Yeah, she's
going at it. I'm sure.
The interview, she looked like she wanted to tell you more, and she might one day.
Maybe one day.
If she wins gold, bro.
If she wins gold, one day
she'll be confident.
Yep, absolutely.
So Drum Tang spoke to the media as well after a team got shellacked.
Yeah, he's been canned.
He got canned, and I'm assuming this is why. I don't know if you've heard the post-game interview, but he just puts his whole team on blast.
Hey, I'm gonna honor Christ like I always do. Blessed to do this, but this was embarrassing. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. You know, it is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Practice at 6 a.m.
Without you.
Without you, yeah. You're not going to be in the jersey. Yeah. I mean, what are we saying?
He's saying he hates his players, the same players that he recruited.
Yeah.
He built the team, and now he hates what he's built. And he's going to have to look in the mirror for that one.
How far down did he go over the past 5 years? He won a championship with Baylor as an assistant coach in 2021.
Yeah.
And now he's just throwing all his players under the bus saying, yeah, they don't deserve to wear the uniform, and they're not going to be in the uniform.
He might be trying to get fired.
He's out of the uniform first.
He's got a contract situation, you know.
Well, there's some controversy with this we will also get to in the 6 o'clock hour.
And I got one more. It's kind of a double here. AI's gotten out of control.
Yeah, for sure.
I've heard AI Broadus.
Yes.
You've heard AI everyone. Apparently, people like to make AI Bob Barker.
Oh, no.
And he gives away some interesting prizes that people can win. Here's the first one, and I got some more to follow.
What do you do for a living, my dear?
I'm a content creator. I'm a content do OnlyFans.
Ooh, well, we got just the prize for you. You have won a father figure.
Congratulations. And here's some more. Here we go.
Ready to see what you picked up, Haru?
Oh, yes. Open that curtain. You want a 12-week course of professional driving lessons.
Oh, I need that so much. Because your driving is shit.
No.
Mabel, let's see what you've just won. It's a brand new coffin. You lucky. Well, it's about damn time.
Let's go. I got a job.
Let's show her what she's won. A lifetime supply of seasoning. Well, good. Now your cooking won't taste like shit. Hey, mister, you ready? Take a look right over there. Oh, boy. A lifetime supply of food. This might be the least amount we'll spend on a prize ever.
That's pretty good, man.
Bob Barker and I share the same birthday, so here you have AI Broadus and Bob Barker.
Bob Barker. There's so many of them. I didn't know people did that, but it's hilarious. And some of them I couldn't really play because it doesn't match for like the video. Like this guy in a wheelchair, his prize like a treadmill.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh!
It gets out of hand.
It gets way out of hand.
Aggressive Bob Barker. I'm pretty here for it. I mean, that was pretty good stuff. That sounded like him pretty good, didn't it?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we got. Here we go.
It. All right, Dylan Moore, thank you very much. I mean, the Bob Barker stuff is pretty dang good.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Dawson being so unhinged with his story, maybe Bob Barker could win. But inevitably, I'm going with what will presumably be the 5-time champion, Gavin Dawson. What say you, Dylan?
Yeah, I'll go with the champ. I wanted to go Barker. I'll go with the champ.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Dylan. Since you did all the work, I'll vote for Bob Barker.
There you go.
So
the the participation trophy award
for filling in for Lucius today and all the fine work. I'll give you a Bob Barker vote.
I'll take it.
I love it.
It's nice. Tough champ. It's a tough one to go against.
Yep. It is, man. Yeah. It's 5-time status, and now it is up for G-Bag of the Year, and we will hit that in early 2027. Congratulations to Gavin Dawson. I believe it's just Dawson and Bo Jackson right now that are sitting in the 5-time status. So congratulations to both of those gentlemen. And now it is time for LA Live.
Well, here we go. What is it? Monday, Friday edition, as Lucius would say. Here's the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
All right, boys and girls, we start with an R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Robert Duvall.
Bob Duvall.
At the age of 95 years old, has gone to be with the Lord.
95, I'd say it's a pretty damn good run.
That's a special run right there.
Yep.
Maybe too good. I don't know what his final few years looked like, but he made it to 2026, and he is an all-timer.
Yeah. I think, so well known for like Lonesome Dove.
That seems to be the one that has been talked about the most.
Is the lawyer in The Godfather.
Yes.
Was outstanding.
Yes.
When you look at what was the one about the military movie that he was in that was now I'm drawing a blank where he was Air Cav. The book is Heart of Darkness, though. What was the name of the movie, though? He ran the Air Cav, and he was the thing about the surfing.
Let's see here.
I
got the IMDb pulled up.
Yeah, but it's what was it called?
The Pale Blue Eye?
No, God. Okay, I'm sorry.
Hustle, 12 Mighty Orphans, Widows, In Dubious Battle, Wild Horses, The Judge, Night in Old Mexico, Jack Reacher.
The Godfather.
Oh, we said The Godfather.
Oh, we hit that one?
Crazy Heart, Get Low.
Why the text is not saying it right now? The name of the book that was written is The Heart of Darkness is what it was, but the movie was called something completely different. Wasn't Platoon? Was it?
Was he in
Apocalypse
Platoon?
Now?
Apocalypse Now. God dang it.
Text line is,
wasn't
it now?
Yeah, I don't have the
Colonel
text.
Kilgore.
Yeah, sorry. Apocalypse Now. I read the book, and then saw the movie. I couldn't remember the name of the movie there. But yeah, Apocalypse Now is what it was.
How about Secondhand Lion? You guys ever seen that?
No.
I have not.
Have not.
That's Secondhand Lions is worth your time. Came out in 2003. And that's really like the one that is most synonymous for me. You have Michael Caine in it, Haley Joel Osment, and it was like, I don't know, two uncles basically having to take care of this kid. It was a great movie.
Yeah.
Really great movie.
I'm sorry, I cannot remember Apocalypse Now. I could not remember the name of it. I just knew that he was in it.
We got about 1,000 Apocalypse Now.
That's what I'm saying. God dang, yeah. I don't sit in front of the text, so that's probably why I missed out on that.
One of his earliest works, To Kill a Mockingbird, 1962.
Boo Radley.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got quite the
oh yeah,
quite the IMDb there. Four Christmases was good. Days of Thunder.
Days of Thunder. I forgot about that one. Yeah.
Open Range. That was really good.
Harry's supposedly played a guy named Harry Hyde in Days of Thunder.
I love it. Yeah, the 817 just watched Secondhand Lions on Friday randomly, and now, of course, you have the news about Robert Duvall passing away at the age of 95.
But Lonesome Dove was maybe what he was known for that.
Yeah, that's what I've seen on the internet all day today. Lonesome Dove, which is not something that I've seen, but he's a legend, and we will miss him greatly. Now, we also have quite the story in the world of pickleball. I would like to take you to Florida. W-Bay TV2.
W what?
W-Bay TV2.
W-B-A-Y?
Yeah.
Okay. Of Tampa Bay.
This is a Florida couple, and they're going to give you the news story on this one.
Volusia County pickleball turned into a pickle brawl last night. That's according to police in Port Orange.
Come quick, please.
Okay, how many people are fighting?
There's about 20 people. Okay,
any weapons?
The break? No. I mean, somebody hit somebody with a pickleball paddle, hit somebody in the head.
Anthony and Julianne Sapienza were arrested for the fight. Police say the couple assaulted the team they were playing against. According to the arrest report, the game got heated after Anthony accused his opponent of stepping into what's called the kitchen in pickleball. Deputies say a 70-year-old man was punched in the face, a woman was pushed to the ground, and another man was hit in the face with a pickleball paddle, which deputies say left a gash above his eye. Anthony and Julianne were later found at their home. Both are facing felony battery charges. Both are out on bond.
These two, unbelievable. I mean, taking the paddle and smashing somebody with it. I'm like, it gets serious. And I was surrounded by a lot of old folks this weekend.
Sure.
For my grandfather's funeral.
A lot of folks getting serious, huh?
And there is a pickleball passion out there amongst senior citizens that is very, very real.
We did a lot of those events, right? At the
Pickler Universe.
Pickler
it gets
Universe.
intense.
And they were quite, I mean, every court filled, but you could see people super competitive out there. I can see but I never saw anybody get mad. I never saw anybody get mad at their opponents or anything like that. You know?
Because I guess it was all pretty kosher.
I guess because we were all handing them Stellas to drink.
Yeah, everybody's drinking beer and eating pizza.
Everybody's drinking beer and eating pizza, and they're kind of happy being there.
Yeah, no doubt. But the old people, man, they do take it pretty seriously.
70-year-old dude got punched in the face?
Yes. I mean, there ended up being 20 people involved with this.
I mean, they claim you can't step in the kitchen. The rules are the rules.
Yeah, they take it seriously. That kitchen thing, it can screw you up a little bit. I've only actually played one time.
Is that with Dutch?
Yeah. It was with Derek Holland and some of his buddies, and I got just totally crushed in that game.
Crushed
and it took me about a month to recover.
Shape?
I mean, it wasn't like I was huffing and puffing out of shape, but I was just in pain.
The movement.
My knees, my groins for the next few weeks, I could feel it, dude. My ankles. I hadn't done, like, stop-start, and, like, being, like, agile. Not something I've done, really.
1 to 10, agility for you?
Oh, my gosh.
Maybe a 2?
It is really bad. Yeah, I would say a 2. I used to be great at it.
Yeah.
Playing, like, in basketball, just play defense, get the rebound. Get that side to side.
Yeah.
But now it is evaporated. My body can't handle it, but